Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 281 to 300. Chapter 281, Land and Land. There was a hint of joy on the faces of the two monks. What they practiced were the special abilities known as the talents of the immortals in the Temple of Fire. This special power is also a special certificate for passing through this sealed gate. In front of them appeared, they could easily find them. It is precisely because of the talent of the immortal clan, and the iron wall of the seal formed by the two angry-eyed Vajra in this Temple of Fire, that the feeling has arisen. It was the first time that the two people stationed here were alerted. However, what made them unbelievable the most was the various chakras of fierce tears emanating from the person in front of them. There is also hatred, dark negative emotions. For them, this is the fundamental reason why they took the lead. However, looking at the annihilating flames scattered around, the expressions of the two monks suddenly changed. Looking at the figure that seemed to be nothing, their faces were full of disbelief. Is this how you welcome the Temple of Fire? Long Yu spoke lightly. Of fire to confirm the conjecture in his mind. If it is really feasible, then it is not a problem to collect all 6 modes in a blink of an eye. Who are you, dare to break into the Temple of Fire at midnight? I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. The two monks couldn't help but took a half step back and shouted in a hurry. Long Yu sighed helplessly and said, forget it, it's a little difficult to talk to someone with a single brain. I'll give you 2 choices. First, let Dalu come to see me. Second, I will directly smash the sealed gate and go in to find it. Break the sealed gate. The monk's face changed, and he shouted in a hurry, what are you talking about? The sealed gate of the Temple of Fire has a formidable defensive power second only to Konoha Ninja Village. After 100 years and 100 vicissitudes, it has never been shattered. In front of the huge sealed gate, the expressions of the two monks turned ashen, and the cruel words they just said echoed in the heaven and the earth for a long time and did not dissipate. They clearly know that the breath emanating from the person in front of them has already made them. This is not the same level at all. However, their real purpose is not to fight the person in front of them, but to delay time. Come on. The two monks looked happy. 20 or 30 figures stormed back in the woods outside. The one who took the lead was a man in his late 20s and 20s with a well-defined face. A pair of eyes as bright as the moon. But the most eye-catching thing is the fire belt on the waist. If it is the country of fire, and even people in the world of ninja. When seeing this belt, the identity of the man in front of him was ready to be revealed. This is the name of the country of fire. For his own safety, he personally selected an elite ninja in the country of fire. The ninja team formed by this is known as the Guardian of the 12. Among them, the young monk in front of him is his. Dalu, you've finally come back. This person broke into me in the middle of the night, and just put down his harsh words, saying that he would break our sealed gate and go in to find you. The monk took the lead and couldn't hold his breath and said. In their eyes, Dalu was a top genius who cultivated the talents of the immortal race. Only he has the ability to inherit the honor of the Temple of Fire. For this reason, he was sent by the Temple of Fire not long ago to participate in the selection of the 12 guardians, and successfully passed the test and entered the eyes of the daimyo. Because of this incident, the status of the Temple of Fire has risen. Was favored by the daimyo, and more construction funds were allocated to make the Temple of Fire grow. So to speak, land. Reason why I went to participate in the guardianship of the 12 soldiers was mainly because the temple was too poor. In these turbulent times, are fewer people who worship God and pray, and less money for incense. To pick up the task, it is also a lot of war matters. For a monk who went to the battlefield to join in, if he said that he saved all living beings, I am afraid it would be a joke. And there was no way to ask for it, and the big name also suffered many assassinations, and finally decided to allocate a high salary to recruit some strong people for personal protection. Black robes, red auspicious clouds, it seems that you are a member of the Shao organization of Yurin village. Dilu landed on the ground. He made a gesture with his backhand to disperse the camp. However, the only thing that made him frown slightly was that he couldn't see who was under the cloak and hat. You may think so. Long Yu responded with a smile. In the original book, Dilu is a stable character, but he is also a little self-esteemed and has a high self-esteem. It can be said that if it wasn't for the fact that he insisted on letting the monks of the Temple of Fire fight against Kakuro, Dufedon. Instead, if they chose to evacuate in secret, I'm afraid they wouldn't have to go up and down the entire Temple of Fire, and they would be slaughtered directly. It can be said that the land accounted for the main reason that the Temple of Fire was destroyed by a wave of people. However, it's not entirely his fault. Protecting the 12 ninjas, that is also a bit famous in the country of fire. For this reason, Yuan Fei Asma in the original book finally received a lunchbox. Right now, Long Yu didn't come to make trouble on purpose, just to ask something. I just hope the Lu Fang is smarter, otherwise he doesn't mind taking 1 or 2 shots. You are a member of Xiao's organization. The voice of the land suddenly sank. There was a hint of sharpness in the eyes that looked at Long Yu. That's just right. I heard that not long ago, the 2 leaders of Sanjiao Hanzo and Xiao organized a riot at the Five Shadows conference held in Konoha Ninja Village. Your organization has been included in the list of rewards. Although I, Buddha, are merciful, but in this war, our Temple of Fire can only save all sentient beings. I hope that the donor will put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Dilu said in a low voice. These words fell, the eyes of 20 or 30 people in the field all locked on Long Yu's body. There was a gleam in his eyes. No, it should be said that it is golden light. This is the light of hunger. Long Yu felt helpless for a moment, touched the tip of his nose and said, you guys want to offer a reward and want to go crazy. I just wanted to ask something. Thing. Dilu snorted coldly. I sense the evil aura emanating from Konoha Shinobi Village just now on your body. I suspect that you have something to do with Konoha Shinobi's 9-tailed runaway. If you have anything to ask, just catch it first and then talk about it. Also, I really want to know, you are the person in Xiao's organization who dared to break into the Temple of Fire alone, and even threatened to smash our seal gate. What a shameless statement. Yes, Dilu is right. First catch this man and hand it over to Daimyo and Konoha Ninja Village. The shouting in unison changed the atmosphere in the arena. Long Yu sighed helplessly, raised his head slightly and looked at Dilu. It seems that no matter what, anyone who is poor and white becomes a lowly person, even monks are no exception. Since you said you should catch it first, then I can only beat you first, and then have a pleasant conversation. Damn. You dare to be so presumptuous in front of the holy place of the temple. I'm going to see it today. You are the number 1 person in Xiao's organization. Dilu roared angrily. Of the Temple of Fire, and he is the number 1 horse boy of the famous name. Chapter 282. The Battle of Honor in the Temple of Fire. Akatsuki organization that declares war with the 5 great powers. If this person is captured, it will be regarded as the first achievement. At that time, the position of their fire temple will be higher. Thinking of this, a hint of urgency flashed on Dilu's face. He tied his belt tightly with both hands, and said in a deep voice, you guys give me a siege. This person's aura is very mixed, but the talent of the immortal race is just enough for me. Purify his breath. You only need to read the law to me to enhance the power of the talent of the immortal clan. I will capture him in 3 moves. Lift his cloak, and see who it is. The rolling voices fell on the field, pushing the fighting spirit of these monks to the top. This is their main battlefield, and it is within the domain of the Temple of Fire. The 2 angry-eyed King Kong have been blessed by the talents of the immortals all the year round. Once the critical moment is reached, you can use this power to unleash the strongest killing move. In that instant, even Hokage retreated 3 feet. It is for this reason that their Temple of Fire was able to stand firm in the midst of war. Seeing the people around him disperse, Long Yu felt even more helpless. This lineup is very similar to the scene in the original book where Lu was hanged and beaten, except that he hadn't smashed the two angry eyes yet. However, one point at the core has not changed. Lu still didn't understand what is the truth of knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, and not imperiled in 100 battles. Before clarifying the identity of the other party, they let go of the big talk. That's setting yourself up for death. Well, it seems that we can't talk about it. If you say that you can capture me with 3 moves, then I also hope that you can do it. After all, no one in this ninja world has talked to me like this for a long time. Long Yu smiled warmly. The small voices reverberated in the 4 directions of the sky like a magic sound. Arrogant, I will show you the power of the Temple of Fire. The land snorted coldly. As the Temple of Fire, the first genius, when was someone so underestimated? The talent of the fairy. The land shouted violently, and the posture in his hands was unfolded. An aura of sacred solemnity swept through his body in an instant. Crystal golden light blooms, like an endless phantom construction, and in the blink of an eye, it turns into a huge 1,000-handed guanyin of more than 10 meters. Bursts of Sanskrit sounds in the sky, accompanied by the sound of chanting Buddha from all around, as if falling into the holy gate. A grand gesture, immediately. It caused all the monks around to show awe. As a monk of the Fire Temple, one's status must be assessed. The most basic is the comprehension of the talents of the immortals. However, looking at Long Yu, who was still indifferent, his face sank, and a trace of grimness appeared towards Lu, who had always been self-sufficient in talent. The next moment, the spell in his hand changed, and he roared immediately. Come to welcome 1,000 hands to kill. Bang bang bang. A series of air cracks roared and the golden light and fist shadows bloomed all over the sky, like a frenzy, heading towards the mask. A distance of dozens of meters, with super attack speed, it is only shortened in the blink of an eye. Was so fast that I couldn't even breathe. Everyone reacted, the shadows of fists in the sky were already imprinted on Long Yu's body. In their eyes, Long Yu had nowhere to hide after this shot down. It's enough to hit him hard. Even Lu seemed to see the scene of Long Yu being severely injured, and the corner of his mouth rose to reveal a smile. However, the next moment, the smile that had just emerged became stiff. Looking at the fist passing through his body, Lu's pupils shrank slightly. Golden light and fist shadows filled the sky, as if they were struck in the mirror image of scales and waves. Immediately hit the ground. Boom! The dull thunder-like collision sounded straight into the sky. Under the rolling sand and dust, the ground covered with thick slate was broken down in an instant, and it became a land full of potholes. Is it an illusion? The monks present exclaimed in surprise. In their eyes, this is the first time they have seen such a situation. Was a stagnation in the magic seal in Lu's hand, and the boxing shadows in the sky instantly collapsed into the void, looking like a phantom of scale waves, the dragon feathers that had returned to their original state with ripples. His expression became more and more gloomy. First move. Long Yu smiled warmly. The simple 3 words spit out, like humiliation that penetrates the soul. Lu's expression became more and more hideous, and his hands instantly pinched out a new spell. Who was originally kind, suddenly changed in the next moment. Anger, his fangs were prominent, and he was as ferocious as an asura. Thousands of hands turned fists into palm knives, the original solemn atmosphere turned into the smell of attacking and killing. At the moment when Lu's eyes locked on Long Yu again, he roared again. King Ming is angry. Roaring together, the sky is full of knives, tearing the air, and slashing down towards Uchiha Long Yu. Bang bang bang, the slashing like a frenzy, with a rolling sound. However, in the face of this mighty attack, that thin figure appeared to be indifferent. The attack from the sky became more and more frantic, and the supersonic slashes were already invisible to the naked eye. But that, a figure that seemed to live in the world, like a demon, gave people a lingering feeling. In their eyes, no matter what. Is this a shadow avatar or an illusion? Under such a powerful attack, everything will appear pale and powerless, and should be shredded or blown away. Unfortunately, the scene in front of them subverted their cognition. If you don't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one will believe it. It fell into Dilu's eyes, causing the corners of his eyes to twitch. Second move. Long Yu smiled again. The light and cloudless words were dissipated with the wind. At this moment, it seems that the only way to prove that the figure in front of him is real existence. It fell on Dilu's ear, shaking his nerves. Didalu, what should we do? It's better to retreat first and ask for help from Konoha Ninja Village. A monk was the first to lose his temper. For any one person, there is no fear of a powerful and incomparable enemy. Most afraid of the enemy who can't even hit the attack. However, the person in front of him clearly belongs to this ranks. Arrangement. The land roared. The surgical seal in his hand suddenly folded, and the angry appearance of King Ming behind him changed instantly. When the monks saw this, their faces changed drastically. An older monk took the lead and couldn't hold back his breath. Dilu, do you really want to use that trick? This will weaken the sealing power of our Temple of Fire. Right now, the situation of the war between the 5 great ninja villages and Uchiha Ryu is not yet clear. We act rashly, I'm afraid we will. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many monks changed slightly, and they secretly echoed. However, before the words were finished, Dilu's face sank and roared angrily, shut up. This battle, but for the honor of our fire temple, no matter who it is, even if Uchiha Ryu is personally there, he will definitely hate it. Give me all the hands, and use the power of the talents of the immortals to build the 3 talented Angry King array. And with the help of the enchantment seal, he will have nothing to hide. An awe-inspiring roar rolled away like thunder. Chapter 283, It's a Laughingstock. There is no doubt in the words, so that the monks in the field, with a hesitant expression, gritted their teeth and nodded to reach an agreement. Regardless of Dilu's identity is clearly in front of you. What's more, use the enchantment sealing technique as the main attack. Maybe it really works. Go. Dilu roared again and again, this was just his guess. But in the face of the young man in front of him, that calm attitude is completely aggressive. The power of the fairy. In the field, the monks shouted in unison, and rose to the sky chanting the Buddha's Sanskrit. There was a stagnation in the surrounding space. The next moment, Dilu glared angrily, and roared angrily. 3 talents are angry at the king's formation. These words fell, they acted as the pillars of the seal gate of the Temple of Fire. Who had been immersed in chanting the Buddha's Sanskrit all the year round and absorbed the talents of the endless immortals suddenly opened their eyes. At this moment, the huge body of more than 10 meters seemed to come alive. The 6 pairs of angry eyes locked on Long Yu at the moment, giving people a feeling as if they were caught in a quagmire. Of transparent shackles constructed of flickering golden light quickly wrapped around Long Yu's body. Seeing that the seal attack that did not fail this time finally worked, a trace of ecstasy appeared on Dilu's hideous cheeks. With murderous intent on his face, the magic seal held by both hands suddenly changed again. However, before he could start, a hysterical roar suddenly sounded in the distance, straining everyone's nerves. Dilu, stop quickly. That's not someone you can provoke. Dilu, don't shoot, or you will die. A hysterical roar came from a distance, and a figure chased after him desperately. The inexplicable voice made all the monks look stagnant. However, in the face of this uninvited guest, Dilu's face became more and more distorted, looking at the hateful figure who was rarely trapped. This blow, if let him give up, it is absolutely impossible. Chaotic thoughts flashed in my mind. Dilu's surgical seal changed again, and immediately roared. You bastard asthma, don't you want to learn the talents of the immortal race? You must see clearly, the Buddha also has the wrath of Asura, and today I will see how you hide. The rolling roar, like thunder, made everyone's nerves tense. Regardless of Is it Asma's words just now, or the determination of Lu Shira's wrath in front of him? All made them nervous. Facing such an extremely strange visitor in front of them, they eagerly wanted to see whether it was the strange young man who was stronger, or whether their Buddha-like Shira's wrath was stronger. Don't! Asma cried out hysterically. However, everything seemed pale. In Dilu's eyes, there is clearly only the anger left, eager to win. In his eyes, the wrath of the Asura that the talents of the immortals show can absolutely defeat everything. Person who hides like a mouse crossing the street, the so-called light breakdown. Bang! The air pierced at this moment. King Ming's angry fists filled the sky, and the two angry-eyed King Kong punched like heavy hammers. As if holding a 10,000 weight, he rolled towards Long Yu. To achieve supersonic punch speed, it is simply difficult to catch with the naked eye. The moment everyone heard the sound of breaking the air, the attack had already landed in front of Long Yu. However, in the face of all this, it was Huo Ran's head that caught his eye first. Scarlet as. The bloody eyes and the leisurely sigh from under the cloak shook the heart. I said, Shira is not like this. The slurred voice gives the illusion of hitting the soul directly. The boxing shadow that came from the sky hit Long Yu in an instant. The roaring and colliding sound like thunder can make people feel like tearing eardrums. Beneath the endless dust that rolled up, scarlet blood emerged. A strip of blood-colored ribs, as indestructible. Scarlet blood-like skeleton body, quickly erected with eyes full of eyes. 100 meters of posture, dazzling condensed. Under the eyes of the blood moon that penetrated the soul, the three-headed and six-armed posture appeared in front of everyone. Under the 100-meter body like a hill, the three paths are only more than 10 meters, and it is known as the body of the Buddha's wrath. At this moment, it seems very small, and it gives people a feeling of pale and powerless. You, who are you? Dilu looked sluggish, and couldn't help but hurriedly asked. At this moment, a legend of the ninja world flashed in his mind. 3 strokes have passed, it's my turn. Long Yu spoke lightly. Hidden under the cloak, the 9-hook jade kaleidoscope's writing wheel eyes turned in vain, and the blood burst instantly. The 100-meter huge Susano, the sword of Susan in his hand, was unsheathed in an instant. Jung! The sound of sword cries suddenly resounded through the sky, blood flashed, and horse training was like a tide. With an awe-inspiring gust of wind, he went straight to the immortal clan and slashed at the waist. A sword came out, and the space along the way was like a ripple on the surface of a lake. Wherever he has passed, there is a kind of strange feeling like tearing the world apart. Dilu looked pale, and suddenly roared hysterically. 3 talents Vajra seal. I don't believe it, I can't even take a single move. Bang! King Ming's angry appearance, the 2 angry eyes of King Kong, like changing shapes and shadows, appeared 1 step ahead of Dilu and the others. Thousands of hands, 6 arms, under the golden light, facing the incoming sword. Without too much time to think about it, I directly set up 1,000 hands and 6 arms to block. For a time, the golden light soared to the sky and spread out on the surface of the body, forming a thin film passport. The next moment, the sword edge roared. PFF'd. It sounded like the sound of torn cloth, and the golden light shield was cut in an instant. The sharp sword edge pierced through the sky, and with an unabated posture, it swept the anger of King Ming and the body of King Kong with angry eyes. Bang! The defense formed by the 6 arms and thousands of hands, under the sword's edge, was like a piece of paper, and was instantly torn apart. The flying arm and the huge head made the pupils of all the monks present suddenly shrink, and even their eye sockets almost split. The disbelief on his face spread all over his cheeks, and he couldn't help rubbing his eyes. However, all of this was clearly the beginning. The monstrous sword swept the distance like a frenzy. Under the turbulent ripples, the mountain 100,000 meters away suddenly collapsed in the middle. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, the sand and dust rolled down like waves. After 3 or 4 minutes, everything finally calmed down. The angry eyes of King Ming, who were transformed by the talents of the immortals, have long disappeared. The two backbones guarded by the seal of the Temple of Fire, the statue of King Kong with angry eyes, 6 arms were broken, and the huge head rolled to the ground. That seemingly huge body, and the posture of the 100-meter Shira standing in the sheath, paled in comparison. At this moment, they finally understood what Long Yu said just now. The so-called Buddha's wrath, in front of the blood-colored Asura, is simply a laughingstock. Chapter 284, Scroll. If you really want to pursue it, then what is in front of you, I am afraid, can be called the real Asura's wrath. A sword has the power to open up the world. Not to mention that they did their best to defend, even the mountains in the distance could easily collapse. If this knife, from the beginning, it will be on their Temple of Fire. Mention sealing the gate, I am afraid that all the huge fire temples will appear pale and powerless. Hurry up, Dalu, come with me quickly, and go to accuse Lord Long Yu, or you will all die today. Asma arrived in a hurry. This time, because of his disagreement with the 3 generations of Hokage, after being promoted to Special Jonin in a short period of time, he left Konoha Ninja Village and went to participate in the selection of the Guardian 12 ninjas. Among them, he knew the land and was attracted by his talent of the immortal race, so he repeatedly asked for fellowship. However, what really drives him to study is not because of how awesome the immortals are. Instead, after seeing the talent of this immortal race, he gave Tsurubi Asma a feeling of seeing Uchiha Ryu. As a foreigner, he may not be able to display the Susanoo that he can only possess after opening the kaleidoscope. But the talent of the immortal race, which is somewhat similar, can also make him addicted. It is for this reason that after Asma Tsurubi became the guardian of the 12 ninjas, he traveled to and from the Daming Palace in the Land of Fire and the Temple of Fire many times. But not long ago, after learning of the whereabouts of the Nine Tails attack on Konoha Shinobi Village, Asma Tsurubi asked Jalu to lead reinforcements to support him. However, as soon as he arrived at Konoha, he found that the Nine Tails had disappeared. After Jalu found an excuse to leave, Sarutobi Asma originally wanted to leave after him. But in the end, he couldn't hold his breath. He went back to the village, looked for his father, and finally got a lot of information. It contains all the information about Long Yu. The huge fire temple, 2 angry-eyed King Kongs, known as the Absolute Iron Wall Defense, stood with their heads cut off. There was an inexplicable suppressed atmosphere in the field, and it rolled back like a frenzy. Looking at the thin figure in front of him, shrouded in blood-colored Shira. Everyone's heart seems to be clenched by an invisible big hand. At this moment, their only psychology, feeling is only one. He didn't even dare to take a breath, and he didn't even dare to swallow saliva. At this moment, there was only one urgent thought in their minds. Dalu could obey Sarutobi Asma's request and kneel down obediently to beg for mercy. If the sight can whip a person, then the eyes of the monks present can whip the land 1,000,000 times. Dalu, come with me quickly, now is not the time for Dochi, or the Temple of Fire will be destroyed by your hands. Sarutobi Asma growled in a hurry. He is my graduation invigilator, and he has a little friendship with me, so don't worry. The hurried words were like beating on the soul of the earth. Head a little and looked at the figure that stood in the same place and did not waver from beginning to end. As the genius of the Temple of Fire, Dilu smiled self-deprecatingly, looked at Long Yu and said, I'm sorry, I'm too reckless. Mr. Long Yu, did you hear that? Dilu apologized, can you take it seriously and spare his life? Sarutobi Asma hurriedly pleaded for mercy. However, just as the voice blurted out, the blood-colored Susanoo in front of him dissipated like smoke. Ryu appeared like a ghost in front of Sarutobi Asma and Jalu. What a quick body blinking technique. The expressions of the monks in the land changed drastically. In their eyes, just now they kept trying to force Uchiha Ryu to move, but now the movement is as vigorous as a tiger and a leopard. The speed is so fast that Jane can't see it with the naked eye. If it is said, the attack of King Ming's anger just now is like supersonic speed. So the feeling that Long Yu gave them now is completely superior to this. If I had to use one word to describe it, that's only one. I don't even know how he died. Hee hee, Asma, I didn't expect that you haven't seen each other for a while. Long Yu didn't care about the existence of the land. Patted Asma on the shoulder and said, you performed quite well in the graduation assessment that day. We can practice when we have the opportunity. The small voice exploded in Asma's mind like thunder. Listening to Long Yu's cordial invitation, let alone him, even Dilu and the monks around him couldn't help twitching their cheeks. After seeing the means of Uchiha Ryu with his own eyes, and the angry-eyed King Kong who was beheaded, and the top of the mountain that was cut off by a third, who dares to find Long Yu to practice, there should only be one possibility. As ignorant as Dilu, teacher, you are still joking as always. Tsurugi Asma smiled wryly. However, he quickly remembered something, and hurriedly asked, teacher, listen to them, you subdued the 9 tails with one stare. The voice that subdued the 9 tails with a glance, like the urging of death, made them instantly have the illusion of falling into an ice cellar. As a temple in the land of fire, of course, it is very clear about the tailed beasts owned by Konoha Ninja Village. Madara Uchiha controlled the 9-tailed attack on Konoha Shinobi Village, and even their fire temple has records. It can be said that if the 9 tails really want to run wild, let alone Konoha Ninja Village, their temple of fire, the so-called absolute iron wall seal, may have already been torn apart like paper. Not to mention resistance. However, now someone is telling them. Who was trying to fight just now turned out to kill the 9 tails. If the other party didn't release water from the beginning, those waiting for them, I am afraid that the gate of hell has already been closed. Hee hee, it's just a fluke. Long Yu laughed dryly and said, this time I'm here, I'm just asking something, you don't have to be too nervous, just take it easy. Putting it all aside, these words directly make people feel the illusion of silence. Although this time it was them who committed suicide and took the initiative to provoke Uchiha Ryu, but the angry-eyed King Kong with the severed head was still vivid in his eyes, how could he calm down? However, before Sarutobi Asma asked further questions, Long Yu let out a sigh and looked at the scroll on Asma's waist. This should be the scroll of the genius of the immortal race. These words fell, the expressions of many people changed slightly. Especially in the land, this scroll was indeed because he couldn't help asking Sarutobi Asma for advice, and handed him the scroll that recorded the learning method of the genius of the immortal race. However, in Jalu's eyes, Sarutobi Asma had the intention to learn, but there was no way to learn it without the thought and state of mind. After all, Jalu, as the Temple of Fire, has not been able to produce a genius in 100 years, and he has only barely reached today's heights since he was a child. However, the only thing that makes people feel unbelievable is that he has spent countless efforts to transform the talent of the immortal race into the second form of Ming Wang's anger. But in front of Uchiha Long Yu, he looked pale and powerless. Chapter 285, The Talent of the Immortals. Teacher, this is something Dalu lent me temporarily, so. Sarutobi Asma's expression was stagnant, and he said anxiously, moreover, according to Dalu, the talents of the immortal race recorded on this scroll lack the last level, and their power has been greatly reduced, so the teacher should not be interested. You, rewrite about Asma. With the strength and means of Lord Long Yu, you shouldn't despise such a broken thing. Dalu also hurriedly explained. In his eyes, there is also the description in the rumors, Uchiha Long Yu is a man who is full of big moves. Every time he made a shot, it was huge, and dozens of hundreds of people said that the existence of instant killing was instant killing. The face of such power, the talent of the immortal race, this little trick, should not be able to enter the eyes of Long Yu. Are you saying that only those of the immortal race are incomplete? Long Yu raised his brows, and his face seemed to be the same, and said, no wonder I just found out that your Shira is so weak, so the last step is missing. Having said that, Long Yu touched the tip of his nose and said uncertainly, "If you don't mind, I may help you repair it, but the premise is that you have to tell me where you are alone. You can repair the talent of the immortals." Dilu was stunned for a moment, and then said in a hurry, "This is the treasure that our Temple of Fire has been handed down for 100 years, and it has never been rumored. If it weren't for the flaws from the beginning, our Temple of Fire would have already produced a strong one that is not inferior to the shadow. The person. If you want to use the excuse of repairing to steal the talents of our immortal race, I'm afraid it won't work." The words fall, immediately. The face of Sarutobi Asma changed drastically. In front of him was a great god. The truth that it is easy to ask God to send God to God is difficult, but everyone knows it. Case of a rage, who can fight against it? Earth. Sarutobi Asma was anxious. Now is not the time to take into account the secrets of the Temple of Fire. This is about the safety of the entire temple. Don't forget, who is this one? Having said this, Sarutobi Asma stared straight at the land. HMPH, Sarutobi Asma, I misread you. The land grabbed the scroll from Asma's hand. This talent of the immortal race is something that our Temple of Fire has inherited for a long time. No one has said that it can be repaired for tens or even hundreds of years. You can repair it when you talk about it now. How long does it take? 1 day, 10 days, 100 days. Facing the slightly hysterical Dalu, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and said, "Can you give me time for a song?" And Sarubi Asma froze in shock. In their eyes, to learn a ninjutsu, no matter how high the talent is, it will take a certain amount of time. In particular, the incomplete version of the secret technique like the genius of the fairy is no exception. However, now Long Yu gave the answer. Don't get too caught off guard. This kind of open-mouthed remarks made people even more suspicious. "No, you want mine." One suddenly took out a brand new scroll and handed it to Long Yu. "No, you want mine, I'll return to the vulgar later, but I don't want to die." "We don't want to die, you want ours. You want it." Unexpected urgent cries sounded one after another like a wave. Looking at the scrolls that the monks took out at random, Jalu and Sarubi Asma felt a little dazed. "Can't stop getting angry. What do you have in your hands?" Dilu couldn't help but ask. He grabbed the brand new scroll from one of them, and when he saw the contents clearly, his face was full of shock. "What the hell is going on here? Isn't either only a scroll that has been passed down for 100 years and 100 years? I have spent a lot of hard work, and I also got it back with the help of my talent." Dilu couldn't help but said in a hurry. "However, looking at the scrolls that were all the same, I just couldn't react." "Dilu, didn't the host master tell you? Originally there was only one copy, but everyone has one copy." An older monk couldn't help but said weakly, "The host said that, people come to see it every day, so as to avoid trouble, it will be printed and distributed in large quantities. There are more than half of the warehouses over there. Now the admissions in the temple are all hanging on the slogan of entering the temple, that is, you can receive a volume of secret arts. It's just that you have been practicing with the door closed, and you don't care about these mundane things, so you don't know. I still have 3 volumes here. If you really don't want to do anything to the Temple of Fire, you can take this thing as you like." Talking, the old monk took out 3 scrolls at will, and some old oil stains were still on them. "It looks a bit like street cabbage at all. Looking at the moment ago, the secret technique inheritance that I regarded as the 100-year-old treasure of the Temple of Fire, now everyone has a copy." Dilu's cheeks turned red all of a sudden, as if he had been slapped twice in the face, looking at the monks with eager faces, eager to put the scroll into Long Yu's hands. Dilu's expression sank, and said angrily, "Okay, very good, even if you get this scroll, so what? I'll give you a day to see what ability you have to restore the talent of the immortal race. If you can restore the talent of the immortal race in 1 day, what if I call you father?" Having said that, Dilu stared straight at Uchiha Longyu. As the most talented genius in the Temple of Fire in all dynasties, he clearly knew how much effort he had spent to get to this point. Desperately planning to take advantage of this opportunity to take back the humiliation I had just suffered. Looking at Dilu with a serious face, Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "I don't have a shabby-looking son like you, but I don't need it for a day, just a song." Dilu suddenly became angry. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Long Yu casually taking the scroll in one's hand and flipping through it casually. That one-eyed, 10-line-like gesture made Dilu face an inexplicable smile. He doesn't believe that this way of comprehension can learn the talents of the immortals of the Temple of Fire. Long Yu didn't care about the bad water that filled his stomach. He has an instant full-level system, and it is only a momentary thing to learn the talents of the immortal race. However, for the next plan, Long Yu needs to confirm one thing in advance. Instant full-level system, whether it can fully level things that have defects. Ding dang, congratulations to the host who has acquired the talent of the immortal race, do you choose immediately? Instantly full. An ethereal voice resounded in Long Yu's mind. Long Yu didn't hesitate at all. After taking a deep breath, his thoughts moved immediately. Issue an order. Immediately. Instantly full. Ding dang host, please wait a moment. Chapter 286, Can't Make a Move. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the talent of the immortal race has achieved full level in an instant. The ethereal voice sounded again. Before Long Yu could react, a warm current emerged in his mind. Large amount of complicated information about the talents of the immortal race was poured into Long Yu's mind. The amount of information was so large that when Long Yu's expression changed slightly, he couldn't help but open his eyes. A smile appeared in the pupil's body. His guess was correct, and the system was fully leveled in an instant, and even the defective things could be filled at full level to make up for it. Looking at the startled Long Yu, Dilu took the lead and couldn't hold back his breath and said, "What's the matter? The time for one of your songs is 1 day or 10 days, do you need me to prepare a wing for you?" You still don't understand. The face of this aggressiveness. It's like a provocation on the edge of death. Sarutobi Asma's face showed a rush, showing a look of hesitation, but he was quickly stopped by Long Yu's probing hand. "Don't worry, I won't kill him." Long Yu patted Sarutobi Asma on the shoulder and said, Can you stop calling me Dad? You look so shabby, I don't want to be told that you gave birth to this stupid son by beating your mother's womb." The small voice sounded, and many monks in the field couldn't help but burst into laughter. Who witnessed this scene, almost clenched his teeth. Just when he was about to fight back in anger. The next moment, Long Yu moved. Familiar movements, slow-moving spell changes, as accurate as a brand. There was a hint of a textbook-like taste in Dilu's eyes. Before he could react, the sound of chanting the Buddha's Sanskrit sounded loudly, as if the gods and Buddhas were descending from the sky. Endless golden light rose into the sky, and a huge body, dazzling like a small sun, bloomed directly. Front of the Temple of Fire, in the huge battle ruins. Sanskrit sound curls and the golden light blooms, making people feel like they are bathed in the sunlight like broken gold. The huge golden figure is more than 100 meters long. Thousand-handed posture, 3 heads and 6 arms, hateful face and kindness, 3 heads, incarnation of Ming Wang's angry appearance. The sudden scene shocked everyone present. Dilu's mouth, which had just opened, even forgot to close it. Thought of not long ago, his pretentious immortal talent, known as the anger of King Ming, greeted him with 1,000 hands. Compared with the scene in front of him, it's not even a fart. Ding dang, congratulations to the host on the success of casting the talent of the immortal race, learning the golden light spell of the sealing technique, do you choose immediately? Instantly full. The sudden sound of the system prompt made Long Yu startled. I never thought of buying big and getting small, watching the awesome sealing technique. However, in the original work, the master was reincarnated by accidental dirt. At that time, he mentioned that the battle that the monk is good at is the spell seal instead. In the original book, the land and land won the talent of the immortals, but the seal art that the monk is good at is obvious, and there is not much dabbling in it. Otherwise, facing the immortal bodies of Feijuan and Zhao Du, they may not be able to kill them, but they can also be imprisoned and even suppressed by powerful sealing techniques. Messy thoughts flashed in Long Yu's mind. The thoughts moved again, and he directly issued an order. Immediately. Full grade. Ding dong, please wait a moment. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the sealing technique Golden Light Curse is instantly full level successful. The ethereal voice of the system dissipated. Long Yu had another piece of information about the Golden Light spell in his mind. The moment he opened his eyes again, Long Yu's surgical seal changed again and landed in Di Lu's eyes, causing his pupils to shrink suddenly. This was a handprint he had never seen before. However, before they could react, the three kings of Ming looked angry, their eyes were equally round, and their lips slowly opened and closed. Just like millions of monks reciting the Buddha, under the great works of Sanskrit. An inexplicable solemn aura emerged from Long Yu's body. The surgical seal in the hand changed again, and under the solemn appearance of the treasure, King Ming of the Thousand Hands pinched the 5 fingers in his hand and turned it into a mantra of swastika. That permeated the sky in all directions was poured into the palm of the hand in an instant. The huge solemn breath is like a big Buddha, pressing on the human heart. All the monks in the field, and even the monks in the Temple of Fire, were alarmed. A short-statured old man hurried over. Master Dewey. Di Lu's expression changed slightly, and he exclaimed anxiously. However, Di Ju quickly glared at him and shouted in a hurry, "You bastard, you are qualified to be called Dad. This is an insult to King Ming's anger. If you don't kneel now, when will you wait?" Voice fell. Di Ju took the lead in clasping his hands together and kneeling on the ground with a puff of sincerity. This unexpected move, as soon as it unfolded, spread quickly like a chain reaction. Hundreds of figures who arrived in a hurry fell to the ground neatly and uniformly. Forming that black piece, it is full of inexplicable visual impact. Even as Masaru Tobi, who was not a monk, looked at him in shock, and the King Ming, who had a 1,000-handed swastika, couldn't help but fell to his knees with a thud. Is he really the reincarnation of King Ming? Otherwise, how can he learn the talents of the immortals in an instant, and still display King Ming's angry eyes to such a degree? Di Lu couldn't help muttering. However, in the face of the field, bathed in endless golden light, it is like a dragon feather under the solemn treasure. Over the sky curled up, making his heart also have the urge to worship. The most terrifying thing is that this impulse has just emerged, and it has grown rapidly as if it cannot be suppressed. The end, there was a solemn voice in his mind that seemed to be filled with a magical voice, and a sentence echoed in his mind, the boundless words of Buddha nature. Butcher knife and become a Buddha on the ground. Facing this Sanskrit sound like washing the soul, the stubbornness in Di Lu's heart was gradually washed away, and finally his expression returned to calm. As if he was fully enlightened, he bent his knees and knelt on the ground in response. For a time, the sound of chanting Buddha broke through the sky, and the endless golden light circulated in the sky of the 9 heavens, like the glow of the sky, shaking people's hearts. Especially in the blessing of the Buddha's name, the Sanskrit sound became stronger and stronger, and in the end, even Long Yu was shocked and his face was full of disbelief. In the original book, he has seen the real thousands of hands of the first Hokage Senju. I also doubted when he created this trick, Mu Dun. Why don't you get a Shira or a monster, but you have to get a 1,000-handed Buddha? Even the most basic wooden man technique is imitated by the angry-eyed King Kong in Buddhism. Now it seems that Long Yu speculates that the ninjutsu of the first Naruto was enlightened by other means. Then, with the help of wooden dungeon and immortal art, it is transformed to form a bloodline limit ninjutsu that is unique to you. However, I felt the mantra of the swastika that was gathered crazily in the 1,000 hands. Long Yu had originally planned to find a guy who doesn't have long eyes and shoot it directly. Now, seeing these monks praying and kneeling on the ground to worship, as if they really regarded themselves as monks who were reincarnated as King Ming. I really couldn't make a move. Chapter 287, Sending Forbidden Techniques. Hey, forget it, look at that next time. If you don't have eyes, just give him 2 slaps. Seeing that he couldn't test it, Long Yu sighed helplessly, and the magic seal pinched in his hand was directly removed. The vision that appeared in the sky, after losing its support, directly collapsed between heaven and earth. The 100-meter-long body of King Ming and the Brahma voice in the sky turned into little golden light, and finally poured onto the 2 broken-headed angry-eyed King Kong. An indescribable aura permeated both of them. That kind of heavy feeling makes people feel the illusion of a huge shock. Thank you King Ming for your gift. Diju was stunned for a moment, and then he shouted and worshipped. For a time, hundreds or even thousands of monks all around shouted in unison, and Di Lu, who had a look of astonishment on his face, was no exception. Looking at this sincere scene, Long Yu felt helpless. It feels like, being a cult leader, everything you do, no matter what. Wrong, there are people who are scrambling to flatter each other. Cough, you are enough, I am not a reincarnation, I am Konoha's rebel Uchiha Ryayu, this time to find someone. Uchiha Long Yu coughed dryly. Looking at their frenzied faces, Long Yu was really worried that they would go into trouble. King Ming, you're serious, you can display such a powerful anger of King Ming, and you have the Sanskrit sound to protect your body, and the treasures are attached. How can you be a vicious person? There must be some misunderstanding. Let someone send it to Konoha Ninja Village to ask for an explanation. Dewey said hurriedly. Yes, the host is right, it must be the Konoha Shinobi Village who made a mistake, we have to ask them for an explanation. Ming Wang is definitely not a bad person. A series of excited voices sounded one after another in the field. Faced with these turbulent scenes, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose, feeling like he was going to be a terrifying leader. I am afraid that as long as Long Yu gives an order now, these monks who have been washed by Sanskrit will lift their eyebrow sticks and follow Long Yu to kill Konoha Ninja Village. This scene, Long Yu couldn't help but figure out that the golden light curse of the imprisoning technique just now. I am afraid that not only has the ability to seal, but also has the ability to subtly hypnotize illusion. Kind of like changing the way people think. Although not as perverted as infinite monthly reading. But this group of offensive and large-scale illusions still gives people a kind of amazing feeling. However, as the scene became more and more intense, the frenzied expression was as deep as the bone marrow. In desperation, Long Yu suddenly appeared beside Yuan Fei Asma and Di Lu, and before the 2 could react, he grabbed their shoulders. Along with the turbulence of spatial fluctuations, he disappeared in place like a ghost. What about people? What were we doing just now? Diju and the others were stunned at first, they lost the Sanskrit space blessed by Long Yu, and the bewitched hearts of those people gradually recovered in an instant. Although the enthusiasm just now was gone, he still firmly believed in Long Yu's reincarnation of King Ming. Other hand, after leaving the Temple of Fire, space vortex appeared several miles away. 3 figures emerged from it, but compared to Long Yu's nonchalant face, Sarutobi Asma and Jalu were clearly unable to adapt to this kind of long-distance space jump for the first time. Standing on the spot, he took a breath or 2 before opening his eyes. However, this time, the land obviously did not have the kind of impetuous, looking at the dark shadow of Long Yu, after a moment of indifference, folded his palms and bowed halfway. Thank you King Ming for Duhua, if you didn't take action from King Ming, I'm afraid Delu's still basking in the so-called genius reputation. Looking at this scene, Long Yu felt helpless, touched the tip of his nose and said, can I say that I'm not some kind of King Ming? I'm just a Konoha betrayal. For Long Yu, he was only a little curious about the immortals. Learning this special secret technique is also to verify whether the system can complete the incomplete things, and instantly reach full level. I never thought that it would be so rushed to mix up the identity of a Ming king. King Ming's words are serious. If it wasn't for the reincarnation of King Ming, how could he display such a powerful King Ming's angry eyes and get the blessings of the Brahma voices of the heavens? It's because the earth and the land are too reckless. Dilu said sincerely. Looking at Dilu's serious face, Long Yu became more and more helpless, and spread a blank scroll in front of him with his backhand. The moment when the blood in the eyes was flowing, the 9-goose jade kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes turned frantically, and shouted in a cold voice. Memory seal. Long Yu quickly flipped his hands to form a series of magic seals, and suddenly pressed towards the blank scroll. Bang! Under the white mist, the mysterious Buddhist incantation spread rapidly, occupying every corner of the entire scroll in an instant, and the dense scene made Dilu first startled, and then he couldn't help saying, Duke Ming, this yes. Farewell to King Ming and Queen Ming, this is the full version of the talent of the immortals, and the strongest imprisoning technique, I have printed it all down. Long Yu put away the scroll and handed it to Dilu. However, this scroll can only be opened by those who cultivate the talents of the immortals, and the seal is divided into several layers. Only after the talents of the immortals have been cultivated to a certain extent, can they be unlocked and the incantations inside can be obtained. With your current ability, you should be able to learn the 4th level, King Ming's All Beings. As for the last layer of confinement, it depends on your own fortune. Maybe a day, a year, or a lifetime. As for how much you can comprehend, it all depends on your own comprehension. Having said that, Long Yu patted Dilu on the shoulder and said with a smile, this time, you don't have to worry about one hand. Unless you are stronger than me, no one will be able to break my pupil seal. I Ching's voice echoed in the forest, not only the land, but also Asma Sarutobi's expression changed drastically. Just now that shook the mind and made people couldn't help but worship, but it was vivid in my mind. Especially in the end, the Sanskrit curling, the 1,000-hand swastika, and the spiritual oppression exuded, if you really want to use the definition of ninjutsu to evaluate it. This is a level above the forbidden technique. If this blow came out, Asma Sarutobi believed that even his father, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hizen, would not be able to withstand it. Right now, Long Yu sent out the forbidden techniques in these forbidden techniques. Who would believe it if you didn't see it with your own eyes? King Ming, this is absolutely impossible. Dilu suddenly woke up and cried out in a hurry. Fiery flashes from time to time in the pupils of the land, the smile on Long Yu's face instantly subsided, and he pretended to be serious and said, I now ask you to inherit this title in the name of King Ming. Don't listen. Jalu and Sarutobi Asma couldn't help but froze in place. This step on a horse is to send a forbidden technique at random. Chapter 288, Looking for a Horse. Ordinary people can obtain 1 or 2 powerful forbidden techniques, which have already been hidden, and I am afraid that others have obtained them. Not to mention, shove it to people like rubbish. However, in the face of Long Yu's mouth-to-mouth decree from Prince Ming, after a moment of hesitation, Dilu still knelt down and continued. As soon as he saw that the scroll fell into Jalu's hands, Sarutobi Asma was the first to lose his breath and said anxiously, Jalu, hurry up and show me, how many levels I can cultivate, with my talent, must be much stronger than you. As soon as the 5th floor's confinement technique came out, the old man saw it and walked away. Sarutobi Asma's face was full of enthusiasm. He ran away from Konoha Shinobi Village, and the most fundamental purpose was to be covered by the light of his elder brother Sarutobi Shinosuke. Seeking to learn the talents of immortals is also to make himself the most dazzling cub of Konoha Ninja Village. No, now is not the time to look at this. Dilu Shensheng refused. I will definitely show you this scroll, but now we have to figure out who Ming Wang is looking for. Asma couldn't help being stunned. He remembered that just now, Long Yu mentioned learning the talents of the immortal race, and also proposed a gambling contract, which was to find someone. For a time, Sarutobi Asma and Dilu looked at Long Yu with a hint of urgency on their faces. In their eyes, the person who can be treated so seriously by Long Yu should not be a simple person. Long Yu frowned. For this period of time that didn't even appear in the original book, He wasn't sure whether that person had already met Dalu and the others, but this was the key to his plan, so he could only die now. The horse is a living horse doctor. The person I'm looking for is. You're looking for Wama. Toriku and Tsurubi Asma exclaimed in unison. They were deeply impressed by this teammate who was also known as a radical among the 12 Guardian Ninjas and who often fought against them. It seems that you all know him, so that will save you trouble. Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the past 6 months, a lot has indeed happened. What's more, the 12 Guardian Ninjas are an organization that has always existed to protect the daimyo. Sarutobi Asma and Chiri joined not long ago, but it doesn't mean that the others are. Teacher, why are you looking for Hema? That guy is weird. He should be in the Daming Mansion now. If you want to see him, just based on the teacher's current status, I'm afraid. Sarutobi Asma couldn't help muttering. As the son of Hokage, he is completely like the second generation of the village. Facing a guy who keeps saying that Hokage is not qualified to control the real power of Ninja Village, it is obviously a bit unwelcome. If Kazuma knew about them, they would be mixed with Uchiha Ryu, who fought with the 5 Great Ninja Village not long ago. I'm afraid it will be used as a reference. For the radicals dominated by Kazuma, I am afraid they will also use this to provoke the daimyo and remove the real power that Naruto controls over the village. Although, Asma Sarutobi doesn't see eye to eye with his father, who always speaks loudly. But it is absolutely impossible to watch them play against them like this. Don't worry, I'll change my identity and I won't cause you trouble. Long Yu smiled and patted Asma Sarutobi on the shoulder. Teacher Ming, I think it's okay. I'm guarding the 12 ninjas, and they're still recruiting people. We can use this as an excuse. Dalu said hurriedly. In the face of this benefactor who was given away by this forbidden technique, Dalu really didn't have the courage to refuse. Seeing that the two of them had made up their minds, Sarutobi Asma did not object, and said, it will take 3 hours from here to the Daming Palace. 3 journeys, but I heard that tomorrow, the big name will go to the ancient battlefield to sacrifice to the sky. We may not be able to catch up if we start now. Asma Tsurubi still knows the truth that changes happen later. Since you are going to take risks, you can only feel at ease if you end this matter as soon as possible. However, they were curious about why Long Yu was looking for Kazuma, who is also the guardian of Shinobi. But definitely don't dare to ask. Departure. Long Yu raised his brows. He had also heard of this habit of paying homage. I just didn't think that it would let him meet. However, there were 2 days left before the decisive battle, and there was not much time for him to waste. After verifying his guess, there is still a lot to prepare. Time is running out, only use that trick. Ryuba looked at Tsurubi Asma and Dalu. Two couldn't help but be startled, and before they could react, Long Yu's hands were already on their shoulders. Don't. The violent scene made Sarutobi Asma and Dalu exclaim in shock. Unfortunately, just after the voice fell, the time-space vortex quickly emerged, directly pulling their bodies into it. The space fluctuations dissipated, the vortex annihilated in place, and the 3 figures completely disappeared in place. Damingfu, as the capital of the Fire Country, is crowned with the title of the greatest name in a country. In addition to the local residents, most of the people who can move into the Daming Mansion are also prominent beings. The castle in Damingfu, regardless of. It was day and night, and it was brightly lit and heavily guarded, far exceeding the specifications of Konoha Ninja Village. 10 steps, a post at 100 steps. This kind of lineup, I am afraid that even the elite Junin, with wings attached and flying through the sky, will be shot into a hedgehog. In addition to high-ranking officials, the only people who can pass through these gates without inspection are the 12 guardian ninjas known as the Shield of the Daimyo. Perhaps because of the fact that they went to the ancient battlefield to worship, the 5 figures crossed the heavily guarded ramp and came to the castle before the sky had risen. Boss, what are we going to do next? A man closely followed the man in front of him with a vertical and horizontal scar on his face, and he took the lead and asked in a low voice. Nanwu, don't talk too much here, the walls have ears. Beside him, Baigan with a coxcomb head. Don't forget, this time there are two guys who have repeatedly confronted us. If possible, I really want to solve them myself. After listening to this, the more informative words, except for Hima, who took the lead, the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. A moment ago, he said that the wall has ears, but now he breaks his mind. This gap is a bit too big. Okay, let's stop arguing here, let's look at Daimyo's thoughts first, if not, only implement the last resort. He spoke with Ma coldly. These words fell, the expressions of others could not help but change slightly. Of course they knew what Heima was talking about. However, it never occurred to me that because of what happened recently, it was possible for Jin and Ma to advance this step to such a moment. Daming, here we come. Kazuma knocked on the door at the end of the corridor. Soon, there was a lazy voice. Heima, you are still early, come in. Chapter 289. I want to remove the real power of Hokage. As ordered. Hima responded and pushed the door open. The first to catch the eye were three men with a fan on their heads, like a peacock opening its screen. Among them, according to the level of identity in the original work, the size of the hat is also different. It turns out that even Paigan, they are here too. The folding fan in the daimyo's hand suddenly unfolded, and after fanning for a few times, he said, however, isn't it a little early? I got news not long ago that Dalu and Asma will not be able to come back until the morning. Why didn't we sleep for a while and wait until the sun rises 3 poles before setting off? In front of him is a famous name. However, in the face of the 12 guardian ninjas who are responsible for their personal safety, they still hold a certain degree of respect. At least, it can be regarded as a kind, room for negotiation. Wait for them to come back. Baigan, his expression changed slightly. Let the group wait for 2 people, or wait for their hostile people, they obviously can't let it go. However, it is not waiting for Baigan. There are more statements, and he is directly interrupted by Hima's gaze, and then he said in a deep voice, Yuhuo Daming, Dalu and Asma are good, but in this escort mission, the role played is very small. With Baigan, 4 of them, enough to form an iron wall-like defensive front. I believe that even Uchiha Ryu, who has been the most active in the ninja world recently, has no way to hurt the daimyo. Minutes. It's just that not long ago, Uchiha Ryu and the 5 great ninja villages declared war, which caused the already unstable situation to become more chaotic. It's hard to avoid Uchiha Ryu. Will Konoha Shinobi throw the rat's weapon against the daimyo? The huge conference hall reverberated with the voice of the horse. Yuhuo frowned, and said solemnly, Hima, you are right, so let's go according to the plan. Daimyo looked like a fool, but when his own life was endangered, he obviously couldn't hold his breath, and hurriedly agreed. As ordered. A look of joy flashed across Hima's face. Just now, he deliberately pointed out the danger of Uchiha Ryu, in order to pave the way for the next rhetoric. Looking at Heima, who has not retreated yet, Yuhuo Daming suddenly folded his folding fan and said, Heima, do you need a reward? Let's talk about it later. Not long ago, the replacement of the 12 guardian ninjas was brought in by Kazuma himself, Baigan, 4 people 4, which strengthened the strength of this heavenly group. No, I have one more thing for Yuhuo Daming to agree on. Kazuma hurriedly clasped his fists and said, this is about the survival of the country of fire. Oh, it's about the survival of the Fire Nation. Yuhuo raised his brows, and suddenly became interested. Then let's hear it. Seeing that Daimyo was actually speaking in Matsushida's words, even the bored man looked at him, and there was a hint of urgency on Hima's face. Daimyo is wise. Your Excellency, you should also know that there has been a lot of turmoil in the ninja world recently, and even more so. After years of fighting, there was a cessation not long ago, but because of Konoha Shinobi's decision-making mistakes, Konoha Shinobi Village had 3 major rebellions. The first one is the 3th-generation Hokage disciple, Orochimaru, one of the first 3 ninjas. The second is Danzo Shimura, the top advisor of Konoha. The third is that this time, the whole ninja war was provoked by Uchiha Ryu, who is known as the leader of the most evil ninja group. Having said that, Kazuma couldn't help but glance at the 3 big names. Looking at the appearance that seemed to be relishing, and the joy in the depths of Ma's pupils grew even more, and he continued to add. It is rumored that Orochimaru's defection was due to inhumane human experiments, and Shimura Danzo even took the core Anbu route, escaped from Konoha Shinobi Village and wandered among various countries. I think Shimura Danzo will leak the Konoha Ninja Village, and even the safety of the Fire Ninja Daimyo, to other countries in order to be pursued by the Konoha Ninja Village, which is bound to pose a threat to Yuhuo Daimyo and others. The last Uchiha Ryu brought together a group of vicious rebels and ninjas, secretly collecting tailed beasts, and now provoking a war in the 5 major ninja villages. Once this matter is handled improperly, Uchiha Ryu was born in Konoha Ninja Village, and the other 4 major countries will definitely feel resentful towards our country of fire. If we start a war through this, our country of fire will suffer from enemies. Chang's words echoed in the conference room, causing the 3 daimyo to nod involuntarily. The leading Yuhuo Daiming is not a fool. Faced with these complicated foreshadowing, he was obviously a little impatient, and said, "Then Heima, do you have any ideas?" These words fell. Kazuma couldn't help showing a look of joy on his face. He has to do is wait for an opportunity, and immediately put out all his well-organized rhetoric. Yuhuo is famous and wise. I think the turmoil this time is entirely due to Naruto's incompetence. What's more, Naruto has real power over Ninja Village. Once the power becomes big, it will be eye-catching for the position of the famous name. Don't forget, Konoha Ninja Village has recently emerged in an endless stream of rebellion, and we have to guard against it. If possible, I hope Yuhuo Daimyo can remove the real power of Hokage, and then concentrate the power in the hands of Daimyo, and then all these hidden dangers can be eliminated. Kazuma looked eagerly at the 3 daimyo. These remarks, but even the 4 behind him nodded in agreement, which is enough to prove that it is very convincing. However, before the smile on Hima's face fully bloomed, the next moment became stiff. The real power of Hokage cannot be removed. Yuhuo Daiming suddenly said, "If there is no Naruto's control, who will manage the affairs of the ninjas? We already have headaches on weekdays. If we have to manage the conflicts on the ninjas, isn't it a lack of skills? What's more, there is no precedent for meddling in the affairs of the ninja village. Once the rules are changed, those ninjas will probably go from assassinating Hokage to assassinating the famous names like us. At that time, it will be even less safe for us to go out. Break the chessboard war agreement." In this world, the war between ninja villages is actually a microcosm of the war between the great powers. The chessboard strategy war they conduct to avoid losses. Right now, if the daimyo wants to intervene, it is breaking the rules. The principle of affecting the whole body means that even the foundation of the country of fire will be shaken. Hee, Yuhuo Daiming, you are worried. Kazuma obviously expected this, put on a smile, and continued, "Managing ninjas, of course, you don't need your own involvement in the management of ninjas, and you won't break the board war agreement. As long as you nod your head, Daimyo will delegate the management of Konoha Ninja Village to the hands of our 12 guardian ninjas. We will handle the matter well, and we will be able to report to Yuhuo Daimyo in time. At that time, Daimyo only needs to nod and shake his head to make a decision. That's it. If it is managed according to this method, Yuhuo Daiming will not directly intervene, and other big countries have no excuse to say that Yuhuo Daiming has broken the chessboard war agreement. This is definitely the best of both worlds." These words fell, as if a magic sound had been poured into them, and there was no way to disperse them for a long time. Chapter 290. Skills are not as good as others. The 3 big names couldn't help but froze for a moment, and fell into deep thought. Looking at this scene, Kazuma's face was even more joyful, and he was about to continue speaking when an unexpected voice suddenly came. What an eunuch's decision, as expected of Heima, even thought of such a thing. A small voice sounded outside the door without warning, causing the expressions of Heima and the others to change drastically. Who? To think about it, Heima gave an urgent cry, and at the same time, he touched the ninja with his backhand, and a stack of shuriken fell directly into his hand, and immediately threw it out behind him. 6 or 7 meters, the distance is just so close at hand. The black shuriken pierced through the gate in an instant, and shot towards the back. However, before the attack hit, a burst of golden light bloomed, and the Sanskrit sound curled. The illusory King Ming's anger condensed in an instant, and with 1,000 hands moving in unison, he directly hit the incoming shuriken. The originally heavy door, under such toss, collapsed and smashed to the ground. Looking at the 3 figures hiding behind the door, especially Di Lu who was shrouded in the anger of King Ming, Heima and the others suddenly turned gloomy to the extreme. How come you, Di Lu, are still able to hide from Heima and the others, appearing here silently, and your strength must have grown greatly. Yuhuo Daming was stunned for a moment and then said with great joy. Hearing this compliment, Heima and the others looked unsightly. Their radicals, and the moderates of Toriku and Sarutobi Asma, were originally misunderstood. There are also a lot of secret rivalries, and more of it is the overall strength confrontation. After all, as an organization that protects the daimyo, whoever has the bigger fist can say things. However, now Asma and the others appeared behind them unknowingly, and it was only when they interjected unexpectedly that they knew. This is a shame. However, this compliment fell in the ears of Jalu and Sarubi Asma, and there was still an urge to retching, tumbling in the stomach. In an instant, from the Temple of Fire, make a space jump and come to the Daming House. Suppressing the dizziness, he was caught by Long Yu again and jumped. This is for people who are not proficient in time-space ninjutsu and are not used to space turbulence. This is simply torture. Boldly, you broke into the daimyo castle for no reason and eavesdropped on the conference conversation. This is a capital crime. Heima was the first to lose his anger and started drinking violently. This face has been lost, and now I try to get one back as much as possible, one without any charges. Donor, what you are saying is gross, your skills are not as good as others, and we didn't even notice our arrival. Could it be that you are still thinking of relying on you to protect the big name? I'm afraid that behind them, now that they are smashed, you are still covered. Drum. Long Yu suddenly recited the Buddha's name and opened his mouth with a genial smile. Looking at the sharp-spoken Long Yu, Di Asma felt helpless when Long Yu was on the skin of Master Diju. Now Akatsuki and Urin village are sitting on the same boat, and they have declared war with the 5 great ninja villages. That means that Nagato, who was lying and shot in the past, can finally be laid off. However, they never imagined that Uchiha Long Yu would not choose so many people, but instead chose an extremely inconspicuous master of earth sense. After all, this character is incompatible with the blood-colored Asura who is famous in the ninja world. Hima's expression changed dramatically, in his eyes. Tori and Sarubi Asma are both moderates. To put it uglier is to be afraid of things, and the kung fu is not in place at all. So all this time, he has been run on by his words, and even more so, he was ridiculed. However, the old monk who is here now sees blood seal his throat as soon as he opens his mouth, which is simply unexpected. Don't you, leave me alone. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, you're a little trick, it's okay to put an axe here, but if you really want to manage some ninja village and take over the real power of Hokage, wouldn't that make you laugh out loud? In case Raying, Toying finds out and teases Yuhuo's famous name, don't you have anyone in the land of fire? Send a piece of garbage out. Where will our face go? We can afford to lose face. What should we do when we meet in the future? Are you looking for a hole to drill? Duh, talking to each other is literally killing your heart. In the ears of Jalu and Sarutobi Asma is simply stunned. Looking at Uchiha Ryayu, it is like discovering a new continent. In their eyes, Uchiha Ryu's fierce name is prominent in the ninja world. But today I finally realized what it is. If you don't kill you, you will be mad at your kung fu. Hearing such stern words, everyone was stunned for a moment, and they nodded in unison. You are slandering the big name. Trembling with anger, raised his index finger and pointed at Long Yu. However, as soon as the finger came out, it was directly pinched by Long Yu. Don't you? I believe that no one has heard of the eunuch's decision. This is the story of King Ming. It is rumored that in ancient times, there was a daimyo who gathered a group of eunuchs who had cut that shit together. Like this. What horse? He proposed a so-called nod and shake decision, which caused the daimyo to not be in power. All things were drafted by these eunuchs. A group of eunuchs can turn a deer into a horse, turn all kinds of things upside down, and play with the big name. Quote. Having said that, Long Yu did not continue to speak. After all, the faces of the three big names turned ashen, unusually ashen, and they had already thought of the benefits. As Long Yu said, if Hima and the others were really in power, nodding and shaking their heads, it would be a nightmare afterwards. What's more, to get a group of rebellious ninjas to obey, at least one needs strength. Just now Uchiha Long Yu and others appeared, and Ma and others didn't even notice it. This is enough to show that there is a huge gap in strength, not to mention the real power to replace Hokage. I'm afraid that even being able to protect them independently is another matter. You said we were eunuchs. Hima glared angrily. However, before they could attack, Yuhuo Daming took the lead and said, well, Hema, this is just a story. I believe you have no such thoughts. After all, you are only ninjas, and the things you come up with are indeed not as good as those of the wise. I think this. The old host, but he is a highly respected person, otherwise he would not have told such a meaningful story. Speaking of this, Yuhuo changed the subject and said in a deep voice, I just propose to take back the real power of Hokage. I have not heard of it, and then go to prepare the itinerary of sacrificing the sky. The main escort work will be handed over to Dalu and Heng. Asma. Words fell. Hima's expression changed drastically. Of temporary staff means that because of what happened just now, the daimyo has completely excluded them from the core position. This made the two teams who were originally competing, suddenly divided the winner. Chapter 291, Plans to Unfold in Advance. Faced with this result, not even Dalu and Asma thought of it. After all, compared with the radicals hosted by Hima, the number of their moderates is obviously a huge shortcoming. Originally, everything was at a disadvantage, but now it was solved directly because of Long Yu's few words. Of this canon is not. Ordinary people can compare. What's the matter? Is there something wrong with my decision? Or do you really want me to nod and shake my head? Yuhuo's voice suddenly sank. Going down the steps is to give, but it must be done in moderation. Hima's face suddenly turned ashen to the extreme. After gnashing his teeth and staring at Long Yu's back for a few moments, he said in a deep voice, the name of Yuhuo has been misunderstood, and Hima has no opinion at all. I just want to remind everyone here, the journey to the ancient battlefield is a long way, and there are countless dangers. Now the ninja world is too chaotic. I hope the three can protect the daimyo, otherwise it will be bad if you lose your head. Abandoning these words, Kazuma took Baigen with a grim look on his face. The four of them turned around and left. Looking at this scene, the corner of Long Yu's mouth pursed slightly, revealing a hint of smile. As for Jalu and Sarutobi Asma, their expressions changed slightly, and they watched the five of them leave. At this moment, they smelled an unusual smell, but they couldn't tell what was wrong. They could only look at Long Yu subconsciously. After all, in their eyes, didn't Long Yu keep trying to find Hema? It's obviously too strange to offend him now. Boss, are we just watching them take credit for nothing? Just after leaving the conference room, Nanwu was the first to lose his breath. The remaining three people, more or less, flashed a trace of anger on their faces, and their eyes locked on Kazuma's body. Feeling the change in the expressions of the crowd, Hima's face flashed a ferocious look, his 5 fingers clenched suddenly, and he smiled playfully. Okay, very good, since they don't know what's good or bad, don't blame us for being rude. I started the plan ahead of time. I have already contacted the people. They will take action at the critical moment. When the time comes, I want to see if the 3 of them are shocked, or kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. As these words fell, everyone present flashed a frenzy on their faces, and smiled wickedly. They can come together because of the same philosophy. But now that the regime of Hokage has failed, it means that the idea is shattered, and the only thing left is to let it go. When we got here, there was no need to say too much. The 5 people looked at each other and left quickly. Seeing the 5 figures go away, Jalu and Sarutobi Asuma walked out quickly, a trace of worry flashed on their faces. Teacher, you said they would assassinate Daimyo, is that true? Asuma was the first to lose her breath. The land on the side couldn't hold back. At this juncture, as a guard, dare to assassinate the daimyo. This is an irreversible move, and if you are not careful, you may be in a mortal situation. Once that time comes, the great names will also protect the 12 ninjas, creating distrust, which indirectly jeopardizes the survival of this organization. Don't believe it. Long Yubai said, you can just watch it. Look. Sarutobi Asuma and Jalu were stunned, but looking at Uchiha Ryu with a face that didn't care about him, there was a feeling that he couldn't refute. Facing the so-called guardian ninja, the small group led by Kazuma. He and Dalu may have to be cautious, but the person in front of him, by himself, intends to provoke the war of the 5 great ninja villages. If they really want to kill, I am afraid that they will guard the 12 warriors together, and they will not be able to last a few rounds. Someone. Dalu raised his brows and hurriedly looked at the ceiling. The moment the words fell, Asuma Sarutobi was the first to lose his temper, and as soon as his figure swayed down, he planned to chase after him. However, as soon as he took half a step, he was stopped by Long Yu, and seeing the smile on his face made Asuma Sarutobi startled again. I'm afraid this person will suffer. I didn't expect to meet an old acquaintance here, let me go. These words, Long Yu disappeared in place like a ghost, and when the 2 of them reacted, only spatial fluctuations remained in the corridor. When I thought about it, not long ago, that space jumped, but my scalp felt numb. As for whether the man could escape, the result was definitely, he couldn't escape. Outside, a space fluctuation appeared in the void, and the figure of Long Yu appeared in the blink of an eye. Looking at the thin figure in front of him who was familiar with the light vehicle and easily avoided many outposts, the corner of Long Yu's lips pursed lightly, revealing a playful smile. The 2 of them, one after the other, quickly stormed out of the woods. Blink of an eye, the ninja leading the way plunged into the jungle. As the saying goes, whenever Lin Mojin comes, I will go to see what you have improved. Long Yu muttered with a smile, the strength of his feet increased sharply, and the whole person burrowed into the woods like an arrow from a string. In the woods, I was the first to see an open space. The figure that was escaping quickly did not leave, but stood silently on the spot, staring at Long Yu. Under the ice-cold eyes, there was a trace of murderous intent, and the aura of disregard for life simply came out of the body. Old monk, you have lived for a long time, and you should understand that the more you know, the faster you die. You should be like the other 2 people, pretend you don't know, and don't chase after them. The cold voice came out from under the mask, giving people a feeling like hard ice. Sharp eyes locked onto Long Yu's body like a torch, as if trying to find a change in expression on his face. For a ninja who is proficient in assassination, any change in his expression will become a signal to launch a deadly attack. However, the old monk in front of him, from his appearance to the present, gave him a feeling that he could not understand. This kind of feeling, in his cognition, was only experienced in the battle that day. You say, the more you know, the faster you die, but I think that the ignorant is fearless. Long Yu smiled playfully and said, if you don't do it now, do you still want to wait until you die? The small voice, at this moment, was like a hurricane passing through, causing the eyes under his face to change dramatically. Before I had time to think about it, the surgical seal flew over in my hand, and roared sharply, "Do it, do and hide your clumsiness, immediately. Kill him." Like thunder, the ground where Long Yu stood, immediately. There was a rattling sound of metal chains. Soil on both sides tumbled rapidly, and a chain glowing with cold light was quickly tightened, forming a bondage, entangling around Long Yu's body. At the same time, two figures wearing black robes, masks, and holding iron claws, like ghosts, slashed down towards the dragon feathers. The violent scene seems to be very cumbersome, but when it comes to real investigation, the time before and after is just a fleeting moment. Looking at the two little brats who were attacking, Long Yu suddenly probed with both hands, and with a sprint like a thunderbolt, he took the lead and buckled on the wrists of the two. Chapter 292, Do Not Cut Again. That let the force slash down suddenly stopped in midair. However, this attack failed, and the two killers flashed a ferocious smile on their faces. A figure quickly lurked out from under the soil, the beheading sword clenched tightly in both hands, with an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air, and slashed down Long Yu's neck. This powerful and heavy blow, if it really hits, will definitely be a different place. At this moment, they seemed to have seen the death of the monk in front of them. However, as soon as the idea emerged in his mind, the image that fell into his pupils the next moment made his scalp tingle. The sharp blade, just a few feet away, instantly penetrated the neck of the old monk in front of him. Pity that there was no blood splashing, and no people's heads were thrown away. Some were just simple, looking back and smiling like a death god, and they were directly imprinted in my mind. If you don't cut it, you still won't have a long memory. Long Yu smiled playfully, and when the thunder light on his body skyrocketed, 5 fingers of the right hand suddenly clenched tightly, without any fancy, and slammed into the abdomen that would not be cut again. Lay Dunyi thunder thousand heavy axe. Bang! The dull thunder-like collision sound suddenly echoed, and the speed of punching was as fast as running thunder. At such a close distance, there was absolutely no way to hide. Quote, quote. Bang! The thunder-like collision sound resounded through the sky. Splash of thunder, it simply gave people the illusion of a raging space. The Ghost brothers reacted, they smashed like a cannonball on a big tree dozens of meters away. The huge impact force directly cut off the tree in the middle. The mask on his face was thrown flying, and a mouthful of blood even blurted out. A punch was so terrifying that the Ghost brother, who had been clenching the chains, turned pale. After looking back and staring at Long Yu, they began to regret it, and temporarily decided to assassinate the 12 guardian ninjas. Seeing that even not long ago, the one who had been promoted to Special Jonin was not able to hold a punch, the Ghost brothers looked at each other and reached a consensus in an instant. 36 strategies, walking is the best strategy. However, this idea just sprouted in their minds, and the one who vomited blood was the first to roar miserably. Don't move, or you'll all die. The sudden voice made the Ghost brothers' complexion change slightly. However, out of trust in Zaibujian, he suppressed the fear in his heart, clenched the chain in his hand, and stared straight at Long Yu. However, the touch from the chain again gave them a feeling of impermeability. A moment ago, they had seen with their own eyes that if they didn't cut the winning blow, they would be directly defeated on Long Yu's body. Facing such a bizarre scene, I can cast my urgent eyes on Zabuzai, wanting to quickly figure out the meaning of Zabuzai's mouth just now. Move, you will die. This is the first time for a Ghost brother who has repeatedly followed the mission and never cut out the mission, and will say such a thing when he sees that he has never been close to a stranger. Hee, if you don't cut it, it seems that you recognize me, so the merciful punch I gave just now is worth it. Long Yu looked at Zai Fu with interest. The inexplicable words made the Ghost brothers startled at first. The next moment, the first scene that catches their eyes, makes them unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Always cold, murderous. And he cut it again, under the watchful eyes of the public, he didn't take into account the injuries on his body at all. Tens of meters, under this desperate and frantic sprint, arrived in the blink of an eye. Just when the Ghost brothers wondered and thought that the moment they would break their heads, the words that fell in their ears made their feet and stomachs soften, and they also fell to their knees unconsciously. Lord Uchiha Ryayu, finally let me find you, please let me join your command. He walked out of the fog of blood again. He would have already killed people like numbness, and he had developed a tenacious mind in life and death. However, in many battles, only the person who was arrogant enough to challenge the person in front of him made him understand what it means to walk behind the gate of hell. I also understand what Long Yu's ignorant and fearless words just meant. Hee, if I don't cut you, you will still be the same. Long Yu smiled and patted the shoulder that would not cut again, and said, however, now is not the time to talk, someone is coming. Someone came. Zaibujan and the Ghost brothers were stunned for a while, but before they could react, Long Yu was already like a ghost, twisting the space and disappearing in place. Looking at the means that came and went without a trace, the Ghost brothers did not see the true face of Long Yu, but they admired the wisdom of not slashing just now. Unlike Zaibuzan, they just became genin. Faced with the mind of this legendary rebel group, as they said, if you don't cut it, you will die if you move. Three people again, after looking at each other, they quickly stood up. Waiting for no longer to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, he soon saw Kazuma and Baigen fall to the ground. After seeing the big tree cut off by the middle and the blood spitting out, Hima frowned and said solemnly, if you don't cut it again, what will happen? This time, in order to ensure the success of the mission, he deliberately placed a bounty on the black market to increase his bargaining chips against Chiuri and Sarutobi Asma. I thought that it would not be able to be used so quickly, but the appearance of Long Yu undoubtedly disrupted his overall plan. Brother Ghost's expression was stagnant, and he stopped talking, but was interrupted by Zaibuzan. With Ma, we are only in an employment relationship, so you shouldn't have the right to ask what the three of us are doing here. Zaibuzan said in a deep voice. However, for the sake of cooperation, it doesn't matter if I tell you, we were just practicing ninjutsu, and something went wrong. Accident. Baigen, with a sneer, he looked at Zaibujian, and said, you don't seem to be an ordinary accident. Don't blame me for being rude if you don't explain things clearly today. Spoke, Baigen, poking his right hand, he turned it straight out, a kunai. However, before he could burst into flames, his eyes were like torches, as if he could see through Kazuma, who would never cut him, but he reached down and pressed his hand down, laughed dryly, and said, Baigen, all right, it's not wrong to say no more, we are just a cooperative relationship, you have no right to ask too many things. However, if you don't cut it, I also hope that you will remember the terms of the contract and our plan. If something goes wrong in the middle, it will go against the spirit of the contract of Mist Ninja Village. At that time, you will be reduced to betrayal. Rebel. Without slashing his brows again, his bandaged mouth cracked slightly, and said with a smile, this name is really a little special. Let's go. Chapter 293. The assassination plan went wrong. Abandoning these words, Zaibuzan took the lead and turned around and left with the Ghost brothers. Watching the three figures go away, a ruthless expression flashed on Baigen's face, and said, Boss, why did you stop me just now? Then if you don't cut it, it's just a special Junin, and at the same time, you are also injured, we have to stay. It's not difficult to get rid of them. It's certainly not difficult to keep them. Hima snorted coldly and said, it's just that these three little devils were part of my surprise. They only have the strength of the lower end, and the special upper end, and they look very weak. However, it is precisely because of weakness that people feel contempt. Only in this way can opportunities be created. At that time, as long as the plan is successful, we will solve them again, and then it will be over. Baigen, hearing this, he couldn't help but startle for a moment, then he gave a thumbs up and laughed loudly. Haha, as expected of the boss, I can also come up with this perfect method. If Asma and Dalu know, I don't know what their expressions will be. I really want to see their kneeling begging for mercy and despair. What Hokage father, the future pillar of the Temple of Fire, in front of us, this is absolutely bullshit, I will step on them and feel what is powerless. Other hand, in the castle, under the large army that was ready to go, Asma, Sarutobi and Jalu, with worried expressions on their brows, kept looking around. The carriage behind him, the curtains that were originally closed, were gently pushed aside, and with the name of the peacock opening the screen, he said impatiently, Asma, Dalu, why haven't you set off yet? These words fell, the expressions of Dalu and Asma changed drastically. The face of Kazuma and others, everything they planned secretly, if there is no Uchiha Ryu, they have no confidence in their hearts, and let Dame and the others take risks. Once something happened to the big name, it would be implicated in Konoha Ninja Village, and even the Temple of Fire. Hehe, Yuhuo's name, you have been waiting for a long time, just with Ma and others, it has not arrived yet, so. Of the carriage without warning and said with a dry smile. The small voices fell on Asma and Dalu's ears, causing their cheek muscles to twitch involuntarily. This dirty water splash is really not an ordinary thick-skinned. HMPH, we are late, just worried that you have no way to protect your name, so let Nanwu and others go to explore the way in advance, you should thank us a lot. Baigan, looking at Long Yu with a cold snort, there is a hint of provocation between the words. However, in the face of all this, Long Yu seemed to be unknown, he laughed dryly, and said, thank you very much, if there is nothing wrong, let's go. In case you are impatient, it is not a good thing. You, Baigan, I suddenly became angry. Looking at Long Yu, who was smiling and not smiling, it seemed as if a punch had hit the cotton. Okay, stop arguing, let's go quickly. In the face of the ninja's dispute, Yuhuo Daimyo didn't bother to care, he waved his hands at will, lowered the curtain directly, and returned to the carriage. Dalu and Asma hurriedly ordered the team to set off. Along the way, the two were obviously not idle. After looking for an opportunity to come to Long Yu's side, they hurriedly asked, Teacher, didn't you go after him just now? Where is that person? Let go. Long Yu said without turning his head. Releasing Asma and Di-Lu, they were stunned. In their eyes, Long Yu's shot was also easy to catch. It can reduce the risk a little bit. However, now that the enemy is directly released, it is too unexpected. However, before they could continue to ask questions, a suppressed aura spread out without warning. After the team passed through the forest, the first thing they saw was a huge basin with no grass. The scattered broken weapons, and various rusted and broken armors, etc., were half hidden in the soil. It's here. Kazuma's voice came out suddenly, causing Sarutobi, Asma and Jalu to be startled first. Hurriedly turned his head and looked behind him, and the first thing that caught his eye was the hideous look that flashed across Hima's face. If you don't kill them again, if you don't kill them now, when will you wait? An awe-inspiring roar, with endless murderous intent. The entire team was in chaos in an instant. No one would have imagined that the dignified guardian of the 12 ninjas, known as the last shield of the daimyo, would make violent shots at such a juncture. However, the voices of the rolling words dissipated, and the panic in the field gradually subsided. Sarutobi, Asma and Jalu looked confused, looked left and right, and there was a silent scene. Who had a stiff expression on his face, showed embarrassment. If they are with horses, if there is a dog hole here, they would like to go straight into it. Although, they had already learned from Long Yu's mouth that if Kazuma wanted to assassinate daimyo, they had to be dealt with first. However, there was an error in the first link, which was a bit of a shame. Hima, what were you calling the hell just now? Yuhuo Daming took the lead to open the curtain, and roared violently. Father, but just fell asleep, it woke you up. However, as soon as the words fell, Kazuma, who had a stiff expression, suddenly woke up and threw himself towards the carriage. At this moment, in his heart, 10,000 grass and mud horses ran past. He never imagined that the first link of the interlocking assassination plan was wrong. However, just as Hima approached the carriage, a stern sound of breaking through the air suddenly came out. The heavy sword, as if carrying the might of 1,000 miles, slashed towards his hand. The violent scene made Kazuma's face change drastically, and he didn't have time to think about it, so he quickly pulled away and retreated. As soon as he left, the heavy beheading sword slashed to the ground. Bang! The dull metal collision sound echoed, and under the splash of sparks, Zabucho, whose face was wrapped in bandages, stopped in front of the carriage like a ghost. Which was taller than him, was lifted by one hand and rested heavily on his shoulders. Is this the ghost man who has been in the limelight recently in Wunin village? One of the guards was the first to lose his breath, and broke down the origin of the never slashing. Without the village of the Mist Ninja with 7 people and 7 people, it is obviously a little bit of talent withered. It is for this reason that Yakura Kutaki is eager to launch a new generation of ninjas headed by Terumi Mei. If you don't cut it, you will be one of them. As for the Ghost Brothers, this kind of half-hearted ninja is also a facade that was forcibly piled up in order to alleviate the current predicament of Mist Ninja Village. Have you heard just now, Lord Heima? It seems that if this person is not killed again, someone will be killed, and now he is assassinated by Zabuzai. Is there something wrong with this? The low voice made Heima's well-defined cheeks twitch, and when he recalled the scene in the forest just now, there was a ferocious and stern voice on his face. If you don't cut it again, it turns out that you plan to betray me from the very beginning. However, have you forgotten that the reward you received in the black market is in the name of your Wujin village? If you break the contract, no one will believe in your Wujin in the future. Once you Shuiying know, you, a newcomer to the Mist Ninja village, can only be reduced to a traitorous existence. Chapter 294, Betrayal as an Idol. These words instantly changed the expressions of many guards in the field. Many of them are ninjas, and of course they know the importance of contracts. Moreover, attaching importance to the contract is the foundation of shinobi village's foothold in the shinobi world. After all, if a ninja village is to survive, it is more about taking over tasks and maintaining it. If even the ninja betrayed the contract at will, who would believe in Ninja Village? Not to mention delegating tasks. For a time, everyone's eyes fell on Zaibujin's body. Fuck your mother's betrayal, I'm the one who cut you down. Suddenly he opened his mouth. However, this style of painting gave Long Yu an instant feeling, a messy feeling in the wind. In particular, his eyes turned in vain and landed on Long Yu, and the words in his mouth shook everyone's nerves. Forgot to tell you, Renren is my idol. I have long wanted to be Renren, but I don't have a good excuse and an easy target. Rebellion is your idol. Hima was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but curse. I'm going to your mother's idol. The face of the rhetoric of not slashing again, let alone a horse, even everyone in the field felt a sense of being caught off guard. They have thought about the reasons for betraying Ninja Village, but if they don't cut it, it is simply a mudslide in the rebellion. Assassin, what are you doing to protect the 12 ninjas? Yuhuo Daming looked stunned, looked at the scene in front of him, and exclaimed, protect and escort. A hysterical roar echoed across the sky. Before long, the crowd reacted. Like a training horse, slashed straight towards the carriage door. Bang! The dull crashing sound resounded suddenly, and the carriage side post snapped. Shut up. Kazuma gave a fierce shout and said, today, even if you scream, no one can save you. Now the plan is disrupted, but the arrow has to be sent on the string, and he can no longer think about it. However, in the face of this hysterical rant, everyone present looked at each other in dismay, and if they didn't cut it, they looked at Long Yu. This move, like a chain reaction, made dozens of people in the field also subconsciously look at Uchiha Ryu. Feeling the awkward atmosphere in the arena, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose, and looking at Hima's stiff expression, he raised his hands up and said, "Can you guys give some reactions? Please don't let this scene cool down. Let Hima Madoka is embarrassed. No matter what. The other party is a thief or a robber, we must at least respect his profession." Talking, Long Yu came to the carriage and patted it hard. "Da-Ming, you continue to shout, you are the hero. Call." Yu Huo's name was stunned, but soon he saw Zaibujan holding a beheading sword, and he said, "Call." The simple words were spit out, and the purple murderous aura that was stated in one sentence rushed out of Zaibu's body. This is an important characteristic of ghosts. Walk out of the pile of dead people, eat the dead people, or you will not have a side-like tooth if you don't cut it. Facing the scene where the murderous aura was revealed, the three daimyo turned pale, and they were the first to exclaim in surprise. "Help, Dalu, Asma, hurry up and save us. What's going on here? Who can save us? I'm willing to give 100,000 taels." Quote. After another, the cry for help echoed in the sky, like a symphony. Immediately, the people in the field looked at each other in dismay. This is the noble name of the country of fire, and it is also the highest authority of Hokage in Konoha Ninja Village requires their approval. However, now the daimyo is used as a monkey show. Who could have expected it? Who would believe it if you didn't see it with your own eyes? Teacher. Sarutobi Asma and Jalu's cheek muscles twitched and couldn't help talking. Long Yu gave them a white look and said, "Didn't you say that I will handle this matter? This is a respect for the 12 guardian ninjas of the most water and heaven. If you don't even have the slightest reaction from the big name, your 12 guardian ninjas will have no light on their faces, and they will not be able to step down." The low voice, as if infused with a magic sound, filled the field with an inexplicable suffocation. At least, they couldn't see the confidence of the man staring at an old monk's skin. Even the famous name of the country of fire spent a lot of effort, and the elite ninjas selected from all over the country were also devalued to nothing. If you hadn't heard it with your own ears, who would have thought that someone was so arrogant? What's the matter? If you're satisfied, then continue to perform this scene, and I'll get 100,000 taels of flowers. Long Yu's eyes turned in vain, and he met Kazuma with a dull look. Hima suddenly woke up and roared with a livid expression, "You bastard, I will kill you, and I will make you pay the price of blood. Baigan, give me a hand." Got it. Baigan. He was so angry that his veins became prominent. After glaring at Long Yu, he took out a scroll with his backhand. The scroll was spread out directly, revealing the landscape pattern of the ancient battlefield, and it was full of mysterious spell marks. "Look at it, why did I only start on the ancient battlefield?" Kazuma roared, and the figure came to the scroll in a flash, and his hands flew like wheels quickly, forming a series of spell marks. When the last magic seal fell, a hideous look flashed on Hima's face, and his right hand snapped towards the scroll. Bang! The earthscape creates the soil of the living and the dead. Boom! A dull roar suddenly sounded, and at this moment the entire ancient battlefield became. The earth shook and the mountain shook. The weapons and armor that were scattered in the past seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force for a moment. Large swaths of rock formations were directly shattered and cracked. Soon, one after another corpses hidden under the soil quickly crawled out. Number is so large that the scalp is numb, and there are at least thousands, even more than 10,000. Some of them, still holding worn-out weapons, walked towards Long Yu and others with stiff steps. "Have you seen it? Have you seen it? This earth escape technique can revive the dead in this ancient battlefield. As long as there are a large number of dead people in this battlefield, they can be summoned continuously." Hima looked at Long Yu with a grim look. At this moment, he desperately wanted to see a change in the old monk's expression. However, in the face of all this, Long Yu was helpless. Feeling the gazes from all around, he said, "Continue to call, and respect the other's profession." "Yes, yes." Yu Huo Daming was stunned at first, and then stammered in agreement. However, after having the experience just now, it became obvious. I am familiar with the road. Especially seeing Jalu and Sarutobi Asma, the two guardian ninjas, treat Long Yu with such awe, and the anxiety in their hearts has eased a little. He looked at Hema subconsciously, opened his mouth and said, "Help, I'm so scared, I'm going to die." Chapter 295. The Art of Reincarnation of the Dirty Earth was successfully performed. I'm scared to death, who can save me? While shouting, Yu Huo looked at Long Yu, and couldn't help saying, "Can I do this? If you call me again, I will drink water, and my throat will be dry." It's alright, but next time you have to be more professional and respect the other's occupation, which is also a virtue. Long Yu patted Yu Huo Daming's shoulder. Hema, you should be satisfied. However, if you call these rotten dirt piles resurrected people, it will be a bit of a tongue-in-cheek, and I can't explain it to them. Asma and Jalu were stunned at first, and soon saw Long Yu take out two scrolls with his backhand and lay them flat on the ground. This inexplicable scene made the people in the field startled at first. When Sarubi Asma saw the curse mark on the scroll, his expression changed drastically. If he remembered correctly, this spell was similar to the forbidden spell he saw in his father Sarutobi Hizen's room. "Teacher, are you going to use that trick?" Sarutobi Asma was the first to lose his breath and exclaimed in a hurry. The violent scene made Jalu's expression change drastically. He grabbed Asma Sarutobi's shoulder, and hurriedly asked, "Asma, what kind of ninjutsu did the teacher use that shocked you so much?" Facing the previous moment, Long Yu hung on his lips, demanding respect for the enemy's occupation, and fiddling with the expression. Asma Sarutobi's expression is too real. In this turmoil, if you want to judge who is the best actor, he will definitely be nominated. But it is precisely because of this reason that Dilu can smell something unusual and become so anxious and unbearable. It is a forbidden technique to restore the dead. I probably don't know any of them, but as long as you know, this forbidden technique is very strong. Sarubi Asma hurriedly explained. A pair of eyes stared straight at Long Yu. The next moment, as the spell seal in Long Yu's hand changed, the scroll slammed, and two white absolutes appeared directly. Got when Orochimaru and Highway traded that day. The cell lineage factor has been injected in advance, and as long as you know the art of reincarnation, you can easily activate it. After Orochimaru joined Long Yu, this thing was also turned over as a gift. The forbidden art of resurrecting the dead. Hema was stunned for a moment, and then laughed horribly. "Old monk, don't come out with two scrolls and try to scare people. Not all ninjutsu is forbidden. These two scrolls, you don't just want to summon two dead people." Having said that, Hema flashed a hideous laugh on his face and said, "Even if you do summon two dead people, how can you survive my reincarnation? I can summon 10,000, 30, or even 100,000 dead people. As long as the ancient battlefield is not destroyed, you have no chance to leave here alive." The hysterical roar swayed in the sky, causing the crowd to watch the dead man slowly crawling out of the basin, and his face changed slightly. However, it was precisely because of this reason that everyone's eyes turned to Long Yu subconsciously. They eagerly wanted to know how the old monk in front of him would deal with the killer move of Hema. "I'm sorry, you group of soldiers, it's really hard to use those two people." Bowed. Long Yu smiled helplessly and said, "However, I believe he likes to come out and see you dancing." Voice fell, Long Yu's eyes suddenly sharpened, his hands quickly flew down, forming a series of magic seals. The speed of the operation did not match the slow posture of the old monk at all, and everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. In the next moment, his hands clasped together suddenly, and he took a picture directly on the scroll. Bang! The art of reincarnation of dirty earth. The sound of air explosion suddenly sounded, and under the white mist, two vague figures appeared. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Asma couldn't help but take a half step back, and said with disbelief, "The operation was successful, it was so easy to succeed, as expected of the teacher, it's just the dead he summoned, I'm afraid not easy." These words drifted away, and the white mist that filled the sky was dissipating with the wind. The nerves of Dilu and others also suddenly tightened, looking at the two figures that came into view. When the pupils shrank to the extreme, the eye sockets were almost split, and the face was more unbelievable. "You bastard, who's disturbing my rest again?" An stern voice suddenly sounded. Between the words, there is endless murderous intent. The clasped hands, the index finger was slightly raised, and a tyrannical chakra aura exploded directly like a raging wave. Boom! The air waves rolled back, as if a 10th level hurricane was passing through. It made people who were a little closer feel like they were under a tsunami. Some people who didn't have time to react, and who were slightly inferior in strength, were also thrown out directly. Ban, don't be impulsive, it's rare to come out, every time is a happy thing. The figure standing beside him also opened his mouth with a smile. In front of everyone's eyes, he directly pressed Madara Uchiha's raised finger, and immediately laughed and said, "The accuracy of this call is 80%. If you let that guy in Tobarama know that the forbidden technique he developed has been abused so many times, I don't know if he will regret it." Having said that, Chinchozuma turned around and looked around, and finally looked at the old monk that Long Yu had transformed into. He was stunned at first, and then burst out laughing. "Haha, I originally thought it was that Keiju, or Orochimaru. It turns out that you are the kid who was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Originally, I thought that the next meeting would be the 4th Ninja War, but I didn't expect that you would call us out. HMPH, bastard, I didn't expect that you would be able to increase the accuracy of this forbidden technique to such a level that we can use 80% of our strength, but you obviously overlooked one thing." Madara Uchiha's expression sank, and he obviously discovered the identity of the summoner, and said angrily, "This time you have improved the accuracy of the forbidden technique, but it also means that our strength has also improved. 80% of the power is enough for us to break free from your shackles and kill you again." Spoke, Madara Uchiha's face flashed a hint of determination, his hands suddenly clasped together, and at the moment when the seal was formed, he roared angrily. "Solution. The word is said, it is like a rolling wave, echoing in the sky for a long time and there is no way to disperse." However, before they could react, Madara Uchiha blushed and roared again. "Solution. Solution. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read to watch the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates find 99 novels and LT. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection IP will be banned. And GT. Chapter 296. The First Hokage. The successive roars made the natural dazed Chinchozuma look embarrassed. A helpless smile, he patted Madara Uchiha on the shoulder and said, "Okay, stop screaming. How can you say that you are also a legend of the Uchiha clan? So shameful, but even me is lost. Also, I see that kid hasn't seen each other for a while, and his strength has skyrocketed again." Having said that, Chincho Hakuma looked at Long Yu and said, "He has more cells from me in his body, which enhances the binding force to the reincarnation of dirty soil, and also has stronger pupil technique. For Senju Hasuma, the god of ninjas, his intuition is as sharp as ever." Although it is not clear what has changed in Long Yu's pupil technique, the touch of his eyes, the feeling of tit for tat, made him wake up 12% of his energy. "He has your cells in him." Madara Uchiha's face changed drastically. Unlike the ignorance of Chinchuju, he clearly knows that if he has a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, once the wood escape cells are implanted, fundamental changes will occur. It can be said that the pair of samsara eyes that even he had activated before he died, now actually landed on a young man. The gap before and after is too big. The huge ancient battlefield, at this moment, except for a group of dead people who are staggering and groping forward. Everyone's heart, there are literally 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping past. The inadvertent breath just released just now made them feel an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. When he regained his senses, the cold sweat that came out of his spine was simply chilling. In particular, looking at the standard clothes on the 2 people in front of him, and the sentence just now, the legend of the Uchiha clan. It gave them the feeling that it was like an invisible big hand, clenching their hearts tightly. In their cognition, there are only two legends of the Uchiha clan. Madara Uchiha, who died in the old legend. The second is the new legend of the Uchiha clan, who provoked the 5 great ninja villages with the power of one person. Uchiha Ryaha, known as the Fourth Ninja World War. However, now this is the dead man who was summoned as a dead man. That identity is clearly ready to come out. This is Konoha Ninja Village, the first Hokage. A voiceless exclamation came from the carriage behind. Like a sharp needle piercing the dead silence in the field. Shinsho Zujian was stunned for a moment, looked at the big name behind him, and immediately patted his shoulder with a smile, and said, "Xiao Yuhuo, it turns out that you became the big name. When I saw your father down below, he even told me, Xiao Yuhuo, you still wet the bed when you were 10 years old. Now it seems that you are a good name." The unbridled laughter reverberated on the scene, and while stunned, it was almost impossible to hold back the laughter. Long Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw Shinsho Zujian, who was short of sight. This feels like in the original book, Senju Hashirama is now the 5th generation Hokage. When it was Tsunade, that face was awkward. I hate that iron is not steel. Kashima-sama, can you say less? Yuhuo's face turned ashen. At that time, when Senju Hashirama was in power, Yuhuo was still a little boy, and he also met behind his father. Moreover, at that time, Senju Hashirama was the god of ninjas, and was taken seriously in all major ninja villages. It is also a partnership with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Therefore, it is not a strange thing to call Senju Hashirama an adult in the identity of Yuhuo's name. Haha, I get it, you boy loves face just as much as before. Your father then. Shinsho Hasuma agreed, but his mouth was not honest. Looking at Yuhuo Daming's blushing face, Long Yu couldn't stand it any longer. Like a tiger, if Yuhuo is afraid of embarrassment and kills them all, this is not a good thing. Asma, why don't you talk, is it really them? Di-Lu was the first to lose his temper, and hurriedly asked. Faced with this questioning, they had vague guesses in their hearts. But he still couldn't help looking at Sarutobi Asma, wanting to seek some comfort in his heart. They are Madara Uchiha and the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Asma Sarubi stammered and exclaimed. In the end, it was a roar. However, as soon as the voice fell, Madara Uchiha cast a cold gaze. You are the descendant of that monkey, don't yell here, or don't blame me for killing you. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces turned pale, and they hurriedly covered their mouths, worried that if they made any noise, the killer star in front of them would be slaughtered. As long as they were born as ninjas, they all knew exactly what Madara Uchiha and Chisho Hamama meant. Ban, don't scare these juniors, it's a good thing to come out and see them. Shinsho Zujian smiled and looked at Long Yu and said, Boy, you summoned us this time, it's not your intention to let us get rid of these miscellaneous soldiers. Speaking of which, Madara Uchiha couldn't help but look at Long Yu. After all, this time, Madara Uchiha, whose original strength had increased to 80%, felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Originally, I was full of confidence that I could break free from the shackles of this filthy reincarnation. But it never occurred to me that all my efforts would be clouds. It can be said that now as long as Long Yu has a thought, the two legends of the two of them are going to eat shit, and they must eat it. The first Hokage, how much you hurt others' hearts. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, you have to respect the other's profession. This time he assassinated Daming, but he spent a lot of thought on the layout. That miscellaneous soldier who was reincarnated from Tuden is a little shabby, but you should also give some respect, don't keep him cold. That's it. Shinsho Zuma was stunned for a moment, glanced at Kazuma, and the zombies who were staggering, like Plants vs. Zombies. After hesitating for a while, he pretended to be shocked and said, this ninjutsu is so powerful, I'm so scared. Ah, hurry up and save me. 3s in a row, it was a clear stream. making Madara Uchiha's cheeks twitch. I can't wait to slap him. So as not to be embarrassed. Long Yu was also stunned. Seeing Shinshozujian blinking at himself, he looked at Kazuma with pity. You are satisfied with the support from the god of ninjas. Clean up these dead people, and you can go. HMPH, you bastard, next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. Madara Uchiha snorted angrily and formed a magic seal under his backhand. Seeing Madara Uchiha acting so neatly, Chisho Hasuma was stunned for a moment, and then he asked urgently, Madara, this time you are not on good terms. Is this kid fighting? I still want to watch the show. Go away, you idiot, what means does this kid have? You don't know. I don't want you to see me ashamed. Madara Uchiha kicked the 1,000-handed pillars into the air with one kick. Immediately after giving Long Yu a vicious look, he turned around and collapsed into the void. In the face of Long Yu, who has a kaleidoscope, he is no longer an opponent. Chapter 297, Monk. Not to mention the dragon feather with the eyes of reincarnation. After suffering once in the hands of Long Yu, Madara Uchiha was obviously wiser. Boy, I'm leaving first, don't torment me too much, and next time I'll summon Tobirama, he's not happy if I keep coming out. After Shinshozujian smiled and patted Long Yu's shoulder, his body also collapsed before everyone's eyes. Seeing the two disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, Hima was stunned for a moment, then suddenly woke up, stammering and hurriedly said, Haha, I already knew that this was a joke, don't think it was a joke. You can scare me with some illusions. There are tens of thousands of my army of dead people. I don't believe that a single ninjutsu can annihilate my army. A hysterical roar echoed across the sky. Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. It can be said that he has been really helpless recently. If he remembered correctly, Madara Uchiha's final seal of magic was a natural obstacle. This riding on a horse is like shooting flies with a cannon. Why don't you talk? You didn't say that one person can hit me all, wouldn't it be a misfire, come on. Watching the silent scene, and Mars roared hysterically. At this moment, he seemed to have caught a life-saving straw and wanted to save his face. Can you look at the sky first, and then the ghosts scream? Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. Voice fell, and everyone's nerves were instantly tense, and before they could think about it, they hurriedly looked up at the sky. Of the sight made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly, and their eye sockets were about to split. It's a meteorite, hurry up and escape. I am dreaming, who can slap me a few times? The stammering screams swept the audience like a hurricane. Who were stunned hurriedly rubbed their eyes. However, everything seemed pale. The backlogged clouds in the sky, like a lake, were stirred up by boulders. The pressure brought by the dive down gave people an inexplicable feeling of depression, as if there was an invisible big hand tightening the heart. Before I could think about it, the people gathered in the field woke up one after another, and quickly fled around. Don't run, wait for me. Take me away quickly, don't run. I'm a big name, and I'm willing to pay 200,000. Witnessing this scene, the three big names were the first to lose their breath and exclaimed. However, the iron rule that there must be a brave man under the heavy gold, at this moment, seems pale and powerless. The crowd who fled with a bang, faced with the meteorite with a diameter of 200 or 300 meters, no one was willing to stop at all. After all, this scene in front of me is like the end of the day, and if you bring one more person, it will be very dangerous. Under this premise, even if there is a mountain of gold and silver in front of you, there will be a flower of life. No, it's fake. The horse roared frantically. A moment ago, in his eyes, even if Long Yuzhen was resurrected. But the power that can be exerted is limited. For example, when he used the Earth Escape reincarnation technique, the dead people he summoned only maintained sluggish actions. However, in front of this old monk, the dead man came out. Not only is the legendary ninja, the breath that burst out, or the domineering side leak. The ninjutsu displayed is even more unexpected. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe that all this is true? I said, don't run away. How can I save you if you run away? Long Yu said angrily. As soon as these words fell, everyone who had fled in the wild stopped suddenly. In the carriage were already moved to tears. Think about it, in the carriage, I rolled and crawled to the ground on Long Yu's body. If it wasn't a problem, for fear of making Long Yu unhappy, I'm afraid it would have already hung on him like a koala. Teacher, we. Asma and Jalu also looked embarrassed and moved closer to Long Yu's side. Who had fled in all directions also hurried back. The degree of sophistication seems to be half a beat and there is no sense of security. Don't push, let me stand a little bit. I still have my parents and my grandmother at home. You can stand on one foot for me. Let me put it in, I'm still the first brother. Roars echoed between heaven and earth. Not far away, Kazuma, his face was as pale as paper, stared straight at Long Yu and the others. What's the matter, why don't you come? I can help you. Long Yu smiled and looked at Heima. You. Angry with Ma, and in his eyes, this was Kai Guguo's provocation. Feeling the increasingly suppressed aura in the sky, Heima's face flashed a hideous look, and he roared angrily. You bastard, even without you, I can resist this little attack. Earth escaped thick dungeon. The hysterical roar rolled and dispersed. Before he had time to think about it, Heima's hands flew up quickly, forming a series of spell marks like wheels. After the last magic mark fell, Kazuma's cheeks were twisted to the extreme, the hot sweat on his forehead, and even his clothes were soaked. Bang! The surrounding rock formations, with the sound of rumbling, quickly raised 4 walls of earth, forming a thick dungeon, and enclosed Kazuma in it. This ninjutsu was originally used to imprison the enemy, forming a terrifying round. However, now it has become a lifesaver for Heima. The dungeon was suddenly closed, the nerves of the people gathered at Long Yu's side were tense to the extreme. If it wasn't for the 3 big names, there wasn't much space for them to stand, and I'm afraid they would all be so frightened that they would kneel on the ground and ask for help. Teacher, look, is it about to start? Tsurugi Asma hurriedly asked. Compared with other people, they clearly know Long Yu's identity, and there is absolutely a way to stop the meteorite falling from the sky in front of them. Would eventually run away because of distrust, resulting in the loss of their lives. You brat, you don't have enough courage. Long Yu glanced at Sarutobi Asma, and his eyes were instantly filled with blood. Ninehook Jade quickly condensed, like a vortex, spinning in vain. The next moment, before everyone could react, the pupil power that exuded the smell of calamity rose directly into the sky, forming a huge Asura posture, covering everyone in the field. The violent scene made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. In particular, looking at Susano, who shrouded them like a blood-colored Asura. The monk in front of him is about to be revealed. However, in the face of this one, known as the most ferocious betrayal in history, the people who should have been full of panic, but at this moment, an inexplicable sense of security has emerged. After all, people are like their names, and trees are like their shadows. The extraterrestrial meteorite displayed by the old legends of the Uchiha family is greeted by the new legends of the Uchiha family. Chapter 298, Pretending to be Dead. It's not a difficult task. Chaotic thoughts flashed through their minds quickly. They could react. The huge meteorite quickly enlarged in the pupil. With the deafening crashing sound, everyone's line of sight was directly occupied by the overturned rock formations. The Tianjungxing, with a diameter of several hundred meters, with a tenor-like posture, rushed straight into the ancient battlefield. It seemed dense. There are tens of thousands of zombies, and at this moment, any resistance is pale and powerless. The rewinding air waves shattered the entire rock formations of the ancient battlefield. The waves of sand and dust that were set off rose straight into the sky of the 9 heavens. The huge impact force, like a hurricane of category 15 or 6, and the rock debris it carried, hit Susano hard with a fierce attitude. Facing this apocalyptic scene, Everyone's faces were as pale as paper, even if they were under Susanoo. He couldn't help but close his eyes. Boom! The impact of the rolling air waves, like thunder, shot straight to the sky above the 9 heavens. Dust swept across the sky, giving people an overwhelming feeling of doomsday. Such a scene, I don't know how long it lasted, and when everyone came back to their senses, Susanoo, who was originally shrouded in them, also turned into a state of majesty. The armor all over the body, under this devastating impact, also appeared spider-web-like cracks. As for the so-called ancient battlefield, it has long since ceased to exist. Only a mess of ruins remained, a deep pit with a diameter of several kilometers, presented in front of everyone. When his pupils contracted suddenly, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. After all, this scene in front of me is nothing but the core destruction zone. But the swept airwaves and waves that it brought up covered the area for several miles. As for it, they were originally regarded as indestructible and could be used as a thick dungeon like a death row. It has long since disappeared. Not to mention, found Hema. Is it over? After Yuhuo Daming stammered out these words, he finally couldn't help it, and fell to the ground with a thud. The remaining 2 daimyo, no exception, sat on the ground with their butts on the ground, ignoring their appearance at all, gasping for breath. However, at this moment, more people were still paying attention to the huge Susanoo that shrouded them, as well as the pair of 9-hooked jade kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes that looked like a blood moon. For Konoha Ninja Village, the legendary blood-colored Asura Uchiha Longyu, they have already heard about it. But hearsay rumors, in the eyes of any person, are exaggerated, and the degree of credibility that can be obtained is even less. However, after seeing it with their own eyes, they only discovered the rumors. In front of me is simply dirty. If they really want to tell them, those rumors will still be said in small talk. If you really want to let them go to the battlefield and face the huge meteorite falling from the sky. Not to mention fighting, I am afraid that even escaping is a problem. However, in the face of this method, the betrayal and forbearance in front of him can be easily displayed. This means that his strength has gone beyond the ordinary shadow range. What's more, the person in front of him still has the strength to do it with ease. The real strength can be achieved is another way of saying. At this moment, in everyone's mind, an idea arises. This person is invincible, teacher, and Mata. Land first sinks. Can't stop getting angry. After all, being the same as the guardian of the 12 ninjas, being named the most watery sky by Longyu in public is already a shame. It would be even more embarrassing if, as a radical Kazuma, he was also caught by a trick. Don't worry, he's not dead yet. Longyu smiled warmly, his eyes turned suddenly, and he landed in the ruins not far away. This position, which was originally behind Susanoo, was also blocked by most of the tide like a tidal wave. For Hema, it is the best life. What's the matter, are you still going to hide and pretend to be dead? Is there any other means? Just use it. Longyu continued to speak. Words fell, Susanoo who was shrouded in Longyu disappeared instantly. The people present suddenly woke up. He hurriedly followed Longyu's gaze, and the ground that was like ruins made a squirming sound of rock formations roaring. The next moment, under the flying soil, an embarrassed figure rushed out of it. The clothes on his body were already in tatters, and many places were also stained with blood, and half of his cheeks were stained with blood and sand. If he didn't know the identity of Hema, he would probably have misunderstood that he was a homeless person who didn't know where he came from. Delu, Sarutobi Asma, it turns out that you guys colluded. No wonder the rebels of Konoha Ninja Village have no fear. Hema growled horribly. However, look at the sky, the Earth-done reincarnation technique just now is only my second step, my real killer, but this thunder done. The frantic words spit out and echoed in the sky, making everyone's nerves tense. He hurriedly looked up at the sky, and what he saw was a huge thunderball entwined in all directions. The aura of destruction that it exudes, although it is not as powerful as the meteorite just now, it still gives people a kind of thrilling feeling. What's the matter? This is a lightning escape technique. Are you afraid? Then you should run away quickly. I have used this trick to destroy a city. And the horse roared frantically. A hint of urgency in those fierce and bright eyes. Desperately want to see those who are surrounded by Long Yu be able to escape. However, in the face of all this, the people present cast an idiot-like gaze. Someone even said something weakly, which made people unable to help but nod their heads in agreement. Is there a safer place than this? The small sound, at this moment, was like an invisible heavy hammer, hitting directly in the depths of Kazuma's soul. Looking at those indifferent people, it was a means that he had prepared so hard to scare people. At this moment, it was completely reduced to a joke. Especially in front of him, this old monk figure, with a smile on his face, was completely shameful, and it tightened his heart. Destroy a city. Long Yu reluctantly took out his ear sockets and said, "This sentence is very familiar, but I have heard many people say it. There is another one of them, claiming to have destroyed a country, but they have all lost, and I think you are no exception." You, the light voice of the wind and the clouds, at this moment, directly hit the soul of Heima, originally performing this thunder ninjutsu, but also holding a straw-like feeling. At least it can save a few points of face, but now all this has become a laughingstock. Feeling the gaze cast on the field, a trace of madness appeared on Heima's face, and the next moment he twisted up and down, roaring hysterically. Chapter 299, Escape with the Horse. You bastard, I want to see how you can resist my move. Lei dun lei meng lei ren. Along with the frantic roar, the tin stick that was eating in the horse's hand, without any fancy, smashed to the ground. The moment when a mysterious incantation appeared on the tin rod. There seems to be a trace of traction with the thunder light in the sky. Boom! The backlog of thunder light exploded at this moment. The huge thunderball with a diameter of more than 10 meters, under the violent movement, the thunder arc burst into the sound, tearing up. The ferocious thunder lights like electric snakes quickly cut through the sky, and the Uchiha dragon feathers slashed straight down. The speed is so fast and the posture is fierce, it makes people have the illusion of tearing the body abruptly. The rolling thunder pierced through the sky in an instant. The ferocious electric snake, with the attitude of tearing apart the world, came straight towards Uchiha Ryu. The criss-crossing posture makes people feel like they are in a thunder prison. All the people present couldn't help but tense their nerves. As the person said just now, if he hadn't seen Long Yu's strength with his own eyes, and knew his identity. I am afraid that no one is willing to stand here with such restraint under such a method that can claim to destroy a city. Although, they had already held the final conclusion of the fight in their hearts, but in the face of Heima's means of pressing the bottom of the box, everyone couldn't hold back their breath and fixed their eyes on Long Yu. However, before they could react, the voices that fell in their ears gave people the feeling of an invisible hammer hitting their souls. I said, have you forgotten that I became famous because of Lei Dun? Long Yu smiled warmly. At this moment, the smile fell in their eyes, but there was a sense of death urging death. There are also many legends, which swept through my mind quickly, and finally settled on the first, blood-colored Asura, the battle of fame in the world of shock and endurance. A single thunderbolt, it instantly killed hundreds of elites from the Mist Ninja Village. However, the thunder escape ninjutsu that he and Ma displayed now seems to be very strong, and it is also claimed to be able to destroy a city. However, at this moment, it gives people a feeling of being a classy doorman. The thunder escape formation composed of 4 people has forcibly constructed a thunder net of one side of the world. If there is no means, it may be difficult to seize control. Long Yu raised his head and glanced at it lightly, and closed his eyes slightly under the watchful eyes of everyone. The next moment, before everyone could react, Long Yu's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened again. The mysterious pattern quickly spread out on the corner of the eye, turning into a strange face in an instant. Originally, in the kaleidoscope writing wheel of Jugoyu, a pattern of a word appeared. An indescribable aura, within Yu's body, rose straight into the 9 heavens. Unprecedented sensitivity, and powerful sense of control, the center, quickly rewinded, and covered the entire world in an instant. Of the 9-hooked jade kaleidoscope writing wheel, Long Yu stabbed straight into this piece of heaven and earth, like a sharp blade, with the natural power of the thunderbolt locked by the formation. Forcibly took control of it. However, this is just the beginning. Everyone could react. The sound of thunder arcs on Long Yu's body exploded like a frenzy. Spot thunder shook everyone's nerves. Immortal mode, add 9-hook jade kaleidoscope writing wheel I, and then cooperate with black spot lay dun chakra mode. It can be said that at this moment, with the 5 of them, Long Yu struggled to control the lay dun, and the lay dun formation that was constructed, the space under his control, directly forcibly intervened. In an instant, their control was ripped apart abruptly. The violent scene, the sudden interruption of the formation connection, made Kazuma and Baigen, 4 people who were all over the ancient battlefield, and the complexion changed drastically in an instant. However, before they could react, Long Yu's expression suddenly condensed, his eyes were like torches, and his right hand suddenly caught in the air. Rain. The sound of thunder like beating drums shook the sky beyond the 9 heavens. Under the rolling air waves, the thunder attribute natural forces scattered in all directions quickly and frantically gathered together. The dark clouds of lead gathered together, giving people a feeling of black clouds pressing down on the city. The sky are raging, and there is a kind of illusion, the sky and the earth are torn apart. However, what was even more unbelievable was the black unicorn that was formed by the black ray of lightning. Under the rolling of the huge body, it seems to be roaring in the sky. The momentum of the airwave that it brought up shook everyone's nerves. In front of this scene, just now, Lei Meng Lei, who claims to be able to destroy a city, is stronger. After all, in the ninja world, the area of a city is not large, and the range of ancient cities is limited. No, it's impossible, this is my ultimate move, you can't snatch it away, I absolutely don't believe it, it's not true. Kazuma growled with a dull look. Faced with this scene, it can be said that it is full of disbelief and disbelief. From the beginning, he joined the 12 Guardian Ninjas, and he was ambitious to replace Hokage and become the ruler of Konoha Ninja Village. After the conspiracy failed, he even threatened to kill the daimyo. However, this seemingly chain-linked plan seemed pale and powerless in front of the old monk in front of him. Right now, even the last trump card was easily captured by the opponent, which made the ambition in his heart instantly annihilated, and the so-called fighting spirit disappeared. What's the matter? What cards do you have that you haven't used yet? Otherwise it's a dead end. Long Yu smiled warmly. What he had been waiting for had not yet appeared. The small voice fell on Kazuma's ear, making his nerves tense suddenly, and before he had time to think about it, a crazy look flashed across his face, and he roared. No, I can't die, I'm running away. Words fell, Kazuma turned around and ran away. The speed was so fast that it was almost enough to hold back the strength to suckle, and it turned into an arrow from the string, rushing away into the distance. In a few breaths, he rushed out 100 meters away. This speed fell into the eyes of Jalu and Sarutobi Asma, and they also showed surprise, which obviously refreshed their cognition. Teacher. Sarutobi Asma couldn't help but speak. Now the matter of killing daimyo with the spurs is revealed. Regardless of what is his identity and whether the assassination has become a joke, but what awaits him is already a mortal situation. If Long Yu does not take action, then they will also take action to clean up the door, so as to maintain the reputation of guarding the 12 warriors. Don't worry, let him run again, his death is only a moment. Long Yu looked at Kazuma lightly. 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. Seeing Kazuma who escaped 1,000 meters in a blink of an eye, Sarutobi Asma and Tori couldn't hold back their breath. Chapter 300. Outsider Golem. In their eyes, Heima is an elite Junin-like existence. Once they escape too far, if they really want to pursue them, I am afraid it will be a bit difficult. In particular, there are many unknown factors in it, and if they escape, they will not be easy to deal with. However, just as this thought came into their minds, the next moment Long Yu sighed leisurely. It seems that I think too much. Since you have no other means, then it's over. The small voice was like a death urging at this moment. Soon as the voice fell, Long Yu's raised right hand suddenly clenched his 5 fingers tightly, without any fancy, and suddenly pressed it in the direction of Hima's escape from the air. Huo! The backlog of thunderlight in the sky seems to be at this moment. In response to Uchiha Ryu's call, the black unicorn moved suddenly under the roar of the sky. Huo! The thunderous roar, with a tearing eardrum-like sound the gesture exploded. Which was as black as ink, tumbled suddenly, and disappeared in place out of thin air. He appeared in the sky above Kazuma, as if crossing the endless void. The crackling thunder and lightning caused Kazuma to wake up suddenly, and the moment he hurriedly raised his head, the first thing that caught his eye was a huge black spotted unicorn. Don't! Hima's pupils shrank suddenly, and his eye sockets were split open. However, under this lightning-like offensive, everything seemed pale and powerless. Just as the voice blurted out, the thundering light from the sky directly drowned Hima. The violent thunder light, with a tenacity-like posture, instantly penetrated the rock formations and the earth. Under the rolling air waves, tyrannical and unparalleled power, like 10,000 horses galloping, tore everything in a radius of a kilometer like a cloth. An instant, the eyes couldn't help but get dark, and the brilliance of the whole world seemed to be taken away at this moment. Lasted for more than 10 seconds under the backwash of sand, dust and gravel, and then everything gradually calmed down. After everyone's eyes were restored to clarity, the first thing that caught the eye was an unfathomable pit. The torn rock formations, criss-crossing cracks, as if being torn apart by a huge giant beast, are shocking. Permeating the sky and the earth, the residual violent aura, like an invisible big hand, tightly clenched everyone's heart. Is this the strength of Konoha's rebellion, blood-colored Asura Uchiha Ryu? In the dead silence, an unpredictable speech suddenly came out. The people present suddenly woke up, their eyes swept around and locked on the old monk in front of them. If we say that just a moment ago, everyone didn't care about this old monk. But now it is in awe. They finally understood that this legendary betrayal and forbearance had the appearance of a god. The teacher and the horse. Sarutobi Asma swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and was the first to ask. Dilu's eyes also turned suddenly, fixed on Long Yu's body, with a hint of urgency. In fact, they had already come to a conclusion in their hearts, facing the blow of God's might. Even they don't have the confidence to survive, he's alive. Long Yu suddenly said. Before Sarutobi Asma and Jalu were stunned, they didn't wait for them to react. 7 or 8 meters in front of me, the soil suddenly tore apart. A scarlet blood-like energy claws, turned into a pair of drills, directly penetrated the soil and came out. The next moment, with a thunderous gesture, it directly penetrated Uchiha Ryu's chest. PFF'd. The hissing sound of the air resounded through the heavens and the earth. The violent scene makes people pupil. The time of shrinking, everyone's faces were full of disbelief. They never imagined that the godlike Uchiha Ryu would fall off the chain at the end and be penetrated by the small-tailed beast-like monster in front of him. The 2 wagging tails exuded a violent and raging aura, which tightened everyone's nerves, making people unable to help but subconsciously take a few steps back. Without Uchiha Ryu, this sense of security. They were even a little unsteady on their legs. Haha, don't care. How amazing are you? You still died in my hands. A hoarse voice spit out from the mouth of the small-tailed beast in front of him. Falling in the ears of Sarutobi Asma and Jalu, their expressions changed drastically, looking at the small-tailed beast in front of them, full of disbelief. You are a horse. Those who were present with the horse were also taken aback. They finally understood why Uchiha Longyu didn't make a move just a moment ago. Moreover, Kazuma was named, and he did not die under the black-spotted unicorn like a god. Now it seems that all of this is within the grasp of Uchiha Ryu. Have you ever seen a dead man without blood? Long Yu smiled warmly. His eyes turned suddenly, and the 9-hook jade kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, turning frantically, like a falcon, saw through the power of the tailed beast shrouded in the body of the horse. In the original book, when the 9 tails ran wild, Hima used sealing means to collect all the chakras that were floating in the four-way sky, and finally sealed them in his son's body. This way, I want to replicate the power of the human column and use it as the strongest revenge killer. However, in this world right now, because of Uchiha Ryu's horizontal intervention, the trajectory of history has also changed. The 9-tailed runaway was ahead of schedule, and Ma don't talk about his son, I'm afraid he doesn't even have a concubine. Therefore, Long Yu does not know whether he has collected 9-tailed chakra. However, it now appears that regardless of matter how the long river of history is deflected, the ambitions of some people will not change. It's impossible, you were obviously killed by me. And Ma stammered. His will was clearly eroded by the 9-tailed chakra. However, before he could react, the 5 fingers of Long Yu's right hand suddenly tightened, and the 5 elements of chakra quickly emerged. 5 elements unblocked. Bang! 5 fingers tore through the air, and instantly penetrated the tailed beast chakra of Hima's body. Before Hima could react, he slammed hard on the seal of the 5 elements. Roar! A low roar sounded suddenly. A vague 9-tailed figure rushed out of Kazuma's body and swept straight into the sky. Looking at this scene, Long Yu's eyes suddenly turned pale, and his hands fluttered, forming a series of magic seals. The outsider golem of the psychic technique. Bang! The mysterious incantation spread on the ground. The sound of the rumbling vibration of the rock formations rolled, and the earth that had been turned into ruins shattered directly, and the huge and ferocious outsider golems rose straight into the rock formations. What the hell is this? The look of the land changed drastically. Looking at this dead tree root, like a huge monster, the breath it exudes makes the scalp tingle. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, will you learn the psychic art of the outsider golem immediately? Instantly full. Long Yu raised his brows. This outsider golem is one of the pupil techniques possessed by Samsara I. For this, Long Yu was not surprised. Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 301 to 320. Chapter 301. The Summoning of the 3 Hokage. However, looking at the 9-tailed chakra floating in the sky now, Long Yu felt a little embarrassed. He doesn't have the proper ninjutsu to seal the tailed beast now. Immediately. Full grade. Long Yu's thoughts moved, and now the arrow was on the string and had to shoot, so he had to bite the bullet and go first. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dang, congratulations to the host's foreign golem for instant full level success. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for acquiring the golem lock, is it right now? Instantly full. The image of the devil, Long Yu, raised his brows, and his pupils flashed with ecstasy. This golem lock is the dog chain known as the tailed beast. One catch is right. In the original book, Madara Uchiha faced the 9-tailed beast, and as soon as he made a move, he grabbed the bag and dragged the 9-tailed beast like a dead dog. Right now, this 9-tailed chakra has not yet been able to condense, and I don't know if the golem lock can come in handy. Immediately. Instantly full. With a thought, Long Yu gave an order directly. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. The ethereal voice of the system sounded again. The next moment, the long-awaited instruction sounded again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the lock of the golem, the instant full-level success. Information like a warm current quickly poured into Long Yu's mind. Long Yu opened his eyes again, looked at the 9-tailed chakra floating in the sky, flipped his right hand, and formed a magic seal. Roar! The magic seal fell, and the outsider golem let out a shrill roar. The big mouth of the blood basin suddenly slammed down, and a chain that was as black as ink turned into a drill and shot into the thin nine-tailed body in the void. Roar! The illusory nine-tailed figure let out a terrified cry, however, before everyone could react. The lock of the golem, like a sharp claw, suddenly pulled back, and the next moment swallowed it into the mouth of the outsider golem. Bang! The ferocious mouth closed with a bang. The head of a huge outsider golem, with 9 closed eyes, one of which was slightly opened, but looked a little pale. This scene, Long Yu was not surprised. In the original book, this 8-tailed bull ghost, in order to save Kurabi, broke an octopus leg and turned into a substitute to cross the sea. It was only discovered after the magic 9 dragons were sealed. This amount of chakra alone could not revive the outsider golem. Ding dang, is it immediately detected that the host has acquired 9-tailed chakra. Instantly full. The ethereal sound of the system suddenly appeared, making Long Yu's expression stagnate. It seems that this time, he really guessed right. Phew! Long Yu let out a deep breath and clenched his fists secretly. Immediately. Instantly full. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the 9-tailed chakra has achieved full level in an instant. The ethereal system sound resounded again. Of chakra quickly poured into Long Yu's body. Roar! A sharp, ear-piercing roar came from the mouth of the outsider golem. Of the 9 eyes that were originally closed suddenly opened, and a scarlet color appeared. Looking at this scene, Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and the magic seal in his hand was removed. The outsider golem, which had originally emerged from the rock formation, burrowed into the soil again. Looking at the outsider golem, it disappeared in front of him. The people present were relieved and slumped on the ground. It can be said that what happened today can definitely be said to be unforgettable in a lifetime. Teacher. Sarutobi Asma said hesitantly. Okay. I have finished what I have to do. The transformation technique on Long Yu dissipated like a cloud and finally revealed the prototype. He patted Asma and Dalu on the shoulders, looked around and said, "Don't leak this matter, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. You should know, who is the best at keeping secrets." The words fall, immediately. Let everyone in the field cover their mouths subconsciously and shake their heads again and again. Even the 3 big names nodded in agreement. Goodbye. Voice fell, Long Yu's 9-goose jade kaleidoscope writing wheel turned in vain, and the tyrannical spatial fluctuations filled the air. Space vortex emerged, under the watchful eyes of the public, he stepped into it. Looking at this scene, everyone present, in relief, fell to the ground one after another, showing the expression of the rest of their lives. You Asma, hurry up and help me up. Yuhuo Daming hurriedly shouted. Sarutobi Asma returned to his senses, rushed up quickly, and said nervously, Master Dame, the teacher was offended just now, but he also disintegrated the assassination plot of Kazuma. Dame, can you not blame the teacher? Blame. Yuhuo Daimyo said anxiously, who wants to start a war with such a terrifying guy? Uchiha Ryayu, doesn't he only want the tailed beast? Let Sarutobi, hurry up and give the tailed beast to Ryayu. Give the tailed beast to Long Yu. Sarutobi Asma and Jalu's expressions froze, their faces filled with disbelief. As people in the ninja world, they clearly know that Uchiha Ryayu provoked the war of the 5 major ninja villages, which is to go to the 9 big-tailed beasts. Moreover, the tail beast is the lifeblood of Shinobi Village, and it is one of the most important combat powers. However, now Daimyo threatens to give the 9 tails to Long Yu. Who would believe it if he hadn't heard it with his own ears? Asma, what are you still doing? Hurry up and pass the message to Hokage in Konoha Ninja Village and tell him that this is the highest decision. Featherfire roared hysterically. In their eyes, the 9-tailed beasts are completely dispensable. After all, the 9-tailed beasts were only caught by Senju Hashirama after the establishment of Shinobi Village. Then sell it to other ninja villages, and eventually evolve into a tailed beast weapon. It can be said that, to a certain extent, the contradictions of the 5 major ninja villages are inspired, and many are built on the tailed beasts. Don't hurry up. Yuhuo Daimyo roared hoarsely at the end. I know. Sarutobi Asma's expression was stagnant, and he hurriedly nodded and turned to flee. At the same time, since the 4th Ninja World War, the 5 great ninja villages are running fast like a war machine. A large number of ninjas were quickly assembled, and in the Gobi Desert not far from the Country of Fire, a large number of tent camps had already been set up to provide the ninjas of the various ninja villages gathered here with a chance to rest temporarily. The center of the camp, a huge tent was erected, and 5 shadow-level powerhouses representing the major ninja villages gathered in this place. 3 Hokage, why are you calling us in such a hurry? Onogi raised his brows, and he was the first to speak. The rest of the people suddenly turned their eyes and locked on the body of the 3rd Hokage, a little impatient. In their eyes, the 5 ninja villages are now temporarily establishing an alliance. However, in the face of the unknown threat brought by Uchiha Longyu, they also need to prepare a lot of backhands to be able to deal with it with peace of mind. There was not much time left for them. However, now the 3 generations of Hokage are forcibly summoning them, which undoubtedly makes them feel uncomfortable. Chapter 302. Let Heiju join the alliance. Although, the 3 generations of Hokage are the proposers of this alliance, but if they really have to obey, their strength is obviously not enough. After all, every strong person who can become a shadow-level person is an unruly existence. It would be a total fart to make them obedient. Don't be impatient. Not long ago, you should have known about the runaway of the 9 tails. The 3 generations of Hokage raised their eyelids and said in a deep voice. Of the 4 shadows present at the 9 tails rampage changed slightly, and even their eyes suddenly became sharper. It can be said that this time the 4th Ninja War was held, and the battle for tail beasts was the key. Now the 9 tails are running wild at such a sensitive moment, which undoubtedly strained their nerves. What's more, Konoha Shinobi Village is the village of Uchiha Ryayu, which makes people smell a little tricky. 3 generations of Hokage, of course we have heard about this, but we are not clear about the details. 2 days, Onogi said in a deep voice. Are you going to tell us now, is this related to Uchiha Ryayu? In other words, the 9 tails have been taken away, and your Konoha Shinobi village intends to withdraw from this war. These words fell, everyone's nerves were tense again, and their eyes turned around, locking on the body of the 3 generations of Hokage. After all, from the very beginning, the idea of the 3 generations of Hokage was to avoid a head-on conflict with Uchiha Ryayu. Pity that the negotiation failed, and the pressure exerted by the 4 major ninja villages, as well as the powerful power possessed by the 9 tails, made it difficult for the Konoha ninja village to give up, and it would evolve into the convening of the 4th Ninja War. However, if at this juncture, Konoha Shinobi village lost the 9 tails, then the essence of the matter would change everything. No, you misunderstood. 3rd Hokage said in a deep voice, the 9-tailed rampage is indeed related to Longyu. However, he helped us suppress the tailed beast. Suppression of tailed beasts. Onogi and the others suddenly changed their expressions, and the 3rd generation of Raikage was the first to lose his breath and said anxiously, Uchiha Ryayu, didn't you take this opportunity to take the tailed beast away? No. The 3 generations of Hokage shook his head and said, the 9 tails ran wild that day, and with no one to suppress it, our Konoha ninja village was helpless. You should know that among the 9-tailed beasts, the 9 tails possess the largest amount of chakra. Once it successfully displays the tailed beast Jade, it can easily raise the ninja village to the ground. Speaking of this, the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage swept across the field, and then said solemnly, it's just that such a powerful 9 tails, in front of Uchiha Ryayu, can't resist the next look. You guys, after hearing this, do you still plan to continue to be enemies with Uchiha Ryayu for the sake of the tail beast? The atmosphere of the scene suddenly changed. One look, the 9 tails were subdued. This kind of thing is in their recognition, but they have never expected it. At this juncture, they also believe that the 3 generations of Hokage will never lie. After all, for a ninja village, the anger of Chiba Longyu is enough to make people jealous, but the anger from the 4 major ninja villages should not be underestimated. It can be said that, to a certain extent, their 5 great ninja villages are now sitting on the same boat. 3 Hokage don't need to lie about this kind of thing. HMPH, the 3 generations of Hokage, the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. None of us have seen it before. The illusion of the Uchiha clan is very strong, but it is not impossible. There are ways to fight it. 3 generations of Raikage took the lead with a cold snort. What's more, as long as the tailed beast and the human pillar are compatible enough, once the human pillar or the tailed beast is under the illusion, anyone is willing to take action and disrupt the operation of the chakra. It is enough to break the illusion, so this battle, the human pillar's strength can also come in handy. As for, if someone says it can't be done, it means that you are not good enough. The slightly long-sounding voice sounded a little annoying. However, Onogi and the others nodded in agreement. They are all battle-hardened ninjas, and they are not a minority in the face of illusion and hypnotism. And in their eyes, the most powerful illusions of the Uchiha clan still rely on the gaze of their eyes. It is enough to deliberately avoid this. 3 generations of Hokage, you have also heard what Raikage meant. This battle cannot be retreated, otherwise other ninja villages will know that our 5 major ninja villages, in the face of a mere betrayal ninja, chose to surrender the tailed beast. Shame, how will our 5 great ninja villages continue to convince the public in the future? Luo Sha spoke coldly. If it is said that whoever has the most hatred with Long Yu in the field, he must be counted. Not long ago, what happened in Sand Ninja Village made his image of Kage plummet. Only thing that made him feel lucky was that Uchiha Ryu provoked the 4th ninja war with one blow, attracting everyone's attention. Otherwise, in the case of complaining, waiting for him, I am afraid that even Feng Ying's position will not be guaranteed. For Luo Sha, this battle must be fought. Okay, since everyone's idea has been decided, I won't persuade them anymore. 3rd Hokage sighed faintly and said, you only know that the 9 tails ran wild, but you don't know why he ran wild. Minato, come in and explain to them. These words fell. Namikaze Minato, who had already been guarding outside the door, flashed in like a ghost, and landed on the side of the 3 generations of Hokage. Everyone should be very clear about my identity. Minato Namikaze didn't hesitate at all, and said straight to the point. The 9 tails ran wild that day because of a person who claimed to be Heiju. I believe that some of the shadows present have heard of this name. Yakura's expression changed slightly. Although this change was very small, the people present were all ghost-like beings, and these changes in expressions could not escape their eyes. It seems that the 4 generations of Shuiying adults have also been in contact with Heiju, so I will say it directly. Namikaze Minato did not evade suspicion, but directly pointed it out. Goji Tachibana Yakura's expression changed. He opened his mouth when he was about to speak, and finally remained silent. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze paused for a while, then continued. Everyone here should know very well that the Uzumaki family is proficient in sealing techniques, and our Konoha ninja village uses the people of the Uzumaki clan as the human pillar force, and the ability to imprison is strong. Even the 9 tails can only keep themselves safe. However, Heiju has the ability to break through the seal and free the tailed beast. He made the 9 tails riot. He once threatened that as long as we are willing to let him join the alliance of the 5 great ninja villages, we will be able to guide us. We will use a more powerful sealing technique to make people's pillars and tailed beasts more compatible and avoid runaways in battle. At the same time, he also brought us a man-made force of 100,000. A slightly long-sounding voice echoed in the tent. Chapter 303, 100,000 man-made troops. If it is said that the first half of the sentence did not arouse much interest in them, but the last sentence changed their expressions drastically. It can be said that the 5 major ninja villages experienced the 3rd ninja war, and the losses on ninjas were 4 or 5 out of 10. For example, in Sand Ninja Village, It's almost a 50% discount. Now that the fourth ninja war has started again, the 5 ninja villages of their 5 major ninja villages are only 5 or 6, 10,000, except for the little brats who are still studying. Now suddenly there is a black Jew, with a man-made force of 100,000. This was beyond their expectations. After all, this kind of existence is not an alliance, but a huge threat to their major ninja villages. Moreover, the 100,000 man-made troops were built silently under the eyes of their 5 major ninja villages, and it was beyond their knowledge. 100,000 man-made troops. Luo Sha took the lead and couldn't hold back his breath. He looked at Namikaze Minato and said, "Fourth Hokage, are you kidding me? It's a joke to cultivate 100,000 man-made troops under the eyes of our 5 major countries." Facing Luo Sha's doubts, the shadows present turned their gazes in vain, and locked onto the fourth Hokage. However, the first thing that catches the eye is a photo full of dense white figures. First glance, there was no end to the queue, and the faces of the 4 Luo Sha who were present suddenly turned ashen. "What's the matter? You don't believe it, or you don't want me to join the ranks of dealing with Uchiha Ryu?" A slightly playful voice sounded abruptly outside the tent. Of everyone present was instantly attracted. Looking at the yin and yang face of Heiju, in addition to Yutaki Yakura, the expressions of the 3 generations of Hokage also changed slightly. Faced with this mysterious existence in front of him, who possessed 100,000 troops, and even the 5 great ninja villages were apprehensive, he couldn't help but cheer up. "Heiju, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply." Tachibana Yakura was the first to speak. Not long ago, this person in front of me had cooperated with him. But at that time, in the eyes of Yutaki Yakura, Heiju was at best just a conspirator with more conspiracy and tricks. Apart from the sealing technique that controls the tailed beast, there is absolutely nothing worthy of his attention. However, it appeared again now, but with a different identity. If it hadn't been seen with their own eyes, I'm afraid not many people would be willing to believe it. "Hehe, the 4th generation of water shadows, didn't you take a fancy to the sealing technique of the tailed beast?" Heiju smiled and looked at Goji Tachibana Yakura and said, "Now, I'll leave the sealing technique to you. Is this sincerity enough?" These words fell, Heiju turned his right hand down, and an extra scroll appeared, which he threw directly on the table. The scroll flew down in midair and hit hard. The next moment, like a cloth, it was spread out on the table, and the seal was recorded in the temple, causing the pupils of many people in the field to shrink slightly. This is the ancient seal technique. Third Hokage was the first to speak, tensing everyone's nerves. In the face of this ancient sealing technique, the 3 generations of Hokage, known as the Professor of Konoha Ninjutsu, have enough right to speak. "Hehe, I didn't expect that someone would be able to see the origin of this ninjutsu." Heiju smiled softly and said, "This is the magic dragon banning technique, which can further improve the connection between the tailed beast and the human pillar. Now my sincerity, you have also seen, then. You should give me an answer." Having said that, Heiju looked around the arena with great interest. "If this sealing technique can come in handy, I can agree to your joining." Rosa was the first to speak. When he thought of the internal and external troubles in Sand Ninja Village, he couldn't wait, and wanted to kill Uchiha Ryuga to transfer the pressure. "I can agree too." As soon as someone started, Yakura also joined in. 4 generations of Hokage who proposed this time, only the 4 generations of Reikage and the 2 days of Oyogi have not expressed their position. However, 100,000 man-made troops, coupled with the sealing technique that can make the connection between the tailed beast and the human pillar force more urgent. For the 5 big ninja villages that have just experienced the 3rd ninja war, it is simply a sweet pastry. For a time, the 4th generation Reikage and the 2 days Ping Onogi, after looking at each other, nodded solemnly and said, "We also agree." When these words fell, Minato Namikuru's face was filled with joy, and before he could react, the 3 generations of Hokage took the lead and said, "Okay, since everyone has no opinion, then tomorrow the ninjas of our 5 countries will conduct the final assembly. I hope that you can minimize the damage, but you also can't lose this battle. Next, let's wait for the war to come. The old voice had an inexplicable solemnity at the end. In the face of Uchiha Ryu, who has not been able to figure out the details until now, the confidence in the hearts of the 3 generations of Hokage is still lacking. Hey, the 3 generations of Hokage, don't say it if you are polite. Let's copy this thing back and try it first. The 4th Hokage snorted coldly, took out a brand new scroll with his backhand, and after rubbing the seal technique, he turned around and left. Now that there is only 1 day left before the decisive battle, Kurabi already possesses the strength of the most perfect human pillar. However, the power that can be transformed between a tailed beast and a human is also judged by the human physique. If you can use this sealing technique to increase Kurabi's power to absorb the 8-tailed bull ghost, this is not a bad thing. The remaining 3 shadows obviously had the same idea as the 4th Hokage, and after branding the sealing technique one by one, they turned around and walked away quickly. For a time, in the huge tent, only 3 generations of Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Juhei were left. What's the matter, don't you want this scroll? Heiju looked at Namikaze Minato and said, if you can use this sealing technique effectively, then you don't have to worry about the tailed beast going berserk. It shouldn't hurt to give it a try. Spoke, Heiju grabbed the scroll with his right hand and threw it to Minato Namaifung. If nothing happens, then I'll go back first, and see you in the decisive battle tomorrow. Those words behind, Heiju turned around and walked away. Stop. 3 generations of Hokage said abruptly. Heiju, I don't know, what kind of hatred do you have with Uchiha Longyu, let you make such a determination to seek our alliance. However, I want to remind you in advance that your methods and origins are hard to figure out, but I still have a lot of trump cards. I hope you don't make trouble at this juncture, otherwise don't blame me for not in the love of the alliance, I have shot you. The violent scene changed Namikaze Minato's expression slightly. Was skeptical about the blackness shrouded in mystery all over his body, Minato Namikaze. Chapter 304, It's All for You. However, under the premise of the alliance, he did not expect that the 3 generations of Hokage would have such great courage to say such cruel words. Haha, the 3 generations of Hokage, who has no trump card. Heiju laughed dryly and said, however, don't worry, I won't mess around without killing Uchiha Ryu. Hopefully, we can succeed in this battle. Abandoning these words, this time Hei never hesitated. The body's chakra fluctuations flowed, and the whole body seemed to melt, burrowing into the soil under the feet. After Heiju completely disappeared without a trace, the 3rd Hokage breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the chair. 3 Hokage-sama, are you really going to use that trick? Namikaze Minato was the first to lose his temper and asked. As a member of Konoha Ninja Village, he certainly knew what trump cards were in the hands of the 3 generations of Hokage. I also hope that I don't need to use that trick, but if I have to, I can only take the risk. A dignified look on the face of the 3 generations of Hokage, and said, after all, what means Uchiha Longyu has, even I can't guess. What's more, that black absolutely, those who come are not good, and those who are good don't come, we still need to use multiple means to prepare. Have you collected enough of what I asked you to prepare? 3 generations of Hokage, don't worry, I am ready, and it meets the requirements of the operation. After the 4th Hokage was silent for a while, he took out a slightly larger scroll with his backhand and handed it to the 3rd Hokage. 3 generations of Hokage took the scroll, he felt the breath on the scroll, and nodded solemnly, yes, you have done a good job in this matter. The scroll in your hand, which records the sealing technique, may be of use to Kushina, so send it over first. Thank you for the 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Looked happy, clenched the scroll in his hand, turned and disappeared. Feeling the spatial fluctuations remaining in the air, the 3rd Hokage shook his head helplessly and sighed. Minato, this time the proposal to cooperate with Heiju seems to be largely due to Uzumaki Kushina's body. Haven't seen the wrong person once. Jiraiya, immortal big toad of Miaomu Mountain, do you have an answer? These words fell. Jiraiya, who was carrying a huge scroll, flashed out of the darkness of the tent. 3 generations of Hokage looked back, frowned, and said, is there any bad news? In the huge ninja world, there are 3 holy places for cultivating immortals. In Miaomu Mountain can be said to have the longest existence. According to Jiraiya's description, this giant toad immortal who has survived for thousands of years, but his mouth is closed, all thinking of the past. In particular, that sentence, I think that when I and 6 path immortals were called brothers and sisters. Teacher, I don't know if it's bad news or good news. Zilai also showed a bitter expression, and said, in the reply from the big toad immortal. The first time he met Long Yu, he was completely transparent. Right now, it's even more invisible. This one was disturbed by Uchiha Long Yu, like a layer of veil blocking it. Having said that, Jiraiya also looked at the 3 generations of Hokage. If possible, immortal big toad, let us try to avoid fighting, otherwise it will be doomed. The ninja world will be doomed without a future. The 3rd Hokage couldn't help but be stunned. Faced with this kind of evaluation, he had never thought of it at all. Pity that the arrow is on the string, and he has to send it, and the current situation can no longer allow him to think too much. After the 3 generations of Hokage knocked on the table, he sighed faintly and said, okay, we can no longer retreat. Now I just hope that Uchiha Ryu can retreat, otherwise we can only use witch trick. These words fell. Jiraiya's expression changed slightly, and the words that finally reached his mouth were swallowed back in his stomach. At the same time, not far from the huge tent used for the Central Council, there was a heavily guarded tent. Namikaze Minato's ghostly appearance clearly alarmed the Anbu ninja stationed in the dark. However, after seeing the identity of Namikaze Minato, the Anbu ninja hiding in the dark did not do much, but let Namikaze Minato go in. PFF'd. The sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded along with the rolled-up door curtain. 2 pitch black and ink-like horses attacked the face of Namikaze Minato with a violent swipe-like attitude. The violent scene made Minato's expression change slightly. Before he could think about it, he took out a flying thunder god kunai with his backhand and threw it to the ground in front of him at will. The next moment, before the attack fell, the whole person disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. Appeared again, had passed through the attack, and let 2 kunai shot through the tent and settled on the wooden post outside. 4th Hokage-sama, what happened? An Anbu ninja flashed out in the dark. Watching these 2 stunned and stuck on the wooden pillars of kunai, attacking the garrison of the Ninja Army Alliance, this is simply courting death. However, as soon as these words fell, a figure flashed out from another corner and stopped the nosy Anbu ninja. Don't meddle in your own business, it's the 9-tailed man who lives in the vortex Kushina. Can't you see her relationship with the 4th Hokage-sama? This, the slightly older Anbu said with a hint of apology, and said, Mizuman-sama, Sagi has just joined Anbu, and he will make mistakes if he doesn't know some things. However, don't worry about it. We won't ask what sound came out or what happened, and I hope the 4 generations of Hokage can forgive Sagi. After all, in their eyes, tomorrow will be a decisive battle with Konoha Rebellion and bloody Asura Uchiha Ryu. So who doesn't want to cherish it right now, the truth that a spring night is worth $1,000. The 2 Anbu ninjas, obviously thinking of the same juncture, invariably cast a glance at the WFC water gate, and then disappeared directly into the dark. Feeling the atmosphere in the arena, it suddenly changed. Minato Namaifung reluctantly touched the tip of his nose, looked at the scroll in his hand, and immediately followed the direction that Kuubao came from. The first thing that caught my eye was the vortex Kushina who was locked in the barrier. Why are you still here? Uzumaki Kushina said coldly, you should know that this kind of breaking 5, the enchantment can't stop me at all. I just felt that you actually cooperated with the guy who made the 9 tails in my body run wild. Are you crazy, Minato? That seemed a little long, but at the end, there was a hint of anger. Couldn't help his expression turning ashen. He clenched the scroll in Evil's hand, and said, Kushina, everything I do is for you. Uchiha Longyu's strength, you have seen it with your own eyes, but one look can suppress the 9 tails. If this kind of existence is only by ordinary means, there is no way to fight against him. Chapter 305, Apply Sealing. The only way is to join forces with the equally mysterious Heiju. At least, Heiju has given us a huge help, 100,000 man-made troops, and this sealing technique that enhances the control of the tailed beast. Everything I do is to strengthen our bargaining chip against Uchiha Ryu. Is this also wrong? Namikaze Minato, the hurried voice reverberated in the tent, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Torch-like eyes, staring at Uzumaki Kushina, as if eager to get her approval. Like a licking dog that had done something and was waiting for the owner's praise. However, the words that fell in his ear made this expression instantly stiff. No, what you are doing is for yourself. When Uchiha Longyu left, I told you not to have any dealings with Heiju. Uzumaki Kushina said anxiously. He also told me that he would not let me die, so you don't need to use me to make any excuses. I won't even want the broken scroll in your hand. After these words fell, the scene suddenly filled with an inexplicable depressing atmosphere. S expression suddenly stiffened, his hand clenching the scroll, his phalanges turned white. A grim look flashed across his face, and he roared, Uchiha Ryu again, since you after meeting him for the first time, you kept talking about him. If you like him, you can run to be a traitor, and I don't need to do so many things for you. Said that, Minato Namikaze suddenly flipped his right hand, and the scroll was unrolled. Mysterious spells recorded in the scroll, the WFC Watergate is literally 10 lines at a glance. Famous genius like him in the history of Konoha Ninja Village, it takes only a few breaths to browse the ninjutsu recorded on this scroll. When the final surgical handprint fell in Minato Namikaze's eyes, his hands flew up without warning. The violent scene made Kushina's expression suddenly change. However, she has a way to break through the barrier, but under the premise, it still takes time. However, the current speed of Namaifung Minato's spells is obviously faster than her breaking through the barrier. When the last magic seal fell, Minato had a ferocious look on his face, and roared, everything I do is for you. The sealing technique Illusory Dragon is banned. Bang! 5 fingers suddenly slapped the scroll, and at the moment when the mysterious magic seal spread quickly, an illusory dragon quickly rose into the air. The next moment, before Uzumaki Kushina could react, he drilled into her body directly. The violent scene made Uzumaki Kushina's expression suddenly change, feeling the 9 tails in her body, and at this moment, it seemed that she was bound tightly together, and her expression changed suddenly. Past, the relationship between her and Kyuubi was a feeling that water does not violate seawater. 9 tails are only the resident of her body, she is the key to the controller. However, the moment this strange sealing technique entered her body, the originally weak connection was instantly established. It feels like a smooth passage of meridians. Girl, what happened? Why can't the chakra in my body be freely controlled? Did you break the agreement between us? In the dark consciousness space, Julie's eyes suddenly opened, and an inexplicable and fierce aura exploded like a frenzy. However, this burst of breath quickly changed the consciousness space. That green gleaming. Like a blood vessel, the sealing spell pierced into the body of the 9 tails quickly absorbed the power emanating from the tailed beast and poured it into the body of Vortex Kushina. Feeling this rapidly growing and expanding chakra, Vortex Kushina's expression changed dramatically. Girl, what the hell is going on? If you don't give me an explanation, you'll blame me for being rude. Feeling the detonating aura in his body, he was devoured and plundered by a whale. This was the first time Kuo had encountered this situation. After all, there are only two ways for Renjuli to obtain the power of the tailed beast. First, unlock the seal, let the power leak out of the body, and use the erosion of the tailed beast chakra to achieve the effect of borrowing. It can be said that this is most of the way that human Zuli uses the tailed beast chakra. The second is to get the approval of the tailed beast like Kurabi, and become a perfect human pillar force. However, Uzumaki Kushina and Nine Tails obviously haven't reached this kind of relationship yet. I was forcibly put a seal into my body just now. I haven't figured it out yet. Please be patient. Our agreement is still valid. Uzumaki Kushina explained anxiously. Please leave this matter to me, and I will give you a proper explanation. The face of these words, the nine-tailed round blood-colored pupils turned slightly, and the tailed beast chakra that erupted in the end was quickly retracted, and the penetrating pupils closed up, saying, "Okay, look at that guys, for my sake, I trust you once. But don't forget what I reminded you of yesterday, but don't get me involved." Gradually dissipating, the words annihilated in the consciousness space, and the figure of the nine tails, let Uzumaki Kushina secretly relieved. Why Kyuubi took the initiative to contact her yesterday, she couldn't help being shaken. According to the nine tails, it has a momentary feeling, as if being caught. Then, there's an illusion of overlap. As if this world suddenly had another self. If you want to reason in this direction, the first person that nine tails think of is not Heiju, but Uchiha Ryu. It is for this reason that it reached an agreement with Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina, how do you feel? Have you strengthened your control over the nine tails? Hu opened his eyes, and with a hurried look, he stepped closer. However, as soon as this face got close, before Minato Naikamo could react, his slender hands whistled and fanned directly towards his face. Look at the slap that rapidly dilates in the pupils. At this moment, Namikaze Minato was stunned in place. In the face of this slap from the hula, the yellow flash of Konoha is also useless. Clap! The crisp slaps echoed in the tent like thunder, and the burning sensation made Minato Nika's bewildered. Subconsciously covering his cheeks, he hurriedly asked, "Kushina, you hit me. What if I hit you? I'm going to kick you." Kushina roared angrily. Her red hair was moving without the wind, and the title of Konoha Red Pepper was not in name only. The muscles of his right foot tightened suddenly, and he flew straight towards Minato. "Minato, who asked you to put a seal on me at will, and quickly untie it for me, or I will kick you to death." Chapter 306, Gathering. How dare you hide? My mother has to kill you today. A series of noisy voices echoed in the tent. Who were guarding outside and deliberately distanced themselves, looked at each other subconsciously, and showed such an expression on their faces. The two didn't have any verbal communication, and there was no hesitation at all. With a flick of the figure, they pulled a little further away. A spring night is worth $1,000. At least, in their eyes, what happened in this tent was too violent. The early morning sun is like broken gold, swaying on the entire Gobi beach. An inexplicable and oppressive atmosphere permeated the air, like an invisible big hand, clenching people's hearts. On the huge Gobi Desert, tens of thousands of people gathered here. The shadow-level powerhouse headed by him stood on the cliff with a solemn expression, overlooking the phalanx that gradually gathered below. Of the villages followed closely behind the shadow level, and the solemn expressions on their faces were like straws pressing on everyone's heart. It can be said that the attitude of any strong man is the confidence and determination of the Alliance Army. The crowd of shadow-level powerhouses present looked at each other. The three generations of Hokage took the lead to stand out, and the turbid pupils could not help but sharpen like a torch, and immediately said loudly, "Okay, everyone gathered here today, which means that they have made up their minds to maintain the glory of our 5 great ninja villages. However, this battle involves life and death. In the face of Uchiha Ryu, we don't know what cards he has, and what means." Speaking of this, the 4th generation of Raikage stood out with a solemn expression, and a thunderous voice suddenly sounded. "The 3 generations of Hokage are right, but our 5 big ninja villages can stand for 100 years in the ninja world, and they also have their own heritage. Now Uchiha Ryu, privately hunting tailed beasts, and openly declaring war on our 5 great ninja villages. This is a shame for our 5 great ninja villages. So, today, we gathered here to wash away this shame, to pin Uchiha Longyu on this Gobi desert, and let him know clearly that the majesty of our 5 great ninja villages cannot be violated. The slightly elusive voice rolled backwards like thunder, and the calmness mixed with it hit the depths of everyone's soul. Yes, Lord Raikage of the 4th generation is right. This is a battle to wash away the shame of the 5 great ninja villages. In this battle, we absolutely have no turning back. We will definitely be able to defeat Uchiha Ryu. How could a mere rebellious ninja be the opponent of our 5 major ninja villages? We can drown him by spitting out a mouthful of saliva. Quote, quote. Scene suddenly boiled, facing the thunderous words of the 4 generations of Raikage, obviously stirring up the fighting spirit in their hearts. Seeing this scene, the 4th generation of Raikage flashed a trace of satisfaction on his face, and immediately raised his big hand up and continued to roar loudly. We can only win this battle. Let Uchiha Ryu completely defeat the Gobi, and he will become the hero of every village. What awaits you will be the cheers of your triumphant return. We will win the battle. We will win the battle. Tens of thousands of people shouted in an instant, bringing the feeling of shaking the ground and shaking the whole Gobi desert, and shivered. Seeing a few words, the 4th Raikage pushed up the atmosphere in the arena. The elites of every village who followed them, many people had different expressions. Especially those who have seen Uchiha Ryu's shot, the eyes flashed in the depths of their pupils. Hee, it seems that the morale of your 5 great ninja villages is really strong. Shang, it's really unexpected. A black voice suddenly sounded. Soon I saw that the soil not far away turned outwards, and a figure emerged like a ghost. Seeing this sudden yin and yang face, the ninjas in the field couldn't help but stagnate, and all of them looked at the shadows. After all, their 5 great ninja villages have been fighting each other for many years. For their respective ninja villages, I still know a little bit about the existence of strong people. However, the guy with the yin and yang face in front of him obviously gave people a strange feeling. Heiju, you are finally here. Namikaze Minato was the first to speak. A hint of playfulness on Heiju's face, and he was about to say something. That caught my eye was a fat face that was bruised and purple. Looking at this scene, Heiju's expression froze. "See you tonight, what happened?" "HMPH, it's only now, I thought you flinched." 4th Raikage's face sank, and he said coldly. Facing the words that were obviously mixed with hostility, Heiju did not take it to heart, smiled playfully, and said, "It seems that witch sealing technique has also satisfied the 4th generation of Raikage, otherwise what is waiting for me now is not bad words, but a violent punch." The people present also felt the same way about the character of the 4th Raikage. It can be said that no matter Generation Raikage who was beheaded by Uchiha Ryu, or the 4th generation Raikage, the characters are both vigorous and resolute. It is precisely because of the action style that the action is not in line with each other, which makes the major ninja villages have a headache. However, as Heiju said, the current attitude of the 4th Raikage, from a side view, uses that sealing technique. HMPH, Heiju, you're talking a lot of nonsense. Are you here to fight, or to talk shit? The 4th Raikage snorted coldly. Didn't you say that there are 100,000 man-made troops? You're the only one now, so you won't be talking in vernacular without a reason. If so, I wouldn't mind twisting your head off. These words fell, the crackling arc of thunder suddenly skyrocketed on the body of the 4th Raikage. The tyrannical aura exploded like a frenzy and rolled back around. However, in the face of all this, Heiju's expression remained the same. He looked at the 4th Raikage with a playful smile, and snapped his fingers with his right hand. 4th generation, be careful. A sudden cry came up. Everyone's expressions suddenly changed. Soon I saw the soil behind the fourth rakeage, and it was quickly pierced. A pale figure emerged directly from the ground and turned into a figure like an iron tower. Roar! A furious roar resounded suddenly. Under a pair of tearful eyes, he raised his big hand like a grinding disc and smashed it straight at the fourth rakeage. The violent blow instantly tensed everyone's nerves. The attack that smashed down with force brought a stern sound of breaking through the air, and it was even more incessant. In this close distance, it gives people a feeling that there is no way to hide. You bastard, give me death. The fourth rakeage's expression sank, and the moment when the anger roared. He has already entered the lay-done chakra mode, and the speed of the explosion is not familiar to the naked eye at all. Facing the giant fist that was smashed, he just raised his hand to block at will, and the thunderlight was wrapped around it, turning into a thunderlight, and smashing straight towards Baiju's abdomen. Bang! Chapter 307, 100,000 Soldiers with IQ. A thunderous crashing sound resounded. The expressions of everyone in the arena suddenly changed, and the tower-like body flew straight out. With the sound of a thunderous collision, the huge body smashed heavily on the cliff dozens of meters away. The huge impact made the seemingly indestructible cliffs burst open. Baiju's abdomen collapsed directly, forming a huge hole. The violent scene changed the expressions of everyone in the arena. They never imagined that at this juncture, the so-called alliance would be violent. Fourth Rakeage's face sank. He looked at Heiju angrily, and said sharply, Heiju, what do you mean? If you want to assassinate me, can't you use some means that can be put on the table? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were locked on Heiju's body. 100,000 man-made troops. This is more than the ninja army they assembled here. If this force is transferred, it will affect the entire battle situation. For a while, the atmosphere in the field changed. Hee, the fourth Rakeage, you are as impulsive as the rumors say. Facing so many gazes, Hei Huiwei laughed and said, I'm just showing you whether my 100,000 troops are qualified to be on an equal footing with your 5 great ninja villages. Sit on an equal footing. Fourth Rakeage snorted coldly, that kind of chop, I can kill one with one punch. If it's only this level, then don't be ashamed. All of these words undoubtedly aggravated the depressing atmosphere in the field. 3 generations of Hokage and the others couldn't help but let out a wry smile. For the violent scene in front of them, it can be said that it is beyond their cognition. Moreover, the strength of the 4th generation of Rakeage also made them unexpected. In case, it really forced Heiju's power back. 100,000 man-made troops are also a disaster for them. Hee, the 4th Rakeage, we are allies, everyone's goal is Uchiha Ryu, I would not do such a stupid thing. Darkness laughed out loud. You just said that my subordinates are just chops. You can look back now. Roar. A low roar, as if in response to Heiju's words. Originally smashed and flew, it was pierced through the abdomen, like an iron tower. Baiju rushed out like a tiger and a leopard. Of tens of meters is just a few breaths. The tower-like Baiju came to the 4th Rakeage again, his hands clenched suddenly, like a war hammer, and he slashed head-on. The violent scene suddenly changed the expressions of everyone in the arena. In their eyes, even the abdomen is covered, and the one who should die can no longer die. However, the scene in front of them was beyond their understanding. The 4th generation Rakeage's expression also changed slightly. This time, he didn't make a move, and the lightning on his body skyrocketed like a frenzy. The next moment, like a ghost, he preemptively disappeared into place out of thin air. Boom! The combined hands hit the ground like a war hammer. The huge impact force made the solid rock ground shatter. However, after this shot down, the huge body of Baiju, like an iron tower, did not continue to pursue. Stunned, standing in place, looking fierce, and looked around. The belly that had been penetrated, the white flesh and blood rolled quickly and healed under the watchful eyes of the public. The strange scene made everyone in the field look slightly changed. facing the fourth Raikage, who is proficient in ninjutsu. It can be said that the ninjas present, including the shadow-level powerhouses, were not confident enough to take a punch like the 4th-generation Thunder Shadow Thunder. However, the so-called man-made weapon in front of him had nothing to do with it after suffering the blow. This is beyond their comprehension. If Heiju said, the 100,000 man-made troops possess this so-called immortality, would be a nightmare for any ninja village. Hehe, you should have seen that the miscellaneous soldiers in the mouth of the 4th generation of Raikage, my 100,000 man-made troops, have an alternative immortal body. Looking at the different expressions of everyone, Heiju smiled playfully. If I tell you, they can still perform ninjutsu. Can also perform ninjutsu. Everyone present, regardless of. It was Luo Sha and the others, and even the 4th Raikage's expression suddenly changed. The immortality has already made people feel hopeless. If you can still perform ninjutsu, the level of difficulty is definitely not in the Chunin, or even under the Super Ninja. This man-made force should only obey a single combat order. Sandai Hokage suddenly spoke up. These words fell, the expressions of the ninjas present changed slightly, and some people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. These Baiju possess immortality and no ninjutsu, which makes people feel terrifying indeed. But without intelligence, that's another story. Matter how powerful it is, it can only be reduced to a beast. As long as they cooperate properly, it is not difficult to deal with Baiju. HMPH, you guessed the 3rd Hokage wrong. Heiju's face sank. However, this Baiju is in my army of 100,000, and he is only in the middle class. Some Baiju in the upper class have a will comparable to that of human beings, and they are enough to command these armies. He played in this way, all for his own sake, and then he took the initiative in the next action. I never thought that the 3 generations of Hokage would see through so quickly. Originally, he planned to hide this as a backup to deal with the war situation. Also possess intelligence. The 4th Raikage's expression changed slightly. The rest of the shadow-level powerhouses are no exception. A pig that raises 100,000 pigs is a completely different definition than having a lineup that can command 100,000 pigs. Seeing that the atmosphere in the arena changed again, the smile on Heiju's face became even greater. Playful smile, he said, don't worry, we are allies and have a common enemy, Uchiha Longyu. So, you don't need to be so nervous about me at all. Speaking of which, Heiju took out a quaint scroll, which was already covered with dust, and said with a dry smile, let's stop talking nonsense, to prevent Uchiha Ryu from taking advantage of the situation and taking us by surprise. Now let me wake up first. I am an army of 100,000 people, everyone will go to meet them and enter the battlefield. The awe-inspiring voice came out of Heiju's mouth. On such occasions, as long as he raised his hands a little and laughed loudly, he would definitely exude a behind-the-scenes smell all over his body. Everyone could react, the hands quickly flipped, and the ancient scrolls spread out on the ground. After forming a series of spells, they suddenly pressed towards the ground. Bang! A low burst of air suddenly sounded, and at the same time the mysterious magic seal spread quickly. Chapter 308, Lost Contact. Under the laser beams of aura, the smile on Heiju's face suddenly stiffened. The next moment, before everyone could react, Heiju shook his head and exclaimed, it's impossible, it's impossible. How can I not connect with them? What the hell is going on? The whispering voice, at the end, was mixed with a smell like crazy, echoing in this world, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. The sudden scene shocked everyone in the field. In their eyes, Heiju from the previous moment was still in high spirits. Now it feels like a madman who has lost his beloved toy. Heiju, what happened? You just said, where is the awakened army? The 4th Raikage took the lead in exclaiming anxiously. Things go wrong, there must be demons. At this juncture, anything that can weaken the strength of their alliance. That's all bad news. Shut up. Heiju roared and said, I have lost contact with my army, this is absolutely impossible. Except for a limited number of people such as Namikaze Minato, absolutely no one knows where my army is. The hysterical voice, like an invisible big hand, suddenly clenched everyone's heart. The people present, before they could react, saw urgency on Heiju's face. Before he had time to think about it, he just pulled away and stormed off into the distance. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and even the expressions of the shadow-level powerhouses present changed drastically. After seeing with his own eyes the perverted methods that Baiju possesses. For their 5 major ninja villages, this artificial force is the best cannon fodder to deal with Uchiha Ryu. It is also the best way to reduce the loss of their ninja village. After all, after the Third Ninja World War, their own strength has been weakened a lot. The ninja village is even more wasteful. If it is, it will experience the Fourth Ninja World War that follows one after another. Those who are waiting for the 5 great ninja villages are probably severely injured. It is for these many reasons. Only when the 4th Hokage Wave Feng Minato proposed that Heiju join, everyone would reluctantly accept it. However, the scene in front of them now far exceeded their expectations. Who would believe it if you didn't see it with your own eyes? At this juncture, the 100,000 man-made troops would suddenly lose contact with Heiju. 3 Hokage, what are we doing now? The 4th Raikage took the lead in speaking in a deep voice. As the initiator of the 5 Ninja Village Alliance, the 3 generations of Hokage don't care. Or just say a word, everyone has the absolute right to speak. For a time, the eyes of everyone in the field turned and locked on the body of the 3rd Hokage. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the arena, Hokage's expression darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I think everyone has the answer in their hearts. However, based on my knowledge of Heiju, he just loved his face and planned to give us a slap in the face. With this style of behavior, he should not lose the chain at this juncture. So, there must be something wrong with his 100,000 Baiju army." Having said that, the 3 generations of Hokage looked around the field and said solemnly, "We now have 2 choices. First, follow Heiju to the place where the 100,000 Baiju army is hidden, but the premise is that we all act together to avoid Heiju's deceit and let us to break them one by one. Second, we stop cooperating with the Heiju allies, regardless of what happens to his 100,000 Baiju army, we will deal with it alone. However, we have to keep an eye on it. In case there is no accident in the army of 100,000 Baiju, our decision will probably push Heiju to the side of Uchiha Longyu. Before facing Uchiha Longyu, who is unclear about the details, I am afraid that you will have to fight the backlash of 100,000 Baiju, so I hope you can choose carefully." The slightly long-sounding voice reverberated in the sky, and there was no way to dissipate it for a long time. Looking around the audience, in addition to the 3 generations of Hokage where the old god was present, the remaining 4 shadow-level powerhouses also had a change in expressions on their faces. After a short while, the 4 shadow-level powerhouses looked at each other and said in unison, "Uchiha Ryu hasn't appeared yet, let's go and have a look." As soon as the words come out, immediately, the tens of thousands of ninja army waiting below nodded in agreement. Facing a Uchiha Ryu has already caused them huge psychological pressure. Now that there are 100,000 white monsters, if they become their own enemies, no one is willing to accept this huge gap. Okay, then we'll do it right away. Let's go. Seeing this, the 3 generations of Hokage suddenly waved their big hands and gave orders in a deep voice. Voice fell, and the 6 shadow-level powerhouses present rushed out first. Immediately behind them, there are the most elite fighting forces in the major ninja villages. When they crossed the cliff and landed in the desert, tens of thousands of ninja coalition forces were directly bombed. As dense as locusts, they converged into a torrent, chasing straight away. Tens of thousands marched, giving people an inexplicable depressing atmosphere. But the 5 ninja villages act together, and at any time, it is an unbelievable scene. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would have believed that the 5 great ninja villages, which had always been in war and strife, would have come to this point in order to fight against the rebellion of a Konoha ninja village? Heiju's aura is not as hidden as before. There are a lot of chakra fluctuations in the air. It seems that he is very anxious and should be able to catch up. Yamanaka Kaiichi, who was next to the third Hokage, suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes and looked in the direction Heiju left. As one of the top 10 ninja tribes in Konoha Ninja Village, Yamanaka Kaiichi has enough right to speak. Let's speed up our pace. It seems that something really happened to the 100,000 strong army of Heiju. 3 generations of Hokage's expression sank, and he gave the order again. The large army of tens of thousands of people, the speed of the march has accelerated again. Only thing fortunate is that this time the battlefield was chosen in the Gobi. Otherwise, tens of thousands of people are walking through the forest, and everyone steps on the branches of the trees, and I am afraid that everyone will fall without falling. The torrent of tens of thousands of people hurried on the road for 20 or 30 minutes, and after crossing 20 or 30 miles, Yamanaka Kaiichi's tightly closed eyes opened again. Heiju's breath stopped 2 miles ahead, but his position seems to be a little deep. Yamanaka Kai frowned and said in confusion. Location is a bit deep. The look of the 3 generations of Hokage also changed slightly. However, before he could speak, the 4th Raikage snorted coldly. Hey, he wants to hide 100,000 man-made army under the eyes of our 5 major ninja villages. If it wasn't underground, we would have already discovered it. The relationship between the 5 ninja villages has been unstable. It is for this reason that everyone's eyeliners are definitely not few in the country of fire. A1 Sesame may not be able to detect it, but if an army of 100,000 man-made people really appeared on the earth, it would be a blind man. Chapter 309, Destroy the Black Army. Otherwise, it would be strange not to know. However, this idea just sprouted in their minds, and the next moment crossed the rock forest in front of them. The first scene that came into view was like an invisible heavy hammer, hitting everyone's nerves. Looking at the scene in front of me, I almost split my eyes. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. But it can definitely be called a big demon. On the huge Gobi Desert, an indescribable depressing atmosphere clenched everyone's heart like an invisible big hand. Looking at the front, it is as shocking as a cliff and abyss. A diameter of 4 or 5 kilometers, there are deep craters of meteorites, and the corpses of Baiju are lying on the edge. The black flames wrapped around his body radiated heat that made his spine sweat. Baiju, who is known to have the body of immortality, in this raging black flame, except for the howling and hissing sound. It can only struggle and crawl through the abyss like ruins. The so-called immortal body, under the black flame, obviously has a kind of feeling, pale and powerless. No matter how they rolled and rolled on the ground, the black flames on their bodies showed no sign of going out at all. The burning speed gave people a feeling like maggots on toe bones, and in just a few tens of seconds, the huge body like an iron tower was burned to ashes. Who witnessed this scene turned even paler. It was like an invisible big hand clenching the heart tightly. Who, come out quickly. Black Jew growled hysterically. The round eyes were almost split, looking around the huge ruins, wishing to dig 3 feet directly to find the person. Facing Heiju's madness, the people present couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. The 100,000 black man-made army, if they were really killed. That was simply heart-wrenching. The black inextinguishable flame, only Uchiha Longyu can display it. He won't find this place in advance and kill all the 100,000 black army. Jiraiya's voice suddenly sounded, instantly tense everyone's nerves. Facing this scene in front of them, the shadow of Uchiha Ryu also appeared in the hearts of many people. However, no one dared to jump to conclusions. After all, the scene in front of him was too shocking. The 100,000 strong black army has immortality, ninjutsu, and very few people have an intelligence quotient comparable to that of humans. Such a powerful man-made, it is in existence that even their 5 great ninja villages are afraid of. However, the place where this black army was hiding was turned into an abyss. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would believe it was true? Uchiha Ryu, get out of here, I'm going to kill you. Heiju was stunned at first, and then hysterically roared. In his eyes, Baiju's real hiding place, but even Uchiha Madara doesn't know. However, now it has been destroyed without anyone knowing it, which is beyond his plan. Are you looking for me? An indifferent voice came softly, shaking everyone's nerves. The eyes of tens of thousands of pairs of people in the audience turned and followed the sound. The first thing that caught my eye was a thin figure that appeared like a ghost on the huge meteorite. That breezy and cloudless attitude, and the auspicious cloud robes with a black and red background, that's silk dust. The unstained posture is simply a feeling of stunned. In their eyes, killing a strong and immortal Baiju also has the heart to fight to the death. However, if the person in front of him really relied on his own strength, he would kill 100,000 black absolutes. The robe on that body can still be spotless. It was a nightmare for them. Let me ask among them, the coalition forces of the 5 great ninja villages, according to incomplete statistics, only have more than 50,000 people. Compared with the so-called man-made Black Army, it is almost a bit less. If, even 100,000 man-made Baiju army, is not the opponent of Uchiha Longyu, then are they still going to die? Chaotic thoughts flashed in their minds. Everyone's eyes subconsciously looked at the 6 shadow-level powerhouses. 3 generations of Hokage-sama, one of the 12 guardian ninjas, Sarutobi Asuma, urgently communicated on behalf of Yuhuo Daimyo. A hurried shout came from a distance. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Looking at the sound, he was the first to catch his eye, and there were 2 figures rushing to the scene. Among them, the one who fell behind was Asuma Sarubi, a tired and dusty-looking. After all, unlike Uchiha Raiha, Sarutobi Asuma doesn't know time and space ninjutsu. Looking at the 3 generations of Hokage in this scene, his face sank involuntarily. This is where the army of the 5 great ninja village alliance is located. Under the watchful eyes of all the people, Sarutobi Hizen, who is his son, rushed over in such a panic, which obviously hurt the face of Konoha Ninja Village. Thinking of this, the face of the 3 generations of Hokage sank, and he shouted sharply, Asuma Sarutobi, there is something panicking. If there is nothing important, then wait for the triumphant return of our 5 major Ninja Village Alliance forces, let's talk in detail. Voice fell, and the turbid old eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage lit up like torches. After looking at each other with the other 4 shadow-level powerhouses, they were about to speak. He saw Namikaze Minato beside him, disappearing in place like a ghost. Appeared again, and has come to a place not far from Sarubi Asuma. Asuma, is the daimyo planning to cheer us up? I'll take you to the 3 generations of Hokage. As soon as Namikaze Minato came to Sarubi Asuma's side. Before he could react, Namikaze Minato grabbed Asuma's shoulder with his right hand, and the moment he squeezed the Flying Thunder God seal in his hand, it disappeared like a ghost. When he appeared again, Sarutobi Asuma had come to the side of the 3rd Hokage. In the face of Namikaze Minato's unauthorized actions, the 3 generations of Hokage frowned, appearing slightly displeased, but did not hold him accountable. The face of Sarutobi Shinosuke, who is known as one of the 8 colors of Konoha, this younger brother, Asuma Sarutobi, who is fluent in life, obviously makes the 3 generations of Hokage a little unwelcome. Who was out of breath as he ran back all the way, a trace of impatience flashed on the face of the 3 Hokage, and he said in a deep voice, Asuma, we have all heard daimyo's encouraging words. If you have nothing to do, step aside first. Speaking, the 3rd Hokage waved his hand casually, and then turned to look at the 4th Raikage. However, just as this scene appeared, a sharp knife sound resounded suddenly. The snow-white cold light is like a drill, and it is forbidden to swept away from the throat of the 3 generations of Hokage. The unexpected action instantly tensed everyone's nerves. Although most of the people present did not know the bad relationship between the three generations of Hokage and Sarutobi Asuma. Chapter 310, Human Sacrifice Forbidden Technique. But this son's stance against Leodu was completely unexpected. To mention Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato, even the three generations of Hokage are no exception. For a time, everyone's eyes were locked on the body of the third Hokage, showing a look of confusion. Only Uchiha Ryu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. The famous feathered flame still couldn't hold back and got involved in this matter. The violent stance made the expressions of everyone present, including several shadow-level powerhouses, change suddenly. The three generations of Hokage felt the chakra hand knife on the neck, and his face was gloomy to the extreme. If it weren't for the fact that he was in the public eye, he would have slapped this disdainful son to the ground with one palm. Resisting the anger in his heart, the three generations of Hokage gritted his teeth and said, "Asuma Tsurugi, do you know what you are doing? Only by this one act, I can designate you as a traitor. If you don't give me a reasonable answer today, I will ban you in public." The stern voice, when it came to the end, had a taste of decisiveness. A smell of slaughter, before the war with Uchiha Ryu, permeated the five great ninja village alliances. For a time, everyone's eyes were fixed on Asuma Tsurugi. There was also a hint of apology on Namikaze Minato's face, if he had known that things would turn out to this extent. He would not use Sarutobi Asuma to perform the Flying Thunder God technique. Once something happens, no matter what. Conclusion is, he can't get rid of the relationship. "Father, for the sake of Konoha Shinobi Village, I have to do this, otherwise you won't listen to me at all." A trace of apology flashed across Asuma Tsurugi's face. The chakra knife held in the right hand did not move away, and the left hand turned over at the waist to take out a scroll. "Dad, this is a joint decision of the three big names to hand over the Nine Tails to Uchiha Ryu and withdraw from the Battle of the Five Ninja Village Alliance. If you insist on going your own way, you will destroy the hard work of Hokage in all dynasties," Sarutobi Asuma said in a hurry. A small voice, at this moment, swept the audience like a hurricane. Looking at the scroll unfolded in Sarutobi Asuma's hand, after the magic seal on it was unwound, 333 uniquely belonged to the three daimyo of the country of fire, representing the seal of identity. Of the above book is exactly the same as what Tsurugi Asuma said. The violent scene made everyone look stunned. Some even swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The relationship between the five great ninja villages and the five great nations seems to be dependent. However, if it is really investigated, the major ninja villages, in addition to the inheritance of shadow-level powerhouses, need the approval of the daimyo. At other times, the filmmakers have the right to make decisions about everything in the village. And, in this wartime situation, this kind of autonomy can also be implemented at any time without passing the daimyo to deal with any disaster that threatens the country and the ninja village. It can be said that in the face of the war game, Wying is the spokesperson. However, now the three great names in the country of fire have jointly issued an order to let Konoha Shinobi give up the Nine Tails and withdraw from the war against Uchiha Ryu. This is undoubtedly beyond everyone's expectations. Asuma Tsurugi, do you know what nonsense you are talking about? Face of the three generations of Hokage sank, and the anger roared. His right hand abruptly looked up, and with a lightning-fast gesture, he snatched the chakra gauntlet from Asuma Sarutobi's hand. The next moment, castration. Undiminished, cut off the daimyo oracle in the hands of Sarutobi Asuma. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves again. This is an oral oracle from the daimyo, let's not talk about its authenticity. However, if this matter reaches the ears of the daimyo, it will damage the trust of the daimyo of the Land of Fire in the Konoha Shinobi village. Dang! A black cold light, like a horse, shot out without warning. One step ahead, bumped into the chakra gauntlet in the hands of the third Hokage. Sparks splashed, and the huge impact force made the gauntlet fly out of his hand, and finally slanted into the ground not far away. As for Kunai, who rushed in first, he cut through the scroll in Tsurugi Asma's hand and stuck it directly on the ground behind him. Looking at this sudden scene, not to mention the 3 generations of Hokage and others, even Asma Tsurugi could not help but froze in place. After all, the person who shot just now was Uchiha Ryu, who provoked the war. Lord Longyu, what are you doing? This is an oral decree from the daimyo, don't you want 9 tails? Sarutobi Asma was the first to lose his temper and asked anxiously. The eyes of the people present were also fixed on Longyu. At this moment, everyone's thoughts were the same as Tsurugi Asma. As long as you are not a fool, you can know that this decree is beneficial to Uchiha Ryu. If you win without fighting, you will be able to get the 9 tails of Konoha Ninja Village. I wonder who doesn't want to. Hehe, you don't want to participate in this kind of mother-in-law's affairs. Longyu laughed dryly and said, that Yuhuo is also nosy. When he says what I like, he grabs it with his hands. 3 generations of Hokage, don't be stunned. You will be subject to the orders of foreign troops. I want to see your determination in this battle and your cards. Voice fell, and Longyu's eyes turned in vain, locking on the body of the 3 generations of Hokage. Faced with this provocation from Kai Guago, the expressions of the people present suddenly changed, and before they could think about it, the awe-inspiring voice of the 3 generations of Hokage could be heard in their ears. Okay, a good sentence will be subject to foreign military orders. The 3 generations of Hokage said okay twice in a row, then suddenly clenched his right hand and said sharply. I have read countless people in my life, and I never thought I would overlook you. The courage you possess is truly beyond the comparison of ordinary people. Having said that, the 3 generations of Hokage looked around the field and continued to say sharply, this time, our 5 ninja villages are gathered here, and we have already held the heart of a deadly fight. I don't know how you killed 100,000 white Jew, but since you came out of our Konoha ninja village, as the 3rd Hokage, I have an irresponsible responsibility. Although this ninjutsu is a technique banned by the teacher, in order to deal with you, the only thing I can do is to assume the name of a sinner and use the name of the shadows of the past to judge your crimes. The slightly long-sounding voice reverberated in the heaven and earth like thunder. Side also heard the words, sighed with a complicated expression, and walked out. His backhand, he pulled out the huge scroll behind him and spread it flat on the ground. 3 mysterious spell seals were the first to catch everyone's eyes. Where the curse seals gathered, and the words written on it shook the nerves of everyone. Human sacrifice. This is forbidden art. 3 generations of Hokage actually need to perform the forbidden technique of human sacrifice. There was a sudden uproar in the field. In their eyes, if Uchiha Ryu is the incarnation of evil who provoked war, then the 3 generations of Hokage are the incarnation of justice who presided over this battle and fought against Uchiha Ryu. Chapter 311. The whole card is a paper tiger. However, now the 3 generations of Hokage have pulled out a scroll of human sacrifice. It is still forbidden to perform. A bit too big for anyone. Looking at the familiar curse mark, Longyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly, and couldn't help but say, I said, this won't be your trump card, right? Is this your trump card? Could it be that the strange voice made everyone in the field startled for a while? In their eyes, the use of human sacrifices is an awesome forbidden technique. However, now in Longyu's eyes, it gives people a feeling of disappointment. This is unavoidable. Uchiha Ryu, I know this forbidden technique, and you may also, but as the inheritor of the will of fire, it will be the biggest killer of our Konoha ninja village. The shadow of the past dynasties, the majesty cannot be humiliated. The 3 generations of Hokage's expression sank. The moment when the voice fell, he didn't take into account the many eyes in the field at all, and with the movement of his hands, it quickly turned like a wheel. Dozens of spells, in the hands of the 3 generations of Hokage, were completed in an instant. Of this not seal technique did not humiliate his title as a ninjutsu professor. But the last magic seal fell, and the 3 generations of Hokage's eyes were like torches, and the right hand roared and shot towards the scroll. The art of psychic reincarnation. Roaring like thunder, it brought forth a sense of indomitable awe, which made everyone in the field startled at the same time. Sarutobi Asma was stunned, got up, and couldn't help but said coldly, "Dad, is this your trump card? Let's not be ashamed, hurry up and admit defeat." The small voice instantly overwhelmed the awe-inspiring voice of the 3 generations of Hokage. Were originally like a rainbow, almost stumbled and fell to the ground. If it wasn't for his image, Hijirai would have pulled Sarubi Asma away in time. "I'm afraid the father and son will really fight together." Roar. However, before everyone could react, 3 roars suddenly sounded. The living sacrifice on the scroll, like endless dust twisting, quickly transformed into 3 figures. That hideous appearance, under the rapid reorganization, was the first to catch the eye, which touched everyone's nerves. This is the first Hokage and the second Hokage. No, you can see it clearly, and that person seems to be the legendary Uchiha Madara of the Uchiha clan. The exclamation that sounded hastily shook everyone's nerves. If you say Senju Tobirama, in the ninja world, he is a ninja with outstanding strength. That Uchiha Madara, and Senju Hashirama, are known as godlike existences. The shinobi world of Konoha Shinobi Village, which has 2 giants, it can be said that in their era, the infighting of Konoha Shinobi Village, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha gave them a feeling of relief. However, now such characters have been resurrected by human beings. No one dared to question what they had. After all, this is the method used by the 3 generations of fire movies to fight against Uchiha Ryu to clear the portal. That it possesses is definitely not based on weakness. What's more, if this is the strength of one's own side, it is a strong and powerful shield for anyone. Big brother, is this what it feels like to be reincarnated in the dirt? The voice of 1,000 hands sounded first. However, when he saw Madara Uchiha, his expression sank, he was dormant, and the chakra in his body detonated directly. Boom! Exclamation mark. The breath like a hurricane turned into a frenzy and rewinded, making the expressions of the ninjas in the field change drastically. Being exposed to this burst of breath gave them the feeling that they were in a hurricane. If it is not for personal experience, no one wants to believe that someone can cause this kind of coercion with a chakra outbreak alone. Tobirama, put your fingers down. The first Hokage rolled his eyes and said, "I didn't expect to be summoned again in just one day." It seems that the 4th ninja war is still unfolding. Uchiha Ryu, we meet again. Speaking of which, the first Hokage raised his hand towards Long Yu, and that kind of intimacy was simply stunned. Teacher, this is... The 3 generations of Hokage were also stunned, the first to lose their breath, and hurriedly said. This is his method of pressing the bottom of the box, and it is also one of the strengths of the decisive battle. However, as soon as it appeared, the trump card that should have turned the situation around. The way this trump card opens has the wrong feeling. It turned out to be a monkey. I didn't expect you to use it, this forbidden technique. After Chisho Tobirama glanced at the first Hokage, his taut fingers were released. He said coldly, that guy has used the reincarnation of the dirty earth and summoned the big brother several times. And Madara Uchiha over there. Speaking of which, Chisho Tobirama subconsciously looked at the arrogant back, and said in a deep voice, I heard that he and Uchiha Ryu used the undead body to reincarnate several times, and they all lost in the end. The strength of Madara Uchiha at that time reached 70% of the heyday. 70% of the people present suddenly changed their expressions. For them, this kind of thing is simply a secret. No one would have thought that Uchiha Ryu actually fought against the legend of the Uchiha clan of the next generation, and defeated him. Who would believe it if he hadn't heard it with his own ears? Monkey, the purity of your reincarnation from the filth. Chisho Tobirama regained his senses and remembered the most important question. 40%. The bastards have only 40% of their strength in their heydays, and the guys who use the reincarnation of the dirty earth are simply inferior to one. Madara Uchiha's face sank, and he roared angrily. Dormant, the chakra pressure in the body was directly detonated like a volcanic eruption. And sweeping situation shook everyone's nerves. Was disbelief in his round eyes. Haven't seen pigs, but they have eaten pork too. They don't know how strong Uchiha Madara Kichung is. That burst out just now gave them the feeling that they were completely above Chinsho Tobarama. Such strength, even the shadows in their shinobi village couldn't easily achieve it. However, now someone tells them that Madara Uchiha, who is 70% powerful, has the undead body reincarnated in the dirt, but he can't beat Uchiha Ryu. That was the trump card that made them consider Konoha Shinobi Village's greatest help. It's completely a paper tiger. The huge gap between their original expectations and the situation in front of them made them immediately understand that the name of the Kingdom of Fire just now had good intentions. Sarutobi Asma's beating up his father is even more worthy of praise. Haha, you don't need to worry, that kid is also collecting tailed beasts. Senju Hakuma laughed indifferently. Chapter 312, The Strength of Konoha to Hokage. Also, I heard that those tailed beasts like him very much. As long as you give him the tail beast, it can be considered to avoid a battle, and you don't have to worry about the tail beast riot in the future. Of course, I was summoned. If you say you must fight, then I can only fight back. The small voice brought an inexplicable smell of slaughter, making the atmosphere in the field suddenly depressed. Of the first Hokage, the expressions of everyone in the field suddenly changed slightly. If it is said that the god of ninjas has the strength of the heyday, as their help, they may be able to be happy. However, Madara Uchiha and Chisho Hashirama now have only 40% of the strength of their heyday. Maybe the skinny camel is bigger than the horse. However, the Uchiha Ryu in front of him is not a paper tiger. 100,000 man-made white absolutes can also be easily destroyed. I am afraid that it is not enough to see a group of them together. Messy thoughts flashed through the minds of everyone present, and their eyes were locked on the body of the third Hokage. If they hadn't seen the scene where 100,000 Baiju was killed, they might still have the heart to fight against Uchiha Longyu. But this scene in front of him undoubtedly played the role of killing chickens and warning monkeys. No one is willing to die in a mortal situation. HMPH, mother-in-law's guy. Madara Uchiha snorted coldly and said disdainfully, that kid summoned me last time, but he had 80% of his strength. I said that without the strength of his heyday, I will not fight him again. Voice fell, Madara Uchiha glanced at Longyu coldly, then went straight to the side and sat cross-legged on the ground. That posture obviously intends to stay out of the way. After all, Madara Uchiha's face was unbearable after being abused in private several times before. Not to mention, in such a large audience, even knowing that they will lose, they still have to take action. Humiliation watching this scene, and the nerves of the people who were originally timid were tense, like a straw. HMPH, we had no hope that the Uchiha clan would take action. Chinsho Tobarama suddenly opened his mouth. The moment his eyes fell on Longyu, he disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. Appeared again, already one step ahead of Longyu. His right hand suddenly turned over, revealing the detonating talisman in his hand. Without any bells and whistles, he directly patted Longyu's body. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. The face of Chinsho Tobarama's shot. Everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and their eyes were obviously unable to keep up the speed of this instant body technique. However, this speed is only 40% of their heyday. If it was in its heyday, it would definitely be called super speed. Don't underestimate their strength, who only have 40% of their strength. It's not. Words can describe it. 2 days later, Onogi spoke with a solemn expression. We're ready to go too. The awe-inspiring voice tightened everyone's nerves. However, in the face of the violent Tobarama, the corners of Longyu's lips pursed into a playful smile and said, is this the technique of detonating talismans that you deliberately used to restrain and reincarnate? You know. Shinsho Tobarama's expression suddenly changed. When he developed the art of reincarnation from dirty soil that day, the sacrifices he needed were too inhumane, and the peace of those who intruded on Wonquan was disturbed. Thousands. Tezuma ordered the destruction of this ninjutsu. However, as his own efforts, it is still such a perverted ninjutsu, and Senju Tobarama is not willing to let it disappear at all. He came up with a forbidden art in the name of beauty and sealed it, and researched the art of mutual explosion that he thought could restrain the reincarnation of filthy earth. Everything is just for the sake of letting future generations remember the highlight moments of his thousand hands. Uchiha Ryayu, who could break his own forbidden technique, but didn't take things to heart. Shinsho Tobarama's face sank, and his hands suddenly folded together, forming a magic seal. Blast me! Low roar came out, the detonating talisman originally attached to Long Yu's body instantly burst into flames. At the same time, Senju Tobarama disappeared like a ghost out of thin air. At the same time, the two ninjutsus were almost completed in an instant, which surprised everyone. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded first, and the fiery air wave rolled back like a frenzy. Of the people present changed suddenly, and in the blast of air, one after another detonating talisman was instantly channeled out. At the same time, these detonators continued to be detonated. Under such a cycle, a dense saturated explosion storm was formed, which directly submerged the radius of tens of meters where Uchiha Longyu was located. That were affected along the way were torn to shreds like a piece of paper. Seeing the blast of air soaring into the sky, the nerves of the onlookers suddenly became tense. Some people couldn't hold their breath, and they muttered in shock. Is this the strength of Konoha to Hokage? It is definitely the first person to be able to use the detonating talisman to such a degree. The power of this explosive talisman also uses the means of psychic communication to increase the originally limited attack power by dozens or even 100 times in an instant. In the face of this kind of attack, I am afraid that even the shadow will not be able to retreat. Scene suddenly boiled over. After all, in their perception, the role of the detonating talisman was at most to harass the enemy in unexpected situations. It's nice to be able to smash a light wound. To achieve such a saturated attack, no one dared to imagine it. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the arena, Onogi, who had planned to make a move, snorted coldly, HMPH, don't forget, this thousand-hand Tobarama is the ninjutsu master of Konoha Ninja Village, his ability is not you juniors can figure it out. However, just after this evaluation came down, the voices floating not far away made the nerves of everyone in the field tense. Boring. Madara Uchiha raised his eyelids disdainfully and said, if we can defeat him with just one ninjutsu move, we won't be channeled over and over again. Hashiyama, your younger brother is still so naive, this random shot is self-inflicted humiliation. Shinsho Tobarama's face sank, and a trace of anger flashed in the depths of your pupils. However, before he could react, the shouting of Shinsho Zujian suddenly sounded. Be careful. Would escape thousand hands technique. Shinsho Zujian let out a hurried cry, and when his hands suddenly folded, two tree roots burst out of the ground like horned dragons, wrapping directly around Shinsho Tobarama's waist with a gesture that was too fast to cover his ears. The violent scene suddenly changed Tobarama's expression, and before he had time to think about it, strong spatial fluctuations emerged behind him. Figure, like a ghost, came behind him. Read the underlined version of the novel. Please download the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmate find 99 novel and LT. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection IP will be banned. NGT. 313th chapter. Self-inflicted humiliation. The thunder light bloomed in full view, and an arm even flew up, although no blood splashed. But it also tensed everyone's nerves. After all, this is one of the legends of Konoha Ninja Village. The existence of playing the detonator very smoothly. However, all of this would not have been possible if Senju Hakuma stepped in to help. I'm afraid it wasn't the arm that was thrown away, but the head was in a different place. At this moment, they finally understood what Uchiha Madara's self-inflicted humiliation meant. Two crackling thunder lights splashed, raging like a horse training in the heaven and earth. Looking at the flying arm, when everyone's pupils suddenly contracted, they had a deep understanding of Uchiha Madara's words. Big brother. As soon as Chinshofei came to Chinshozuma's side, he subconsciously covered his arms. Don't look at it, this is the body of the reincarnation of the dirt, this knife will not cause much damage to you. Chinshozujian glanced at it lightly and said, but you were too underestimated just now. Don't take it lightly because this kid is too young. If you let Madara evaluate it, this kid's strength is probably stronger than our heyday. The small voice was like an invisible big hand, and instantly clenched everyone's heart. They know that Uchiha Ryu's strength is no trivial matter. But it's all just their guesses. Fuzzy guesses just make people feel worried about the unknown. But after a real understanding, what you get will be trembling. Ask, what evaluation is more authoritative than the affirmation from the god of ninjas? What's more, Madara Uchiha, who was arrogant in the face of Senju Hakuma's evaluation, didn't even say a word. Based on this alone, it is enough to see that he also agrees with Senju Hashima's evaluation. The first generation, if you are like this, the game is not fun. Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, are you guys going to go together or wait to die one by one? Arrogant and arrogant in the face of the invitation to battle issued by Long Yu alone. What a domineering move to single out the entire ninja world. However, in the face of this kind of rhetoric, the huge situation suddenly fell into a dead silence, and no one responded first. Such a scene made the dignified coalition forces suddenly become embarrassed. Hands on. 4 generations of thunder roared. In his eyes, no matter what. Old hatred, the only thing that can be done now is to let go and fight. Who is one of the most powerful warriors in Yunnin village, he can't do this kind of thing. Yo-yo, eldest brother is right, there are so many of us, we don't believe it, we can't defeat this person. Kurabi rapped to keep up. The crackling thunder light suddenly skyrocketed on the 4th generation Reikage. A body like an iron tower, when the Rekla mode is activated, the speed increases to the extreme. Reikage, the 4th generation Reikage, was once known as the fastest in the ninja world. A distance of 100 meters, it is only a blink of an eye for everyone. After everyone reacted, the 4th generation Reikage, who was bathed in thunder light, had already come to Long Yu and waited for me. The 5 fingers clenched suddenly, and the right fist, like a giant hammer filled with thunder, slammed down towards Uchiha Ryu's chest. Boom. With a punch, it was like a fierce wind-like frenzy that rolled away. The distance that is so close at hand is also approaching in the blink of an eye. However, before everyone could react, Long Yu suddenly moved. In the right hand detonated, and the black spot lightning pattern unfolded directly. Without any bells and whistles, he punched him in the face. Boom! The fists that were not trying to give up collided together, and the thunder light splashed down, and the airwave brought heavy pressure, which directly shattered the ground under my feet. At the same time, the pupils of the 4th Reikage shrank suddenly, and the words that fell in his ears shook his nerves. I caught you, Yao. The small voices seemed to be filled with magic sounds at this moment. As a combination of Yunnin village, the 4th generation Reikage and Kurabi are best at the combination battle of thunder plow and hot knife. Under the tacit understanding of the long-term battle, as long as the 4th Reikage shoots, Kurabi will assist from the back. It is wrapped around the waist of the 4th Reikage with 8-tailed octopus legs. Regardless of the 4th Reikage succeeded or missed, Kurabi was also able to respond quickly. Is it to pursue, or to pull back the 4th Reikage who missed the attack? However, the 4 generations of Reikage never imagined that this tacit understanding would give Uchiha Ryu an opportunity. Looking at Long Yu's right hand sticking out like lightning, he buckled it on the 8-tailed octopus's leg. The people present didn't react yet. Long Yu's right 5 fingers suddenly tightened, and under the prominent muscles, a tyrannical force erupted. Get me out. Bang! Kurabi, who followed the fourth raikage, felt as if he was being pulled by a whale. Which it flew was unbelievable. The 8-tailed bull ghost, in desperation, could only stick out the remaining 7 octopus legs and fasten them to the ground, intending to do some buffering. However, all these efforts seemed to be in vain at this moment. Heavy ground was fastened, the solid rock formations collapsed. A large piece of rock collapsed, and sand and dust rolled up. The next moment, everyone saw Kurabi, like a cannonball, slammed into the deep crater meteorite not far away. The huge impact was accompanied by a thunder-like collision sound. The meteorite was also smashed head-on. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Although, Uchiha Longyu chose the counterattack time very accurately. However, in one shot, he defeated the combination of Raikage, the 4th generation, and Hakuri Yutai. Moreover, under the wrestling, even the tailed beast was pulled away. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe this is true? The technique of flying thunder gods in a blink of an eye. The roar of the 1,000 hands Tobirama suddenly sounded. Like a ghostly figure, he first appeared on Long Yu's side, and then he reached out and buckled on the body of the 4th raikage. He could react. Senju Tobirama disappeared like a ghost with the 4th raikage in place. When it reappeared, the roar of Senju Tobirama resounded again. Sand Ninja Village, if you don't do it now, when will you wait? The sound of the sandstorm double burying the sand suddenly sounded. He and Fenfu were obviously horned, and they even appeared dozens of meters away from Long Yu. After forming a series of magic seals with both hands, he slapped the ground below suddenly. Boom! The roar of the rolling rock formations echoed, straining everyone's nerves. The ground with the dragon feather as the center, under the rapid tumbling, endless sand waves rushed out. Turned into 2 giant waves, and shot the dragon feather head-on. The gold dust and the yellow sand collided in the void in an instant, like a huge wave overturning, slapping at Long Yu. Hee, it seems that even Renzuli can't hold his breath anymore, this just saves my effort. Facing this scene, Long Yu seemed not to care about it at all. With a genial smile, the 9-hooked jade kaleidoscope writing wheel spun in vain. Chapter 314. Want to beat Long Yu. Susano's violent pupil power exploded like a frenzy. The blood-colored posture, mixed with the taste of disaster, shook everyone's nerves. Those rapidly emerging ribs formed an absolute defense that made the pupils shrink suddenly. Blood was like a tidal wave, like a huge giant, it forcibly blocked the wave of gold dust that was rolling in. The ferocious ribs, the 100-meter body that was quickly constructed, and the majesty covering the whole body. The 3-headed and 6-armed posture is even more hideous. Facing this scene, the expressions of everyone in the field suddenly changed drastically. The 4 generations of Kazekage and Aikitotoju share their blessings, and the joint strike that is displayed. It should be able to easily submerge a small town. However, in front of Long Yu, this seemingly monstrous sand wave seemed pale and powerless. If you don't see it with your own eyes, no one wants to believe it. The shadow-level powerhouses who are regarded as the most powerful by them, as well as human pillar weapons, will display such a pale and powerless attack. However, in the face of all this, Luo Sha was the first to laugh unscrupulously. Haha, Uchiha Ryayu, I knew you would care so much. Facing such a wide-ranging attack, you didn't take it to heart at all. Share the blessings, use that trick. The hurried voices detonated everyone's nerves one after another. Of Luo Sha, who was originally at a disadvantage, but suddenly became the winner, everyone's nerves suddenly tense. The Buddha's name recited in Fenfu's mouth stopped instantly. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly changed, and they turned directly into the black and gold eyes of a Shuhei. The roar was like a thunderous roar, and it rolled back with a strong wave of air. The purple pattern quickly emerged from the yellow sand and sand gold. The blink of an eye, it spread to the buried Susanoo. However, no one has yet to react. Fanfu's body was instantly shaped into Shuhei's huge body under the endless rolling back of yellow sand. The huge body of 100 meters, covered with purple patterns all over the body, exudes a strange smell everywhere. Bastard human beings, dare to force me to control me, I will not spare you. Shuhei's roar echoed in the sky in all directions. Everyone's nerves suddenly tense. After all, it is different from Yunnin village who has a perfect human pillar. Fanfu was able to communicate with Aikyo, but it wasn't like he was able to get Shukaku's approval completely. Case Shuhei can't think about it, he chooses to run wild at this juncture. That makes people unable to eat and walk around. However, in the face of all this, Luo Sha was completely convinced that he had obtained the seal against the tailed beast in the hands of Heiju not long ago. He has personally tested it, and the power is self-evident. Otherwise, at this juncture, the risk will not put the chips on the fortune-sharing body. Just as this thought flashed through Luo Sha, the sound of chanting the Buddha suddenly sounded again. However, this time it was obviously from Shuhei's mouth. At this moment, the black and gold eyes that were bursting with tears became clear and bright. A pair of huge front claws were inserted into the sand, and the next moment an angry roar rose. Seal of the Great Burial in the Desert. That were originally buried around Susanoo were affected in an instant. Like a carp rolling, the moment when it suddenly rolled up, it turned into a frenzy, and went directly to Susanoo's body, frantically burying it. Blink of an eye, the huge desert pyramid of 100 meters. Directly condensed. At the same time, on the sand body of Shuhei, the purple incantation that appeared, seemed to come alive, and with a swift and violent attitude, it quickly diffused towards the desert pyramid. The speed was so fast that when everyone came back to their senses, the seal enchantment was directly condensed. Seeing the successful strike, a flash of ecstasy flashed across Luo Sha's face, and even Madara Uchiha, who was sitting cross-legged on the side, immediately retreated away from the battle circle because of the violent shot in front of him. The sealing technique condensed with the power of the tailed beast, his brows were raised. If you don't take action now, when will you wait? Luo Sha succeeded in one strike, and at this time, it was a moment of brilliance for him. These words fell, the 2-day-ping onogi not far away, like a ghost, rushed to the side of the desert pyramid in an instant. His hands suddenly pressed down on the pyramid, and he shouted in a deep voice. The art of earth escaped super heavy rock. Boom! There was a roar from the ground of the rock formation, and the huge pyramid of 100 meters, under the super heavy rock technique, soared dozens of times in weight. Feels like it weighs millions of pounds. It makes the original sealing power even more indestructible. A roar of roaring tears suddenly came out. The 5-tailed King Mu, the 6-tailed rhinoceros, and the 8-tailed bull ghost manifested in an instant. After obtaining the seal of Heiju, the control and transformation of the tailed beast has obviously reached the extreme. Along with the awe-inspiring roar, the bloody mouth suddenly bluffed, and the frenzied chakra gathered in a frantic backlog. The violent scene fell in the eyes of the ninja coalition, and some ninjas with a little more experience suddenly changed their expressions. This is a tailed beast cannon that can destroy Shinobi Village with one blow, let's retreat quickly. These words fell, everyone's nerves seemed to be moved. There was no time to think about it, and they all quickly retreated, and the huge formation completely became panic. However, seeing the 4-tailed beasts cast the tailed beast jade at the same time, Luo Sha's face suddenly sank, and he hurriedly looked at the 3 generations of Hokage. Konoha Shinobi Village, when will your 9 tails wait if you don't make a move now? In Luo Sha's eyes, from the moment when the violent lure attack was launched, Uchiha Ryu, who was invincible in the eyes of outsiders, was counted by him. It can be said that if this battle is successful, then Luo Sha will become the most prestigious ninja in the ninja world. That filled the village and were unfavorable to him would obediently shut up and disappear. Under his leadership, Sand Ninja Village can also rise like the sky. Moreover, according to the agreement, whoever defeats Uchiha Ryu, he has the first right to choose the tailed beast he possesses. Once that time comes, their sand ninja village will have a second head-tailed beast. As long as the human pillar power is created, under the unsatisfactory tail beast sealing technique provided by Heiju, then the strength of their sand ninja village will be further improved, and it will be no exception to become the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world. At that time, Sand Ninja Village was like Konoha Ninja Village, which had Senju Hasuma and Uchiha Madara at the same time. Hiluasha will also become the greatest wind shadow in the history of the Sand Ninja Village. However, this idea had just emerged, and before Luosha could react, a violent chakra detonated in the whirlpool Juchinai. Just like the moment when a frenzy rose into the sky, it was filled with the smell of various negative disasters. The scarlet chakra quickly circled and condensed in the void, and instantly turned into a vague nine-tailed posture. Chapter 315, Reincarnation Eyes Again. A pair of eyes that burst into tears like a blood moon. After looking around the entire battlefield, they instantly locked on the huge pyramid with high hopes, and a hoarse voice suddenly came out. "You guys are too naive. Do you think that this thing alone can suppress him?" Too naive. The disdainful words echoed in the sky like thunder, and they did not dissipate for a long time. Many people subconsciously looked at Madara Uchiha and Chisho Hasuma. After all, the two of them are known as the top of the ninja world in the past, and all opinions will become the most important measure. However, this sight was aimed at Chinsho Zujian, the slightly helpless gesture of touching the tip of his nose. While the expressions of everyone in the arena changed slightly, Luo Sha, who was on the side, took the lead in roaring angrily. "You bastard, it is buying time for Uchiha Ryu. He is now suppressed by Fenfu's sealing technique. Under the tail beast Jade, I don't believe that Susanoo alone can save him." Along with the hysterical roar, everyone's nerves were tense again. Luo Sha roared again with a ferocious face. "Hands on." The successive urgings instantly made the four pillars tense their nerves. Looking at the sandstorm pyramid in front of him, a ruthless color flashed in the depths of his pupils. The arrow is on the string, and the matter has progressed to the present, and there is no way out. What's more, in the face of the four great people, Zuli, they couldn't believe that Uchiha Ryu was really able to take the attack down. Tail Beast Cannon. Four-tailed beasts roared in unison, the bloody mouth bluffed, and the endless chakra madly gathered and compressed in the mouth. Looking at the rapidly prototyping tail beast cannon, the overflowing destructive aura filled the sky in all directions. A slight humming sound of the air suddenly came out, and the four-tailed beast cannons clearly reached the critical point. The eyes of the four-tailed beasts lit up, and after reflecting on the motionless sandstorm pyramid, they moved instantly. The big mouths of the four big-tailed beasts suddenly opened and closed, and the tailed beast Jade, which was compressed to the extreme, was like a cannonball, and the air was instantly torn out. The turbulent air ripples quickly rolled back around. The distance of 500 or 600 meters, under the four whistling tailed beast Jade, is only approaching in the blink of an eye. Looking at the next moment, I can collide with the tailed beast Jade, no matter what. Is it the four great people Zuli, or Luo Sha and others? Even the more distant ninja coalition had an inexplicable urgency on his face. They eagerly wanted to know, who was more naive than Juwei's mouth was too naive. However, this idea had just sprouted in their minds, and before they could react, sonic booms ripped apart. Bang bang bang, the thick pyramid wall was instantly penetrated. The blood-colored chains, like a horned dragon going out to sea, and with the tendency to cover their ears, collided head-on with the approaching tailed beast Jade. Bang! The seemingly fierce and unparalleled tailed beast Jade was instantly pierced by a single glance. Boom! The thunderous explosion sounded like a direct detonation, and the turbulent airwaves rolled back like a 12-category hurricane. That soared into the sky turned into a sea of fire in an instant. Four indestructible blood-colored chains appeared in front of the four-tailed beasts in an instant, piercing through endless fire. Feeling the breath emanating from the chains, a trace of panic flashed in the eyes of the tailed beasts. However, at such a close distance, all efforts seemed to be in vain. As soon as the golem chain approached, the speed increased sharply. As cunning as a poisonous snake, it quickly wrapped around the neck of the tailed beast. 4. The big-tailed beast touched the golem chain. The chakra in the body was like falling into a quagmire. All the strength in his body was imprisoned in an instant. Come here for me. The light voice, at this moment, seems to have the taste of waiting for me without a doubt. The moment the words fell, the blood-colored chains suddenly tightened, without any fancy. 4 huge-tailed beast silhouettes like hills were pulled over abruptly. Gave the impression of being a tailed beast like a dog, pale and powerless in front of the 4 blood-colored chains. The low roar of roar instantly detonated the silence in the field. The sandstorm pyramid, which had been pierced, spread out like a cobweb of cracks. The next moment, a huge palm like a dead tree pierced through it forcibly. It was regarded as an indestructible defense by them, and it was pulled by 2 big hands, accompanied by a rolling roar, and suddenly tore apart in front of everyone's eyes. Yellow sand was flying all over the sky, pouring down like a torrential rain. The outsider golem, which is far larger than the tailed beast, broke out of the ground directly. The 5 open eyes, the flowing scarlet blood, even had a terrifying feeling. Like a dead dog, was abruptly pulled in front of him. However, those present, regardless of, is it Luo Sha and others, or the ninja coalition? Even Madara Uchiha and Chinchuju suddenly turned their eyes, and they all locked onto the outer Dao golem, that thin figure. Those eyes that were as white as snow, the 9 jade hooks that turned, and the eyes were facing each other, and the soul seemed to be shaken. This is the reincarnation eye of the 6 Taoists. An unexpected exclamation tensed everyone's nerves. They had already seen Uzumaki Nagato during the 5 shadow talks held in Konoha Ninja Village. However, in the face of this so-called leader of the Shao organization, they were shocked and surprised, but not to the level of awe. However, when these eyes fell on Long Yu, the meaning was completely different. A pair of 9-hook jade kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes has already made the ninja world terrified. Now let's take a pair of samsara eyes again. What level of strength is that? That's not at all to describe in words. It's impossible for you to open the eye of reincarnation. Madara Uchiha's face changed, and he roared anxiously. The face of this junior, he has always held the determination to be ashamed. Regardless of. It's the first time we've met, and nothing will change. However, this idea, with each meeting, has become more and more extravagant. Uchiha Ryu, who became stronger and more unfathomable again and again. When he saw this pair of reincarnation eyes, he couldn't help but feel a hint of despair in his heart. The violent scene made everyone in the field froze in shock. The face of the legend of the dignified Uchiha clan, he actually behaved so rudely. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would want to believe that all this was true? Ban, isn't this your eye? Heiju, who had been holding his stomach full of murderous intent and was about to look for an opportunity to explode, suddenly changed his expression and asked anxiously. Most powerful behind-the-scenes mastermind who has lived for thousands of years, the samsara eye has rarely appeared. If Madara Uchiha didn't open the eye of reincarnation by chance, Heiju wouldn't know, and there are other ways. However, this was originally a part of his secret, but it was broken one after another by the young man in front of him. Chapter 316, Ancient Ninjutsu. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe this is true? After all, having the reincarnation eye means that Uchiha Ryu has the opportunity to become the 10-tailed man. In the face of Long Yu, who has been terrified by his actions time and time again, Heiju dare not gamble. The voice of hysterical questioning reverberated in all directions. Everyone's eyes turned and locked on Uchiha Madara's body. In the face of this legend of the Uchiha family, they have never thought of it, and there is such an inside story. No, it's not my eyes. Madara Uchiha had a hint of madness on his face, stared straight at Uchiha Ryu, shook his head and roared, "Who are you? Why do you know everything?" In the face of this, every time he appears, he can do things to give people a faction, steady as a rock, and strategizing the younger generation. Even Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel a trace of inexplicable powerlessness and despair in his heart. Hee, do I still need to ask? I am a member of the Uchiha clan. Long Yu smiled warmly, but instead looked at Heiju not far away and said, Uchiha is stupid and thinks you are the successor of his will. However, I'm not the same as him. I've lived on my brain until now. I really want to know, what other cards do you have so that you can still have the confidence this time, and don't choose to run away? Regardless of. It's the first time we meet, or it's a series of fights. The first to escape when he sees that the situation is not right. However, for now, regardless of. Is it because the army of 100,000 Baiju disappeared, or the four-tailed beasts joined forces and were directly captured? For Heiju, who originally liked the 36 strategies to be the best strategy, he still stayed on the battlefield. That's when things go wrong and there must be demons. He is not a product of my will. Madara Uchiha's expression froze, and he said, "No way, before I was killed by you, I clearly poured my will into his body, this is a clone." Madara Uchiha roared and couldn't wait to form a series of spells. However, when the last spell in his hand fell, Heiju, who was not far away, still stood there indifferently. Regardless of. Madara Uchiha gave such an order, and everything seemed pale and powerless. Now, let alone Madara Uchiha, even the melon-eating crowd in the field suddenly understood that Madara Uchiha might have been deceived again. Feeling the change of sight around him, Madara Uchiha's face flashed a trace of anger. Taking a step forward, like a ghost, he performed the teleportation technique, and he appeared first in a dozen meters away from Heiju. Like wheels, his hands flew up quickly, forming a series of magic marks. The art of fire escape how fireball. The fiery chakra was condensed frantically in Madara Uchiha's mouth, and the next moment he swallowed it. With a diameter of tens of meters condensed in an instant, and the fiery air wave rolled down. With a rolling gesture, the scene of rolling towards highway and violently made many people stunned. In their eyes, Heiju is their ally who jointly deal with Uchiha Ryu. Uchiha, reincarnated from the dirt, is the killer of the 3 generations of Hokage. However, now there is an infighting in public, and if you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe that all this is true? 3 Hokage. Luo's expression changed, and he exclaimed anxiously. Facing Uchiha Ryu. The 4-tailed beasts were easily subdued, Renzuli had no response. Black is absolutely incomprehensible, but as long as there is more effort, it is also a 1% chance of winning. However, the scene of entering the goal, it was Chinsho Zujian's shot to stop him. You have reached this point, do you still not understand, what does the innocence in Juwei's mouth really mean? Since the tailed beast has already fallen into Long Yu's hands, I advise you not to take action anymore. He didn't put you in his eyes at all. Speaking, Chisho Hakuma's eyes suddenly turned, fell on Uchiha Madara, and said in a deep voice, "Now Madara is at a rampant level, if you forcibly stop him, I'm afraid it will force him to go mad. Take action against you. What I want to know the most right now is what the kid in front of me has in mind." Would escape wooden man technique. Heiju roared, his hands clasped together suddenly, the muscles in his body squirmed, and the ground under his feet was instantly moved. As huge as a horned dragon directly broke through the rock formation, turned into a big hand, and suddenly caught the incoming fireball. At the same time, the huge wooden man of 100 meters was transformed into an illusion. Bang! Fireball was crushed in response to the sound, turning into a sky of fire and dispersing between the sky and the earth. Of the people present changed suddenly. A low voice came out on the wooden man. Heiju, everything to be prepared is ready. Group collection. Seeing this uninvited guest, the 3 generations of Hokage were stunned for a moment, and their expression changed drastically. The face of Danzo, a conspirator, he is obviously a scumbag. Hee hee, Danzang, your shit stick has come out. It seems that you are ready to deal with me with a confident killer. I hope you won't let me down. This time, it will not be like before, let you all pass the street. Rat, fled sullenly. Uchiha Ryayu smiled and looked at Danzo. The small voice once again tightened everyone's nerves. Under the strength of Uchiha Ryayu, who has seen it with his own eyes, he dares to stand up and show his trump card. That means that this trump card is no trivial matter. Danzang's face sank involuntarily. It can be said that the biggest mistake in his calculations in this life is to underestimate the strength of Uchiha Ryayu. If he could be counted once, he would definitely strangle Long Yu to death in his infancy. However, in the face of the once despair, Heiju came to the door not long ago and proposed the last trump card, which gave him a glimmer of hope and urgency. Once this technique is successfully performed, what awaits Uchiha Ryayu will be despair. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Danzo's ugly face, and after looking at Long Yu, he immediately looked at the 3 generations of Hokage, who had been his old enemy for many years, and said, I didn't think that you would end up in desperation. Even the teacher's forbidden technique has been displayed. Although, I couldn't become Hokage back then, but this time, I want to prove that the teacher is blind. If I become Hokage, I will be 100 times stronger than you. Look, this is what we do to deal with this the arrogant, the ancient ninjutsu prepared. As long as he is killed, I will become a hero of the ninja world. Chang's voice became a little hysterical at the end. Danzang didn't delay much, and in the backhand, a simple scroll fell directly into his hand, and quickly spread out on the wooden figure's head. At the same time, he took out a brand new scroll again and bit it in his mouth with his backhand. Chapter 317, Chakra of the Nine-Tailed Beasts. As the scroll hung down and spread out, Danzo quickly flipped his hands and formed a series of spell marks. The next moment, without any bells and whistles, an angry roar started. The art of psychic. Spiritual art. Roaring again and again, with a decidedly unparalleled taste. The moment Danzo's hands suddenly folded, the scroll in his mouth exploded into a cloud of white mist. The next moment, the worn-out vessels were directly channeled out. Are various mysterious patterns on each vessel. That's the Kowloon magic sealing pot that was broken during the process of sealing the 3 tails. How did Danzang get it? That's the magic flame tin that sealed the second and second tails. That's the seal of the 6 tails. A series of exclamations came out from the mouths of several shadows. Before the previous Ren Zuli died, the candidate to succeed Zuli was not found. They usually use utensils to seal, although the difficulty is also very high, but at least they will not run wild like Ren Zuli. It can be said that the value of these vessels is no less than that of divine vessels. However, now these things are in Danzo's hands, which has to make these ninja villages look at Danzo's dark line with admiration. Heiju, these utensils all have chakra left by the tailed beast, which should be enough. Danzo hurriedly said. It just kind of looks like an invitation. However, in the face of all this, not many people pay attention to it now. What they are most eager to know now is what Highway wants these sealed vessels containing the tailed beast chakra to do. Danzo, I didn't expect you to be successful. Heiju's eyes lit up, and after looking around, he smiled grimly and said, Uchiha Ryayu, you sealed the rest of the tailed beasts in the body of the outsider golem, I can't get them. But it doesn't mean that I can't get the chakra of the 9-tailed beast. Speaking of this, Heiju suddenly clasped his hands together, and a mysterious magic seal appeared in his hands at the moment. Was originally obtained by Heiju as a vote, and then was applied to the body of the tailed beast, quickly appeared on the body of the 4 tailed beasts and Kushina. Roar! Painful screams rang out from the mouth of the tailed beast like thunder, and Uzumaki Kushina covered her abdomen with pain, and a large amount of cold sweat oozes out of her forehead. Scene of, Waiting for Me, made the faces of all the movie-level powerhouses change drastically. stepped forward even more quickly, hurriedly trying to help Uzumaki Kushina. However, the oncoming is a slap from Hula. The crisp slaps echoed in the sky in all directions, so hot that Minato was stunned. His cheeks, he said, Jushina, with a pale face. Your sister. Uzumaki Kushina gritted her teeth and said, if you hadn't given me a seal for no reason, I wouldn't have done this, and I won't see you in the future. The hysterical roar, like a heavy hammer, shook Minato's nerves. Seeing this scene, Minato Namikaze shook his head grimly, then suddenly looked at Heiju, and roared sternly, Heiju, what exactly did you do? You're being used as a gun. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, that guy has been eyeing Chakra, the tailed beast from the very beginning. It seems that this ninjutsu is worth looking forward to. It is indeed a behind-the-scenes gun that has lived for thousands of years. These words fell, not only Namikaze Minato and the others, but also Heiju's complexion suddenly changed. You know I'm coming. Calendar. Heiju's face sank, and he asked anxiously. Faced with these words, everyone's nerves were moved. After all, if in their eyes, the origin of Uchiha Ryu is the most difficult to guess, then Heiju can be ranked second. Now Long Yu is playing Kick Explosion, this is big news. For a time, everyone's eyes were locked on Long Yu's body, and there was an inexplicable urgency. Hehe, I originally planned to leave you some suspense, but since you have such a request, then I will also fulfill you. And said, Six-Path Immortal, named Otsutsugi Yuya, he has a younger brother named Otsutsugi Yukin. Of course, you may think that this black thing is the feather coat, but I can tell you clearly that this guy is only the seal of the Six-Path Immortal, the ancestor of Chakra, and the ancient will that was stripped out when Kagaya Otsutsuki was called. The worst third child. The slightly elongated voice can be called full of explosiveness. It is like a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves. In the ninja world, there is indeed a legend of 6 immortals. In their eyes, the ancestor of Chakra is also a Six-Path Immortal. However, now Long Yu's remarks have simply removed the mystery of history. Let them know what dusty history is. It's not possible, it's absolutely impossible. Heiju's expression changed dramatically, and Zhuang Ruo frantically stepped back a few steps. Who are you? Why do you know these things? Looking at Heiju, who was so rude, the people who were still suspicious, suddenly changed their expressions. In particular, Madara Uchiha, who always thought that Kuro was absolutely his own will. Now suddenly tell him that this is the will of the ancestor of Chakra. In the case of public embarrassment, it would be a big embarrassment. If there was a dog hole here, he would like to go straight into it. Hehe, you ask who I am. Long Yu smiled and said, actually, I don't know, or you can call me the heavenly way of this world, the person who stands on the top and overlooks all beings. The nonsense is over, it's time to show the cards. The people who looked down on all living beings from the Tao of Heaven were obviously stunned. Heiju's expression changed, looking at the quaint scroll on the ground, he roared angrily. What is the way of heaven? What is overlooking all living beings? This is simply bullshit. You just know that my mother is the ancestor of Chakra, but you must not have thought, where did my mother come from? This scroll, as long as you use the chakra of the 9 big-tailed beasts, you can open a door to the dimension that my mother broke 1,000 years ago. This chakra doesn't belong to this world at all. As a princess, the mother is responsible for cultivating the divine tree. She has already violated the family rules by doing so. Speaking of this, Heiju's expression was obviously distorted, and he said with a big laugh, the Protoss where my mother belongs, every clan member can easily destroy this ninja world, your so-called shadow is not even a fart in front of them. The 100,000 Baiju army, but the mother who is the ancestor of Chakra, created it to deal with the clansmen who came to the door one day. Uchiha Ryu, aren't you very good? Although I can't unlock the coordinates that were closed by my mother forever, but even if I open it for a moment, I can let the people of the Otsutsuki God clan discover this dimension. Once they come through the world, wait for it. Yours is doomed. The voice of Cheng's words rolled away. Facing the blackness of the fish and the net, everyone's nerves suddenly tense. Chapter 318. Don't stop waiting for him to shoot. Danzo, who was an accomplice on the side, changed his face slightly, and couldn't help but take a half step back. The voices that sounded like crazy, like thunder, rolled and dispersed in the sky. At Heiju's distorted cheeks, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Especially the so-called Otsutsuki god clan that Heiju kept talking about when he heard it. That is comparable to the ancestor of chakra, and even comparable to the existence of the six-path immortal. In case it really makes the black absolutely, poke a hole in the dusty space coordinates. It was a nightmare for them. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes turned and locked directly on Uchiha Longyu. At this time of crisis, they thought of Longyu first. If he is willing to take action, the crisis brought by Heiju may be easily resolved. 3 Hokage. The 2 Oyoki were the first to hold back. In the current situation, anyone can see who is loyal and who is traitor. That Heiju is about to bring, the faces of the 3 generations of Hokage changed one after another, and finally he sighed. Longyu, can you stop him? As soon as these words came out, everyone's nerves were tense. However, more still blushed. After all, just a moment ago, they kept saying that they wanted to kill Uchiha Ryu and win the 4th Ninja War. He even regarded the 100,000 man-made white army of Heiju as his trump card. However, the change in the situation that is now in front of us is too fast. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe that this is a turning point? Stop him. Longyu smiled genially and looked around and said, why do you want to stop him? I'll wait for him to take action, and wait until the flowers are gone. Heiju, stop dawdling. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be filled with a magical sound, echoing in the heaven and earth for a long time, and there was no way to disperse. Not to mention many people in the ninja world, even Heiju was shocked, and the whole person was stunned. Monkey, don't mess around. Chinsho Hashirama appeared beside the 3rd Hokage, patted him on the shoulder and said, although I don't know that kid, why do you know so many ancient things? However, according to Heiju, the ancestor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki, obscured the spatial coordinates of this dimension, and then captured the chakra fruit. Then her family will never give up the pursuit. To find this place, I am afraid it is also sooner or later. Speaking, Chinsho Zujian's eyes suddenly turned and fell on Longyu's body. I think, this kid is probably planning to lead them out, and then cut the grass. Draw them out. The expressions of the people present changed drastically, and they were simply gasping for breath. Onogi hurriedly asked, if the space coordinates of the 1st generation of fire are really opened, how many people will the other party come, how strong will it be, and if we can't deal with it, it will be for the entire ninja world. Is a disaster. The expressions of the people in the field were just like what Onogi said, facing the Otsutsuki god clan in the mouth of highway, under the unknown strength, the risk is too great. No, according to Heiju, this space coordinate is only open for a short time, and the other party consents that the people who come here should only be those who have been tracked down for a long time. Chinsho Tobarama explained, if this chakra is really so important to the Otsutsuki god clan in Highway's mouth, and they will come after them, it will be a matter of time. Ryu Uchiha's strength is unfathomable right now, and even the eldest brother. Asuke is not an opponent, he has the confidence to let Highway go, there is definitely a whole card, he is willing to deal with it, and it is better than the ninja world to deal with in the future. The words fall, immediately. Let the people in the field suddenly realize. The side, Chinsho Hashirama said with an unexpected look, Tobarama, I didn't expect you to say good things to this kid, it's really a miracle. In the original work, if it is said that Chinchujuma is a joke, then Senju Tobarama is an unselfish judge. 2 are a black and white face, especially when facing the Uchiha family. HMPH, eldest brother, I'm just talking about things, not to mention that with our current state, we can't be of much help at all. Shinsho Tobarama's face was slightly stagnant, and he hurriedly explained. Haha, I didn't expect Tobarama that you would be shy too. Thousands of hands burst into laughter. However, no matter how many people come to the other side, we have to be prepared, otherwise, let the other side beat him, and let the kid come to help, it will lose the face of our ninja world. Yes, the original Hokage-sama is right. The face of the 3 generations of Hokage was condensed, and he shouted in a hurry. Everyone obeys the order. Now the 5 ninja village alliances have changed from crusade against Konoha and betrayal Uchiha Ryu to dealing with foreign enemies. The whole army is 12 points of energy, don't do it. Lost the face of our 5 great ninja villages. Yes. The unanimous response, like thunder, shot straight into the sky above the 9 heavens, giving people a deafening feeling. Looking at the rainbow-like situation, Heiju's face was a little unbearable, and the muscles of his cheeks were twitching. This is his trump card at the bottom of the box, and it should have been enough to make people terrified and confused when he opened it up. However, the scene now presented in front of me is obviously not the right style of painting. However, this is not to blame for Heiju's kind of change. The mood changes, and even the 5 shadow-level powerhouses present did not expect such an aura. After all, not long ago, the 4 generations of Raikage personally boosted morale, and the effect was not as good as before. However, when he saw the thin figure standing on the meteorite, there was a warm smile on his face. Everything can be explained and the confidence is different. HMPH, don't think too much. The boss said that the people who will come next, even we are not qualified to shoot, let alone these little shrimp hair. An unexpected voice suddenly came out. The morale that was originally high, suddenly collapsed, and his eyes looked at the sound. Shirjiao, you kid, why haven't you died yet? Shinsho Hasuma looked at the person who came, and was the first to spit out a sentence in confusion. The original high-spirited Zhao, Du, that stinky face that has remained unchanged for thousands of years, couldn't help twitching. However, looking at this one in front of him, the first Hokage who used to frighten him to the point where he ran back to Taki Ninja Village. The Senju Hakuma in front of him is only 40% of the strength of the heyday, but the corners are equally unmotivated, and he has risen to challenge again. This is the shadow of a lifetime. After taking one more look at Senju Hashirama, Kokaku, all came to the 3 generations of Hokage unscrupulously, and said, quickly let all the ninjas below the elite Jonin leave. No one can do anything without the boss's order. After these words fell, the people in the field couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. A moment ago, I thought I could contribute, but now I am disgusted. Chapter 319, Let You Play. This gap is a bit too big. For a time, the huge Ninja World Coalition became hesitant, everyone's eyes swiped and locked on Shinsho Zuma's body. According to Zhao Du's words, facing this unknown enemy, that kid should be the most familiar. Shinshujujian said in a deep voice. Although, he was already dead, but now he was reincarnated by the dirt. However, as the god of ninjas in the past, Senju Hashirama has the absolute right to speak. Face of the 3rd Hokage sank, and without any hesitation, I looked back at the other 4 shadows. We agree. 4 shadows nodded in agreement. After all, Konoha Ichimura is the only one in front of him, let alone Uchiha Ryu's order. Now even the former god of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama has made a decision. What's more, in the face of this unknown enemy, they are not willing to let these hard-trained ninjas die in vain. Along with the decision of the 5 shadows fell, the ninjas present were a little reluctant in their hearts, but things like watching a movie and eating melons can be placed anywhere. Under the premise that life is critical, it is better to turn around and retreat quickly. Heiju's expression turned ashen, almost clenching his teeth when he looked at the scene that seemed to be slapsticking and did not take him in his eyes at all. Why don't you do it? The yellow cauliflower is cold this time. Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. You. Black was instantly suffocated. However, the arrow had to be fired on the string, and it was too late to retreat. The only thing that could be done was to give it a go. Thinking of this, a ferocious look flashed across Heiju's face, and then he roared in anger. Okay, very good, I'm going to see how you can be fierce in the face of the Otsutsuki god race. Today, I will let you ninja world, see what the fear of despair is. Voice fell, Heiju double-handed, and quickly flipped up like a wheel. He moved, the tailed beast chakra, which had been pulled, exploded instantly. At the same time, the vessel that sealed the tailed beast in the past was also pulled out by this ninjutsu, and a large number of chakras were drawn. Accompanied by a low roar, the power of the 9-tailed beasts turned into a frenzy and poured towards Heiju. When the last magic seal fell, the hideousness on Heiju's face climbed to the extreme. Without any bells and whistles, it was photographed suddenly on the scroll in front of him. The art of psychic, dimensional boundary wall. Along with the maddening voice, the simple scroll seemed to be on fire. Of the 9-tailed beasts gathered together. Immediately, like a beam of light, it ran through the 9 heavens. A thunderous sound resounded, and the lead clouds that were backed up in the 9 heavens, like waves and ripples, were about to open. The tyrannical spatial fluctuations spread out like a frenzy, and the shattered spatial cracks gave people a scene of mirror breaking. What was originally a bright day, the sky suddenly became gloomy, as if night had fallen. Through the huge space crack spanning a kilometer, you can vaguely see the stars in the sky, just like the Milky Way. The strange scene and the tyrannical spatial fluctuations that spread out, like an invisible big hand, tightened everyone's heart. 7. Colored vortex like a black hole turned frantically, and a crisp crashing sound suddenly sounded. It gives the feeling of breaking through the barriers. Looking at this scene, even the many ninjas who had retreated couldn't help but stopped and looked up at the sky. Uchiha Ryu, you should be proficient in the stronger art of reincarnation of the dirty earth. Madara Uchiha suddenly said, I can join the war. When these words fell, the expressions of many people in the field changed slightly. Madara Uchiha was originally a rebellious person. If Senju Hashirama is going to take action, it is because he has the ninja world in his heart. However, as Madara Uchiha, no one would blame him even if he didn't do it. However, the decision now made is beyond their knowledge. Haha, Madara, it looks like you, but you are holding back your resentment, and you can't beat that kid. Senju Hasuma patted Madara Uchiha on the shoulder, laughed unbridledly and said, however, it's good to find a suitable partner to vent. Boy, this filthy reincarnation technique shouldn't be difficult for you, right? 40% of your strength. In this case, I'm afraid it's not enough. The small voice tensed everyone's nerves. The cheeks of the third Hokage couldn't help twitching. I thought that this reincarnation of the dirt was his biggest killer against Long Yu. However, I never imagined that in such a situation, it would be disliked in public. But in the face of this, the most mysterious existence in the ninja world in front of him, his technique of reincarnation from the dirty earth, is indeed the axe of Banman. This, the title of ninjutsu professor, I don't know where to put it. Okay, let's have fun. Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and looked at the 3 generations of Hokage. 3 generations of Hokage quickly recovered, since Uchiha Longyu is willing to perform the art of reincarnation from the dirty soil. That is always more reliable than his 40% reincarnation. Moreover, the strength of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara has improved, and for them, they have a more sense of security. Thinking of this, the hands of the 3 generations of Hokage quickly flew up. A series of spells fell, and with the hands suddenly clasped together, the 3 generations of Hokage shouted again. The art of reincarnation of dirty earth. Of the reincarnation of 3 filthy earth exploded like a balloon. A pile of dust left behind when the soil collapses. This scene, everyone's eyes were locked on Long Yu's body. Even the dignified ninjutsu professor, the 3 generations of Hokage performed the art of reincarnation from the dirty earth, but only 40% of the heyday. Then, through Uchiha Ryu's shot, How powerful can it be? Facing so many gazes, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose, and immediately took out three scrolls, and spread them out on the ground with his backhand. The next moment, his hands flew quickly, forming a series of spells. However, in the face of all this, Heiju gives a feeling of indifference. When the last magic seal in Long Yu's hand fell, an exclamation suddenly sounded. Long Yu, be careful behind the whirlpool, Kushina, and exclaimed anxiously. Black shadow emerged from the meteorite, and the jet-black arm turned into a long spear, stabbing straight at Long Yu's back. Hee, Heiju, your methods are still so stupid and naive, but you think this can kill me, do you still need to summon those guys? Long Yu gave a dry laugh, completely ignoring all this. Still backhand slapped on the reel. The art of reincarnation of dirty earth slammed into the sky with 3 white mists, and soon there was a scream of pain like a ghost. Before everyone could react, the debris quickly gathered into 3 figures. 3 familiar figures suddenly appeared. Chapter 320th, The Taste of Ant Bites. Madara Uchiha, who was clasping his hands with a cold and arrogant face, suddenly turned his head to look at Heiju, who made a sneak attack, and said almost word by word, Ju, we meet again. However, I'm angry now. Madara Uchiha moved instantly, and with a flick of his figure, he appeared in front of Heiju like a ghost. Muscles of the 5 fingers of the right hand suddenly tightened, and they were buckled towards Heiju's throat. The huge impact directly knocked Heiju out like a cannonball. The speed is so fast that it almost gives the impression of a comet impact, smashing down towards the rock formation 10,000 meters away. Boom! The entire rock layer collapsed and spread rapidly. The huge Gobi Desert shook violently like an earthquake. Looking at the random blow, it smashed a deep pit into the rock formation, and everyone's faces turned pale all of a sudden. This filthy reincarnation technique is far more violent than before. Haha, Madara, can't you stop for a while? The guests are coming soon. Shinsho Zujian laughed loudly, moved his body a little and said, but this kid is really good, and he can restore us to the strength of the heyday. It really is not comparable to monkeys. The words fell, making the 3 generations of Hokage look ashen. However, in the face of Madara Uchiha just now, there was no way to refute the powerful aura that burst out like a glimpse. HMPH, Heiju, I will repay this revenge later. Don't think you can escape, I have already left a space imprint on you. Madara Uchiha glanced back coldly, then immediately looked up at the sky. Humming sound of the air vibrated suddenly. The sky, which was like a cracked mirror, shattered again. The whole world went dark in an instant. Gives a feeling like the night. The vortex of space that is spinning like a black hole. At this moment, there is a feeling of being forcibly torn apart by an invisible big hand. The 3 waves of terror were like a tide, giving people an inexplicable feeling of depression like a mountain, and swept the world in an overwhelming gesture. The ninja in it, the pores stand up, and the spine is even colder. The violent scene made everyone's faces change dramatically. They finally knew why Uchiha Ryu only allowed the elite Kamunin to stay on the battlefield. This breath alone is enough to make them unable to rise up and fight. Even at a distance of 10,000 meters, they could still see the so-called elite Junin, their bodies trembling slightly. However, in the current situation, no one was distracted, and their eyes were locked on the 3 figures wrapped in the power membrane. It is probably beyond their understanding of the movie level that the 3 people alone have such a huge pressure. Haha, it finally appeared, you just wait to be killed. Turned out from the black pit, here it is. For him who has an immortal body, there is no way to kill him except to seal it. Madara Uchiha's attack just now was very fierce, but for him, the damage that could be caused was very little. Uchiha Madara glanced at Heiju icily, and did not continue to speak. 3 appearing in the sky, he is also like a great enemy. The aura emanating from these uninvited guests in front of him, but even he has to cheer up. Boy, is this beyond your budget? Shinshujujian looked at Long Yu. Long Yu raised his brows, his samsara eyes turned suddenly, and the three figures covered under the energy film looked like clearly presented in front of the eyes. Looks like luck and still, on budget. Long Yu smiled warmly. If he remembered correctly, the person who was in charge of chasing Kagaya Otsutsuki in the original novel was a peach type and a gold type. At the back, a small follower Pooh style was added. It was these three people who were summoned through the psychic technique. Haha, I didn't expect that someone would take the initiative to open this space coordinate. Is it Princess Wei? Are you enlightened? Otsutsuki Peach style took the lead with a reckless laugh and glanced around. However, when he entered the scene, his brows were obviously furrowed. Golden style, you can feel that the power of the divine tree is scattered in every corner of this dimension. Otsutsuki said in a deep voice. Jinshi, as Daoshi's follower, obviously had no objection, and together with Pushi who was behind him, he also closed his eyes. After a short while, the two of them opened their eyes in vain, and Jinshi said in a deep voice, Master Daoshi, the power of the divine tree has been dispersed. It seems that Princess Kagaya really did something to betray the Protoss. Having said this, Jinshi looked at Long Yu and the others with a blank expression and said, however, the only good thing is that they seem to know that we are going to take things back, so they came here to welcome us. Is it? Was a ferocious look on Otsutsuki Peach's face, and he immediately said playfully, that's fine, so that we can carry out the task without any scruples. However, these 444 ants have powerful chakras, and the rest of the chakras have also turned into various beasts. It is as simple as a thought to collect them. While talking, Otsutsuki Momoshi looked around the arena with a smile. However, when his eyes fell on Long Yu, his pupils suddenly shrank. It's the eye of reincarnation. These words fell, even the expressions of Jinshi and Pushi changed slightly. Among the Paulownia clan, the reincarnation eye is also a very extravagant thing. It is also a status symbol. Right now, the ants they keep talking about have the reincarnation eye that is the same status symbol as them. This undoubtedly gave them a kind of inexplicable shame. Hee, what's the matter? Didn't you think that you were no different from the ants in your mouth? Long Yu smiled playfully. However, in the next moment, his eyes suddenly sharpened, and with one step, he disappeared in place like a ghost. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, including Peach Style 33 was no exception. But after Daoshi and the others came back to their senses, a voice ringing in their ears made their expressions suddenly change. Have you ever tried the taste of being bitten by ants? A small voice sounded. Under the splash of thunder light, the thunder saber in Long Yu's hand turned into a drill, and slashed directly towards Daoshi's neck. So fast. Peach-style expression changed drastically. At this distance, he couldn't react at all. In a hurry, he could only stimulate the energy to spread all over the body. When the crisp metal collision sound reverberated, the splash of thunderlight was mixed with the existence of Mars. Huge impact, though without severing the peach neck. But still let him fly upside down like a cannonball, directly smashing 10,000 meters away. The tyrannical impact force created a big hole that was bigger than Heiju's smash. Was sent flying by embarrassment as soon as he appeared on the stage. This ant bites a bit fiercely. Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 321 to 340. Chapter 321, Body Art. The rolling sand and dust rolled back, and the huge impact force smashed the rock formations with a radius of 1 kilometer. One after another hideous cracks spread rapidly around like a horned dragon. Looking at this violent scene, let alone the people of the 5 great ninja villages, even your Otsutsuki Jin style and Pooh style can't help being stunned in the void. In their eyes, they never imagined that the person they regarded as an ant would take action without the slightest hesitation. Is no so-called temptation. Bastard, kill him for me. The huge ruins of the deep pit, the rocks overturned, and an embarrassed figure rushed out. On the neck are very obvious. In a panic, he increased the strength of his body, but in the face of this ninjutsu through time and space, he was caught off guard, obviously unable to completely stop the attack. Red ring. Otsutsuki Jinshi suddenly moved, and the scarlet chakra light behind him skyrocketed. Instantly turned into a pair of giant axes, 10 fingers clenched suddenly. The next moment, the purple thunder light rapidly rose on the body, like a shock, appearing in front of Long Yu. Phew! A pair of axes smashed down like a frenzy, and wherever they passed, the air ripples, and there is an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air. Seeing this scene, Otsutsuki Mokura's style also immediately shot. Of red light gathered in his hand and turned into a fishing rod, and the backhand was thrown straight behind Long Yu. The speed is so fast, and the Jinshi forms a combined attack before and after. In their eyes, it only takes one hit. There is only a little arrogant ants in front of him, and they will be defeated in an instant. However, in the face of this combined attack, Long Yu, who was in the attack, seemed completely unknown. Everyone could react. 2 ghostly figures appeared in front of Long Yu, one after the other. Uchiha rebound. Thunder sword. The huge banana fan directly hit the oncoming axe in the face. The sharp blade entwined with lightning, directly hits the incoming scarlet hook. Along with the crisp metal collision sound, sparks splashed down. The Otsutsuki Jin style and the Pu style, the fierce combined attack was stopped in an instant. Ant. There was a ferocious look on Otsutsuki's face. In his eyes, being attacked by an ant was a shame. Now there are 2 annoying ants, which is too annoying. Hee, Peach style, Gold style, Pu style, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Long Yu laughed dryly, and said, this time, you will be planted in the hands of the ants, and there will be no response to these words, let alone people from the ninja world, even the black and even the peach color has changed slightly. Mouths and closing their mouths, being able to name their names is beyond their cognition. Moreover, judging from the expressions on Dao Shi and the others, Long Yu is obviously right. If it was said that Heiju had prepared the ultimate move a moment ago, then now facing Long Yu, who knew everything well. Does that mean that the 3 of them were drawn out by Long Yu? How do you know our name? You are not from this dimension. Dao Shi's expression sank, and he asked anxiously. Everyone's nerves suddenly tightened, and they looked at Long Yu subconsciously. If they don't know the ancient dusty history, they will definitely regard the so-called other dimension as an ignorant joke. But now that I have witnessed Otsutsuki Peach Style Trio 3 coming from a different dimension, it has also become more sophisticated whether Long Yu's identity is also the same. After all, for 17 years, someone who had been unknown for 17 years suddenly became the strongest in the ninja world. Such a huge gap, if you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe it? Hee, who am I, does it matter? Long Yu smiled warmly and said, these 2 are handed over to you, but they can absorb ninjutsu, take other people's ninjutsu as their own, and then return the power several times or even 10 times, so the best way to deal with them is, it's gymnastics. You know this too. Otsutsuki's peach-style expression changed dramatically. They came across the border, and the stored power also consumed a lot. It was originally planned that in the next attack, they would be able to plunder their attack by surprise. Then use the way of the people, and also treat the body of the people, so that you can get back some face. However, Otsutsuki Momo did not think of it at all, and even this was broken by the ant in front of him. Only physique can be used. Chinshujujian's expression changed slightly. As a ninja, all of his strengths come from ninjutsu. After all, no one would be so stupid that if there is a shortcut of chakra, they would go to practice some physical skills. Unless the forehead is caught. Hilamama, is your body rusted? Madara Uchiha said coldly. If it doesn't work, I can do it alone. Madara, did you forget something? Senju Hasuma sneered at Madara Uchiha and said, last time, how did you exit the stage? These words fell. Madara Uchiha's face suddenly became embarrassed, and his eyes were almost spitting fire, staring at Senju Hashirama. Ha ha ha, I know, I don't say it. Kashima didn't care about Madara Uchiha, who was about to commit murder. After casually patting him on the shoulder, he restrained his smile and said, "However, if we want to win without ninjutsu, it will be difficult. However, we came out this time to make soy sauce, and at the same time, we also wanted to see what this kid can achieve. This battle, I think it will end soon, so let's not be ashamed." The slightly long-sounding voice reverberated in the sky in all directions. Madara Uchiha snorted, but surprisingly did not refute in front of everyone's eyes. Such a scene, immediately piqued the curiosity of everyone in the arena. After all, Shisho Hasuma mentioned just now that Madara Uchiha's way of exiting the arena last time was a bit embarrassing. Looking at the confident Trio 3, Otsutsuki's peach-like complexion instantly turned gloomy to the extreme. Coming from a different dimension, Le Feng's appearance is a mysterious and unpredictable alien identity. An ant with its mouth closed and its mouth hanging. However, now it feels like a fart. Grandstanding. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki peach-style hands and 10 fingers suddenly clenched, a trace of madness flashed on his face, and his eyes suddenly sharpened. White eyes. Another hideous blood vessels roared viciously at the moment when his eyes quickly opened and his eyes locked on Long Yu. "You bastard, I want to see how far your physical skills can reach, and let you know what physical skills are." Hands on. Roars fell one after another, rolling away like thunder. The Otsutsuki Jin style and the Pooh style were the first to move. However, the people they locked were obviously transferred from Uchiha Ryu to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. In their eyes, the peach-style physique, as well as the means at their disposal, to educate the ant in front of them is just an easy task. 320th chapters. I am stronger than you. Above the huge ruins, the two sides facing each other made the depressing atmosphere in the field gradually rise. Before they could react, Otsutsuki's peach-style roar resounded. Otsutsuki Jinshi and Urasaki looked at each other and moved instantly. There was a deep sonic boom that exploded like thunder. The two figures moved in an instant, and swept forward and back in a posture like one left and one right. The speed is so fast that it feels like a training exercise, obviously planning to attack the ninjas gathered around. The violent scene clearly gave people a feeling of being caught off guard. Madara Uchiha and Shisho Hashirama's expressions changed slightly, and they didn't have time to think about it. However, with the Otsutsuki Kinoshitsuji and Ura's style, which had maximized their speed from the very beginning, the speed was obviously a bit out of step. According to one chasing, Otsutsuki Jin style and Pooh style, I am afraid they will arrive first. Looking at this scene, a hint of drama appeared on Otsutsuki's face, looking at Long Yu and said, "Aren't you worried? If your people can't stop them, you will be desperate." Desperate. Long Yu smiled warmly and said, "Have you misunderstood something? I have more than 2 people. According to what you said, I have a lot of ants." More than 2. Otsutsuki Peach style was stunned at first, and before he had time to think about it, he hurriedly looked at it. The first to see 2 shadows, the first to appear in front of Otsutsuki Jinshi and Arashi. The violent scene made the expressions of the two change slightly. In their preconceived cognition, it is possible to confront them head-on. Even those who have the confidence to fight against them, only these 3 ants are right. As for the other people, they are not even ants, they are only rations at most. However, just as the thought flashed by, 2 shadows had already stopped in front of them. Flying Thunder God / Ape Demon Rui is great. 2 low and violent shouts sounded at the same time. Flash of cold light, the Flying Thunder Divine Sword in Chinsho Tobarama's hand turned into a stab at Otsutsuki Mokura style. On the other hand, it was the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hidden who took the shot. The Rui King Kong stick in his hand went up and down in one round, and soared directly, giving people a feeling of heavy force, and smashed head-on towards the golden stance. Looking at the ants that suddenly appeared, they displayed extraordinary attacks, Otsutsuki Jin style and Pooh style. In a desperate situation, they could only stop abruptly, raising the axe and fishing rod in their hands to block. The huge impact force caused Otsutsuki Jinchi and Pushi to take a few steps back abruptly when they were caught off guard. However, before they could react, Yu also scattered around. However, Jiraiya and others followed closely behind them, took advantage and formed a formation of horns. Looking at the crowd who took action one after another, there was also a chakra fluctuation that was not inferior. This was impressively confirmed by Uchiha, who commented that we ants were a little too much looking at the two people who were suddenly blocked. Otsutsuki Momo's complexion suddenly turned gloomy, his eyes suddenly turned and locked on Long Yu, saying, "You must be right, there are so many ants." However, you overlooked the most important point. As long as I kill you first, they are still inferior to ants. The awe-inspiring voice came out. The next moment, there was a ferocious look on Otsutsuki's face, and the moment he stepped on the ground, he stomped hard on the ground. Huge explosive force, direct. Smashed the rock floor. At the same time, the whole person was like an afterimage, spanning 10,000 meters and appearing in front of Long Yu first. Weird power. Drinking like thunder, the simple word was spit out, and the 5 fingers of the big tube wood peach style suddenly clenched, turned into iron fists, and smashed the Uchiha Ryu across the air with a posture like tearing the air. However, in the face of all this, Long Yu didn't seem to care at all. Huo Ran raised his head, his eyes locked on the fist that attacked like a thunderbolt, and the aura of the whole person changed instantly. If it is said that Uchiha Ryu was lazy a moment ago, then now he is like a sharp-edged blade, straight out of its sheath. In the face of the incoming fist, without any fancy, the 5 fingers were suddenly clenched, and a punch came in the face. The crashing sound of thunder and explosion sounded, and at the moment when the fists collided, 2 violent forces directly detonated an air wave like a 10th-level hurricane, and rolled away in a rolling posture. The evenly matched punch made Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who had vowed to kill Uchiha Ryu, froze for a moment. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, Otsutsuki's peach style wouldn't be able to believe that someone could take a punch from his strange force. I'm sorry, but I also happen to know strange powers. Long Yu smiled warmly. But I am stronger than you. Color flashed in the depths of the more powerful Otsutsuki-style eyes, and before he had time to think about it, the operation of the white eyes reached the extreme, instantly breaking Long Yu's body meridians. The huge chakra rushing through the meridians like a horned dragon, Otsutsuki's peach-style expression suddenly changed drastically. Before I could think about it, I immediately freed up my left hand, put down 2 fingers together, and pointed it towards Uchiha Ryu like lightning. HMPH, your strange power is just using chakra to stimulate your body and transform it into an attack method. As long as I seal your acupuncture points, I'll see how you fight against me. Voice fell, Otsutsuki's peach-style 2 fingers fell directly on Long Yu's chest. Bang! A dull crashing sound resounded. However, the big tube wood peach type 2 fingers, obviously have a kind of feeling, the feeling of the point falling on the iron plate. This is Long Yu, the earth-done hardening learned from Zhao Du, although it is slightly inferior to the steel shield defense power of Beluvu. But in the face of this pure physical collision, it is obviously enough. You said you were too naive to seal my acupuncture point. Long Yu smiled warmly. This smile fell into Otsutsuki's peach-like eyes, but there was a hint of inexplicable taste. If only I could describe it in one sentence. Making Otsutsuki peach style, there is a kind of, the feeling of chills in the spine. However, before he could react, the voice that fell in his ear made his nerves suddenly tense. The 6th gate of the 8 gates Dunjia formation is open. The stern voice fell, and the blue airwave like a frenzy detonated in Long Yu's body. Of reflection on Otsutsuki's peach-style white eyes is even more nerve-wracking. One by one, the acupuncture points that were originally used to limit the passage of chakra, like a gate, slammed through. If the amount of chakra just a moment ago was already like a horned dragon, then the power that is detonating now is a wild beast. Of escaping the absurd flashed in Otsutsuki's mind. 320th chapters. See how you kill me. Before he could think about it, he quickly pulled away and retreated. At this moment, he increased his speed to the extreme. In the sky, the Otsutsuki peach pose, which was rapidly retreating, affected everyone's nerves. After all, in their eyes, this extraterrestrial visitor was always talking about ants just a moment ago. Didn't even think that after this blow, he was the first to withdraw and retreat. No matter how you look at it horizontally or vertically, it gives people a feeling of being at a disadvantage. This kid has finally used this strongest physical technique. Senju Hashima stopped the golden giant axe that erupted from Long Yu's body. A smile appeared on his face. 3 Hokage-sama, is this the strongest taijutsu, the trick you used to defeat Madara Uchiha last time? Namikaze Minato couldn't help but open his mouth to follow. However, when he looked at Long Yu, he was more helpless, especially when facing Kushina. This is the 8-door Dunjia formation, but there are very few people who can control this body art. I didn't expect this kid to be able to do it, but I don't know how many doors I can open and explain. These words fell, everyone's interest was immediately aroused, and their eyes subconsciously looked at Senju Hashirama. After all, in the field, he was the only spectator who knew that Uchiha Ryu defeated Uchiha Madara. Haha, this is a secret, just take it slow, I don't want to be hunted down by Madara in another world. Chinchujujian laughed uncontrollably. Immediately, Madara Uchiha's murderous gaze was drawn. However, before he could be violent, Long Yu suddenly moved, too fast. A thought quickly flashed across everyone's mind. Shouldn't be said that the speed at which this thought passed by simply couldn't compare to Long Yu's movement. They reacted. Long Yu had preemptively appeared behind the retreating Otsutsuki Taoshi. The muscles of his right foot were tensed, and like a battle axe, he slashed down towards his heavenly spirit Gai Li. Konoha Lui Fire Heavy Axe. Puha slashed hard, and the momentum was so strong that it simply stirred the airwaves of the whole world. Quickly rubbing, underneath, the fiery flames burst into flames. The next moment, with a lightning-fast attitude, he slashed head-on. Your Otsutsuki peach-style look was startled, it was too late to react, and you could only hurriedly raise your hands and cross them to block. The bang slammed heavily, like a flaming meteor swooping down, directly wrapping the peach-like body of Otsutsuki, and smashing heavily on the ground below. The huge impact force shattered the ground of the rock formations with a radius of 10,000 meters. The rolled-up sand and dust waves rolled down, and the stone was overturned. At this moment, it gives people the feeling that there is a kind of feeling, one kick penetrates the taste. You bastard ant, I'm going to kill you. A mad roar came out from the deep pit of the ruins, and soon I saw the embarrassed figure and broke out of the ground. However, as soon as he appeared in the void, Otsutsuki Taoshi saw Long Yu appearing more than 10 meters away. The peacock appeared. Long Yu's attack was like a raging wave, wave after wave. Fists are like afterimages, turning into thousands of them. Generally, the naked eye can't catch it at all. The blazing flames in the sky are like a peacock opening its screen, falling head-on towards the big tube wood peach. Ninjutsu. The ninjas present were stunned at first, and even Otsutsuki's peach-like face flashed a hint of ecstasy. Coming through the world, he consumed a lot of physical strength, and now he is worrying about what to do. Added, I didn't expect Long Yu to be stupid enough to deliver it to the door in person. As long as he can absorb this peacock-like fire. Momo-style believes that it can not only recover the injuries in the body, but also exert stronger ninjutsu power to crush Uchiha Ryu. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Peach Pose couldn't wait to raise his hands. The samsara eyes hidden in his palms suddenly opened, and there was a chilling light flowing. Looking at the flames that hit his face, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face was already full of ecstasy. Damn ants, when I absorb these powers, I will make your life worse than death. The awe-inspiring words came out wildly, and when everyone's nerves were tense, many people were unwilling to believe that Long Yu would make such a low-level mistake. This idiot was really caught by that kid. This is a super high-speed punch, and the flames produced have no chakra at all. Chinshojian suddenly commented with a smile. In the face of Jin style and Pu style, their strength is very good. But the current lineup gathered here is led by him and Madara Uchiha, and the procrastination battle assisted by Senju Tobarama and others. This is not the infinitely weakened lineup in the original book. However, these words that drifted in the wind obviously couldn't escape Otsutsuki's peach-style Shunfeng ears, his expression stagnant, his open big hand, and the reincarnation eye also misfired. The absorption of sealing techniques can invalidate ninjutsu. Take it as your own, but also the flame of the peacock opening screen in front of you, it is only effective if it is ninjutsu. At the moment, the palm of his hand was hot, causing Datong Mutaoshi to wake up. Facing the incoming flame, he was obviously a beat slower, and he was directly enveloped by the sky-filled flame, turned into a burning man, and smashed into the ruins again. But this time, Otsutsuki Momo style obviously reacted very quickly, and the angry roar resumed. Shen Luo Tien Zheng. The scarlet flames on Bang's body were instantly repelled and flew away. The next moment, before everyone's eyes, was a figure in a state of embarrassment, with his clothes shattered. Looking at this scene, even the Otsutsuki Jinshi and Pushi in the distance couldn't help but startled. In their eyes, Otsutsuki Peach style is a senior and an adult. Never thought that they would be so embarrassed in the face of a group of ants that they thought they had captured. An ant, I'm going to kill you. Otsutsuki's Peach style roared again and again. Front of so many people, it is a shame to let an ant tease like this. Really, I also want to see how you kill me. The smile on Long Yu's face grew even more. Looking down at the Otsutsuki Peach style below, his hands were suddenly clenched, and the words that came out were like thunder, shaking everyone's nerves. The seventh gate of the 8 gates Dunjia formation opens. The rumbling blue steam was stagnant at first, and the next moment it exploded again like a frenzy. However, the aura that burst out this time has obviously skyrocketed several times compared to just now. The soaring air waves, together with the lead clouds accumulated in the sky, were also penetrated. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces turned pale. It should not even be an exception to the Otsutsuki Peach style. The 6th gate displayed by Uchiha Ryayu has already made him a little overwhelmed. Now there is a 7th gate, does this still make people live? The 7th gate of the 8th gate Dunjia formation is shocked to open. The small voice, at this moment, was like a thunder burst, echoing in the sky in all directions, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Chapter 324, Are You Smoking Enough? The moment when the voice came out, with Long Yu as the center, a violent blue air wave exploded like a frenzy, and the ruins of the rock formation underfoot collapsed in response to the sound. The rolled up sand and dust debris gave people the feeling of a Category 12 hurricane passing through. This is the strongest physique, my father said, the 8-door armored formation. Even Uchiha Long Yu, the strongest in the ninja world, also uses it to fight against aliens. Among the ninja coalition forces in the distance, a young man in a green tights couldn't help but mutter to himself. However, Kakashi, who was beside him, gave him a cold stare and said, "It's Lord Long Yu, please add an honorific after the title. Also, Kai, do you think you can reach the height of Lord Long Yu?" Matekai's expression was stagnant, looking at the flimsy figure that single-handedly provoked the battle of the 5 great ninja villages, and even led to the enemy from outside the sky. It did give him a feeling of looking up. However, when I think of the encouragement given by my father after his return not long ago, the adult in front of him has praised him, and he will become the first person in the ninja world in the future. Although, this kind of compliment seems very ethereal, but it only comes from the mouth of this adult. Everything changed in taste. It is a great honor to be praised by the strongest in the ninja world. Even the so-called half-god Sanjiao Hanzo, feel free to comment on it, and let the ninja world have 3 more ninjas. Now, the strongest person in the ninja world will speak. He is a taijutsu practitioner. He is not first, but also second and third. Thinking of this, Matekai suddenly clenched his fists and looked at Kakashi frantically. Kakashi. Cassie, I'm watching the fight anyway. Let's not waste time. You sit on top of me, and I'll do 10,000 push-ups. No, it should be 100,000 inches. Looking at the suddenly hot-headed Matekai, Kakashi's expression couldn't help but stagnate, especially the strange gaze cast from all around, and Matekai who was enthusiastic to make him fit. If Long Yu sees it, I am afraid that he will really doubt that Kakashi is probably because of this. After many years, he has been bent by Matekai. It's impossible, you ants, it's impossible to reach this level, I want chakra. Feeling the oncoming sand and dust debris, Otsutsuki's peach-style face showed a hideous look, his eyes turned in vain, and locked on Heiju not far away. Without any hesitation, the right hand protruded out of the air like lightning, and the 5 fingers were suddenly clenched. Yantian heaven. The invisible attraction surged out like a raging tide, and instantly enveloped Heiju's body. The sudden scene made Heiju's expression suddenly change. Before he could react, the whole person was pulled over forcibly. Power, hurry up and give me your chakra, don't you really want to kill him? As long as you give me your power, I can kill this ant. Otsutsuki Momo growled hysterically. If the spittle splattered can drown, then Heiju has been drowned at least tens of thousands of times. Seeing this, he had high hopes for him, but became such a foreigner. After a moment of stunned Heiju, he couldn't help but say, can you really hit him? Calculate again and again, fight again and again. Every time it seems to be counted, that time and time again I think it's a plan that is sure of everything. Especially this time, he did not hesitate to use Kagaya Otsutsuki, an ancient scroll connected with the family of Otsutsuki. Risk of being killed, the dimensional tunnel was opened. However, with all his efforts, this big tube wood peach style was rejected by him. The ants in the middle were beaten like a dog lying on the ground. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he couldn't believe it, and one day he would doubt life. It's definitely possible, I'll step on him completely. Otsutsuki Momo style roared anxiously. I feel the breath of the princess in you, I believe that you opened the seal to deal with him. Feeling Long Yu's gaze, Otsutsuki's Daoshi became anxious, and he could not wait now. Shame before the snow. Okay. After hesitating for a moment, Heiju gritted his teeth and agreed. Now that the arrow is on the string, I have to sit on the same boat, so I have to give up the wood cutting technique. Heiju suddenly folded his hands together, frantically mobilizing the chakra in his body. Thorns surged out of Heiju's body, like a hedgehog, shooting towards Otsutsuki in a peach style. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. After all, Long Yu reminded them just now that once the people of the Otsutsuki god clan absorb chakra, not only will it be transformed into their power, but the power of ninjutsu will also increase several times, even dozens of times. Thinking of this, the 3 generations of Hokage were the first to lose their temper and shouted in a hurry, Long Yu, hurry up and stop him. These words fell, Otsutsuki's Momo-style nerves were instantly tense, and he hurriedly looked at Uchiha Ryayu, and at the same time immediately. He opened his hands and drove the Samsara Eye madly sucking the incoming Mudun into it. However, in the face of all this, Long Yu didn't seem to care about it at all. He stood in the same place and looked at Otsutsuki and said, if you want to make a person desperate, let him swell first, you can just suck it. The low voice made many people in the arena froze in shock. Facing Long Yu's confidence, a trace of inexplicable urgency crept up his face. In the face of mysterious foreign visitors who do not know the depth, he can also show such domineering actions. Undoubtedly, it can bring out the strength of Long Yu, and I am afraid it is even more unfathomable. Looking at the ants who are full of blue steam, like a god, ignoring everything, Datongmu Taoshi was stunned at first, and then the dissatisfaction and anger accumulated in his heart. Anger exploded in an instant. The violent devouring ability revealed by his hands suddenly soared dozens of times. Heiju just felt that the body was still filled with chakra, but was evacuated in an instant. Stumbled and fell to the ground, the Datongmu Dao style who was directly distorted by his expression kicked and rolled down 100 meters away. After doing all this, Otsutsuki's peach-style face showed madness, his expression twisted, and he turned his head to look at Long Yu. Immediately, he laughed uncontrollably. Power, this is my power, ants, I will show you, what is despair. Have you had enough? Long Yu smiled warmly. Of Otsutsuki's peach-style madness, Long Yu's lightness and calmness made his nerves tense even more. After all, let's not say who is better, just relying on his momentum and formation, Uchiha Ryu's momentum alone has stabilized his head. At least, in their eyes, this extraterrestrial visitor is already in a mess. On the huge ruins, the two figures facing each other are facing each other in a distance, and the diametrically opposite momentum makes people swallow a mouthful of saliva. However, all of this was like a signal, the big tube wood peach style with a ferocious face, and the next moment roared wildly. The High Emperor's Spiritual Reverence. Chapter 325. I have no chance of losing. The dark energy sphere quickly condensed on the palm of the big tube wood peach style. The raging waves of wooden chakra, driven by the madness of Otsutsuki's peach style, with a radius of 10,000 meters made a sound of roaring vibrations. The next moment, before they could react, the rock layer collapsed, the rock turned outwards, and the roots of a horned dragon gushed out. Under the watchful eyes of the public, they gathered crazily and turned into a 1,000-handed giant Buddha that was thousands of meters tall. However, compared with the real number of thousands of hands between the 1,000-handed pillars, the face of this 1,000-handed giant Buddha is astonishingly the same as that of Otsutsuki Peach. A pair of pale eyes suddenly opened, and the eyes locked on Long Yu's body instantly, and the aura released from the outside, like an invisible wave, swept the whole world. And the scene like a god and a devil in front of him, as if turned into an invisible big hand, tightening the heart. Brother, isn't this your trick? Shinsho Tobarama couldn't help but said. Everyone's nerves were moved, and their eyes turned in vain, and fell on the body of Chinchujuma. He is stronger than me. Chenjujian said in a deep voice. However, calm down and watch, now is the beginning. It was only now that these words began to fall, causing many people in the field to be shocked. Looking at the scene of the fight in front of them, the movement will destroy the mountains and the ground, giving them the feeling that it is like a battle between gods and gods. However, Senju Hasuma now tells them that this is just the beginning. Who would believe it if he hadn't heard it with his own ears? It can be said that it is not on the same level at all. The man moved. I don't know who exclaimed, and the nerves that were originally tense were suddenly pressed to the extreme. Everyone's eyes, too late to think, all locked on the battlefield. They eagerly wanted to know that this time, in this fight, Long Yudo, who let Otsutsuki Peach style absorb chakra, grew bigger. It was still Uchiha Ryu, who really didn't take Otsutsuki Peach style to heart and let him suck it casually. Ant, die for me. The big tube wood peach style stands on the head of the giant Buddha. At the same time with a hideous expression on his face, his right hand suddenly caught Long Yu from the air. The 1,000-handed giant Buddha at the foot of the bang moved instantly, and the huge body of thousands of meters moved like the earth was shaking and the mountain was shaking, causing the earth to roar and roll. Thousands of hands suddenly turned into fists, like a heavy rain in the sky, hitting Long Yu across the sky. In front of Puba erupted with a low neigh, and the turbulent air ripples had a feeling of being penetrated together with the space. As soon as 1,000 hands came out, when the heavens were stirred, the fists in the sky were changed in the next moment in the hand of the big tube wood peach style, and they were quickly mixed together like mud. Huge fist, I don't know how many meters in diameter. Punching out, the air wave formed as like a frenzy, which is suffocating. More. In the face of such a fierce punch, one's nerves were tense, and he eagerly looked at Long Yu. Is this your best effort? You're really rubbish. Fistful of wind. A rogue moved with the wind, and the voice was in vain, adding a hint of awe-inspiring taste. Black spot thunder escape mode is on. Yin seal unparalleled strange power, open it for me. The technique of super heavy rock, open it for me. The stern voices came out one after another. Regardless of. It was the yin seal or the technique of super heavy rock, which was also specially prepared by Long Yu during this time. What he has to do is to bring the power of taijutsu to the very moment when the voice falls. The light suddenly condensed, and the steam that was originally released exploded to the extreme like a volcanic eruption. The crackling thunder light surged out like a tidal wave. The body that was originally unlocked by the 8-gate Dunjia was bathed in the endless thunder light in an instant, and it was activated to the extreme. Yin seal unfolded, and mysterious patterns spread all over half of the cheeks. Super heavy rock increases the power of a pair of hands to the extreme. At this moment, all ninjutsu, like an auxiliary halo, controlled by Long Yu, everything came naturally. The reincarnation eye of Jugoyu turned in vain, locked on the occasion of the incoming huge fist. Long Yu moved instantly. Muscles in both hands suddenly tightened and made a crackling sound. It was like a rock swelled up, giving people the feeling that it was like Sauron exerting his strength. The whole arm jumped in a circle. The next moment, his eyes were like torches, exuding a sharp momentum like a falcon, and his awe-inspiring roar sounded like shaking the sky. Day Tiger. Simple two-word handling, giving people endless power. His hands clasped together suddenly, and he threw a heavy blow towards the incoming huge fist without any hesitation. Roaring Tiger roared the mountain, and the dragon roared like a roar from the sky, and the air circulating in the entire space showed a slight stagnation. The endless breath turned into a giant tiger of 10,000 meters of air, accompanied by the sound of the air tearing, as if swallowing the sky and the earth, hitting the huge fist head-on. Wherever you pass along the way, the space ripples like waves. The ground beneath his feet was even more overwhelmed, and was directly torn apart. The short distance of 10,000 meters, under this kind of offensive, was just a blink of an eye. The rumbling and endless air waves rolled back, and the broken rock formations and ground, as well as the sand and dust in the sky, seemed to be stirred by an invisible big hand, and quickly overturned them around. Together with the onlookers tens of thousands of meters away, facing such a sharp blow, their pupils could not help shrinking, and their hearts trembled. Facing the howling wind, a pair of eyes were even more difficult to open. However, compared with the urgency in their hearts, the so-called hurricane could not stop them, their urgent thirst for knowledge. However, this sight, the sight of their eyes, made their pupils shrink suddenly. The moment of contact, a seemingly even blow, the balance of victory tilted and the deafening sound of collapse rolled and dispersed, and the rock formations quickly collapsed and opened under the endless air waves. Which was many times bigger than Long Yu, shattered like a mirror. When the crack spreading like a spider web first came into view, the 10,000-meter huge day tiger, with an unabated posture, rolled towards the large tube of wood peach style standing on the head of the 1,000-handed giant Buddha. Wherever he went, everything was like a chicken and a dog, not even the slightest hindrance. Of thousands of meters is only reached in the blink of an eye. Seeing the incomparably high-definition magnification in Bai's eyes, Otsutsuki Momo, Shi's frantic expression suddenly stiffened, and the reflection in his pupils made him look ashen, shaking his head and muttering. It's not possible, I'm Otsutsuki Momo, there's no chance I'll lose. The rumbling sound of thunderous explosions rolled and dispersed, and the huge 1,000-handed giant Buddha was torn to shreds in an instant like paper paste under the day tiger. Above, the giant Buddha only had time to subconsciously raise his hands to block. Unfortunately, no matter how much he struggled, or howled hysterically, everything seemed pale and powerless. Distorted expression, the whole person was swallowed by the day tiger, and together, like a cannonball, it smashed towards the Gobi stone forest of tens of thousands of meters. 326. Cornered. The rocks shattered, the ground was like paper paste, and the tens of thousands of meters of land was directly overturned. The dust that rolled up finally made it impossible for people to keep their eyes on the chase, and they could only hurriedly use their magical powers to defend themselves. Peach Master. A hysterical roar came out, and under the change of scarlet light, a chakra shield was directly formed. At the same time, the crackling purple electricity turned, and I saw the dignified Dotongmu Peach stance being knocked into the air by a single blow. The golden stance was obviously unable to hold my breath, and brought the Thunderbolt instant body technique to the extreme, moving towards the place where the Dotongmu Peach stance fell. Went away violently. Stop him. Chinsho snorted urgently. However, under this circumstance, there are still unforeseen riots, and it is obvious that no one can react in time. What's more, the instant speed of Otsutsuki Kinshi is faster than that of the fourth Reikage. When they reacted, Otsutsuki Jinshi had already come to the ruins first. Give me a break. A low roar rang out from Otsutsuki's golden-style throat, and there was only a small amount of breath left in the body. Under the frantic urge, it turned into a gust of wind, and with him as the center, it quickly rolled backwards away. Dust in the sky, as well as the flying rock debris, were directly suppressed. After all the sights were restored, the deep pit in the crumbling rock formation was buried deep in it, covered in blood, with one arm and one foot broken, and the miserable big tube wood peach style came into view first. Gollum. Heiju, who had completely absorbed the chakra in his body, couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Looking at the power of a single blow, his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, was also afraid of 3 points. The enemy who had to plan ahead and prepare many means to deal with it was seriously injured and almost lost his life. If this matter reaches Kagaya Otsutsuki, I'm afraid even Kagaya's coffin board can't hold it back. Thinking of this, Heiju couldn't help but look at Long Yu one more time. A hint of urgency flashed in his pupils, as if he wanted to destroy the unfathomable boy in front of him. Master Peach, are you all right? Jinshi did not hesitate at all. As a servant of Otsutsuki Momo, he was absolutely loyal. Soon as the purple electricity filled his body, like an afterimage, he appeared beside Otsutsuki Peach style, and quickly reached out his hand to help him up. However, in the face of Otsutsuki's kindness, Dao Shi's face flashed a ferocious look, and the only remaining left hand was thrown back. Are you blind on horseback? Is it okay for me to be like this? Is it okay to die? The hysterical roar made many people look at each other, and Long Yu was speechless. In this big tube wood peach style, there is nowhere to vent at all. It is a state where women are unhappy, and chicken feathers can also pick thorns. As you speak. What you say, it's all your fault. If it were someone else, I would have already exploded in the face of this. However, Otsutsuki Jinshi, as the follower of Peach style, stood in the same place like a piece of wood with a little anger, and said in a deep voice, Master Shi, it's time to. Following you for so many years, watching one by one die in battle, it's my turn to become a part of the power of Lord Peach. The expression of the person who was present with his power couldn't help but change. In the face of foreign visitors these days, the means and strength they possess are obviously beyond their expectations. However, now there is also a fusion, which is too shocking for this messy. Flashed in everyone's minds, and they followed Long Yu subconsciously. The goal of entry is still Long Yu who doesn't care about it at all. This scene made people laugh bitterly, but also made people feel more shocked. An even more shocking thought popped into his mind. Could it be that this is not his limit? Okay, it seems that you have nowhere to go, and you are ready to fit together. The breath of Long Yu's body suddenly dissipated like a frenzy, the clothes that moved with the wind fell, and all ninjutsu was shut down. His eyes turned in vain, he locked his body on Otsutsuki Momo, and after loosening the bones on his body casually, he said, I've finished my warm-up too, let's start the real battle. The small voices swept through the whole world like a hurricane at this moment. Everyone's eyes were locked on Long Yu's body, and their pupils were full of disbelief. It can be said that facing Long Yu's frivolity, even Madara Uchiha and Chisho Hashirama's heart twitched. Chinsho Zujian's face was even more bitter, and he smiled helplessly and said, "It seems that we still underestimated him. Really don't care." Or in the eyes of Datongmu Taoshi and others. That Uchiha Ryu burst out just now is enough to slaughter the so-called 5 great ninja village allied forces 10,000 times. However, in the face of all this, hanging on Long Yu's lips, he actually finished his warm-up. If you don't hear it with your own ears, who wants to believe that all this is true? An ant, you bastard ant, you must be bluffing and planning to use this to scare us back. Otsutsuki Peach Style was the first to lose his breath and roared frantically. It must be like this, you know that I still have a trump card to say such a thing. As an ant, you can push me to this point. You are already a great ant. This time, I will show you what despair is and what is the fear of death. The voice of Cheng's words, as if filled with magic sound, rolled and dispersed. That maddening smell just gives people a feeling that is engraved in one's bones. However, in the face of all this, Uchiha Ryu gave the impression that he didn't take it to heart at all. He put his arms around him, smiled genially and said, "I'll wait for you, no hurry, and slowly get together." Your long-awaited answer made Otsutsuki Momo's expression stagnate, and he almost clenched his teeth. Suddenly, he raised his head and stared at Long Yu with hatred on his face, and immediately roared. "Okay, very good, I'll see how crazy you can be as an ant." How crazy? Long Yu didn't give in at all, his eyes met, and he said with a smile, "It's nothing, you haven't heard that ants can kill people." Ants can kill people. Otsutsuki roared with a ferocious expression. "Okay, very good, I will see how you ants kill me, today I will tear you apart." The thunderous voice came out, Otsutsuki Peach's expression became more and more distorted, his body floated in the air, and the only remaining right hand was photographed directly on Otsutsuki's head. What is he going to do? Looking at this scene, the expressions of many people changed drastically. However, before anyone could answer, Otsutsuki Peach styles Samsara Eye in the palm of his right hand, the blood-colored light sword, and a huge aura surged out like a frenzy, directly covering Otsutsuki's body. Chapter 327, Ten Tails Pillar Force. The next moment, the huge body like an iron tower was instantly submerged in blood, and within a few short breaths, the huge body collapsed with a bang, and immediately gathered in the hands of Otsutsuki Peach, turning into a blood pill the size of a human head. Under the gazes of everyone, Otsutsuki Taoshi didn't hesitate at all, opened his mouth and bit down. Blood splashed, the scarlet color dyed the corners of the mouth red, and the wolf-like gesture fell into the eyes of everyone, making people feel like they were trembling. Not long after stepping into the battlefield, the junior ninja immediately retched. The face of being ruthless, even his own people swallowed the big tube of Peach Style. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would want to believe that this scene is true? When the last mouthful was swallowed, the Adam's apple rolled down, and the hideous face of Otsutsuki Peach Style froze at first, and then the muscles of the whole body squirmed and roared up to the sky. The thunderous roar rose into the sky, and the violent chakra, like a volcanic eruption, formed a huge wave-like hurricane and rolled back around. The aura that erupted, and the intensity of it, gave people a milky white dense fog feeling, directly submerging the big tube wood Peach Style. However, this scene did not last long. The chakra, which was originally scattered with the wind, first appeared a little stagnant, and the next moment seemed to be pulled by an invisible big hand. Incarnate like a whirlpool, it was swallowed and eaten away by the Otsutsuki Peach Style whale. After the line of sight was restored to clarity, the first thing that caught my eye was the same hideous face that was still in the shape of a large tube of wood. A long silver hair, moving without the wind, is as flamboyant as a lion. The pale eyes have long been replaced by golden pupils, and the pair of horns are extremely sharp. Coupled with the tower-like body, it exudes an aura like the vast ocean, and compared to just now, it is simply a different person. The most unexpected thing is that under the head of Datongmu Taoshi suddenly, a vertical crack ripped open between his eyebrows. It also revealed a golden reincarnation eye that were originally torn by Long Yu. The granulation on the fractured mouth, under the rapid squirming, quickly reshaped new arms and thighs. In the palms of his hands, 2 golden reincarnation eyes were revealed. It's a bit too much for a person to have 5 reincarnation eyes. Chinsho Tobarama couldn't help but said. The Eye of Reincarnation is said to be possessed by the 6 paths immortals, and now there are so many of them, which makes people feel like Chinese cabbage on the street. However, this Chinese cabbage is a bit too perverted. After the transformation alone, as if inadvertently, the aura that exudes gives people an inexplicable oppressive force, like an invisible big hand that tightens people's hearts. An ant, I've finished my transformation now, and then you should die too. Otsutsuki Peach Style suddenly raised his head. The 3 samsara eyes suddenly stared down, and the airflow rate of the whole piece of empty air showed a slight stagnation. The next moment, before everyone could react, it was like a raging wave, and it was instantly detonated. Reincarnation Eye Coercion. The roaring and violent hurricane wave rolled away in a rolling posture, and the ground along the way was directly overturned, along with the ground below. Under the sand and dust rolling back, the short distance of tens of thousands of meters was only approaching Uchiha Longyu in the blink of an eye. However, in the face of this invisible impact, Longyu seemed unable to react in time, just raised his hands to block. The huge impact force came like a wave. With the dull sound of collision, Longyu's thin body flew out. Crossing 10,000 meters and smashing a rocky mountain, he stopped. Looking at the overturned dust and gravel, the expressions of the melon eaters present suddenly changed drastically. Tsunade and Jiraiya and others, who were guarding Uzumaki Kushina behind him, flashed a hint of urgency on his slightly painful cheeks. Teacher Jirai, why doesn't Longyu hide? Is it because he is not Otsutsuki Peach rival? Looking at the moment before, with awe and majesty, with the body of an ant, he killed the dragon feather like a god clan, and now he was knocked into the air. This feeling, but many people can't accept. Haha, you girl, you don't like this kid, right? He also laughed out loud. However, Tsunade was quickly glared at him. Seeing that his apprentice's face was full of bitterness, he immediately coughed and said, "You girl thinks too much. Longyu didn't hide from it just now, but just tried his own attack to see how powerful this might be." Speaking of this, Jiraiya's eyes suddenly turned and landed on the ruins formed by the smashed rock mountain. Looking at Longyu, who came out with a nonchalant expression and patted the dust on his body, Jiraiya said with a smile, "The next thing is the real good show." The small voice tensed the nerves of everyone present. Longyu slapped the dust on his body, suddenly raised his head and smiled warmly. "This attack is much more powerful than mosquitoes, but I forgot to tell you, I can also transform. You can too." Otsutsuki's Dao-style expression changed slightly, and after a brief fight just now, Longyu pressed him on the head. "If this ant is in front of you, it will also know how to transform. The result waiting for him, I am afraid it is also unknown number of Heiju in the distance, who is completely powerless, half lying on the ruins." Listening to these words, and recalling the scene of the fight not long ago, my nerves were suddenly fluctuated, and I was the first to lose my breath, and roared in a hurry, "Hurry up and stop him. Hurry up and stop him from absorbing the remaining tailed beasts. If you let him absorb the 9 big-tailed beasts and become the 10-tailed human pillar force, his strength will skyrocket. 10 tails pillar power." The awe-inspiring voice echoed in the sky in all directions, causing the ninja who was eating melons in the field to stagnate. In their cognition, 1 to 9 tails are often heard, but it is the first time to hear the name of 10 tails. Not to mention the 10-tailed man Zuri. If he hadn't heard about it himself, I'm afraid no one would want to believe it. Tailed beast. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was stunned. Of course he knew what it meant by this title. His eyes turned abruptly and landed on Uzumaki Kushina's body, with a hint of killing intent. The sharp eyes suddenly turned, instantly affecting everyone's nerves. They may not know what the 10 tails are, but this is a battle for the safety of the entire ninja world. It is also the key to Long Yu becoming the pillar force of the 10 tails, and it is absolutely impossible for the 9 tails to fall into the hands of Otsutsuki Momo. As for the other human pillars, during the battle just now, they had already gotten rid of the golem chains and returned to their human form. Of being thrown away like a dead dog, they obviously don't have the confidence to participate in the battle. At the moment, he is being stared at by Datongmu Taoshi, which is like walking on needles and felt, and it seems that he can't hold back his breath. Chapter 328, Ten-Tailed Chakra. Don't worry, Kushina, I will protect you even if I don't want this life, just take it as an apology for what I did wrong not long ago. The sound of Namikaze Minato suddenly sounded. Soon, like a ghost, he disappeared into place out of thin air, and he reappeared and stopped in front of Kushina. Looking at this scene, a haze flashed across Otsutsuki's face. Long Yu despise it, and it would be a shame to let the person in front of him, who is not even as good as an ant, jump around in front of him. The thought of killing 1 to warn 100 flashed in Otsutsuki's mind, when a ruthless color flashed in the depths of his eyes. He could do anything else. The voice from Long Yu came first. Who said, I haven't gathered yet? Long Yu smiled genially, took a bite on the thumb of his right hand with his backhand, blood spattered, and his hands flew up quickly like wheels. The outsider golem of psychic art pressed his hands to the ground like lightning, and the violent waves rolled back like a tidal wave. The rock formations beneath his feet roared and shook violently, giving people the feeling of a giant turning over. Large schist layer cracked, spreading out cracks like a horned dragon. A pair of withered hands like dead trees slammed through the rock formation and caught this piece of ruined land. The next moment, the arms seemed to burst out with endless power, suddenly exerting force to the left and right, and forcibly cracked the thick rock formation to create a huge hole. The huge body of 10,000 meters was squeezed out abruptly. A huge tail 10 kilometers long, like a fierce iron whip, swept the surrounding rocks across the sky. However, the most unbelievable thing is that compared with the first appearance, there were only 5 eyes open, but now there are 9. Roar! Ten-Tail's huge body suddenly squeezed out of the crack in the earth. When the 4 feet stepped on the ground, there was a rolling rumbling sound. The breath coming out of the body is like a 12-level hurricane passing through, rolling back around. The Otsutsuki Peach style, especially Heiju, who was in this airwave, was startled at first, and then his face was full of disbelief. It's impossible, you obviously didn't absorb the 9-tailed beast, why did you wake up the 10-tailed beast completely? Black Jew roared in a hurry. And, why does it turn into a huge chakra aggregate? The hysterical voice echoed in the sky. It can be said that even the Otsutsuki Peach style is a little suspicious of life. In his memory, Teru Otsutsuki only cultivated a 1-chakra fruit. Now suddenly a second group appeared, and if it wasn't, he didn't want to believe it. Why? Long Yu smiled playfully, his expression condensed, his eyes sharpened like a falcon, his hands suddenly folded, and he shouted in a deep voice. Seal. It's like a thunderbolt across the sky with simple words. Chains shot out from Long Yu's body, like thousands of tentacles, entwining directly towards the 10 tails. When the 4-tailed beasts were captured just now, Long Yu used the instant full-level system to instantly full-level the obtained tailed beast chakra, turning it into a complete state. With this method, the 10 tails are directly awakened. Looking at the dragon feathers who tied the 10 tails into a zongzi in an instant, a trace of madness flashed on Heiju's face, and he roared in a hurry, hurry up and stop him, or you will surely die. A warm-up Uchiha dragon. Yu was already able to beat Otsutsuki Momo style to the point of being powerless. Now, if Uchiha Ryu was given the power of the Ju-Tails Zuli and turned into a 6-path mode, then waiting for the Otsutsuki Momo style, Black would never believe it was a win. Shut up, I won't lose to an ant. Otsutsuki Momo style roared fiercely, he was determined to lose without a fight, and the opponent was still the ant he kept talking about. This humiliation was unacceptable to him. However, the mouth may be full of lies, but the body is honest, and when he saw Long Yu's hands suddenly turned around. Otsutsuki Peach Style was the first to lose his breath, his body swayed, and the spatial fluctuations opened, like a ghost, disappearing into place out of thin air, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Long Yu. Long Yu carefully behind the whirlpool. Kushina's face suddenly changed, and I don't know if Long Yu can hear it if they are so far apart. However, in the face of Otsutsuki Momo Style, who suddenly used his time and space means, appeared behind him and launched the offensive one step ahead. Long Yu's back seemed to have eyes. Without any fancy, he turned around suddenly, his right hand was like lightning, and he clasped the hand that turned into a knife, hitting his back. Huge strength and wrestling, the moment of a little touch, there is a series of sonic booms. The violent scene made Otsutsuki Taoshi's expression stagnate for a while, and fell to his ears, and the calm voice of the wind shook his nerves even more. Sorry, I want to absorb the 10 tails, just need a thought. Long Yu smiled warmly. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 10-tailed chakra, is it immediately? Instantly full. The ethereal voice of the system suddenly sounded in my mind. The long-awaited scene made the smile on Long Yu's face even more radiant, without any hesitation, immediately. Order was issued. Immediately. Instantly full level. Ding dong, please wait for the host. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the 10-tailed chakra control power has been fully leveled in an instant. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for learning the Taoist Jade, is it right now? Instantly full. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for learning the space restraint of the 6 Paths Immortal technique, is it immediately? Full grade. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for learning the Muji cure, is it immediately? Instantly full. Ding dang, congratulations to the host who has acquired the 6-path life body, is it immediately? Instantly full. Ding dang, congratulations to the host who has acquired the 6-path Earth Exploding Star, is it right now? Instantly full. Quote. A series of system prompt sounds, like firecrackers, crackled in my mind. Rao Shi Long Yu was already mentally prepared, but it was inevitable that he would not feel dizzy. A series of system prompts kept ringing in my mind. If you let Madara Uchiha and Obito in the original work know that they have all the means, they can barely become the Ju-Tails Zuli and open the 6 Paths mode. I'm afraid I can't wait to find a hole to dig in. However, at the moment, Long Yu was obviously not in the mood. The system detected some ninjutsu, and after a thought in his mind, he directly issued an order. Immediately. Instantly full level. Ding dong, congratulations to the host who has successfully achieved the instant full level of the 6-path mode. Ding dong, congratulations to the host on the instant full level success in acquiring the Tao Jade. Ding dong, congratulations to the host on learning. Chapter 329, For the 8th Door. A series of system prompts sounded again. However, this time Long Yu didn't care at all. The scene just now seemed very complicated, but it was only the moment when his thoughts moved. Before and after, I am afraid there is not even a breath of time. When Long Yu's eyes were once again on the Otsutsuki Peach Style, the 10 tails that were originally bound by golem chains into a zongzi-like slam, turned into a large white mist and dissipated in front of everyone's eyes. Long Yu's body gradually changed. He was wearing a white flying robe, 2 sharp horns, and 8 jades floating on his back. When the face-changing scene shook people's hearts, the aura they exuded changed in an instant. If it is said that the Uchiha Ryu a moment ago was a volcano that could erupt at any time, then the current Ryu gives the impression that it is as deep as the vast ocean. Just being suspended in the void gives the impression that it affects the entire space. The air in Sifengtianyu was stagnant, and that inexplicable suppressed breath, the moment it was born from the heart, seemed to turn into an invisible big hand, tightening people's hearts. Otsutsuki Peach Style, who was close at hand, looked at the completely changed face of Long Yu, and the huge suppressed aura emanating from it, and said with disbelief, it's impossible, you can't use the power of the chakra fruit so quickly. Totally absorbed and harnessed. I don't believe that you, an ant, can really do it. Messy lion's hair. Hysterical roars came out one after another. Under the infusion of violent chakra, the silver hair of Otsutsuki's peach-style head, as if alive, shot towards Long Yu. At this close distance, Long Yu's body was directly entangled. Seeing that the blow was successful, Otsutsuki's peach-style face showed ecstasy. His left hand quickly protruded, the samsara eye on the palm of his hand suddenly turned, and the surging power quickly accumulated and condensed. Feeling that the backlog of power had reached its limit, a trace of grimness flashed across Otsutsuki's face, and he roared again. Shock that had been building up insanely was detonated in an instant. The red beam of light, at a close distance, shrouded the dragon feather head-on. However, before Otsutsuki Momoshi was happy, the voice that fell in his ear moved his nerves. Heavenly power. The simple 3 words were uttered in a hurry, and the Otsutsuki peach-style just felt a flower in front of him. When he reappeared, his pupils rapidly enlarged, and it was the shock wave, no, that he displayed in anger. Bang Long just had time to utter a single word, and the Otsutsuki peach-style was instantly submerged by the endless shock waves. The huge impact was like a dragon coming out of the abyss, and the sound of a banging explosion came out from the rock formation that was directly inserted obliquely below. The air waves and the rolling dust rolled back, like a 13-magnitude earthquake. Hurry up and use ninjutsu to defend with all your strength. The face of the 3 generations of Hokage changed drastically, and he hurriedly issued an order. The 2 people in front of them, when they are transforming, are all transformed into a higher level. It can be said that this one-handed strike can definitely easily raise a ninja village to the ground. This scene in front of me can be called a fight between gods and mortals. Two dun wall, 2 dun rock formation 2 shan. Soil continent. Quote. A series of urgent calls, accompanied by the jutsu mark flying down, formed various earth escape ninjutsu for defense. The side, Senju Hasuma glanced at Madara Uchiha and said, "So, your Susanoo is quite suitable for protecting people." Roll. Uchiha Madara stared, and now he is full of inner drama. I thought that the strength gap between him and Uchiha Ryu would be able to catch up. But the scene in front of him made him clench his fists. This gap is bound to be too large. Stingy. Shinshoji curled his lips in annoyance, but his hands did not stop for the slightest bit, and the moment they flew, they formed a series of magic marks. The tree roots of the wooden dungeons rumbled and burst out like a horned dragon. Under the command of Chinsho Zujian, they turned into huge wooden dungeon walls in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the sand and dust waves that swept over hit it like rain hitting bananas. Damn ants, I'm going to kill you. The roar of Otsutsuki Peach-like roared straight up like thunder. With broken clothes rushed out from the underground rock formation that penetrated it. However, this time, after absorbing the golden stance, the Otsutsuki Peach stance has the indestructible body of the Vajra, and also has the reincarnation without seal healing. The blow just now had no way to do him any harm. However, at the thought of the attack he used to kill Long Yu just now, he was caught off guard and was transformed into space. This kind of humiliation, for him, who kept saying that he wanted to kill ants, was completely harder than death. Hee, Daoshi, can you exchange some fresh dialogue? In addition to killing me and ants, why don't you say something to me? Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly, touched the tip of his nose and said with a smile. It fell into Otsutsuki's peach-like eyes, and his forehead roared instantly, his fingers clenched suddenly, and he roared hysterically. Your sister, you bastard ants, I'm going to tear you apart. Healthy dog feeding. Otsutsuki roared in a peach style, and his 5 fingers suddenly clenched towards the shattered earth. Rock formations rolled, and under the endless gravel flying, it was like a wild beast turning over, and instantly turned into a 9,000-meter-long mud snake. The roaring snake made a deafening roar, and the huge body twisted frantically, and instantly locked on Long Yu's body. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. If they move, they will destroy the sky and destroy the earth. Between their gestures and gestures, they shatter the posture of a ninja village, so that they can only look up. However, it is even more unimaginable that Uchiha Longyu can still talk and laugh in the face of such a confrontation of strength. With the warm smile on his face, the words that fell in his ears made people look sluggish. Forgot to tell you, I only transformed for the 8th gate. And the 8th door. The small voice, at this moment, seems to be infused with a magic sound. Not to mention the melon-eating crowd present, even the grim expression on Datongmu's peach-style face showed a hint of stagnation. However, the arrow was on the string, and he had to send it. Looking at Long Yu's light-hearted cheeks, his Polonia-like face, a trace of resentment flashed, and he roared again. You bastard ants, I don't believe it, what's the 8th door? Shofeng. Awe-inspiring roars sounded one after another. The big Polonia peach hands slammed again in the air. The fiery flame seemed to be pulled in the void, without any fancy, and condensed into a huge flame bird of thousands of meters. Chapter 330, Who Can Kill Him? Yeah, Shofeng let out a shrill neigh, and his wings slammed down, causing a fiery wind and waves to swept across the sky towards Uchiha Ryu at extreme speed. For a time, the two major attacks appeared as if they were closing together, and taking a step ahead, they were bound to inflict heavy damage on Long Yu. Looking at this scene, the expression of the ninja in the distance suddenly changed. However, their faces were more urgent. Looking at that thin figure, standing in the two ultimate moves, with a completely unknown demeanor, that kind of courage is completely affecting people's hearts. Kakashi, look quickly, he moved. Metke was the first to lose his breath, exclaiming with excitement. As a ninja who specializes in taijutsu, for Uchiha Ryu, he can choose taijutsu to deal with foreign visitors. This is a great honor for them, ninjas who specialize in taijutsu. Kai, shut up for me, didn't I remind you to call Mr. Long Yu? If you say it wrong again, I will bring you down. Kakashi said coldly. However, his eyes never moved away from Long Yu. No, it should be said that at this juncture, no one wants to miss any moment on Long Yu. The 8th gate of the 8 gates Dunjia formation is open. The awe-inspiring voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with a magic sound, and exploded like thunder. The attacking canine Jujian and Shofeng, just 7 or 8 meters away from Long Yu, stopped abruptly without warning, as if they had hit an invisible barrier. The next moment, Uchiha Ryu's hands and fingers suddenly clenched tightly. 7 thunder-like roars came out one after another within the body, and the 7 body shackles were instantly broken. That chakra, like a horned dragon, lost its restraints, and for a while, like a wild horse that ran away, it turned into a raging wave and went straight to the final door of death. Bang! Scarlet blood, like a volcanic eruption, exploded instantly. The blood energy that rose to the sky, with a fierce and unparalleled posture, went straight to the sky above the 9 heavens. The originally backlogged cloud layer was the first to be penetrated, and the oncoming attack was instantly thrown away by the tyrannical air wave under the impact of this air wave. Scarlet blood, like a molten blood, quickly emerged on the surface of Long Yu's body. The criss-crossed faces are even more terrifying to the disciples. The ruins under his feet were the first to crack open under the attack of this uncontrollable, rapidly overflowing air wave. Feeling this tyrannical force in his body, which was so tyrannical that he couldn't control it, Long Yu clenched his 5 fingers suddenly and said, using the 6-path mode, coupled with the tyrannical healing body, he can indeed use the 8th door without injury. If coupled with the Lei Dun chakra mode, and the body of strange power, I don't know what the power will be. The slightly hoarse voice, at this moment, simply gives people a feeling of soul. A moment ago, in response to the still untransformed Peach stance, Long Yu used the 7th sect, combined with other ninjutsu techniques to enhance the explosive power of his physical body, and crippled him with one punch. If, now in the 6 paths mode, to help the strongest 8th gate, and one move, I am afraid that a grand ending will come directly. Messy thoughts appeared in everyone's mind, and the Paulownia Peach style was no exception. Looking at Long Yu, who had completely changed his appearance, his eyes met, and the words that fell in his ears shook his nerves again. Dear God Race, the answer ready to bite, are you ready to die? With a slightly frivolous voice, at this moment, like an invisible thorn, it pierced the nerve of the Paulownia Peach style. A trace of madness flashed on Datongmu Taoshi's face, and he grabbed it with both hands once again. The overturned Anuzi Jianming and Shofeng were heading towards Long Yu. At the same time, Datongmu Taoshi didn't have time to think about it, and roared in a hurry, Fushi, lend me your power temporarily, or you won't be able to escape. She, who had been confronting Madara Uchiha, suddenly changed. As Datongmu Taoshi said, after seeing Uchiha Ryu's endless means with his own eyes, their so-called god's self-esteem has long since disappeared. If Datongmu Dao's style is defeated, then he has to face Uchiha Ryu head-on. Is a nightmare for Datong Mupu style. You have to hurry, or there will be no time. Long Yu smiled warmly. Looking at the attacking Inguzai Jianming and Shofeng, Long Yu suddenly clasped his hands together again, and the moment the stance unfolded, the thunder-like voice was uttered again. Day Tiger. Roar. The sound of the tiger's roar shook the hill. The moment the violent aura erupted, the rocky ground beneath my feet shattered. The scarlet steam, like a volcano erupting, instantly condenses into a 10,000-meter tiger in the void. With the sound of tiger roaring, the oncoming attacks collided together. Boom! The thunder-like collision sound exploded, and the so-called dog-feeding Jianming and Shofeng, under the day tigers displayed by the 8 gates, were torn apart instantly like a piece of paper. Everywhere along the way, the air rippling and turbulently rolled back like a hurricane. Attack has not yet come, the face of Datongmu Peach has changed dramatically, too late to think about it. A long whistle is released from the mouth, the technique of time and space is urged to the extreme, and a space connected to Datongmapu is torn directly at the side of the body. Cracks. Hurry up or we'll all die. The hysterical roars came out one after another, and in the face of the attack in front of him, Datongmu Daoshi was obviously in a mess. If you don't hurry up, keep dawdling, but you will die. Madara Uchiha, who was clasping his hands, did not have the slightest idea of stopping, and reminded lightly. Datong Mupushi was stunned at first, then gritted his teeth and said, why don't you stop me, are you not afraid of changing the battle situation? Changes. Madara Uchiha sneered and said, I'm just a dead person, and I have no interest in these things. What's more, I also want to see who can kill him in this world. Who could kill him? Datong Mupu was stunned. It was the first time he had seen such a righteous act of betraying his companions. Moreover, in the face of these remarks, the other ninjas in the field were also indifferent. Even Long Yu urged to hurry up, it's no use worrying about them. What's more, they also want to see how high Uchiha Ryu can reach. Bastard ants. Datong Mupu style gritted his teeth and roared. Feeling the urgent gazes around them as a shame for them. Seeing the day tiger, with a rolling gesture, he rolled towards the big Paulownia Peach style, and the big Paulownia Peach style did not dare to continue to delay. He caught it with his backhand on the red light fish cage at his waist, and a ball of golden light fell into his hand and threw it directly into the space crack. Chapter 331, Escape. Has accumulated for this mission. It was originally intended to be used to supplement one's own strength, as well as to save one's life. Never occurred to me that I would actually make a wedding dress for someone else. However, the current situation cannot help him. Who was hanging on his lips would be killed. Then let him face Long Yu in person, which is something he doesn't want to encounter even more. Datongmu Pushi believes that as long as Datongmu Taoshi is assisted by his own strength, he will definitely be able to defeat this arrogant person in front of him. Good come. A trace of ecstasy appeared on the face of Datongmu Taoshi, and he hurriedly grabbed it into the crack. The reincarnation eye in the palm of the hand, under the rapid rotation, quickly swallowed up the whistling power. The power of Bang poured into the body, and the muscles of the whole body suddenly tightened, and the next moment, the golden eyes of Samsara appeared in a large sky blue color. Of the big Paulownia Peach style changed in an instant, and immediately there was a hint of madness on his face. Ha ha, Pushi, you really have great power, no wonder the Lord attaches great importance to you. This time I have completed the task, I will definitely repay you. Datongmu Taoshi laughed outrageously. In the face of the incoming attack, there is no intention of dodging at all, but the attack is coming. Boom! The Scarlet Day Tiger slammed through the sky with a tyrannical attitude, finally smashing the rock formations and the earth below 10,000 meters, and after setting off a large piece of sand and dust debris, it collapsed into the sky and the earth. Seeing how he could shatter the heavens and the earth in a single gesture, Long Yu used this move to inflict heavy damage on the Paulownia Peach style. Now this scene is repeated again, causing the crowd of melon eaters in the field to cast their urgent eyes on the ruins. I want to see clearly as soon as possible, what will happen to the Datongmu Taoshi in the face of this blow. He dodged the attack. Chijirugi suddenly spoke up. These words instantly tensed everyone's nerves, and they hurriedly followed Chincho Zujian's gaze, and they were the first to catch the eye, and it was a streak suspended in midair. The big Paulownia Peach style is full of rage and madness. Ha ha, Pushi, your strength is really strong. With this move, I can be invincible. Datongmu Taoshi glanced at himself, and his unscathed posture made him the first to hold back and burst into laughter unscrupulously. This scene changed the expressions of many people. Blow just now was able to destroy at least 2 Konoha shinobi villages. Not long ago, it was the Datongmu Peach style, which almost died. Now, with the help of transformation, his strength has been enhanced, but in the face of the same attack, at least he must be in a state of embarrassment, so it can be logical. However, now, the Paulownia Peach style, a feeling of being unscathed, this scene is completely beyond their expectations. Lord Hokage, what the hell is going on? Uzumaki Kushina couldn't hold back his breath and asked anxiously. In the face of this undisguised caring talk, Minato Namikaze has something in his heart, an inexplicable jealousy. However, he couldn't help but stare at the handpost. After all, after seeing this godlike fight with his own eyes, Namikaze Minato knew clearly that if Uchiha Ryu was defeated, waiting for them, will be perverted enemies. I haven't figured it out either. This should be a bit similar to the time and space forbearance that Long Yu uses. Can ignore the attack for a moment. Quote. Chinshuju frowned and explained hesitantly. Regarding the mysteries of the Eye of Reincarnation, Chincho Zujian has encountered too many of which cannot be explained in words. That can be done right now is to look at Long Yu and see if this mystery can be solved. Hee, without you can still do this. Long Yu laughed dryly and said, is it time rewinding? It's really a rare pupil technique, but how many seconds can you rewind? 1 second, 2 seconds, or 3 seconds? And, whether your body can catch up with your mind shift, is another matter. The small voices exploded like thunder at this moment. When everyone looked at each other in dismay, even the Datongmu style and the Dao style changed drastically. Looking at Uchiha Ryu's eyes, it was unbelievable. For Chincho Zujian, what Long Yu said just now was probably just a guess. But the Paulownia Peach style and the Pooh style clearly know that there is nothing wrong with these words. Of Datongmu Taoshi's conspiracy just now was broken. No, it's impossible. Who are you? Why do you know everything? You are a spy in the Protoss, that must be the case. Datongmu's peach-style expression added a touch of madness, and the moment he looked at Long Yu, he suddenly wanted to turn around. Who fled the scene couldn't help but froze in place. Even the Datongmu style is no exception. Of Datongmu, he would turn around and run away at this juncture. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would believe that the so-called Protoss was attacked by the ants in their mouths? You are really stupid and naive. Can you really escape? Long Yu smiled warmly. His body was slightly bent, like a tiger and a leopard slaughtering. His hands suddenly clenched the ground. The next moment, Huo Ran looked up, his eyes suddenly sharp like a falcon. If it is said that Long Yu was lazy a moment ago, then now he is a dusty sword unsheathed, completely incomparable. Evening elephant. The simple word is uttered, shaking the heavens and the earth like thunder. Bang! There was a huge earthquake on the ground, and the place where Long Yu stood seemed to be unable to withstand the explosive force of this moment, and collapsed and collapsed. The cobweb-like crack. The moment the crack opened, Long Yu had already appeared in the sky above the Paulownia Peach style like a ghost. 1 foot. Voice. Long Yu didn't have any fancy. He moved towards the big Paulownia Peach style, punching down from the air. The sky in all directions, the air fell into a stagnation in an instant. The Uchiha Ryayu who appeared in the sky like a ghost, the speed was so fast that even thoughts could not keep up. Datongmu Taoshi began to panic. However, before his thoughts turned around, Long Yu moved again. 1 foot. 2 words were swallowed, and the 5 fingers of the right hand were suddenly clenched, and the scarlet airwaves detonated through the body gathered like a frenzy, and the next moment shot towards the big Paulownia Peach style. Bang! With a punch, the air seemed to be penetrated, the invisible ripples couldn't be stirred in time, and the entire space was distorted. The squeezing formed by a space instantly enveloped the body before the thought of the big Paulownia Peach style could turn. Bang! A thunderous crash resounded. Chapter 332, 5 feet. Long Yu punched out without any pause, and his figure shifted again at a high speed. 2-legged, 3-legged, 4-legged, boxing is like a wave, turning into invisible air shocks. It felt as if, while the space had not yet reacted, the Paulownia Peach style was sealed in it. Mention the body, not even the mind can move. When the 4th punch fell, Datongmu Daoshi finally managed to react, and the moment he spat out a mouthful of blood, a hysterical look appeared on his face. Back in time. The simple 4-character spit out, the blue 6-hook jade reincarnation eye, and at this moment, like a wheel, it spins wildly. Datongmu Daoshi, who was originally under attack, instantly retraced back 2 seconds with the power of the pupil technique. At this moment, he obviously hasn't been attacked. His body was loosened, he didn't have time to think about it, and quickly wanted to get out of the place and use the technique of time and space to escape from this place. However, this thought, which had just sprouted in his mind, the voice that fell in his ear shook his nerves. Dear Protoss, I've been waiting for you for a long time. 5 feet. Like the thunder of the sky, Long Yu moved, and the endless power accumulated on the fist, like a raging wave, instantly detonated. The scarlet blood-like space light beam, with its awe-inspiring posture, caused the space along the way to stir up large ripples, and it was quickly twisted. In the Paulownia Peach stance, he just stepped out of the time rewind, and before he could react, he fell down with a rolling gesture. Bang! The huge impact force hit the ground like a meteor falling from the sky. With a radius of tens of thousands of meters suddenly collapsed. Under the rock formations, the sand and dust rolled back and forth. Of this scene, his expression suddenly changed drastically. He never imagined that the power of Long Yu's attack would become stronger and stronger with each wave. Of this 5th foot is exactly the sum of the 4 strikes just now. Looking at the turbulent air waves, Datongmu Kushi was the first to lose his breath, and roared in a hurry, Senior, hurry up and use time recall. Of Datong Mokura's style, instead of enduring the power of the 5th leg, it is better to endure the sum of the 4 legs that have just been retroactively eliminated. Back in time. The maddened roar of the Paulownia Peach-like sound came out, and the tyrannical airwave penetrated through the body, directly shaking the sand and dust that permeated all around. At the same time, the injury suffered by Datongmu Taoshi was directly traced back to the time of the 4 feet, and there was still a trace of scarlet blood on the corner of his mouth. However, before he could react, the sight of the sight made his pupils shrink suddenly. I saw that Long Yu didn't know when, and fell to the ground. Like a lion and tiger slaughtering, With both hands on the ground, under the meridians that circulated like lava, the breath wrapped around the body's surface showed a stagnation. The next moment, before Datong Mudao could react, the words that he vomited shook his nerves. Accumulation. Boom. Said in one word, the originally violent aura exploded in an instant. The violent blood energy caused, like a frenzy, hit the sky straight into the sky. Roar. The blood energy in the sky is coiled in the void, and after a long roar, it shakes and turns into a blood dragon. Without any bells and whistles, his eyes turned abruptly and locked onto the body of Datong Mudao style, which instantly sent chills down his spine. There is even more of a kind, the illusion of death urging life. However, before Datongmu's peach-style thoughts turned around, the words that came out shook his nerves again. Yi Kai. Bang. The dull roar exploded like thunder. The huge blood-colored dragon is torn apart like a frenzy. The air along the way, wherever you pass, the space is overwhelmed like tofu. Under the turbulent ripples, it gives people a feeling that the mirror's surface is broken. The distance of 10,000 meters gives people the feeling that they arrive in an instant. When everyone suddenly woke up, the first thing they saw was the scene of a giant dragon swallowing the sky. Bang! The thunder-like roar is almost endless. Under the violent wind, the Paulownia peach-like body was thrown straight out like a rag bag. The spine at the waist was even broken at the sound, and under the huge impact, it smashed into the ruined land tens of thousands of meters away. Hurry, hurry back in time, the 5 legs just now are not enough to kill. Datong Mokura's style went crazy, watching an attack that was more powerful than a single blow. Allowing him to go back in time, such a heaven-defying means, also feels powerless. This trick is to be able to return one's own time to 2 or 3 seconds, the moment before being attacked. But that doesn't mean that the damage during that time can be ignored. Once someone sees through this, a saturation attack is launched. For example, in the original work, Jiraiya was summoned to the stomach of the big toad of Yansu, and with the help of this constant volatilization of toxicity, unknowingly, Datong Mukushi was subjected to a saturation attack. As for, Longyu is now using the 8th door Dunjia, which is fast and unparalleled, enough to strike a deadly attack to carry out a saturation attack. Under this method, it is enough to increase the damage of the previous backtracking before the big Paulownia peach style has reacted. Back in time. The big Paulownia tree smashed to the ground in a peach style, smashing the bottom of the large schist layer, feeling the body being torn apart by the violent force, and after opening his mouth to spit out blood, he roared hysterically before he had time to think about it. As Datong Muku said, he is more willing to endure the 5 legs just now than this Yi Kai. However, just as this idea came to his mind, the next moment Longyu's mouth slurped his words again, making him feel like he was being driven crazy. 6-path Earth exploding stars. The simple 6 words were uttered in a hurry, that kind of indifferent tone like a bird's eye view, shaking everyone's hearts. When Longyu's right hand caught it from afar, it felt like he was in control of this world. The air circulating in the sky in the 4 directions suddenly appeared a stagnation, overturning the broken rock formations. At this moment, it was like being controlled by an invisible force. The next moment, centering on the Paulownia peach style, quickly absorbed it. For a time, it appeared in front of the eyes. It was like a scene that opened up the world. The rumbling and huge ruins, centered on a large tube of peach, suddenly trembled. The huge attraction surged out like a frenzy. The speed of rewinding, covering a radius of 50,000 to 60,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Countless rock formations, gravel, sand and dust at once. Being pulled. The next moment, Longyu's eyes suddenly narrowed, and his 5 fingers were suddenly caught in the air. Give me a match. The awe-inspiring words came out in a hurry, and the simple 3 words were like thunder. The voice fell. Longyu seemed to transform into the ruler of the sky in all directions at this moment, like a godlike existence. Boom! Endless explosions sounded one after another. The rock formations in the huge ruins were directly peeled off, and at a frantic rolling speed, they were smashed towards Otsutsuki Taoshi. For a time, a piece of darkness filled the sky and quickly enlarged in the pupil of the big tube wood peach. However, in the face of the spatial confinement power of the Six Paths Earth Blast, no matter how he moved, his body remained motionless as if he had stopped. Chapter 333, Killing Datongmu Peach Style. Only thing that can be done is to watch the debris in the sky and slap it in the face. Back in time. The blue eyes of reincarnation appeared again. Under the round eyes, the 6 jade hooks turned quickly, returning their own time to a few seconds ago. With this move, Otsutsuki's imprisoned body was instantly freed. Looking at the rock debris rolling in from the sky, I didn't have time to think about it, and frantically urged the Samsara Eye, tearing the void in front of me. No, I won't die, I will definitely be able to escape. As long as you enter Kagaya's different dimension, you won't be able to find me. A hysterical roar resounded frantically. With the help of time rewinding for a few seconds, the 5 reincarnation eyes of Otsutsuki Peach turned to the extreme. A trace of blood gushed out from the corners of his eyes, and even the corners of his eyes were dyed red. In front of Bang shattered like a mirror, and the scarlet blood-colored space cracked open. Seeing this scene of Datongmu Daoshi, there was a hint of ecstasy on his face. He didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly walked in. Boom! After he disappeared from sight, a dull thunderous roar echoed in the sky in all directions. With a diameter of 10,000 meters as quietly suspended in the sky, giving people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. However, in the face of this scene, no one was happy. After seeing with his own eyes, the strength of Datongmu Dao style, if you let him escape, it would be a return to the mountain. After all, not everyone is Uchiha Ryayu, and not everyone can stick to his side all day long. Case, after Datongmu Dao style escaped, and then secretly hunted and attacked, it would be a nightmare for every shinobi village. Don't panic, that kid can think about things, but he is more thoughtful than you. Shinsho Zujian's expression condensed slightly, and said, don't forget, that kid is best at also sometimes space art. Once he is proficient to a certain level, he must lock the space coordinates of the big Paulownia Peach style transfer in an instant. And then interfered, another result that Nadeng came up with, that is not escape. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with a magical sound, echoing in the heaven and earth for a long time, and there was no way to disperse. Everyone heard the words, their nerves suddenly became tense, and they hurriedly followed Long Yu. First to catch the eye was the black thunder that burst out from Long Yu's right hand. A pair of reincarnation eyes of 9 hooks, like a soul-sucking jade. At the moment of crazy rotation, a crisp egg-cracking sound came from the void in front of them. The next moment, there was a strong spatial fluctuation in the void in front of him, and a large Paulownia Peach-style figure that had endured Ye Kai's time period and had not had time to perform the healing technique was moved to the front without warning. I'm sorry, you are welcome to take the initiative to die. Long Yu smiled warmly. At this moment, like a brand, the reflection is on the pupil of Dashi. That smile like death urging life. The nerves of the Paulownia Peach style were suddenly tense, madly wanting to drive the body and dodge. Pity that he was injured at Ye Kai's moment, with a broken spine and broken bones all over his body, and it was too late for treatment. Originally, he still planned to use the transfer to a different dimension to get a chance to breathe and heal his body. However, it never occurred to me that Long Yu still kept this hand and left a space coordinate on him in advance. When caught off guard, he transferred his time-space technique to the destination. Becomes close at hand. Goodbye, next time you reincarnate, remember that ants are not easy to bully. The smile on Long Yu's face became brighter and brighter. Under the skyrocketing black thunder in his right hand, without the slightest pause, like a black thunder, it rushed towards the Paulownia Peach-like neck and swept away violently. No, don't kill me, I can be your slave, don't kill me. A hysterical roar came out from the mouth of Datongmu Peach, and the round eyes and the torn eye sockets oozes blood, and the fear that cannot be concealed. However, in the face of the rapidly dilated attack in the pupil, all these words seemed pale and powerless. Only thing that can be done is to watch the attack helplessly, and in the pupil, it quickly enlarges. PFF'd. The black thunder swept across the sky, in the Paulownia Peach stance. When he still hadn't gathered his body's strength to defend, it instantly slashed across his neck. Scarlet blood splashed. Crackling black thunder, mixed with Amaterasu, instantly detonated, swallowing the Paulownia Peach-like body. That was thrown flying. The eyes that were originally staring, were full of panic and despair, and eventually evolved into endless resentment. An ant, you hateful ant, my family will not let you go, they will definitely kill you, I will wait for you in another world, waiting for you to accompany me. Wait for me. Long Yu smiled playfully and said, wait for me, but under any circumstances, you will still be bitten to death by ants. After all, you are even worse than ants. I forgot to tell you that you can win if you have more eyes. The Paulownia Peach style suddenly becomes suffocated. Pity that this time there is no chance for him to speak. The soaring black flame instantly covered his head, and under the scorching high temperature, it instantly turned into ashes. Void, the ashes scattered with the wind made the huge ruins inexplicably suppressed. Looking at the self-proclaimed Protoss, a person from the sky, with 5 reincarnation eyes, the Paulownia Peach style, actually in front of Uchiha Ryu, has no power to fight back. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe that all this is true? Facing this victory scene, the melon-eating crowd present turned their eyes in vain, and subconsciously looked at Datang Mura's style, who was stopped by Madara Uchiha. Of the big Paulownia Peach style, and the big Paulownia Gold style was used to increase its own strength. It can be said that, to a certain extent, the Datang Mupu style has been left aside as if it has become air. The gigantic ruins, 5 or 6, 10,000 pairs of scorpions were locked on the body of Datang Mupu. That invisible pressure, like a big mountain, pressed on his heart. If it was an ordinary time, he would not have the slightest fear of these ants in front of him. And will make fun of them. However, after facing the conjoined body, with 5 reincarnation eyes, the 3 of them gathered together, and the big Tongmu Taoist style, after all, the power of the pupil technique was also killed. The Datang Mupu style is not so arrogant. Feeling the gaze falling on his body, Datang Mura couldn't help but look at Madara Uchiha and said, can you let him leave? In the eyes of Datang Mura, if anyone is more like playing soy sauce, he doesn't take this battle to heart at all, except for Uchiha Madara, he can't think of anyone else. Right now, for him, if he can reduce one obstacle, then there will be more hope for survival. Is that kid terrible? You can't kill him anymore. Madara Uchiha suddenly spoke up. Chapter 334. Become a sacrifice for the resurrected mother. These words suddenly tensed the nerves of many people, even the Datangmu Taoist style was no exception. His expression changed slightly, but he did not hesitate at all, gritted his teeth and said, yes, I have no choice, please get out of the way, next time if you meet me, I will definitely kill him. Leaving these words, Datang Mupushi was the first to lose his temper, and under the skyrocketing chakra on his body, his azure blue samsara eyes appeared instantly. However, before he could perform further, the next moment, Madara Uchiha's eyes suddenly turned, revealing a terrifying whiteness. You even have reincarnation eyes. The look of Datang Mupo's style suddenly changed drastically. Hee, I originally planned to deal with that kid, but I didn't expect that his filthy reincarnation technique would be able to revive me to the moment when the eye of reincarnation could be opened in a short time. Madara Uchiha said coldly, however, since you can't kill that kid, I don't want to humiliate myself. Round Grave Border Prison. PFF'd. One after another black sticks, like sharp knives, appeared without warning. The next moment, without any fancy, with a piercing gesture, he directly penetrated the body of the great Tong Mupu. The blood and water splashed down, and the confinement ability in the black stick quickly spread, and instantly swept the body of Datang Mupu. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Faced with the explanation given by Madara Uchiha, the scalps of those present were not very numb. Uchiha Madara, who only has a kaleidoscope to write round eyes, has been able to fight against the god of ninja world Senju, and now even the Samsara eye has transformed. Perhaps, it will not reach the same height as Uchiha Ryu. However, it may not be a problem to press Chinchujujian. Only thing that makes people feel fortunate is Madara Uchiha's reincarnation eye, and the time for transformation is too late. It turns out that you left behind from the beginning. Datang Mupu's expression flashed a bit of grimness and said, you also have the eye of reincarnation, why didn't we join forces, then we will definitely defeat that guy. Jointly. Uchiha Madara raised his head coldly and said, are you kidding me, who would humiliate themselves in public, unless, like you, their head was kicked by a donkey. Also, do you think that kid doesn't know, are you delaying time on purpose? The small voice fell on the ears of Datang Mupu, which made his expression stagnate for a while. Immediately, a trace of madness flashed in the depths of his pupils, azure blue appeared, and the six-hooked jade reincarnation eyes turned frantically. I can't believe that he has been fighting for so long and still can't beat him. Back in time. Roared again and again, bursting like thunder. I saw Datang Mupu's body, a trace of blur appeared. The next moment, the black stick that had run through his body disappeared like air out of thin air in front of everyone's eyes. With one hit, in order to avoid repeated repetitions, Datang Mupu's style body quickly retreated. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he backhanded to his own double. PFF'd. The bloody and abnormal scene makes people feel like the pupils are constricting. Looking at the two stunned eyes that came out of him, he threw them directly into his mouth. Baha-ha-ha-how's bite sound was even more clearly audible, and everyone's face turned pale all of a sudden. This self-mutilation and riding a horse is too disgusting. Are you planning to kill people, but also disgusting them? However, this idea just sprouted in their minds, accompanied by the swallowing action of Datang Mupu's style grunt. A beam of blue light exploded instantly in his body. In the next moment, without any bells and whistles, the figure displayed again shook everyone's nerves. Birdman. If we say, the big Tongmapu style a moment ago, it still looks like a person. So now obviously, has abandoned the human body, and has become a bird-like existence. As soon as the crack on the forehead was torn open, golden samsara eyes appeared, and the lost eyes also turned golden. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. The moment before, they had seen the transformation of the Datang Dao style, but they never thought that the Datangmapu style still has such a way of operation. Just that what they care about the most is that the Datang Mupu style a moment ago was a gentle person, and his words were honorifics, but now, his whole body is full of violence and ferocity. People. Bastard ants, I'm going to kill you. Datang Mokpa style roared with a ferocious expression. Without any fancy, his wings slammed down suddenly. He didn't choose to be the same as the Datang Dao style, and fled at the front, but headed towards Uchiha Ryu. The speed was so fast that the space along the way caused waves of ripples. Of tens of thousands of meters is just the blink of an eye, giving people the illusion of traveling through space. However, as soon as they approached, the words that fell in their ears shook everyone's nerves. Have you finally lost your temper? Long Yu smiled warmly. As soon as the voice fell, and before everyone could react, the scene that first came into view made people's expressions change drastically. Long Yu, watch out for the black magic behind you. Uzumaki Kushina cried out eagerly. However, in the face of all this, Long Yu seemed to be completely unknown, and there was no trace of dodge. A large area of black, like a tide, gushed out from the cracks in the ruins underfoot. It is very commensurate with the timing of the selection of the Datang Mokpa style. Can be said that this can definitely be regarded as an early plan. Haha, Uchiha Ryu, if you are not greedy to become the 10-tailed man, maybe I really have no way to achieve the purpose of resurrecting the mother, but now I really want to thank you, as I bet, you will never give up the temptation of such a huge force. In the large black tide, the face of Heiju was revealed, and there was laughter of unbridled laughter on his hideous cheeks. This is probably the last desperate alliance between Heiju and Datong Mupu style. Long Yu, you will become a sacrifice for me to resurrect my mother. The maddened laughter echoed in the sky for a long time and could not be dissipated. However, this is not to say that the black is absolutely sloppy. After all, in the face of this godlike existence that dominates everything, now being able to counterattack with such a beautiful result, in the eyes of anyone, is also great news. Yin-yang escaped spirit possession assimilation. Hysterical roars came out one after another. Turned into a black tide like a sky, covering Long Yu's body. Style of this scene, the violent madness on his face did not diminish in the slightest, and appeared in front of Long Yu like a ghost. On the right foot burst into scarlet light, it moved towards the head claw of Uchiha Ryu like a sharp blade. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. 330th chapters. Stand by obediently. They never thought that at the beginning, the blackness that was absorbed by the chakra of the Paulownia Peach style would explode at this moment. Right now, Uchiha Ryu is possessed by the black, and the attack of Datong Mura is close at hand. If this claw really hits, then waiting for Long Yu, I am afraid only the end of the brain collapse. However, just as this idea first appeared in their minds, the first thing that caught their eyes was an unbelievable scene. Laughing. Uchiha Ryu actually laughed at this moment. Ridiculous thoughts flashed in everyone's mind, and the Datong Mura style who fell into madness and madness together with the violent killer was no exception. My mind was like a bell crashing, and the roar continued. A terrified scream rang out without warning. No, it's impossible, what's in your body? No, don't. I am immortal, what is your origin? However, in the face of this unknown fear, all words seem pale and powerless at this moment. Everyone could react. The black Jew covering Long Yu's body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and quickly poured into the samsara eye. Losing the restriction of this yin and yang escape, Long Yu's body control has obviously recovered. Huo Ran raised his head to meet him, the eagle's claws attacking from the sky, without any fancy, the probing hand directly buckled on it. Goodbye. I have experienced a battle and lost a lot of physical strength, but no one told you, are you too weak, little follower? Long Yu said with a warm smile. That brighter and brighter smile made the turmoil in Datong Mupushi's mind instantly vanish. He was about to withdraw to cast time rewind, but the moment his eyes met, a roar resounded like a bell in his mind. Monthly reading. Om. Datong Mupu style. I just felt the darkness in front of my eyes, and the whole person shifted. Although the reincarnation eye has the ability to dispel illusions, the time that Tsukimura can be trapped in is only a moment for Datong Mupu. However, when the strong fight against each other, life and death are only a moment. This slight mistake is enough to divide life and death. PFF'd. Blood splashed, and the scalding warmth fell on the cheeks of Datong Mupu. With the help of the reincarnation eye, he did recover from the reading of the moon, but the first thing that caught his eye was his bird-like body. The splashing blood and the rapidly spreading black flames devoured his body in an instant. Of the Datongmu Peach style, like a retreat, Datong Mupushi was stunned at first, and then roared hysterically. No chance of me losing, mine. Yi, this must be an illusion, it must be an illusion. Hurry up and clear it up for me, hurry up. The rolling roar resounded in the sky like a bell, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Long Yu let go of the eagle in his hands, looked at the head that had been covered with black flames, and said with a light smile, unfortunately, you are really dead, goodbye, I hope you can walk 2 steps faster and be able to meet another the world meets the seniors. One more thing, you are really too weak. You. Datong Mupu style suddenly became angry. However, in the face of the rapidly spreading black flames, in the end, even the vision was completely blocked. The so-called ruthless words could not be uttered in the end, they turned into ashes, and scattered with the wind between heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, the melon-eating crowd present immediately looked at each other in dismay. In their eyes, the Datongmapu style and the Dao style have the strength, but they are like gods. General. However, now that it falls on Long Yu's mouth, it is too weak to open and close. Comparison, they are like fish on a chopping board. Next, the foreign enemy is resolved, and this so-called war will return to its original point. 5 ninja villages fight against Konoha's rebellion, Uchiha Ryayu. Victory. I'm afraid it's no longer necessary to imagine. What are your expressions? Cheer up. Senju Hashirama felt the change in the atmosphere in the arena, and patted his and Sarutobi's shoulder with a big laugh. Looking at the heartless elder brother, Shinsho Tobarama glanced helplessly, and said, "Brother, why didn't you come forward and intercede? Maybe you can save one or two." After seeing Uchiha Ryayu's methods with his own eyes, Senju Tobarama, who has always been arrogant, obviously gave up his heart for confrontation. Grandmas, they can't even have 5 samsara eyes, not to mention them who don't even have samsara eyes. Tobarama, what you said is wrong. Don't forget that our identities are different now, but that kid is reincarnated. Let's not say whether he can break free of control, at least we can't control what that guy means. Shinsho Zujian curled his lips and said, "What's more, I believe that kid won't mess around." Won't mess up. Shinsho Tobarama and the others couldn't help but startled. Although they did not agree with Senju Zuma's evaluation, as he said, it was death both horizontally and vertically. Hair to fall, so as not to be embarrassed. For a time, the eyes of the melon eaters who were present turned their eyes and locked onto Long Yu's body, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Waiting for the arrival of Long Yu. With the rapid approach of Long Yu, everyone's nerves were gradually tightened. The savior of the previous moment, the enemy of the next moment, this identity change is simply ups and downs. What's more, there was a lot of hot sweat on his forehead, so nervous that even his clothes were soaked. I can't stand it anymore. Uzumaki Kushina suddenly screamed, looking at Long Yu who was hundreds of meters apart, and shouted in a hurry. Long Yu, what are your plans? You can kill or slaughter, just say it, but the old lady hates this kind of long waiting and suffering. If there is anything, the old lady is willing to bear it. Voice of the words instantly plucked everyone's nerves, and when they hurriedly looked at Long Yu, the sight of the scene made their pupils shrink suddenly. A hysterical roar echoed across the sky. Everyone, for Uzumaki Kushina, was obviously taken aback by this unexpected move. Even the Namikaze Minato on the side is no exception. However, this crazy move fell into his eyes, but he saw an inexplicable opportunity. If Uzumaki Kushina really upsets Long Yu and leads to death, then waiting for him will be a good opportunity for a hero to save beauty. Thinking of this, there was a hint of inexplicable urgency on Minato Namikaze's face. However, just as this thought appeared on his face, the scene that caught his eye the next moment made Minato Namikaze's pupils shrink suddenly. The first thing that catches the eye is Uchiha Ryayu's ghostly blinking technique, and when he reappears, he has already arrived in front of Uzumaki Kushina. The next moment, before Kushina could react, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he directly gave her a chestnut on her forehead. You girl is just restless, stand by obediently, or I'll spank you. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said. Chapter 336 Give you both hands. You. Uzumaki Kuna suddenly covered her forehead, her cheeks blushing involuntarily. Duzui puffed up his cheeks, but he didn't dare to make a fool of himself. After seeing Uchiha Ryayu's combat methods and means with his own eyes, she knew very well that if Long Yu was really irritated and beaten up, no one would be able to stop him. Shouldn't be said, I'm afraid the people present will turn around and pretend they can't see it. Watergate, what's your expression? You didn't know it just now, what are your thoughts? Jiraiya said in a cold voice. Hearing this, Minato Namika was stunned for a moment, then shook his head quickly and said, No, I didn't think about anything, let's hurry up and see what Uchiha Ryayu thinks. Seeing Uzumaki Kushina's rare little girl-like expression, Minato Namikaze knew that he had no hope. As these words fell, the eyes of everyone in the field were locked on Long Yu's body, and the inexplicable solemnity and depression spread out in all directions. Like an invisible big hand, it clenched the heart. It's all gone. This kind of enemy may still appear in the future, but the only thing you can do next is to let you deal with it yourself. Feeling the sight cast from all around, Long Yu waved his hand lightly. Long Yu, are you serious? The 3 generations of Hokage were the first to lose their temper. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, if it's not true, or let you 5 shadows come up and fight with me, I'll give you both hands. Who let a pair of hands be present couldn't help but startled. But no one dared to take the joke. Front of him is an existence that can kill people with one eye and kick the finale with one kick. Even the so-called aliens can't handle it, let alone them. My old bones, but I couldn't help tossing, I surrendered. 2 days ago, Onogi took the lead in hammering the old waste, raising his hand and saying, I seem to have eaten the wrong thing this morning, and my stomach hurts a little, so I abstained. Tachibana Yakura also raised his hand and said, HMPH, a bunch of cowards, there are still too many excuses. The 4th Raikage snorted coldly, tensing the nerves of many people. The next moment, the words that fell in his ears made people smile bitterly. I surrender. Those 3 simple words made Luo Sha's cheeks twitch involuntarily. Regardless of how much resentment he has towards Uchiha Ryu, and now for him, everything seems pale and powerless. If you dare to challenge Uchiha Dragon now. The people from Sand Ninja Village were the first to be unwilling. Thinking of this, after Luo Sha's expression changed, the whole person seemed to be discouraged. Han said, I surrender too. You have lost the face of our 5 shadows. Dai Hokage's face turned black, and he couldn't help sighing, I surrender too. Looking at it for a moment, the 5 shadows cast one after another. Many people present couldn't hold back, and burst into laughter. In the eyes of them waiting for me, this was originally a war full of gunpowder smoke. It may also overturn the ninja world and make the 5 major ninja villages unable to survive the battle alone. However, everyone never imagined that this battle would end with such an outcome. Long Yu, look this time. Chinchujuma still couldn't hold back his mouth. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, as a dead person, you still like to worry so much, but I accept you as cowards. Next time there is a chance. See. These words, Long Yu's pair of 9-hook jade reincarnation eyes turned in vain, the tyrannical spatial fluctuation overflowed, and the whole person disappeared in place like a vortex. The violent scene made the people in the field startled for a while, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Okay, it's time for us to leave. I didn't expect this world to be so big, but this time I have a lot of vision. Senju Hasuma smiled and patted Madara Uchiha on the shoulder. It seems that as we thought that day, the future of the ninja world is immeasurable, but the premise is more unity. Having said that, Chinsho Hashirama looked around the arena and said, however, this time, I should also thank Long Yu for appearing. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid that the 5 great ninja villages would never have a day to join forces. However, I want you to know that after this time, you should know that the enemies of this world are not only our ninjas, but also those outsiders. As Long Yu said, this time he may be able to help, but next time, and the next time, if our 5 great ninja villages cannot unite, then what awaits us will only be the destruction of the ninja world. I hope you all know clearly what you need to do next. I am a dead person, but I can't be tossed every time. Chang's words fell, causing everyone in the field to be silent. Even the 5 shadows, who have always been in conflict with each other, looked at each other in dismay, unable to refute. Who said this is the god of ninjas in the Mega Ninja world? On the contrary, they have seen the strength of the aliens with their own eyes. Not everyone is Uchiha Ryu. Not everyone can do this. HMPH, Hakuma, you still like to dawdle. If you're done talking, I'll go ahead first. Madara Uchiha shrugged his shoulders, and after shaking Chisho Hasuma's hand, he glanced at the 3 generations of Hokage and said, "If you think that you can defeat that kid one day, then just toss. If you can't do it, then obediently be a coward." Leaving these words, Madara Uchiha's body suddenly glowed. If it is said that the art of reincarnation from the dirty earth, in addition to the removal of the caster, another method is to completely end the grievances against the mortal world. Long time, Madara Uchiha's ambition has been to become the strongest recognized in the ninja world. However, after seeing Uchiha Ryu, the unattainable mountain, the so-called ambition has also become pale and powerless. A dazzling light blooms on Uchiha Madara's body. The body condensed from the soil cracked like a spider web. The next moment, a translucent, still handsome, Uchiha Madara clasped his hands, flew straight into the sky in the form of a soul. Seeing this scene, Shinsho Zujian couldn't help but touch the tip of his nose and said, "It seems that Madara really gave up this time. Although I'm a little jealous of Long Yu's strength, but this time it was a blessing in disguise." Madara gave up her hatred, and also made the alliance formed by the 5 ninja villages. Sometimes war is not the solution to everything. Mutual benefit and win-win. No one wants to watch their relatives go away in vain, and hatred grows, but what you see is the hatred of life and death that has been born again and again. Every war and the following evil consequences are all in let the younger generation take over. Look back, 10 years old, 12 years old, 14 years old, on the battlefield, how many people can go back? This time Long Yu disdained to fight with you. If he really wants to fight, which of you will survive in the end? How many of the 5 great ninja villages are left? Voice of S long words, with a very soul-penetrating taste, echoed in the 4 directions of the sky, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Chapter 337. No need to continue fighting. In the face of this, it was like an old man's chatter, devaluing their 5 major ninja villages to nothing. The people present, even the 4-generation Raikage, who had always been hot-tempered, had no way of refuting. Enough, brother. Chian Tobarama rolled her eyes and said, "We are all dead, and the rest will be handed over to these juniors. I believe they will think carefully. I hope this is our last appearance, and I hope you don't abuse me again. Banju, goodbye." Leaving those words, Senju Tobarama grabbed the collar of Senju Hasuma, and his body suddenly glowed. Couldn't help but stunned, and hurriedly said, "I haven't finished speaking yet. Tobarama rarely comes out once. Let me talk a little more, okay? You guys, you have time to usher in peace. Don't waste that kid. The mind of being a clown, the future of the ninja world, is in your hands." The hurried voices echoed in the heaven and earth. No matter how hard Senju Hakuma struggles, there is obviously no way to break free from Senju Tobarama's assimilation. White light on the body skyrocketed, and the attached soul quickly escaped from the body, and was finally lifted by the collar of Shinsho Tobarama, straight into the sky beyond the sky. The 3rd Hokage who witnessed this scene couldn't help coughing dryly and said, Everyone laughed. It seems that this reincarnation of the dirt has a lot of influence on the 1st Hokage. He was not like this before. This defense fell, and many people burst into laughter. For this so-called god of ninjas, the 5 ninja villages also have records. Moreover, Oyagi has seen it with his own eyes, what is funny and not funny. He already knew it. I felt the atmosphere that was tense once we met, but now it has completely changed. Many ninja coalition forces, in the battle just now, faced the aftermath of the devastating shock, and it was considered a shared adversity. There are also hands to rescue each other, the posture of holding one's shoulders and backs, and the relaxed expression full of smiles for the rest of the life after the catastrophe. Let Onogi, who has a stubborn will, a temper like a dung pit, and is indestructible for 2 days, sighed and said, I think that the other 4 shadows, after going through this war, also listen to the 1st Hokage. The reprimand, there should be the final answer. As soon as these words fell, everyone's nerves were instantly tense. As the 1st Hokage said, the so-called war ambitions were born, all because they felt good about themselves and believed that they could dominate the ninja world. But at the moment, there has been an outer god race that can overthrow the 5 great ninja villages with just one person's strength. Uchiha Ryu with endless means and unfathomable strength. Let them clearly understand that what is outside people, there are days outside the sky. The so-called ambition is also nothing, not to mention, having experienced the 3rd Ninja War and the 4th Ninja War of the Eyes. They know better that in addition to life and death, they can also share weal and woe. The messy thoughts passed through the urgent gazes one by one in the minds of everyone, and they turned around and locked on Wang's body. I believe everyone already has the answer. Raise your hand if you are willing to continue the alliance. The 3rd Hokage was the first to speak. These words fell. Oyogi took the lead in raising his hand in support for 2 days. The remaining 4 generations of Raikage, Utaki Yakura, and Luo Sha also expressed their opinions. Watching this scene, the field fell into silence at first, and the next moment burst into deafening cheers. No. Dead, we don't have to continue fighting. My fiancé is still waiting for me to go back. I thought I would never see her again in my life. My daughter was just born. I haven't had time to hug her. I have already gone to the battlefield. This time I go back, why should I stick to her? My mother-in-law just got pregnant. I'm a father-to-be. Cut, you're all too far behind. I'm going to be a grandfather. A series of voices rang out one after another. Looking at the smiles on their faces, the 5 shadows present were startled at first, and then they couldn't help but laugh. At first, they had so-called concerns about this decision. After all, not everyone is so easy to let go of the hatred in their hearts. However, perhaps they had witnessed the battle like a god, and felt the helplessness like an ant, which made them fully understand the fragility of life. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, after the 3 generations of Hokage were silent for a while, he couldn't help but say, this time, we all misunderstood Long Yu. This time the alliance can be concluded because of his existence. If you don't mind, our Konoha Shinobi village is willing to take the lead and invite Uchiha Ryu to be the first coordinator of our alliance. As for his strength, he is superior to our 5 shadows and has the appearance of an emperor. Call it a movie star. The low voice shook everyone's nerves. If Long Yu had known that he had become the first actor, he would have even felt the urge to vomit blood. This is the name, the method, can you be careful? If there is another hit, the carpet, I am afraid that it will become a star. However, in the face of the 3-generation Hokage's finalized suggestion, in addition to cheering and agreeing, the audience clearly agreed with the word, Shadow Emperor. However, in the face of all this, Long Yu was not clear. At an altitude of 10,000 meters from the ground, a space crack tore apart. Long Yu walked out like a ghost, looked up at the sky, and the first thing that caught his eye was the moon. According to the prompts of the system, you need to go to the moon to achieve the final mission. Long Yu frowned. In the confrontation just now, Heiju showed his yin and yang escape, intending to use spiritual assimilation to revive Kagaya Otsutsuki. However, as soon as he drilled into Long Yu's body, he was directly locked by the system that resided in Long Yu's body. And, the so-called spiritual will was swallowed up by the system, and it was exhausted. However, what Long Yu didn't expect the most was that the system didn't jump out of any little loli, and there was no such thing as the so-called big evil royal sister. As only one more system panel, and it also jumps out of the final task. Get the eye of the wheel, and this dimensional adventure will end. Looking at this scene, Long Yu had thousands of puzzles in his heart, but he still decided to pursue 1 or 2, to see how far he could reach in the end. Unfortunately, there are no space coordinates, otherwise there would be no need for multiple space jumps, but it's almost here. Long Yu muttered to himself, and a powerful spatial fluctuation emerged from his body again, disappearing in place like a ghost. The moon, as an artificial satellite guarded by Otsutsuki Ha village. Living here, they are the descendants of the Otsutsuki clan, who are supported by the main family and the branch family, and possess the power of white eyes. Chapter 338. It seems that I came at the wrong time. However, like Samsara as a descendant of Otsutsuki Yui, there are almost no people who can open Tensai eyes. However, they also opened up another way, with the help of many white-eyed combinations, to form the so-called giant Tensaizan, with the power of Tensaizan. Of most of the clansmen to be able to use it. Otherwise, it is only possible for one person to capture the high-purity white eyes like Todo Otsutsuki in the original work, and after awakening the reincarnation eye, it can be done. On the barren moon, a huge castle stands. Of people confronting each other like a torrent of steel, making the atmosphere in the field suddenly depressed. Princess, you should be very clear that the promise that our ancestors kept is to monitor whether the earth can survive peacefully. A man with a body like an iron tower, holding a huge mace, slammed it on his shoulder, and said in a deep voice. For thousands of years, the ninja world created by Otsutsugi-yu village, after gaining power, what they did, apart from launching wars again and again for their own ambitions, what else did they do? This time, someone even channeled the outsider golem that we guarded, and even started a war. If such a world is still worthy of our protection, I can't swallow this breath. The voice of Icheng's words echoed in the sky in all directions. The gazes of everyone in the field were all locked on, standing in front of the castle, with white hair in a shawl, covered in white gauze, and on the body of Yushui Otsutsuki, whose skin was like white jade with suet. The face of this contemporary head of the family, under such huge differences, her opinion can obviously influence the development of the whole thing. Feeling the urgent atmosphere around, Yushui Otsutsuki raised his veil slightly and said, You still misinterpreted the will of the ancestors. The ancestors let us live on the moon, not to monitor the evolution of human beings, but to prevent someone from abusing the power of the 10 tails, causing the tragedy of 1,000 years ago. Furthermore, the biggest task we shoulder is to deal with the people in the sky. Not long ago, I have detected a powerful space fluctuation and a force that does not belong to this world, coming to the Earth. Now is the time for us to implement the ancestors' teaching. Of the people present suddenly changed. Not long ago, the outsider golem was summoned again, and they also felt the tyrannical battle fluctuations from the Earth. However, I never imagined that this would involve the heavenly people mentioned in the ancestral training. HMPH, this is a human thing. What does it have to do with us? What else did they know apart from melee fighting for thousands of years? Otsutsuki Yuyu said with a grim expression. What we have to shoulder now is to destroy all the people on the earth, and then regenerate the world. This is the meaning of our family, controlling the Tenseiken. This time, since we are here, we are already prepared. The awe-inspiring voice fell, causing Otsutsuki Yuyuki's complexion to change dramatically. She could react. A sealed, column-like wooden car was slowly pushed out from behind. Yuyu, are you crazy to make this thing? Otsutsuki Yuyuki exclaimed anxiously. She knew very well that what was in front of her was Otsutsuki Yui, a fake Tenseigen that was left over and devoted most of her clan's strength to it. A special combination formed by the people of all dynasties, before death, after gouging out their white eyes. To a certain extent, it can perform reincarnation. Just that this thing has been resisted by the family, and I didn't expect it to be created by split. HMPH, if there is no such thing, how dare I come today? Otsutsuki Yuyu snorted coldly and said, Today, I will see who can stop us. We will become the creators of this world. Using Tensai eyes. Voice fell, and the clansmen stationed around, their hands suddenly formed a seal, their eyes widened, and their white eyes played to the extreme. The vibrating sound of the humming air sounded, and the sealed wooden cart instantly glowed. The huge wooden box at the top slammed open, revealing a combination of dense white eyes. It burst out with a fascinating taste, making everyone in the family pale, even Otsutsuki Yushui. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the arena, the smile on Otsutsuki Yuyu's face became a little crazy, and he roared sharply. Today, even if the ancestors are resurrected, they can't save you. Attack. The strange combination of white eyes erupted with dazzling light, and in an instant, it seemed to merge into one, turning into a blue color. It gives a deep sea-like feeling. A dazzling white beam of light blasted out with an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air. Wherever he passed along the way, the air was turbulent, and he appeared in front of Yuyuki Otsutsuki in an instant. "Princess, be careful!" The exclamation sounded suddenly. However, in the face of this scene, everything seemed pale and powerless. In the face of this counterfeit Tensagen's attack, their group of masters, who are not good at fighting, are of no use at all. Yushui Itsuki, the veil covering her face, was also blown away by the incoming gust of wind, and a hint of despair appeared on her pretty face. The tyrannical spatial fluctuations in front of her shook her mind. The young man who appeared out of thin air like a ghost, at the moment when the four eyes met, the pair of 9-hooked jade reincarnation eyes, like a brand, were engraved in the depths of her soul. "Be careful! Be careful!" The sudden and urgent cry also alarmed everyone in the field. Looking at this young man who suddenly broke in and appeared in front of Otomi Yuyuki, I was surprised. The rushing beam of light shook their nerves even more. In their eyes, being hit head-on by such a powerful attack, I am afraid that the whole body will be torn to shreds in an instant. However, this idea just sprouted in their minds. The scene that first came into view in the next moment made the pupils shrink suddenly, and the eye sockets almost split. Reflected in the pupil, it is a backhand fan without fancy. Boom! The incoming attack, like a kite with a broken string, is directly blown away. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, it hit the rocky mountain in the distance diagonally. Bang! The tyrannical explosion sound was like a thunderous tear, and the huge rock mountain of 100 meters shattered. The tyrannical wind that was set off rolled back like a frenzy, and the savage smell didn't look like a dream at all. Right, not to mention the main family of Datongmu, even the people who split up, at the moment just now, wondered if they were dreaming. However, in the face of this meat-cutting wind blowing, this idea was just born, and it was annihilated in my mind. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one would want to believe that the Tenseiken, which they had high hopes for, would become so pale and powerless. Cough cough, it seems that I came at the wrong time. Long Yu coughed dryly, touched the tip of his nose helplessly, turned back to look at the fake Tenseiken, and said, "However, it also saves me a lot of time searching. I want this one." 330th 9 chapters. Why come? You want? Datongmu Yuyu's face sank. He thought he would be able to kill the family with one blow, but he never thought that Cheng Yaojin would be killed in the middle. However, the arrow had to be thrown on the string, and at the moment when Datongmu Yuyu's face showed madness, his hands suddenly folded, and he roared in anger. "Boy, I don't care who you are. Come here today, let me die here, and try the real power of Tenseigen. This is a blow through the moon. The golden wheel is reborn." Boom! The combination of azure blue turning eyes and eyes was instantly replaced by endless golden light. The next moment, the violent force compresses wildly, converges at one point, and explodes with a bang. Bang! The golden beam is obviously more powerful than the strike just now, and the short distance of 100 meters is completely impossible to capture with the naked eye. In an instant, the attack came to Long Yu, and there was no time to scream. However, in the face of this golden wheel reincarnation explosion that almost exhausted the power of the fake Tenseigen, Long Yu frowned, and the 5 fingers of his right hand were probed into the air, and he spoke calmly. "Chen Luo Tianzheng." Boom! The golden light that struck, first appeared a bit of stagnation, and the next moment, the violent repulsive force exploded like a raging tide. Along with it, the deafening sound of the explosion echoed, and the golden wheel reincarnated and was thrown into the sky by Long Yu again. The speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, the lead cloud that was accumulating in the sky ran through the sky. Bang! The endless golden light, like a dazzling firework, was directly detonated. The rewinding air wave blew the accumulated lead clouds into the air, and even gathered below, like a torrent of steel. The confronting crowd was overturned to the ground under this unexpected precaution. After more than half a minute, the air wave finally dissipated. Looking at the one that had become a dull and dull fake tensai, when Datongmu Yuyu looked startled, he fell to the ground with a weak thud of his knees. In the face of what he claims is the strongest attack, he can't resist a casual throw. How to fight against this kind of person? Yu, stop quickly. Big Tongmu Yushui hurriedly came to Long Yu's side and said, he is the awakened person of samsara eye, not us who can fight. Eye of reincarnation. Datongmu Yuyu's expression changed drastically, and at the moment when he hurriedly raised his eyes to face each other, the reincarnation eye of Jugoyu reflected in his pupil shook his nerves. Looking at this young man in front of him, he raised his hands and sent the golden wheel to life. He didn't lose the battle unjustly. Princess, I didn't expect that you would have to make Tenseigen with such means, and I was convinced that I lost this battle, Tongmu Yuyu. Datongmu Yuyu's expression changed as he watched. Even the head of the branch family made a statement, and the clansmen who followed closely also bowed to the ground and softly echoed. We are convinced that we lost. For a time, even the members of the family looked at Yushui Datongmu with a little surprise. An elder-like old man walked slowly, patted Datongmu Yushui on the shoulder with relief, and said, Princess, I didn't expect you to secretly go to Earth many times. Things like being unblocked, I didn't take it to heart. It turns out that there are already countermeasures. See, my old bones are getting old, and the future affairs of the clan will be completely handled by your husband and wife. Haha, I see this kid, the aura he exudes is pure, and there is no demonic attachment. Mindfulness, the combination of tensai and samsara, I don't know what will be born, it really makes people feel excited. In addition, the big man standing by the side couldn't hold back. He laughed loudly and said, if this is true, then it is a big happy event. That exploded all at once. The branch, headed by Yuyu Datongmu, was also stunned. For Datongmu Yushui is even more overflowing on his face. The face of this one-sided situation, Long Yu almost fell down. Of Tensaizen secretly to complete the last mission of the system and see what could be activated. I never thought that it would evolve into the son-in-law of the Datongmu family. Long Yu wouldn't believe it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Yes, I'm sorry to bother you, but can you help me with a play? Spiritual sound transmission sounded in Long Yu's mind, and when he looked up, he saw a pleading flashing in the depths of Datongmu Yushui's pupils. As the princess of a family, she has to support the huge family and eliminate the so-called ambition. The most important thing is to have a strong strength, in order to be able to suppress everything. However, the girl in front of her was obviously missing this point. Thinking of this, the corner of Long Yu's lips pursed lightly, and he stepped forward, like a ghost, coming to the front of Datongmu Yushui. He gently probed with his right hand and caressed the back of her head. He kissed her forehead with an overwhelming height difference. Yushui girl, I finally found you. The violent scene made everyone's expressions stiff. Although, they have already determined that this is the door-to-door son-in-law of the Datongmu family. However, as soon as they met, this was too fierce. On the huge battlefield, he instantly fell into an inexplicable silence. Everyone's eyes turned and locked on Long Yu's body, their faces full of disbelief. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that the aloof, goddess-like princess would be so lightly offended. Long Yu, what are you doing? Datongmu Yushui's cheeks suddenly turned crimson, and hurriedly pushed Long Yu away. For this unfamiliar boy, even the name of Uchiha Ryayu, he just learned through spiritual communication. You girl, let me take the shot, of course you have to pay me a little. Datongmu Yushui's forehead, and said, however, I will deal with the business first, and then I will meet with you. Business. Big Tongmu Yushui covered her forehead, and suddenly the most important thing sounded. You agreed and acted for her, but for the sudden appearance of him, Yushui Datongmu, he didn't know the purpose of his coming here. If she guessed correctly, what happened on Earth might have something to do with the boy in front of her. Moreover, the breath that permeates is also very similar. In case, this time, he came here with some thought in mind, facing the existence of this kind of casual reincarnation of the Golden Wheel. That their entire Datongmu clan will not be able to fight against it. Long Yu, why are you here? Datongmu Yushui hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but ask. As soon as these words came out, everyone's nerves were moved at once. Chapter 340, Awakened Tenseigen. Although he is a son-in-law, if he has any thoughts about them, it will be difficult for people to accept them. What's more, even their princess didn't know about it. Don't worry, I have no ill will towards you, girl. Long Yu smiled and rubbed Yushui's head. Facing these many gazes, Datongmu Yushui's body suddenly stiffened, but it was difficult to ride a tiger, so he could only bite the bullet and endure it. Seeing that Long Yu's eyes fell on the fake Tenseizen eyes, Datongmu Yushui Lu frowned and said, "You are here for Tenseizen eyes. However, I'm afraid this will disappoint you. Even I, my family, can't awaken the Tenseigen. Our ancestors only knew how to open up the Tenseizen when they were dying. This is just another shortcut, using a large number of to improve the purity of the white eyes, so as to exert a certain degree of power of Tenseizen." Speaking of this, Datongmu Yushui couldn't help but look at the fake Tenseiken and said, "Furthermore, after the battle just now, the power contained in this white eye has already been squeezed into 70-80-80. If you want to let it to recover, you can only do it if you continue to dedicate a lot of white eyes, or have a truly awakened Tenseigen." The voice of Chang's words echoed in the sky in all directions, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. As the head of the Paulownia clan, Paulownia Yushui certainly knows the production method and advantages and disadvantages of this fake Tenseigen. It's just that this manufacturing method is too detrimental to the harmony of heaven, and they have not implemented it for a long time. On the contrary, Datongmu was separated from the family to steal it, which almost made a big mistake. Now, Datongmu Yushui has revealed all these secrets in order to understand Long Yu's thoughts. Will they kill their clan for the power of Tenseigen? Once that time comes, Datongmu Yushui can only take action against this frivolous person. Don't worry, the only remaining power is enough. Long Yu smiled and patted Datongmu Yushui on the shoulder. The moment the voice fell, the whole person disappeared out of thin air like a ghost, and reappeared, which had already crossed the crowd and came to a dim combination of white eyes. From a distance, it gives the impression that it is as deep and blue as the sea. But when it is close at hand, and the energy is almost exhausted, this combination can clearly distinguish which one is the white eye. That round stare, the face reflected in the pupils gave people a kind of terrifying feeling. But he didn't care too much, he reached out and pressed the counterfeit Tenseizen directly. Datongmu Yuyu suddenly became anxious. After all, this is what they split up, and it is also his biggest trump card. However, as soon as the words were spoken, the first thing that caught the eye was the skyrocketing blue light. Originally, the already dim fake Tenseiken seemed to instantly echo Long Yu's Samsara eye. Two turned in vain, and the power contained in the fake Tensei eye was directly eaten away by the whale. The blue light, the white eyes that were absorbed and gathered in an instant, lost the support of strength, as if tick-tock scattered on the ground. The violent scene caused a dramatic change in the color of the Paulownia wood present, and Long Yu's Samsara eye suddenly turned and switched directly to Tensei eye. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, Xian, is it right now? Instantly full. The ethereal voice of the system suddenly sounded. Originally had a gamble mentality, never thought that he would succeed. But it also saved him a lot of work. Immediately. Full grade. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, Tenseigen's instant full level success. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the golden wheel reincarnated and exploded at the instant full level success. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the silver wheel reincarnation explosion, and the instant full level success. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, a full-level success in the Tensai Eye mode. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the awakening power of Tensai Eyes has been successfully fully leveled in an instant. A series of system prompts echoed in his mind, and after more than 10 seconds, Long Yu's thoughts gradually calmed down. Huo Ran opened his eyes, his hands and fingers suddenly clenched, and a pale green light shot up from his body. The power rewinds like a frenzy, and a pair of blue eyes as deep as the sea burst into a heart-wrenching flavor. This is Tensaizen, how could he open it? Datongmu Yuyu's expression changed drastically. In the 1,000 years after the death of Datongmu Yuya, no one in their clan had awakened the Tenseigen. For this legendary power, the only thing they can do is to obtain it through shortcuts. However, looking at the power gained at the expense of countless clansmen, in a blink of an eye, it was obtained by a young man who met for the first time. Moreover, he also awakened the real Tenseigen, who would believe it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Long Yu, who are you? Why are you able to open the Tensaizen? Datongmu Yushui's pretty face changed slightly. As the princess of the family, she knew very well that the ancestor Datongmu Yuya had a white eye, and his elder brother had a writing wheel. The former can awaken the reincarnation eye, and the latter can awaken the reincarnation eye. But I have never heard of it, that Samsara Eye and Tensai Eye can be obtained at the same time. That was a level that even Datongmu Hamamura could not reach. Seeing the urgent look on Tongmu Yushui's face, after Long Yu's reincarnated pupils dissipated, his figure swayed again and appeared in front of her. 2 fingers of the right hand suddenly merged, and the blue light lit up and nodded towards her forehead. Since as a door-to-door son-in-law, there is no dowry at all, it is very shameful. I will give you something, maybe you will like it. Otsutsuki Yuyuki was stunned when she gave me something, but before she could react, she saw Long Yu's 2 fingers and nodded straight to her forehead. A tyrannical and pure pupil power, like a vast sea, quickly poured into her eyes, and the next moment, a roar came out of her mind. The originally dark sea of consciousness suddenly had a tinge of blue light. The darkness all around is like the winter snow meets the spring sun, quickly disappearing. The next moment, one after another light blue figures, covered with chakra meridians, appeared in the consciousness space. The speed and range of this projection perception, once it emerged, quickly swept around, covering most of the moon in the blink of an eye. The strange scene made Yushui Otsutsuki's expression change suddenly. She clearly remembered that at the moment when Long Yu pointed with both hands, she closed her eyes. Now, this unexpected scene made Yuyuki Otsutsuki hurriedly open her eyes. However, before she could figure it out, the exclamations around her tightened her nerves. Princess, your eyes. Is that reincarnation? Oh my god, our family finally succeeded our ancestors, and someone awakened a Tensaizen, worthy of being a princess. Quote. Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 341 to 360. Chapter 341, No Eyes. Exclamations sounded one after another, and when Otsutsuki Yuyuki was shocked, she hurriedly took out a mirror with her backhand. After seeing the reflection in the mirror, the pair of blue eyes as deep as the sea, his face was full of disbelief. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Otsutsuki Yuyuki would never have believed that all this was true. You helped me. Otsutsuki Yuyuki barely suppressed the excitement in her heart, looking at this young man who was shrouded in mystery from beginning to end. When the people present heard the words, their nerves were also tense. Some people may have misunderstood just now, opening Tenseigen was due to the ability of Yuyuki Otsutsuki. But the words of this questioning fell, and instantly let them know clearly that all this was probably related to this young man. Although, I knew early on, this son-in-law is not easy, but being able to open a Tenseigen to someone at will, this ability is not even their ancestors can do. Hehe, as your man, how can you hold the beauty back without giving you any favors? Rubbed Yushui Otsutsuki's head unscrupulously, and said, however, this requires your bloodline to be pure enough to be able to do it. I also guided one or two a little bit. As for other people, the bloodline can't reach it. Speaking of which, those clansmen who were originally fiery were instantly poured a basin of cold water on their heads. After all, in the face of such powers that claim to be able to destroy the world and reshape the cycle of reincarnation, no one wants to get it. Can't your hands be more secure? Otsutsuki Yu Shuechong wrinkled her nose, but she did not avoid Long Yu's offense. There isn't a woman who doesn't like sugar-coated shells. More, as soon as Long Yu made a move, he helped her open Tenseigan, and these methods made Yushui Otsutsuki feel an inexplicable feeling in her heart. It was as if the helpless heart had found a trace of support for a long time. However, this strange thought had just sprouted in his mind, and Yuyuki Otsutsuki's cheeks flushed slightly, and he hurriedly threw these thoughts out of his mind. Facing the mysterious young man in front of her, she was eager to find out his origin and purpose. You're leaving, it's better to stay for one night. Otsutsuki Yuyuki said these words hesitantly. However, when these words came out, it was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves. After all, staying one night is too much information. Cough, we should go to the branch tonight to get together and get together. After all, there are such big differences this time, and we need to correct them in time. The elder is right, the guard of the castle. Cut, what kind of guards do you need? Those are puppets, and by that time, there will be no one in the castle. Yes, it seems to be quieter when no one is there. A group of members of the family immediately winked and started talking. Otsutsuki Yuyuki was unmanned, but she couldn't hear what Han meant. Hee, it seems that I don't want to stay for one night, but if I let you down, I'll be chatting tonight. Long Yu smiled warmly. These words fell, Datongmu Yushui's cheeks flushed and her red lips slightly opened. She was about to say something, but was interrupted by the echoing voices around her. Looking at the one-sided situation, Datongmu Yushui gave Long Yu a stern look, and was about to turn around to leave when Long Yu stopped him. By the way, in your branch, there should be a baby who is about to be born, or has been born, but has no eyes. If you find it, come and see me. Long Yu remembered the big Tongmu Sharon in the original book. I have to say, this guy is lonely. The young man, the strength and means he possesses are indeed extraordinary. If left alone, and may add to the trouble. He obtained Tenseigan in the branch of the great Tongmu family. For Long Yu, karma is still very important. Baby without eyes. Main family of Datongmu, even Datongmu Yushui couldn't help but froze in place. As a descendant of Datongmu Yuya, it may be difficult to open Tenseigan, but having white eyes is a standard for clansmen. Now, let alone white-eyed clansmen who don't even have eyes, this is beyond their expectations. However, this idea had just emerged, and Datongmu Yuyu, who was originally the leader of the Troubles as a branch family, was stunned at first, and then rushed out rolling and crawling. In front of everyone's eyes, he knelt on Long Yu's body and kowtowed frantically. My lord, you are as good as you can imagine. I hope you can rescue my son Sharon. He was born without eyes, and the eyes of other clansmen can't be equipped either. The unexpected action made the Datongmu family and even Datongmu Yushui startled. They finally understood why Datongmu Yuyu suddenly attacked the family. After all, it is an unfortunate curse to give birth to an offspring that does not even have white eyes. Once it really spreads, I am afraid that it will be isolated and looked down upon by the clansmen. It seems that your efforts are just right, otherwise I'm one step too late, and I'm afraid I'd already leave. Long Yu smiled and patted Datongmu Yuyu on the shoulder. If he and his mother-in-law were lazy once, I'm afraid he really didn't have time to create a big paulownia tree. At that time, once Long Yu left, he would have to make another shot, but it was impossible. Listening to these inexplicable words, Datongmu Yushui blushed and stomped on Long Yu's feet. Seeing Long Yu's unconcerned look, he couldn't help but pouted. This little woman's posture, falling in the eyes of everyone, obviously gave people an unexpected feeling. After all, in their eyes, the princess who has always supported the entire Datongmu family, but she is a high cold person. They do now is completely beyond their comprehension. However, as soon as this thought appeared, he was attracted by the azure blue light in Long Yu's hand. It's Tensagen again. The huge situation suddenly became dead silence, only the rest gradually became the sound of heavy breathing. Facing it, a pair of blue eyes, as deep as the sea, were easily taken out. For the Polonia clan, it was a sweet pastry. Who would believe it if you didn't see it with your own eyes? The legendary Tensagen, in the hands of the young man in front of him, was like a cabbage, and he took it out. You guys, don't think too much. Long Yu looked around. Of course he could see the greed of many people. In the prophecy, the child has the physique to barely control the Tensagen, and this pair of eyes is also specially made by him as a blueprint. If any of you are interested in these pair of eyes, I don't think they have used them yet. It will explode with the power of these eyes. Furthermore, the power that this pair of eyes can exert will only be unsealed according to his state of mind. It may only be a pair of ordinary eyes, or it may destroy the world, change life and death, and all depends on personal opportunities. The slightly elusive voice, as if infused with a magic sound, hits the depths of one's soul. Originally, many people were shocked when they saw this pair of eyes, and a trace of greed was indeed born. Chapter 342, Villain Book. However, the greed that was just born at the moment was instantly defeated. You, why don't you thank me quickly? Datongmu Yushui was the first to speak. Datongmu Yu hurriedly recovered, took the eyes quickly, and kowtowed. Thank you, my lord, if something happens in the future, Yu will definitely go through fire and water. Okay, if there is something I can't solve, you will die if you go, so step back first, I still have things to deal with. Looking at the excessive enthusiasm, Long Yu could almost melt his crowd with his fiery eyes, and waved his hand helplessly. Yes, we are all in the way, leave quickly. As soon as Datongmu Yu took his eyes, he suddenly regained his energy and hurriedly shouted. However, this expulsion order obviously misunderstood everyone in the field. Everyone, after showing their natural expressions, abandoned their respected princess and left. A few good-hearted women even secretly gave Datongmu Yushui a few small books, and left with a snicker. In just a few tens of seconds, the huge courtyard became obviously empty, and there was not even the slightest human voice. This departure is simply not too agile. Looking at this scene, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. This misunderstanding was too big. However, since he couldn't explain it, he didn't bother to explain it. So he looked back at Yushui Datongmu, which immediately made her feel like an electric shock. The muscles all over my body tightened, and my cheeks suddenly turned red. I took a half step back subconsciously, and hurriedly said, You, don't come here, we are just acting. Although you are very powerful, if you are tough, I will call you. Calling Long Yu a helpless glance, he said, before calling, you should pick up the little book that your aunt gave you, and pick it up, that pose is actually quite handsome. Shaorinshu Datongmu Yushui couldn't help but stunned, followed Long Yu's line of sight and looked down. The entry picture is simply not too beautiful. What lotus sitting, what digital form, etc. When Datongmu Yushui's cheeks were flushed, her blood rushed to her brain, and she almost fainted happily. Waved his hands again and said, No, I don't mean that, I'm still young, I don't need it for the time being. Yushui like a frightened bird, Long Yu stepped forward, crossed the space, and appeared in front of the big Polonia Yushui. When her nerve strings were almost broken, the probe hand gently rubbed her head. Don't worry, a gentleman doesn't force others to be difficult. Although I'm not a gentleman, I won't force you to do things. Long Yu said with a smile, however, you look pretty, if I have enough time, I might chase you. Rogue. Datongmu Yushui was stunned at first, but after hearing the praise from Long Yu, she couldn't help but muttered with a blushing face. However, soon he couldn't hold back and said, You didn't say enough. What do you mean? I don't mean to let you pursue me, I just feel that you have a lot of reluctance. Lots of regrets. Long Yu couldn't help but fell into a brief silence. To this world, the time is not short, but after so many things, to go to nothing, to dominate this world. For Long Yu, it was indeed a bit sad. However, after combining the power of Tensagen just now, Long Yu understood that he was an episode in this world. And, he will leave. There will be reluctance to part, but leaving is also Long Yu's wish. Do you have something to hide? Maybe you can tell me. Detangmu Yushui couldn't help but say. After all, in her circle, the so-called clansmen were nothing compared to the young man in front of them. Nothing. Long Yu shook his head, dispelling the thoughts in his heart and said, however, I hope you can go to Earth instead of me. If you can, your clansmen, perhaps, don't need to stay in this lonely moon. Let's go to Earth. Detangmu Yushui's expression froze, and said, however, our family's responsibility is to guard the sealed outsider golem. Hehe, you also said that it is an outsider golem. This thing has been sealed in my body. In this scroll, there is something that I want to transfer to Konoha Ninja Village. When we meet, you can transfer it. If you don't stay on Earth, you decide for yourself, and I will guide you to use Tensagen. Long Yu took out a scroll and handed it to Yuyuki Adamu, and at the same time started to instruct her on the use of Tensagen. After all, he helped Detangmu Yushui to open Tensagen, but he couldn't make her pupil technique reach full level instantly. After half a day, Long Yu sent away Detangmu Yushui, and while secretly relieved, his eyes instantly sharpened. A robe goes down automatically without wind, the left eye reincarnates, and the right eye reincarnates, the moment when the two turn in vain. A huge tidal force surged out. Two forces of reincarnation suddenly gathered together, they shrouded Long Yu head-on. Agitation of space fluctuations, it turned into a vortex and directly swallowed people. Long Yu, where have you been? Detangmu Yushui hurriedly returned, the ray of light from the tensai eye pattern on his body surging, the tyrannical breath bloomed, and the speed was maximized. However, everything that entered the target, there was no trace of Long Yu, and the traces of activities, at this moment, seemed to be erased. If not, there are still memories with Long Yu in my mind. I am afraid that Detangmu Yushui will think that all this is just a dream. Earth, Konoha Ninja Village. After the Fourth Ninja World War, which was a little funny and ended 3 days ago. Konoha Ninja Village not only did not restore its usual tranquility, but became more and more lively. A gigantic rock statue that rises above Naruto Rock. The well-defined cheeks, and a pair of 9 God Jade reincarnation eyes, made this special statue's identity ready to reveal itself. King. It is known as the Zeon jointly launched by the 5 ninja villages, the highest decision-maker 5 shadows, and it is also a symbol of strength. Of course, if Long Yu knew about it, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood first and feel the pain in the egg. However, with the spread of the world-shattering war 3 days ago, it changed from behind the scenes to a savior who endured humiliation and led out visitors from outside the sky. The huge ups and downs of the identity change, and the shocking, godlike war, made those who heard it even more amazed. The viewers were shocked. Some of the first batch of videos of the battle were released and recorded, and as soon as they were released, they immediately grabbed the goods. Those who can get the first-hand battle video are either lucky European emperors or local tyrants. With the spread of the record, those who had prejudice against the Uchiha clan all dispelled their grievances. Every time I pass by the statue of the actor, I will stop and watch it. However, with the end of the Fourth Ninja World War, after being warned by the first Hokage, the first alliance meeting jointly held by the 5 major ninja villages was also put on the agenda. Chapter 343, The Outsider. The Dome Arena, which was damaged by the rebellion of Dragon Feather in the past, has once again become the venue for the meeting of the 5 shadows. The main purpose of this meeting was to elect Long Yu as the best actor, so the current venue, the ninjas who had been inquired by the 5 major ninja villages, was blocked. After all, in the face of this godlike existence, no one is willing to give up the opportunity to take a glimpse. 3 generations of Hokage, you Konoha are outstanding this time. Ping Onogi was the first to speak for 2 days, and there was a hint of sourness in his words. However, there is no way. Who made Uchiha Ryu come from Konoha Shinobi Village? 3 generations of Hokage wanted to set the Shadow Emperor rock in the Konoha Ninja Village, and this shameless thing has become a matter of course. Hehe, Onogi, you are serious. When we selected the best actor, Long Yu not only belongs to our Konoha Ninja Village, but also the actor of the entire ninja world. 3 Hokage laughed dryly and said. However, the mouth said so, but his face was still full of pride. That expression, if it wasn't for the occasion, I'm afraid the rest of the 4 shadows would have already violently beaten his old bones. HMPH, 3 generations of Hokage, let's not entangle with this kind of thing. The 4th generation Raikage snorted coldly and said first. This time, we are here to witness the alliance agreement between our 5 major ninja villages, and invite him to be the 1st generation actor, but where is he now? Now, didn't you say that you were responsible for contacting? These words fell, everyone's eyes fell on the vacant first place on the conference table. Even the Namikaze Minato standing behind the 3rd Hokage is no exception. 3 days ago, when the war came to an end, Long Yu disappeared without a trace. Later, they also tried to contact through the Shao organization, but in the end it was nothing. Faced with the questioning of the 4th Raikage, when the 3rd Hokage hesitated to speak, a huge spatial fluctuation rolled back without warning. Who? Namikaze Minato was the first to exclaim. As a shadow-level ninja proficient in time and space ninjutsu, he was the first to be alerted. Hurriedly followed the spatial fluctuations, and the thin figure that appeared suddenly landed in front of Shadow Emperor Rock. The familiar white robe and veil hood instantly tightened everyone's nerves. It's someone from outside the sky, why are they here again? I don't know who exclaimed, and in an instant, like a depth bomb, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The uninvited guest in front of them, as well as the familiar clothes, and the tyrannical atmosphere, instantly tensed their nerves. Are you 5 shadows? The ethereal voice spread in vain, as if it was filled with magical sounds. It echoed in the heaven and the earth for a long time, and there was no way to disperse. Before they could answer, Datongmu Yushui Duo glanced at the Shadow Emperor Rock, then suddenly turned around and looked down. A pair of pale eyes, the light in the eyes suddenly condensed, and the deep blue color like the sea quickly spread and opened. The tyrannical aura, like a beast gradually awakening, made the faces of the people in the field, Zuli, suddenly change drastically. This is not the eye of reincarnation. The tailed beast in the body actually has the idea of spread. This alien visitor is not simple. Kurabi couldn't hold back his exclamation. 4th Hokage's expression sank, and he said, 3rd Hokage, have you contacted Long Yu? I didn't expect them to come to you so quickly. These words fell, everyone's eyes locked on the 3. On Hokage's body. Facing the pair of eyes in front of them, the extremely strange eyes and the tyrannical breath that permeated the air made their minds tense. Not yet. A hint of hesitation on the face of the 3 generations of Hokage, and finally he gritted his teeth and said, however, don't worry, with Long Yu's strength, he doesn't care. Where? We must be able to perceive this huge aura coming. What we need to do now is to buy time and wait for his arrival. Yes, even if Long Yu is not there, as long as we work together well, we will be able to protect the ninja world. She is only one person, and we have 5 major ninja villages. Namikaze Minato was the first to speak and agree. However, his gaze couldn't help but glance at the absent-minded Whirlpool Kushina. Since Long Yu is not here, this is a good opportunity for him to perform. However, as soon as these words fell, the sound of words floating from the sky instantly tensed everyone's nerves. You mean to protect the ninja world? Datongmu Yushui's eyes turned in vain, and at the moment when he locked on Minato Namikaze, he said, I just want to try it out. What is your strength? Tensimus mode. The awe-inspiring words spit out, and there was a slight vibration in the air. Under the sudden condensation of Tensaken, the tyrannical pupil power directly detonated like a frenzy, turning into a 12-level hurricane, sweeping the entire venue. Light blue rays of light shone through the body, 7 light balls quickly emerged behind the Paulownia Yushui. Without any bells and whistles, slender hands moved towards Minato, the cold voice, even more so. It's spit out. The golden wheel is reborn. The simple 5-character spit out, the air circulating around. When there is a stagnation, the endless golden light madly gathers and compresses in the palm of the hand. The next moment, in the eyes of the public, it exploded in an instant. The golden wheel is reborn. The cold voice was not mixed with a trace of emotion. The violent golden light, at the moment of convergence, turned into a frenzy and exploded directly. Golden light pierced through the space like a sharp arrow, and appeared in front of the 5 shadows in an instant. Agree, he shoots. The violent scene made everyone's pupils shrink at the moment. The face of Namikaze Minato, who had just boasted about Heiko, suddenly changed dramatically, and before he had time to think about it, he threw out 3 Fei Lei Shenkui in the shape of a character. Without a rear, his hands flew up quickly like wheels. Waiting for the last magic seal to fall, Minato Namikaze didn't have time to think about it, and roared in anger. Flying Thunder God Barrier. Bang! The crack in the space opened instantly, and the violent golden light penetrated directly. Stern and unparalleled posture and the gust of wind it brought up made the exposed skin feel like being cut by a knife. However, seeing the attack being blocked, the 5 shadows' faces showed joy, and hot blood spurted out of Minato Namikaze's mouth. Nagato. 3 generations of Hokage's expressions changed drastically, and they were the first to shout. However, before they could react, 3 explosions suddenly sounded. Bang! The 3 flying thunder gods, Kanai, as the space formation base, shattered and opened directly. Of the golden wheel's rebirth clearly exceeded the speed of the flying thunder god's enchantment. Overwhelmed in an instant, a cobweb-like sound burst open. Losing the barrier of the flying thunder god barrier, the remaining golden light poured down towards the 5 shadows like a frenzy. Chapter 344, Fiancé. At this moment, the scene reflected in the pupils gave them a feeling like death was urging them to die. It's obviously too late to start defending. Om! The vibrating sound of the air suddenly sounded, and the golden light filled the pupils, and there was a stagnation. The next moment, as if being pulled by an invisible force, at a tricky angle, he suddenly turned back and hit the mountain outside Konoha Ninja Village. The sudden change made people's expressions stagnate, and before they could react, a shocking explosion sounded like thunder. The violent air wave turned into a 15-level hurricane and rolled back in the distance, and even the ceiling barrier of Konoha Ninja Village was penetrated in an instant. After more than 10 seconds, the wind and sand in the sky dissipated, and the sky and the earth returned to the bright moment. Everyone followed the direction they were looking at, where the golden wheel exploded and landed, where there were still 5 mountains. A single blow, 5 large mountains were razed to the ground. This kind of strength, compared with the battle between Long Yu and the visitors from outside the sky 3 days ago, did not give way at all. If the blow just now really fell on this venue, waiting for them, not only will they die, the entire Konoha Ninja Village will be destroyed in an instant. It's the actor. It must be the actor Long Yu who saved us. Yes, it must be the actor, only he can fight against the aliens. We are saved, Lord Long Yu is here to save us. I don't know who exclaimed, causing tens of thousands of people in the field to suddenly cheer. In their eyes, even the 4th Hokage wave Feng Minato could not resist the attack. Who can do it is Uchiha Ryu, who became the 1st generation actor. However, in the face of the cheers, Ying's face suddenly turned gloomy, suddenly looked up at Yushui Datongmu in the sky, and said, "Why, at the last moment, you changed the path of the attack, are you planning to force Long Yu to come out?" As soon as these words came out, thousands of waves were aroused. The expressions of the cheering crowd suddenly stiffened. At this juncture, the 5 shadows seem to be useless, but they know clearly that the 5 shadows will not choose to make jokes at this time. Who changed the attack trajectory just now was not Long Yu, but the uninvited guest in front of him. However, in the face of this questioning, Datongmu Yushui, eyes turned in vain, fell on Minato Namaifeng, and snorted, HMPH, not anyone can replace Long Yu, next time I will do it again. If you are rude, be careful, I will kill you. However, don't worry, I am here this time because I was commissioned by Uchiha Ryayu to bring something for you. Also, this rock statue is so ugly. The inexplicable speech made people stunned. However, when he saw the blue light of Yuyuki Datongmu and swept away the blue light from the scroll with his backhand, Uzumaki Kushina was the first to lose his breath and exclaimed anxiously. Excuse me, where is Long Yu, are you a fiancé? When the fiancé said this, it shook everyone's nerves. However, looking at the big Tongmu Yushui, he showed his powerful attacking method with every gesture. There is also a Tenseigen mode that is exactly like the 6 Paths mode, and the strength beyond ordinary people's expectations, but it makes people feel that they can't refute. Of Yushui Datongmu could not help but stiffen in the air. Back and looking down, after looking around the huge venue, looking at the crowd, the pretty faces with a slightly urgent look. Ice. On his cold cheeks, he couldn't help but smile, as if Haruyuki met the warm sun, giving people a feeling of inexplicable warmth. He is a thief and a heartbreaker. It seems that my vision is not bad. Datongmu Yushui shook his head with a smile, and said, I'm looking for him too, but he shouldn't be in this world, he may have gone to the sky, or he may have crossed the dimension. However, I believe he will come back. He's gone. Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help but froze in place. No, it should be said, no matter what. Was Uzumaki Kushina, or Samui, or even Nohara Rin, anyone who had anything to do with Long Yu also lost their minds. At this moment, there was only one feeling in their hearts, just as Yushui Datongmu said. He is a heartless man. To be able to live up to the Tathagata and live up to the Emperor, you can only pass through the thousands of flowers, a leaf does not touch your body. Feeling that the atmosphere in the field has changed suddenly, the ninjas of various villages mixed in the crowd suddenly have type, the feeling of the era's crush on a big rollover. Regardless of. You are from the 5 great ninja village, what kind of young talent, in front of Uchiha Longyu, it is obvious that Yingwo and Haoyu are fighting for glory. Excuse me, what exactly is in this scroll? Third Hokage took over the scroll and took the lead in breaking the silence in the field. I don't know either. Datongmu Yushui said lightly, however, when he is not here, the earth will be guarded by me. No matter what. How many of you love him deeply, but his fiancé is only me. My name is Yushui Datongmu, the woman who inherited his will. If you have any objection, you can let it go. Tick, tick. In the dark prison, there is something. An inexplicable biting cold wind strikes. On the outside we're in the extreme cold and we're hung upside down by the ice picks. Curled up in a corner, wearing a black and white striped prisoner suit, twitched slightly. Hey, what's the origin of this little devil on the other side? To be imprisoned in the 5th floor of the extreme cold hell, it can't be because the Navy is incompetent, and the sea outside is full of little devils with a reward of over 100 million. Haha, I think, this small body, let alone fighting, even donating a backyard flower and tossing it with us alone can't do it. Prisoners with special hobbies may be blessed. The unbearable talk made the entire corridor become boiling. Suddenly, 2 scarlet colors suddenly lit up in the darkness, like bright lights in the darkness, immediately attracting the attention of many people. The huge corridor fell into a dead silence all of a sudden. However, before they could react, the Jugo Jade writing wheel suddenly turned, and a pitch-black flame surged like a frenzy over the rude prisoner. Fire! Fire! My body is on fire! A fish man was the first to exclaim. However, in the face of this scene, many prisoners did not take it to heart at all, gave them a casual glance, and said disdainfully, it's on fire, could it be that you've been on fire recently, and there's a fire in the backyard? There's so much ice and snow here, you can just roll around. It can be extinguished, what a fuss. However, just after these words fell, the screams from all around sounded one after another. No, what kind of fire is this? Why can't it be put out? Don't come here, don't stain us with fire. Chapter 345 The Black Flame is Gone. Come on, help, open the floodgates to save us. A shrill scream echoed in the huge corridor. The prisoner, who didn't care about Hei-Yan at all, was instantly confused. At the same time, advanced to the monitoring room of the city. Countless surveillance phone bugs, the projected screen, instantly jumped to the 5th floor, inside the extremely cold hell. Endless black flames scurrying around, and the prisoner's miserable cry for help, alarmed the entire monitoring room. Hurry up and inform Prison Magellan. Those with the ability to fruit have escaped in the 5th floor of the extremely cold hell. Please go to support as soon as possible. One of the jailers was the first to hold back. Advance the city's underwater prison, which is divided into 6 floors in total. Being able to be imprisoned in the 5th layer of the extremely cold hell, at least there is a reward of over 100 million, and some of them are fruit capable. That spread throughout the entire video surveillance area clearly made the prison guards preconceived. Faced with this scene, Hannibal, who was hiding behind the gate, couldn't help but laugh mischievously. It's a rare and lively event. As long as Magellan is a little dereliction of duty, the position of warden will belong to me. When these words fell, the jailers looked embarrassed and couldn't help saying, Head wardens, you have revealed your ambitions again. With that, an urgent announcement was passed on. The door of the 5th floor was kicked open, and Magellan, with a gloomy face, was shrugging his pants and walking slowly with a roll of tissues. In the crotch, the green venom that tick-tick fell, directly corroded the floor into a big pit. Some prisoners who had not been affected by the black flames, watching this scene, immediately covered their mouths. They had already guessed that Magellan might have another stomach upset. And at the critical moment, it was clearly disrupted. I can't say it well, I'm pulling my pants now. Warden Magellan, help. A prisoner stained with black flames grabbed the iron guardrail and hurriedly asked for help. However, before the words were finished, Magellan's face was full of anger, and he reached out and grabbed his cheek directly. Endless venom, like a frenzy, rushed out of his body quickly. Shut up. The simple 4 characters roared out, and the anger of being disturbed was clearly mixed with the words. However, in the next moment, Magellan's expression froze, and soon he saw the venom that gushed out, volatilized like water, and turned into steam. That were originally covered by venom surged up in an instant, and spread rapidly towards his body. The violent scene made Magellan's expression change slightly, and the venom on his body flew and covered it up again. After trying 3 or 4 times, the black flame was finally annihilated. As for that, the prisoner covered in venom has already been corroded by the venom to the point that there are no bones left. Looking at this scene, Magellan's face was gloomy to the extreme, and he looked back at the prisons around him. With this delay, those covered by the black flames had already turned to ashes. The remaining black flame, like a ghost, disappeared out of thin air. The strange scene made Magellan's face even gloomier. As a model of this prison. But remember clearly how many prisoners there are on each floor and what level of strength they possess. And what means of fighting. However, in the face of this sudden black flame, no one in the 5th floor could have it. Could it be that someone has hidden the means, but this is unscientific. They will all be voted. Entering the advanced city, who would be foolish enough not to try desperately, and still hide his tricks? When he thought of this, Magellan frowned even more tightly, strode like a shooting star, and walked towards the end of the corridor on the 5th floor. He glanced at the prisoners along the way, and recalled his name, abilities and deeds. Prison number 530, prisoner. Magellan suddenly stopped and looked at the thin body in the prison, and couldn't help but froze in place. In his memory, he could not find any information that matched the prisoner in front of him. Thinking about it, it seems that there is only one name that vaguely comes to mind. Uchiha Ryayu. Magellan spoke suddenly. A pair of eyes, like torches, locked on the young man in front of him. Strength is unknown, the ability is unknown, the reward is unknown, and the deeds are unknown. All of this gives Magellan the feeling that it is like a prisoner who has erased all traces of existence, leaving only his name. However, facing this call, the thin figure curled up in the corner was as motionless as a dead person. If not, in the domineering perception of seeing and hearing, you can clearly perceive that the boy in front of him is still breathing. I'm afraid Magellan would suspect it was a corpse. Gollum, I'm Hannibal, the Great Warden. Magellan, please reply if you hear me. The voice of the phone bug rang suddenly. Facing Hannibal's undisguised ambition, Magellan obviously didn't take it to heart. He answered the phone and said, "The black flame has disappeared, and the number of prisoners who died is unknown. You can ask someone to count them. I'm going to find one. Man, see if you can get something out of it and disappear." How many people died when the black flame disappeared? Magellan, this is your dereliction of duty. Hannibal was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed excitedly. It felt as if he was getting closer and closer to the position of the warden. However, in the face of all this, Magellan didn't take it to heart. After looking at the teenager in the prison, he quickly walked to the 6th floor. Compared with him, there is another person who is more familiar with this prison. Facing the prisoner whose everything seemed unknown, and the black flame that suddenly appeared, Magellan felt a little more uncomfortable in his heart. Following Magellan's departure, Long Yu, who was curled up in the corner, moved slightly, then sat up straight, looked at the figure that had sunk into the end of the corridor, and breathed a sigh of relief. I finally left, but I didn't expect that I would come here after I left Naruto World. There was a hint of helplessness on Long Yu's face. When Hokage was in Hokage, it coincided with the Third Ninja World War. At that time, he was still a free body. Now it's alright, as soon as he comes to this world, he will be wearing a red, white and blue prison uniform as standard, and he will be trapped in the world of One Piece. This opening spree is too big a joke. However, the first thing that Long Yu had to figure out now was the situation of the system. Use the kaleidoscope writing wheel just now. Why did it suddenly fire intermittently? Ding dong, welcome the host to enter the world template for the first time. Currently has a character template, Naruto World 6 Path Mode, and a template character. Template state, does not fit the current world. You need to obtain world turmoil points and unlock restrictions. The current turmoil point is 3 inches. A series of ethereal voices from the system echoed in the sea of consciousness, and Long Yu was immediately stunned. This means that if the tuba is banned, if you want to practice the trumpet, Filu reminds you. 3 things to read. Watch the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates, find 99 novels and LT. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise collection will be banned. IP, and GT. Chapter 346, Ains Gown. Now that they are poor and white, not to mention leaving in the advanced city, I am afraid that it is a problem to survive. When I think of those prisoners with special hobbies, this is a chrysanthemum. As soon as I get tight, I can't hold my breath. System, I don't play anymore, I want to go home. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for getting the dimensional template gift package, immediately. Open to get any dimensional template randomly. The host can unlock the body's ability through the world's turmoil. A sudden sentence makes people feel that the customer service has retained the old players of Krypton Gold. Before long you could react, 3 cards with their backs facing each other appeared in the consciousness space. Host, please make a choice within 30 seconds, otherwise it will be permanently closed, and the host will also exit this dimensional world. The system's urging voice made Long Yu's brows rise involuntarily. There are obviously 2 paths given by the system at the moment. Once you choose a new template, continue to practice the trumpet, and retrieve the password of the large 22 send you home faced with this simple and straightforward choice. Long you hesitated for a while, but chose the first one. Now that everything is here, with the system, he doesn't believe that he will die. Moreover, in Long Yu's eyes, only children will make choices for us adults. Of course we want all of them. Show me 3 cards. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, get the character template Ains Gong. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, get the artifact, you must hit the glasses. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the parasitic cloak of the demon world. Of the 3 system prompts made Long Yu stunned. If I remember correctly, this Ains Gong is the Bone King Bone Aoshan. It's a full-scale presence as soon as it comes out. The current character template fidelity is 0. The more familiar the host is, the stronger the unlocking power will be. When the host's fidelity reaches 80%, it will gain the full power of the character. When the fidelity exceeds 80%, the power gained will exceed the original character. Along with it, a series of system prompt sounds came out. Long Yu looked at the 3 things floating in front of him, and couldn't help but smile a little more on his face. The Krypton Gold player, the Bone King, and Grandmas can finally escape from prison. At the same time, it is located in the Advanced City Prison, the 6th floor of Infinite Hell. Can be imprisoned here, there is no case, the famous sea pirates, political criminals, etc. Among them, either the death penalty or life imprisonment. Some too ferocious prisoners, even the headquarters and even the world government, deliberately erase the traces of existence in history. It can be said that being able to detain this person is almost a legendary existence. Even the first one to escape from the Push City Grand Prison, known as the Admiral of the Flying Pirates, the legendary Great Pirate Shaki, was also imprisoned here. Hee, Magellan, you are a rare visitor. Since you sent me here, this is the first time you have come to see me. A playful voice rang out from the dimly lit prison. Compared with the connected prisons on the 5th floor, because the number of prisoners that can be detained on the 6th floor is relatively small, and due to the particularity of individuals, each prison will be far apart. And this time, the person Magellan was looking for was the one who was sent to the 6th floor by his own hands not long ago, Shiliu of the Rain, the former deputy warden. Shiliu, this time I came to see you, not to gather old people. Magellan took out a cigar with his backhand and threw it directly into the prison. Browse, but did not refuse. After he took it, his face became more solemn, and said, it seems that when you advance into the city, there will be things that even you can't control, otherwise you won't be so generous. On this long-lost cigar, say it. Seeing Shiliu light the cigar at will, Magellan didn't go around in circles, saying, back then, for your own selfish desires, you not only murdered the prisoners here, but also secretly caught a lot of people in, causing chaos in the Advanced City Prison. At the end, when I counted, there were 520 prisoners who disappeared without a reason, 520, 390 who died, 390, and 17 who were not recorded, but just now, there was a riot on the 5th floor. There was a strange black flame that could not be extinguished, and by the time I rushed there, many prisoners had died, and at the same time, there was one more prisoner who had no record. Having said that, Magellan looked at Shiliu and said, I just remember that the man's name is Uchiha Ryu. He gave me a very dangerous feeling. I want to know if you have anything to do with him. Uchiha Dragon Feather. Shiliu raised his brows, obviously trying his best to scour the memory in his mind, but after a brief pondering, he shook his head and said, this name seems to be a bit of an impression, but I don't know where it came from. However, this name seems to have something to do with the country of Wano. To find out, there is another way to get in touch with the Navy headquarters. Those who can be sent to the Advanced City Prison are all charged with crimes and rewarded. I think they are there. There will also be records. If possible, I would also like to see what this guy who makes you feel dangerous looks like, or let me out and chop him up. Navy headquarters. Magellan raised his brows, for that troublesome old guy mentally retarded. Shouldn't be said that Zhejiang Buddha's warring states, he still doesn't want to get in touch too much. After all, the old man is getting old, and it is really too long-winded. However, now that, the kid named Uchiha Ryu who suddenly appeared, still made him unable to put his mind at ease. After hesitating for a moment, he still found out, the phone bug that specifically contacts the Navy. Shiryu, who witnessed this scene, also immediately became interested. In his eyes, he really hoped that there would be some trouble that Magellan couldn't solve, and at that time, he might have a chance to leave this ghost place. At the same time, it can also make the long-lost saber drink some fresh blood. This kind of feeling, but thinking about it makes Yu Ziliu excited. At the same time, in the 5th floor, Long Yu, who was imprisoned, still maintained a posture of neither the enemy nor me, until he understood the principle of the system. After more than 10 minutes, Long Yu's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and a trace of excitement flashed in the depths of his pupils. According to the interpretation of the system, he can now be divided into ontology, which belongs to the 6 templates in Hokage that are restricted by this world. And a character template similar to the transformation, Bon Aoshin Anzi Ergong. This character template needs to be imitated to unlock the character's strength. But it made Long Yu feel pleasantly surprised that his body belongs to the power of the Naruto world, and conflicts with this world are restricted. He owns is still preserved. Although there have been some changes, the duel system at the start is like a novice village with dual artifacts. In Long Yu's perception, the Bone King is indeed a full-level necromancer in the original book. Sorcerer. Ordinary players have only 130 magic power at full level, but the Bone King is as high as 198, and the magic that can be used is as high as 718. Chapter 347, The Director of the People. It also has a lot of super magic. However, once the mana is exhausted, his agility, melee combat, and defense are all at a medium level. If you can cooperate with the instant full level system, you can use the power of this world on the Bone King. This may make up for this shortcoming. Thinking of this, Long Yu had a feeling that Yu wanted to try it. Up his mind, Long Yu patted the dust of the red, white and blue prison clothes on his body and looked at the surrounding prisons. If it is said, in the world of One Piece, where is suitable for stealing teachers? In addition to the naval recruit camp, this advanced city prison can definitely be called a place where many talents come out. Can offer a reward of over 100 million, or even hundreds of millions, who has no tricks to stand by. What Long Yu has to do now is to gather everyone's strengths and raise the trumpet's rank. Haha, kid, you finally woke up. I'm worried about boredom, and the buddies here are too busy. I haven't seen the snow-white backyard flowers of a little kid like you for a long time. The words that came out suddenly attracted Long Yu's attention. Looking at the burly, iron tower-like Murloc in the prison opposite, taller than ordinary people, Long Yu couldn't help but raise his brows. In his memory, Murlocs are good at karate and Murloc Jiu-Jitsu. However, the fishman in front of him didn't seem to stand out at all, except for his ugliness. Boy, why don't you talk? Are you scared by the uncles? I advise you to hurry up and kill the uncles, otherwise, when you get anxious, your ass will be spent, but you will be in danger. Heiyu is right, none of us have any lives on our shoulders. If you are restless, we can kill you across the prison. Do you want to come and bet? I bet this kid. Within 3 minutes, he was so frightened that he fell on the ground, took off his pants and begged for mercy. In 3 minutes, do you think highly of this kid's small body or underestimate the black fish? I bet for 2 minutes. I bet a minute. The chattering arguments made the corridor on the 5th floor suddenly become lively. Looking at this scene, Long Yu smiled playfully. He hadn't tried this feeling of being despised for a long time. However, this is also just right. In order to completely control the power of the Bone King, he still needs to act in a step-by-step manner. The moment Huo Ran raised his head, he said with a smile, "It seems that everyone here is so idle. The small voice swept the audience like a hurricane at this moment. The huge corridor fell into dead silence in an instant. The next moment, it turned into a roar of laughter. "Ha ha, is this kid crazy? He dares to drag him in front of us, and I will give him an enema with an iron pole with a thick arm in a while. Hey you, this kid seems to be mad at you, why didn't you talk? Hurry up and fuck him. Hey you, what are you looking at?" The cells in the corridor are facing each other. Except for the dark cell, where you can see Long Yu directly, the other cells are obviously not good. They join in the fun, but they owe their mouths by watching the blackfish. More, I don't know anything, and I am making a fuss here. A low-pitched sonic boom resounded suddenly. A pitch-black mist like ink blew out without warning. The scarlet light lit up in the dim cell, and the eyes like phosphorus fire became more and more dazzling. The next moment, a hand with white bones suddenly grabbed the iron pillar guardrail. The black mist that radiated out, after a stagnation appeared, seemed to be attracted and pulled by an invisible force. Instant, it was swallowed up by the whale and swallowed into the huge skeleton. The eyes that were originally like phosphorus fire, at this moment, were like a dazzling lamp in the dark phantom. The entire dim corridor was also dyed scarlet, and suddenly he raised his head, and there was a feeling of extreme excitement in the deep-set skull's eye sockets. Power Long Yu looked at the big hand of his skeleton. Although the power that has been missing for a long time is not as strong as before, but for him now, it is like a straw caught in drowning. For him with dual systems, this power alone is enough to get started. "Skull, this kid has turned into a huge skeleton, who are you?" Who had never spoken, was the first to exclaim in surprise. The pupils constricted, the eye sockets were split open. Looking at the sudden change from a thin boy to a huge skeleton like an iron tower, which is nearly 2 meters tall. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would believe that this white ass suddenly lost its flesh? You ask me who I am. Long Yu's eyes froze suddenly, his scarlet eyes turned in vain, and at the moment when he locked on Hey Yu, he spoke sternly. "I am Ains Ergen, the supreme unifier of the great underground tomb of Nazareth." Ains Ergen. The awe-inspiring voice of words, at this moment, seemed to be filled with magical sounds, echoing throughout the 5th floor, and there was no way to dissipate it for a long time. At this moment, it shocked everyone. After all, after entering the 5th floor, no matter what is a pirate or a prisoner, it has long been worn away by time and boredom. Who has the confidence to say such domineering words? However, before they could react, a shrill metallic twisting sound echoed in this deadly corridor. The moment everyone followed the sound, they saw 2 big, pale skeleton hands suddenly clenching the specially made iron pillars. Looking at this pair of big white hands, although most of the people couldn't see Long Yu's current face clearly, but when they thought of Hey Yu's lost voice and exclaimed just now, they clearly associated them together. This is the devil fruit-capable person. In the world of One Piece, all unexplainable phenomena and problems can be related to the devil fruit. In particular, Long Yu has now transformed into the Bone King, in front of this terrifying physique. This is obviously the only explanation. There is no possibility that if he is a devil fruit person, he will not be imprisoned in an ordinary cell at all. The sharp-eyed prisoner was the first to exclaim. Furthermore, the devil fruit person must also wear the Sea Tower Stone, he can't use the devil fruit ability at all. These words fell, everyone's nerve strings were instantly tense. As long as they can see the cell where Long Yu is, everyone's eyes will be locked on the pair of big bones clasping the iron bars. However, after the sound of the metal pulling just now dissipated, the iron guardrail, which was originally slightly bent, became motionless, as if it had become mute. A terrifying gap made many people's expressions stagnate. Is this a bluff? Compared with the people outside, Long Yu is also puzzled. Chapter 348, Quotations from the Bone King. Now his character template is switched, but the level of realism of his acting is 0. The power that can be exerted, in addition to the appearance, can scare people. Mention bending the iron pillar. I am afraid that any prisoner who comes here will be able to bend Long Yu. Ding dong, the Bone King quotations have been successfully activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 0% fidelity. Host, Uchiha Ryayu owned character template. Yuba Ryayu 12% second character. Anzer Gong 20%. The current character template is Anzer Gong, and the ability is being entered. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the characteristic talent and eliminating negative emotions. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the second level flight. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for getting the second level full attribute upgrade. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the second level dragon power. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the second level magic ensemble. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the second level regeneration of the dead. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for getting it. A series of system-raising sounds resounded like a symphony in Long Yu's mind. Ask about awakening 718 kinds of magic in an instant. The feeling is like, if Long Yu is not already mentally prepared for the empowerment in Shenxia novels, I am afraid that he would have been dizzy by this sudden and huge information group. Little careless, I'm afraid I really become an idiot. Percent of the magic power in the body of the heyday, for the current Long Yu, it is enough. Pretending to be halfway through, it is a thunderbolt from the sky, and 5 thunderstorms. Don't say that other people can't stand it, even Long Yu himself is full of fire. Now, just relying on a quote from the pretending king, the fidelity is activated by 20%. This allowed Long Yu to see a broad avenue and looked at it for a while. Long Yu, who was no longer moving, the prisoners present were stunned for a while, and then quickly recovered. Exclaimed just now, obviously feeling that he had lost his face. Heiyu's expression changed from blue to red, and he gritted his teeth and shouted sharply, "You bastard, you can't even bend an iron pole, and you are still pretending here. I wait for a while, I will definitely put this iron pillar in it and give you an enema." The roar of gnashing teeth echoed in the corridor. However, this time, before the other prisoners could talk to him, Long Yu had already withdrawn from the space of consciousness, and the moment he raised his head suddenly, in the deep-set eye sockets, the flickering phosphorus fire gave people a heart-wrenching feeling, and the plain and tidal voice of words swept out and moved people's nerves again. "Oh, are you doubting the name of the great Ainzer Gong? Then let me see where your confidence comes from. Second level agile on. Secondary defense on. Secondary power on. Secondary full attribute upgrade on." The power of the second level dragon opened. Ding, ding, ding. A series of roaring sounds came out from Long Yu's body, and various auxiliary magics lit up like a revolving lantern. The mysterious magic circles turned into protective rays of light and enveloped Long Yu at the moment. The next moment, the illusory dragon bloomed on the surface of the body. The sound of the roaring dragon roared like a thunderburst, and under the huge dragon spreading its wings and soaring, an endless aura of dragon power erupted, sweeping the entire 5th floor. Dragon power, but auxiliary magic, the top enchantment in Power++. The second level dragon power means that Long Yu has the power of double dragons in both arms. When the magic mark was branded on his body, Long Yu was holding Taiju's big bone hand, and his 5 fingers were suddenly clenched tightly, in front of everyone's eyes. Under the gaze, it slowly pulled away to both sides. Kacha was originally indestructible, the special iron pillar as thick as an adult's arm. Under Long Yu's hands, like a piece of paper, it quickly bent. When his hands were torn off with all his might, the entire gate of the prison was overturned, revealing an entrance sufficient for Long Yu to walk out. Bang Senran's skeleton and big feet smashed out, and the huge pale body was in everyone's eyes at this moment. Those deep-set, scarlet eyes like phosphorus fire made all the prisoners' pupils shrink, and they almost split their eye sockets. Facing the changes in everyone's expressions, Long Yu's heart flashed a trace of satisfaction. However, under the elimination of the negative emotions of the talent, it was directly annihilated in the heart. moment, he can maintain only a mind as high as ice. The fire-like gaze suddenly turned, locked on Heiyu's body, and opened his mouth coldly. Didn't you just say, what do you want to give me an enema, why don't you do it now? You don't want to live, this is pushing the city big prison, you are tearing up the cell without authorization, but you have committed a serious crime, and someone will come to clean you up soon. The fish panicked and threw an ice pick at Long Yu. Under the strength of the murlocs that are several times larger than ordinary people, the power that erupted from this sudden throw is also not small. That shot out awe-inspiringly was instantly caught by Long Yu's probing hand. The big hand of the bones suddenly clenched, and under the various attribute enchantments ++, the power of the wild and wild erupted, which is also not to be underestimated. Bang! Ice cones smashed into pieces, turned into crystal debris, and scattered on the corridor. Seeing this scene, Heiyu's complexion suddenly changed. In front of him exudes a gloomy aura, and his words and deeds are obviously not like a joke. Fifth floor, what are you doing? Hurry up and be quiet, otherwise don't blame us for running out of food. The phone bug's broadcast suddenly sounded, obviously startled by the noise. The phone bug hanging in the corner, when turning back to shoot, Long Yu suddenly raised his right hand and caught the phone bug in the air. Secondary ghost train. Bang 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 is like a light green ghost fire, like a wheel, condensed out of thin air around Long Yu's body. The next moment, as if being pulled, he quickly shot away the phone bugs around him. Since Long Yu decided to escape from the advanced city prison, the first thing he should do is to buy time to improve his strength. Where the phone bug was completely destroyed in an instant, the expression of the prisoner on the 5th floor suddenly changed drastically. Crazy, this skull is crazy. As a prisoner in the advanced city prison, as long as they are not fools, they all know clearly that there are two people in this place who can't offend. In addition to Shiryu the sadistic Rain, there is also a toilet director Magellan. The strength of the two may be 1 or 2 inferior to Shiryu of the Rain, but Magellan is at the level of a proper general. With the strength of a general, let alone a prisoner on the 5th floor, even the existence of the 6th floor, which is close to the legend, is probably not an opponent. Especially in the face of Magellan's poisonous fruit ability, it was simply frightening. Murloc, why didn't you speak? Didn't your mouth be very hard just now? I'm standing here, you can attack, let me see what you are capable of. After destroying all the phone bugs, Long Yu spoke again coldly. Seeing this scene of Heiyu, his face suddenly turned pale. Chapter 349, Level 2 Ghost Train. He never imagined that in this prison, it was rare to be able to kick the iron plate with one mouth to pretend to force. Don't come here, you have destroyed the prison, and you have destroyed the phone bug. Warden Magellan will be here soon, and by then, you will be a dead end. The blackfish said in a hurry. That's your bottom line. Long Yu's scarlet eyes flashed like firelight and said, or tell me, what means do you have? Maybe if you tell me, I can spare your life. For example, Murloc Karate, or Murloc Jiu-Jitsu. No, I won't do this, don't come here, or I'll kill you. Heiyu hurriedly shook his head, and then in a corner, he took out a rudimentary sword. This is a blade polished with an iron column, which is very rare in this kind of prison. Nothing. Long Yu frowned, and said in a deep voice, you are so disappointing to me, but there is one more thing you can help, and that is to ask you to die. Voice fell, Long Yu took a step forward, and the big white bone hand went straight to Taizu to catch him. Witnessing this scene, Heiyu's face suddenly turned pale, a ferocious flash flashed in the depths of his pupils, his hands suddenly clenched the crude sword and stabbed towards Long Yu. You forced me to kill you. When the huge power is vented, if it is changed to normal times, the power of the Murloc is several times, or even 10 times, that of ordinary humans. It's just that the quality of his physique has already dropped by most of the time when he has been in the city university prison all the year round and has not had enough to eat. This so-called stab was not at all brilliant, but was easily caught by Long Yu with the help of the dragon's power. Is this your strength? It's really disappointing. I thought you knew Murloc Karate and Murloc Jiu-Jitsu. Long Yu looked at Hayu coldly and said, if there is only this, I am very sorry. In my eyes, the strength and weakness are all measured in meters. The difference between 1 centimeter and 3 centimeters is beyond my understanding. So, please die. Secondary ghost train. Pale green secluded flames surged out from Long Yu's big white-boned hands, engulfing the black fish in a blink of an eye. A short period of 7 or 8 seconds, the screams gradually subsided. The huge 5th floor, apart from the burning smell that filled the air, there were only a group of prisoners with pale faces. They never imagined that since the legendary great pirate Golden Lion who was imprisoned in the 6th floor more than 10 years ago successfully escaped, there would be such a crazy thing in their lifetime, coming from the 5th floor. When he thought that even Hayu had been killed, many prisoners were like falling into an ice cellar when they looked at the scarlet phosphorus fire. Okay, it's your turn to talk about what you are good at. If you are all mediocre, then please die. The awe-inspiring voice of the cold words, like a frenzy, directly hits the depths of people's souls. The face of these crazy words, even God was broken. At the same time, at the moment when the phone bug on the 5th floor was destroyed, the monitor room suddenly went black. The sudden scene made the jailer's face change drastically. Crazy things like this have happened. Why is the screen black? Is there something big that has made Magellan's warden's seat unable to sit down? Hannibal's voice came suddenly. At this moment, the jailer, as if he had caught a life-saving straw, reported in a hurry, Deputy Warden, in the 5th floor of the extremely cold hell, there was a prisoner's riot, and the last picture captured by the phone bug was suspected to be a devil fruit. The skeleton of the abilities escaped from the prison. Devil fruit power skull. Hannibal's expression froze, and he hurriedly said, didn't that guy Magellan go to the 5th floor? How could such a thing still happen? Hannibal is very eager to kick Magellan from the position of warden and replace him himself. However, when it comes to strength, Hannibal's strength is just a little bit thicker, and his overall strength stays at the level of a major general. Far cry from Magellan. If even Magellan could not capture the prisoner who escaped from the prison, the person who escaped would probably have reached the golden lion-like existence of the past. Warden Magellan has left the 5th floor not long ago. According to the monitoring of the phone bug, he went to the 6th floor, but we have tried to contact just now, but it is a pity that Warden Magellan's phone bug is busy. The jailer hurriedly replied. He's not there. Hannibal was startled at first, then a flash of ecstasy flashed across his face. In advancing the city, the greater the crime, the lower the level of detention, and the harsher the punishment. It can be said that the prisoners in the 5th floor can maintain half the strength of the heyday. If Magellan is not defeated, it means that he, the deputy warden, still has a chance to make merit. Thinking of this, Hannibal wanted to try the huge 5th layer of extreme cold hell, and suddenly it became dead silent. Facing Hayu's dying cry, this long, silent cell became more depressed. Hey, what are you trying to do? If you keep making trouble like this, Magellan is here, and you will surely die. A burly prisoner was the first to lose his temper. Don't implicate us. Yes, if you want to escape from prison, that's your business, we won't be involved. This is the advanced city, do you think you are a golden lion? Stop joking. This kind of thing, you alone can't do it. Facing the burly skeleton transformed by the dragon feather, after the initial shock, he obviously mistook this change for the ability of the devil fruit. After all, the current state and appearance of Long Yu is similar to that of the warring states of the Wisdom General, Marshal Buddha in the Navy headquarters. Moreover, after such a big thing happened here, the high-level people in the prison will definitely know about it. Once Magellan came again, the skeleton demon in front of him would definitely be killed. For these two reasons, they are not worried. Tired. Long Yu looked around coldly and said, who said, I will implicate you? Also, I'm not alone, I just want to borrow something from you. Borrowing something. As soon as these words fell, everyone's nerves were moved. They have been detained on the 5th floor, but they didn't move much between each other. They were separated by a cell and had no intersection. If you want to risk offending Magellan, and being unable to survive in the Advanced City University prison, I am afraid not many people will agree. Boy, we don't know each other at all, why should I borrow something for you? Do you really think that you are a golden lion, and we will borrow it if you say anything? That's your own business, it has nothing to do with us, get out of here. Chapter 350, Don't Kill Me. The huge corridor was boiling again. However, Long Yu didn't take it to heart. He grabbed Heiyu's crude sword with his backhand, his scarlet eyes radiated a ferocious moment, and his icy voice seemed very permeating. Since you don't want to, then I can only take your life. Second level flying. Pung. Long Yu stepped on. Under the power of the dragon and the magic of flying, the whole person was as light as a ghost, and instantly appeared in the prison beside him. The skeleton suddenly clenched it tightly, and the faint green ghost fire instantly ignited on the sword. Second level fire attribute enchantment ++, the ghost fire is on. Along with the penetrating green light, Long Yu clenched the crude sword tightly in both hands, without any fancy, and slashed down towards the iron railing of the prison beside him. Dang! The clanging sound of metal crashing echoed in the huge corridor. Sparks splashed like fireworks, and the thick iron pillar was split in an instant, and the prisoner inside was also cut in half. Remains of the severed limbs flew, and the hot blood splashed, and under the penetrating green light, the soles of the feet were chilled. The moment the corpse was smashed to the ground, he suddenly turned around, and the deep-set skeleton's eyes flashed with scarlet blood, and he looked around in the field. The infiltrating voice came out, shaking the nerves again. The obedient live, the disobedient die, are you ready? The rhetorical question made the originally extremely cold hell even more chilling. Instant, Long Yu rushed out like a cheetah. No, don't kill me. You can't escape even if you kill us. I know how to shave Navy 6. I am willing to follow your escape, don't kill me. The penetrating green, scarlet eyes, blazing, the blade of ghost fire, like a long rainbow that cuts through the night. Many prisoners were directly smashed by Long Yu with one kick, and the moment when his hand raised the knife and dropped, the starving, cold and exhausted prisoners were directly killed in different places. Some pirates who surrendered in the middle were directly unlocked by Long Yu's second-level unlocking magic, which opened the handcuffs. However, with the liberation of people, the number gradually increased. Originally, the prisoner who kept saying that he wanted to help Long Yu gradually revealed his original purpose. Picking up the scattered iron pillars, with a grim look on his face, he rushed towards him. For a time, dozens of people started to move in unison, and the mighty momentum actually overwhelmed Long Yu in terms of momentum. Touched the hearts of many prisoners present, and Shushu was locked on Long Yu's body. In their eyes, no matter how powerful Uchiha Ryu is, if so many people join forces, there will be panic. However, this idea has just emerged, and the scene of the purpose has shaken everyone's nerves. Sure enough, the most trustworthy person in this world is the dead. A low and cold voice came out of Long Yu's mouth. The incarnated Ains are Gong, with scarlet eyes, the moment when the light soared, the violent magic power was vented and detonated like a frenzy. Turned into a hurricane, reversing the entire moment of ruined ruins. When the attacking prisoners were forced to retreat, one after another scarlet magic circles bloomed under the broken corpses. Dozens, hundreds, even some corpses that were killed or starved to death in the past, covered by ice and snow, were also pulled by magic power at this moment, blooming a scarlet magic circle. For a time, every corner of the entire 5th floor seemed to be shrouded in scarlet blood-colored light. The sound of reciting the incantation from Long Yu's mouth became more and more rapid. The next moment, before everyone could react, a huge black magic circle suddenly opened under Long Yu's feet, and the tyrannical magic power swept the audience in a hurricane-like posture. Necromantic necropolis of the dead. Roar. One after another hoarse roar, like the awakening of the dead. that were originally scattered on the ground, the wreckage covered in ice and snow, instantly protruded from the magic circle, and the big hand of the skeleton poked out. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, he struggled to climb out. Hundreds, thousands, even thousands, of white-boned skeletons holding rusted blades appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Number is so large that it looks like a piece of darkness, and there is no end in sight. Who witnessed this scene, flashed a hint of satisfaction on his face, and said, "It seems that the dead are the most trustworthy, although they are only the lowest level skeleton soldiers, but as long as my thoughts move, they will not have any objection, unless I run out of mana, or they won't back down." The awe-inspiring voice was spit out from Long Yu's mouth, and the icy cold taste hit the depths of one's soul. When his eyes turned abruptly, his hands moved up and down slightly, and the cold voice resounded again. "My servant, fight for freedom. If there are any rebels, kill them all." Roar. Thousands of skeleton soldiers made the most primitive roar, full of wild taste. Like a torrent of steel, it rushed towards the surrounding cells quickly. Unlocked with the help of dragon feather magic, as soon as the gate of the prison was opened, the endless skeletons rushed forward, and burrowed into the prison. Of these skeletons is just a little stronger than ordinary people. However, every one of the prisoners who were sent to Push City University prison had already been tortured, far from their peak. Not only can they have a full meal for 2 or 3 days, but they also have to endure the harsh cold all the time. There are very few people who can really exert their combat power. Most importantly, these skeletons have no concept of life and death, only Long Yu's order to kill is in their minds. Moreover, the skeleton's physique has the property of immortality. Once it is broken, it will quickly reassemble, like a locust, and it will grow endlessly. For a while, after struggling to resist and seeing the fighting style of the skeleton army, the screams echoed one after another in the 5th floor. They never imagined that from the very beginning, Long Yu had been talking about it, saying that he would use their lives to escape from prison, and it turned out to be true. It can summon so many strange skeletons in an instant. This method is beyond their knowledge of devil fruits. The one-sided killing game made the snow and ice ground red. The fallen skeleton quickly recovered after consuming the magic power of the dragon feather. With 179 magic powers, the total magic power of Long Yu now reaches 300. There are currently 2,500 skeleton soldiers, and with the current magic power of Long Yu, they can be reborn dozens of times. Moreover, the prisoners who were killed were transformed into skeleton soldiers by Long Yu in an instant when they fell to the ground. With the increasing number of the dead, the prisoners in the 5th floor, after seeing Long Yu's strength with their own eyes, there are many defectors. Just 4 or 5 minutes, the huge army of the dead occupied the entire prison corridor, except for the extremely cold forest outside. It can be said that this 5th floor has already fallen directly. Chapter 351. Surrender. You are sure to return. Long Yu's scarlet eyes rolled in vain and landed on the 50 or 60, 506,506 prisoners behind him, who were able to save their lives, buy time to surrender, and even initiate resistance to the approach of Long Yu under the impact of the army of skeletons, were all outstanding in the 5th floor. It can be said that in its heyday, the bounty it has can definitely reach over 100 million. We are willing to surrender. I know the iron nugget in the 6th form of the Navy. I know Murloc Jiu-Jitsu. A series of answers came out, echoing in the corridor for a long time, and there was no way to disperse. However, there are still many prisoners who are hesitant. After all, they are all heroes on the sea, and it still takes a lot of determination to let them surrender as captains. Who witnessed this scene, did not make another move. He now has the means of the Bone King. Percent of the heyday. To really escape from this place, it still needs the efforts of these prisoners. In addition to most of the mediocre people, the screen now kills chickens and warns monkeys, which makes many people feel in awe. The next thing he has to do is to let these rebellious guys follow the order and break through the city prison. Thinking of this, Long Yu's eyes turned in vain, and he said coldly, don't worry, the so-called surrender is only before leaving the advanced city prison. Once the escape is successful and the road is up, we will not owe each other, and now Magellan is going. On the 6th floor, I sent an army of skeletons to suppress the only gate and block his steps. Next, we need to get out of the city big prison in one go. The icy and piercing voice, as if infused with a magic sound, shook everyone's nerves. A moment ago, the prisoners who were worried that they would become slaves and horses under Long Yu's command suddenly lit up, and they all shouted in unison. There are many of them, but they saw Magellan enter the 6th floor with their own eyes. Moreover, in the large prison of the advanced city, in order to prevent mistakes, there is only one entrance and exit connecting each floor. If Long Yu is really willing to send a large army of skeletons out to stop Magellan, it may not be difficult to push upwards. For a time, the faces of the prisoners were even more filled with fighting intent. After capturing the changes in everyone's expressions, Long Yu didn't hesitate any longer. He is very clear about the truth of lateness and change. What's more, with his current strength, he is simply not enough to fight against Magellan. Once he found out that there was a riot on the 5th floor, the army of thousands of skeletons could not stop killing for a long time. Therefore, after Long Yu inherited the template of the conspirator, the Bone King, he also inherited the black belly and conspiracy theories. Dang! The rudimentary sword in his hand was directly inserted into the ground, attracting the remaining prisoners in an instant. Dragon Feather's scarlet fiery eyes blaze, flickering and jumping. Bingley said, "You are imprisoned in the 5th floor, and your strength is not as good as before. It can be said that now it is just a piece of garbage. In my eyes, garbage has no life value at all, and it has no use in the world. It can be said that I want to kill you now, easily." The inexplicable awe-inspiring words made the faces of the prisoners in the arena change dramatically. In their eyes, they had just surrendered happily, but why did they suddenly turn their faces again? Is that because of trash ______? Bye. However, don't worry, in the next 10 minutes, I will be able to restore you to your heyday, and I hope you can leave the advanced city prison alive. Long Yu's eyes narrowed, and he roared sternly. The fighter will win, and the retreat will kill. The madness of the secondary auxiliary magical orcs. Dang! The scarlet magic circle with a diameter of several hundred meters bloomed under Long Yu's feet. The nearly 100 prisoners were stunned at first, and the next moment they felt these scarlet bloodlights, like poisonous insects, burrowed into their bodies. The next moment, the veins quickly appeared on the surface of the body, and under the hideous prominence, they squirmed like a centipede. Before everyone could react, a huge force felt like a torrent going straight to the limbs. Muscles all over the body are like inflated, and they bulge quickly, giving people a feeling of explosive rock. Some of the prisoners who were also capable of physical training were originally tower-like, almost 2 meters 4 or 5, and their height was abruptly pulled up a lot. Especially those 2 fish giants, directly reaching a height of 8 or 9 meters. The exposed skin was completely blood red, and even the eyeballs were flushed. The face of this sudden physical change, the kind of power beyond its heyday, such a miraculous means. For them, it is like a god. Not in their eyes. If this skeleton demon is to be called a god, it is absolutely qualified to be called a god of death. The awe-inspiring fighting spirit, the enchanting ++ attribute of the berserk works down, and was suddenly pushed to the extreme. Seeing these suddenly become a prisoner who can defeat 10 prisoners by one, Long Yu did not stop for a while. The huge white-boned hand suddenly clenched the crude sword, and the cold voice reverberated again. "Let's go, step on and advance the city. Kill." With a chorus of shouts, dozens of prisoners caught in the fury of the orcs rushed to the entrance connecting to the 4th floor. Looking at this scene, the moment Long Yu used his flying to keep up, he grabbed the fat man beside him. "Sir, what's the matter?" The fat man, whose head was full of rage, suddenly woke up as if he had been poured cold water on his head when he was caught by the infiltrating skeleton demon in front of him. You said just now that you understand the 6-style iron block. I want you to show it. Long Yu spoke directly. Right now, he can deal with ordinary people. With this bone body, maybe he is more than excellent. However, once encountering a real powerhouse, with the defensive power of the Bone King, it is simply not enough to protect oneself. At the moment, I don't know how to be domineering in armed color, so I can only retreat and get the iron block first. Iron block. Big Man was stunned for a moment, and then he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Sir, you don't know something. This iron nugget was learned when I was in the Navy headquarters. It's just that my talent is limited. After 10 years in the Navy, I just learned an iron nugget. It's just that in the Navy headquarters, I am also a leader. It took me 4 years to learn the iron nugget. At this time, my lord, I am afraid it is a little bit to learn the iron nugget. Having said that, the big man did not continue to speak. In his eyes, even if the talent is the strongest, I am afraid that he will not be able to learn the iron block just by looking at it once. Now it's just a waste of time. Looking at the change in the big man's expression, Long Yu of course knew what he was thinking, but he didn't take it to heart and said, "Don't worry, it won't take much time, you show it once is enough." Chapter 352, Prison Break. Once the big man was stunned for a moment, listening to this unquestionable tone. He felt a little unhappy in his heart, but the situation was strong, and he couldn't allow him to say more. 6-type iron nuggets. Ohm! The sound of the air vibrating suddenly came out, accompanied by the muscles of the big man tightening like a rock, and the whole person was still in place like a heavy iron block. Long Yu's deep-set skeleton eye sockets jumped under the scarlet firelight, holding a crude sword, and slashed straight at the big man's body. The violent scene made the big man's face change slightly. However, if you cast the iron block, if you don't have extraordinary skills, you will not be able to move for a moment or 3, and the only thing you can do is to watch the attack fall on your body. Dang! The crisp metal collision sound resounded suddenly. Long Yu showed a hint of satisfaction when he saw the sword being bounced away. On the next journey, I kept asking some questions about the way the iron blocks were cast, and I also had a general idea in my heart. However, this is only the beginning. Long Yu is trying now. It is an instant full-level system, in this case, whether it can be successfully used. Thinking of this, Long Yu's thoughts turned, and the ethereal voice of the system suddenly sounded. Ding dong, the host is detected, try to connect to the main body, and the system will be fully leveled in an instant. It is hereby explained that it will not be activated under the maintenance character template. However, in view of the host's first use, exception activation is currently allowed, whether it is immediately. An instant full level of one of the 6 types of Navy iron. Exception. Long Yu couldn't help but rolled his eyes when he heard the words. If he could make an exception once, then he could make an exception for the second and third time. Just like a man's speech, we just sleep and don't do anything else. I just can't get in. At the last minute, exceptions are not allowed. However, there is an exception now, which also saves Uchiha Ryu's words, and gives the order without thinking too much. Immediately. Instantly full. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, one of the 6 types of Navy iron block, the instant full level success. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have acquired the Naval Iron Block Extension skill Empty Wood, and you have achieved full level in an instant. A series of system prompting sounds made the soul flame in Long Yu's deep-synced skeleton eyes jump. Unexpectedly, when the iron block is instantly full, it can also activate the Empty Wood. If he remembered correctly, this was the 6th form extension skill possessed by Rob Lucci. Effect is like anti-armor, which can reverse the enemy's attack. However, this trick still has limitations. If the opponent's attack power far exceeds his own defense power, the damage that the Empty Wood can bounce back will be ineffective. It's just that, if you deal with ordinary people, coupled with the unique magic attribute of the Death Archmage, it can reflect the negative contact of splash damage, and it can have an outstanding effect. "We're here." The low voice rang out in an instant. The two fish giants rushing in front were the first to speak. 2 minutes have passed since the riot. Facing the unknown situation of Magellan, there cannot be any delay at the moment. "Break through 5 directly." "Senses," his deep voice sounded. The two fish giants suddenly clenched the huge iron pillar they had captured along the way with both hands, and the moment their arm muscles twitched, they slammed down towards the huge steel gate. Meanwhile, on the other side of the gate, after learning that Magellan was heading to the 6th floor, when it was impossible to contact, Hannibal's ambitions obviously skyrocketed infinitely. Orders were distributed in his hands. They immediately rushed to the entrance of the 4th floor, led the 4 major prison beasts, and the chief of the prison, Sati, to the entrance. "Deputy Warden Hannibal, can you really be alone?" Sati spoke suddenly. She is 1.7 meters tall, with blonde hair like a lion, with devilish red horns, a scarlet leather coat, a white cloak, and a fork in her hand. Gives a feeling like a big beauty yaksha. HMPH, as my subordinate, Sati is questioning my eligibility to inherit the warden, a mere rioter. Can he escape from Magellan's hands, but can he escape the blood sucking in my hands? Hannibal rolled his eyes with disdain. You have to know, my goal is not the position of the warden, it is just to maintain the fierce reputation of our promotion of Chanda prison. I think when I faced the Golden Lion back then, I faced the same invincible attitude, if not at the last moment. Diarrhea, he will never escape from the Push City. Seeing Hannibal, who revealed his ambitions and boasted that he didn't write drafts at all, Sati was already used to it, and after a trace of abuse flashed on his face, he said, since the deputy warden, you have the confidence to suppress it, then we will stay here. Stay here. However, if possible, in the next interrogation, I hope that Deputy Warden Hannibal can hand him over to me. I haven't heard a moving cry for a long time. To the Deputy Warden, open the door. Open the door. Flash of excitement flashed on Hannibal's face, and he raised the blood-sucking in his hand, as if he had already seen that as soon as the door in front of him was opened, there would be a large area of light under his feet. Boom! A dull crashing sound like thunder resounded. The huge impact was released like a frenzy. The thick steel door dented in an instant, and before everyone could react the next moment, the two heavy doors were slammed into the air. The dark crowd was the first to catch Hannibal's eyes. Looking at this lineup, when his pupils shrank suddenly, his eye sockets almost split. Now he almost wanted to greet the whole family of the prison guards in the monitoring room. Moreover, he couldn't believe the most, why the prisoner, who should have been starved to the point where his face was yellow and skinny, was so excited as if he had been beaten with blood. If you don't see it before your eyes, no one wants to believe it. Hurry up, free the prisoners on the 4th floor and continue to rush up. The awe-inspiring roar spread through the crowd, and they didn't pay much attention to Hannibal, the deputy warden. Long Yu's eyes turned abruptly, and he also met his eyes. You bastard, are you the one who released the prisoners? If you let Magellan know that Lao Su is also suffering, the 4 jailer beasts, stop them for me, and I will see what ability you have. Hannibal recovered and roared angrily. At the same time, his figure flickered, and he appeared in front of Long Yu one step ahead. The blood sucking in his hand suddenly clenched tightly, straightened up and stabbed towards Long Yu. The violent scene changed the expression of the prisoner who escaped from the prison. Facing Hannibal's attack, Long Yu seemed to be completely unaware. Right now, this prison escape operation is led by Long Yu, and most importantly, he has seen Long Yu's means and strength with his own eyes. If something happened to him at this time, it would be a death nightmare for them. Chapter 353, Warden. However, just as this idea sprouted in their minds, Hannibal's face was filled with a hint of ecstasy, and the words that floated in their ears shook their nerves. It's just right, I also want to try, can this old bone be able to use the 6 naval styles? The flames in Long Yu's eyes suddenly soared, and his fingers suddenly clenched under the clattering of the bones and joints of both hands. Empty wood negative contact. The inexplicable voice came out, making Hannibal startled at first. The next moment, before they could react, the blood sucking in Hannibal's hand had already pierced the bone in Long Yu's chest. When the dull metal collision sound resounded suddenly, and the moment Mars tensed, I saw Long Yu's body motionless. When the huge impact was released, the next moment was like a frenzy, recoiling towards Hannibal. At the same time, the innate attribute skills possessed by the Archmage of the deceased, and the negative contact turned into strands of black thunder that spread towards Hannibal. Ah! An awe-inspiring scream suddenly resounded through the corridor. Hannibal's muscles froze, and he fell to the ground with blue smoke. The blood sucking in his hand made a thud, and it flew off and fell. Looking at this sudden scene, not to mention Sati, the warden of the big prison, even those prisoners had chills in their spines. This step on the horse is to stand up and kill. However, the most difficult and unbelievable person is the big man who Long Yu talked to and instructed the iron block once. It's rare for a skeleton to cast iron blocks, but if Long Yu didn't lie, it's the first time to learn the 6 naval styles. Then this is a monster. At the same time, the 5th floor of the extremely cold hell was broken, perhaps because the phone bug was destroyed, and the monitoring room was not alerted. However, now that the entrance and exit gates of the 4th and 5th floors have been breached, how can they not know? In an instant, the monitoring room became a mess. Only Magellan, who was in the 6th layer of infinite hell, was still in the dark. Magellan, you are a rare visitor. How can you have time to call me, an old guy? The voice of the Warring States came out from the phone bug. Last time, when you looked for me, it was when Shiryu was messing around. This time, it won't be any trouble again. The slightly chattering words caused Magellan's brows to wrinkle. The Navy headquarters, Judicial Island, and Advanced City University Prison are separate and independent government agencies. However, in terms of individual strength, a Navy headquarters can overwhelm the City Grand Prison and Judicial Island. Moreover, most of the garrison troops of the two came from the naval headquarters. Advancing to the sea outside the Chinda prison, there are more battleships than slaughtering orders. In order to avoid, once again similar to the Golden Lion love. However, although Magellan did not want to be in touch with Zahn, he still couldn't put his mind at ease when faced with that. As if he suddenly entered his mind, but had no memory or origin, he said, Marshal of the Warring States period, this time I'm here to find you. I want to know the origin of a prisoner named Uchiha Ryu who was detained on the 5th floor. There is no record of this guy in my file. Uchiha Dragon Feather. Warring States' brows couldn't help frowning, as if he was scouring the memory in his mind, and after a while, he said, this name seems to be the first time I've heard it. Wait a while, I'll have someone check it out, but if the prisoner we can't remember, his ability won't be strong, so you don't have to worry. As soon as these words came out, Shiryu nodded in agreement and said with a big laugh, Warring States, you old guy, there is some truth to what he said. There is no prestige in the strong. If even we can't remember, I am afraid they are also unknown people. This time, I'm afraid Magellan is making a fuss. The fuss Magellan frowned even tighter. However, this time, before he could speak, a rush of broadcast sound resounded throughout the 6th floor. Master prisoner, something is wrong. The 5th floor that was strange just now was breached by a big skeleton demon. The prisoners rioted and broke through the steel gate on the 4th floor, and are now rushing to the 3rd floor. What? Magellan's face changed dramatically, and he said, why didn't you inform me earlier? And Hannibal, where did he go? In Magellan's eyes, the riot on the 5th floor should have been discovered early and told him to deal with it. Now that even the 4th floor has been breached, I was told that this delayed the military situation. Warden, your phone worm is busy, and all the phone worms on the 5th floor have been destroyed. We can only use this method to notify you. There was a rapid explanation voice in the broadcast. After a pause, he hesitated to speak again. As for Deputy Warden Hannibal, he was killed by the other side standing up. Killed while standing. Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain suddenly changed their expressions. For the careerist Hannibal, they did not take it seriously. However, it is also clear that he has the strength of a major general, or even an ordinary lieutenant general, and he was actually killed while standing up. This is too shocking. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they wouldn't want to believe that it was all true. The face of this violent scene, even in the phone bug, the prisoners who boasted to Heiko a moment ago and said that they could not remember were all unknown people from the Warring States period, and they also felt that their old faces were hot. A moment ago, he talked about insignificance, but now he has broken through the 5th layer of infinite hell, and rushed to the 4th layer. With such means be unknown. Marshal of the Warring States, I don't have time to chat with you now. Magellan's face was gloomy and watery, and the phone worm in his hand urged him not to strangle to death. He never imagined that since the Golden Lion escaped from prison 15 years ago, there would be such a violent escape in the advancing city he governed. And, still, it happened when he just had a phone call with Sengoku. This means that even if he suppresses the riots in the prison afterwards, he will not be able to cover the fire with paper, and he will be thrown outside in disgrace. However, what surprised him most was that the other party didn't even want to hit the 6th floor. Although, the prisoners on the 6th floor have been imprisoned for so many years, and their strength and state are not as good as before. However, once liberated, it was also a headache for Magellan. This is still the premise that he has the poisonous fruit, and he can use the advantage of the poison to suppress them. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be possible to change to Shiryu of the Rain. Of course, in order to avoid this is a tactic of turning the tiger away from the mountain. Magellan still has to make a two-handed preparation before clarifying the origin and strength of the opponent. Shiryu, you have also been imprisoned for a long time. The situation in the city is still unclear. I need your help. I will notify the world government after the incident and let them consider restoring you to your original post. Magellan looked back into the cell. Shiryu's expression froze. He didn't expect that happiness would come so suddenly, and the moment he showed a playful smile, he said, "Hee hee, Magellan, it seems that you really value that guy very much." 350th chapters. Take it with bare hands. However, don't worry, for my freedom, of course, I will help you suppress it. Facing Shiryu, who was eager to try, Magellan raised his brows, but he did not hesitate. Now that the arrow is on the string, it has to be sent. If things can't be calmed down as soon as possible, once the riots spread to the rest of the floors, this is not what he wants to see. Thinking of this, Magellan took out the key and opened the door of the cell directly. At the same time, there are heavy handcuffs on Shiryu of the Rain. Feeling the long-lost freedom, Shiryu of Rain's face became even more playful. After moving his joints, he said with a smile, "My thunderstorm should be in your office at the junction of the 5th floor. I hope you are well. Take care of it. HMPH, you just need to suppress the 6th floor for me. Leave those knights to me." Magellan didn't take the talk, snorted coldly, and walked towards the entrance on the left. Due to the special status of Shiryu of the Rain, his prison relies on the entrance. It is also convenient for Magellan's backhand monitoring and defense. Facing Magellan's answer, Shiryu of the Rain narrowed his eyes slightly, took a puff of cigarette, and turned his eyes abruptly, landing on the slowly opening entrance. However, the scene that entered the target was a torrent of black skeletons. Whoosh whoosh. The awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang through the sky in all directions. The order Long Yu gave these low-level skeletons was to do everything possible to block those who returned to the 5th floor. Door opened, the skeletal archers who had already squatted here were pulling their bows and shooting arrows. Hundreds of skeletons volleyed. Perhaps the power was not in the eyes of Magellan. But in the face of this sudden scene, there was obviously a hint of hesitation. At least, in his eyes, he did not expect that the 5th floor of the extremely cold hell was actually occupied by a large group of skeleton creatures. Shave. A sound of breaking air suddenly sounded behind Magellan, and the moment he tensed his nerves, Shiryu of the Rain, who was standing behind him, disappeared like a ghost. When it reappeared, it had already crossed the sky of arrow feathers and came to the gate surrounded by skeletons. No knife flow pitch black big horse training. Shiryu of the Rain was holding a cigarette, and his arms were black as ink and domineering, and quickly covered his hands. The next moment, like a tiger, it plunged into the army of skeletons. Shiryu, stop for me and don't forget your mission. Magellan's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed in a hurry. Seeing Shiryu of the Rain, who rushed out of sight in an instant, he couldn't hold back his breath. The 5 fingers of both hands were suddenly clenched, and the endless venom flowed in the hands like a frenzy, and the next moment, it was suddenly shot out from the air. Poison Dragon. Roar. The sound of the dragon's roar is a masterpiece. 3 poisonous dragons with a body length of 100 meters were condensed out of thin air. With a fierce attitude, they smashed straight towards the skeleton. Boom! The poisonous dragon swooped down, and the huge rush splashed a large amount of venom, engulfing all the skeletons that blocked the way. Venomous, highly corrosive, etc. With a slight touch, the skeleton will be corroded in a blink of an eye. Moreover, the poison dragon was even more powerful, rushing straight to the surrounding passages. However, by the time Magellan rushed out of the gate, there was no sign of Shiryu of the Rain. The 4th floor, burning hell. The riots spread like a wave with the appearance of numerous skeleton armies and prisoners on the 5th floor. Some people were even more responsible for opening the gates of the prisoners on the 4th floor, making the original prison breakout even more unprecedented. Big 4. Jailerman, although it has the ability to awaken the animal-type fruit. However, in the face of the 5th level prisoner who has obtained the 2nd level Orc Rage Enchantment ++ attribute, it is obviously a little powerless. Boss, we should be able to rush to the 3rd floor with such a spirit. The big man who was guiding Long Yu Iron Block was the first to say it with excitement. As a betrayal of the Navy, once sent to the Pushing City Grand Prison, it represents an endless imprisonment and torture. Obviously a great thing to see the opportunity to escape right now. No, now is not the time to be happy. Unlike them, Long Yu knew the dangers of advancing the city. It wasn't that the big man was stunned at first, and the next moment, the awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded from behind without warning, tensing everyone's nerves. Long Yu's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly looked behind him. At the same time, he raised his index fingers with both hands, and the skeletons blocking the back suddenly folded into a human wall. Boom! The moment the skeleton wall was formed, it was instantly blown up, and the fierce air splashed, and it quickly shredded the surrounding skeletons. Boom! A large number of skeletons were blown away in an instant, and the trend of sword energy did not decrease, even more go straight after Long Yu. Wherever they passed along the way, those low-level skeletons were torn to shreds in an instant like paper. The violent scene caused the complexion of the prisoner on the 5th floor to change dramatically. The first figure that flashed in their minds with a slash of this kind of power was Shiryu of the Rain, dubbed the executioner of Pushing the City. Get out of the way. Long Yu's eyes sank, and he kicked the big man behind him. The next moment, he pushed the 6-type iron block to the extreme, without any fancy, and suddenly caught the attacking knife gang. The face of this guy who claims to be the 2nd fighting force in the advanced city, Long Yu is eager to verify how big the gap between the two sides is. The violent scene made everyone's faces change slightly. Pity that before they could react, Long Yu's big white-boned hand suddenly clenched tightly. Bang! The sharp knife gang exploded with a bang, and the hurricane that set off overturned many people, and even rolled up a large piece of sand and dust. Facing this violent scene, everyone eagerly looked at Long Yu. The scene that they are most worried about after being chased and put on the shelf to escape from prison, although it is not Magellan. But if they had to choose between Magellan and Shiryu the Rain. If the person who came is Magellan, there may be a trace of life. However, if you meet this perverted executioner, you will surely die. Take it with your bare hands. I don't know who exclaimed, and all the prisoners present showed ecstasy. If Shiryu of the Rain can't stop it, then let's not talk about escaping from prison. I'm afraid it's still a one-sided slaughter. Seeing that he had only retreated 7 or 8 steps, there was a shallow slash mark on his big bones, and even the expression of Yuziliu, who came with a cigarette and a thunderstorm in his hand, couldn't help but sank. The hardness of this bone, after using an iron block, is enough to beat an ordinary slash. After weighing the scene of the collision just now, Long Yu said to himself, according to the calculation, I should be able to confront the Brigadier General with this body alone in close combat. However, the person in front of you is not simple. It seems that those two things need to be used. System, equip me with the must-win glasses and the Demon World boarding cloak. Chapter 355, Left Alone. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the equipment must hit the glasses and the Demon World boarding cloak successfully. The ethereal voice of the system resounded in my mind. Soon, a huge cloak that was as black as ink appeared behind Long Yu. As for the glasses, they belonged to the invisible equipment, but the flames of the burning soul suddenly soared in Long Yu's deep skeleton eye sockets. Scores or even more terrifying. The breath that had been exuding, like a frenzy, surged again. Ding dong, congratulations, the host's current fidelity has increased to 30%, and the current total magic power has reached 50,000. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3rd level undead magic necromancy bomb. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3rd level undead summoning magic undead knight. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for getting super magic skyfall. The ethereal prompting sounds of the 3 systems made Long Yu's deep-set eyes, and the beating soul flame also stagnated. Let's not talk about necrobombs, or undead knights. If he had known in the morning that he would be able to obtain superposition magic by wearing an artifact, he would not have to work so hard to plan so many escapes. The banishing magic that can be covered by a single blow, covering a radius of 5 kilometers. In the original work, even the Bone King in his heyday could only use his methods 3 times a day. Right now, with Long Yu's 30% fidelity, although he can only perform it once, it's enough. Boss, what shall we do next? The big man who was kicked flying by Long Yu took the lead and couldn't hold his breath and asked. Facing Shiryu of the Rain, they all went together. Let's not talk about the odds of winning. Once the time is delayed and Magellan is chasing after them, I am afraid that waiting for them will be a dead end. I'll stop him. You guys go to break through the gate on the 3rd floor, I'll buy 2 minutes. Long Yu looked at Shiryu of the Rain coldly. Leave alone. The prisoners present were stunned for a moment, in their calculations. Many people had come to their senses and stayed behind to fight Shiryu of the Rain. They never thought that Long Yu would make such a decision. Haha, I didn't expect that you still have this kind of courage, but staying alone would be a bit underestimating me. Shiryu of the Rain drank a cigar, took out a handkerchief with his back and wiped the thunderstorm. This is a long-lost battle, I hope you won't let me down. Disappointed. Long Yu sneered, the soul flame in his eyes became more and more bright, and he said coldly, Don't worry, your calmness will be broken by me. You still hurry up, the guy who gets in the way, I will kill them together. The awe-inspiring voice fell, and everyone's nerves were suddenly tense. Dang, at the moment when the scarlet magic circle bloomed under Long Yu's feet, the shattered skeletons quickly reshaped and returned, and dozens or hundreds of them turned into a torrent and rushed directly towards Shiryu of Rain. The violent scene made those prisoners instantly, boy, when I came here, I already knew these sloppy, living means, but if you want to use this little trick to break my calm, I'm afraid it's a dream. Shiryu of the Rain took a deep breath of his cigar. The handkerchief wiped the thunderstorm's movement, but it still didn't stop. In his eyes, these so-called skeletons, as he said, are just a bunch of awful. However, this idea just emerged in my mind, and the playful words that fell in my ears. But it shook Shiryu of the Rain's nerves. If you add something, maybe you'll be happier. Level 3 Undead Magic Dead Bomb. The small voice sounded in vain, and the magic circle under Long Yu's feet bloomed again. Wherever the skeletons passed, the originally deep-set eyes, the faint fire of the soul flickered, instantly became dazzling. The originally slow movements became in an instant extremely agile, a torrent of steel formed by dozens or even hundreds of people, like tigers and leopards, rushed towards Shiryu of the Rain. The violent scene made Shiryu of the Rain startled at first, and the next moment a shadow of death quickly spread through his domineering arrogance. Before he could fully react, the simple cold words had already been swallowed. Blast me. 3 words said, the skeletons that rushed like tigers and leopards had a moment of stagnation, and the next moment, the soul flames jumping in the eyes skyrocketed to the extreme. Without any bells and whistles, it exploded like a bomb. Thunder-like explosions sounded one after another. Dozens and hundreds of skeletons exploded at the same time, and the resulting flames and air waves impacted, instantly breaking the calmness on Shiryu of Rain's face. Bang 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 explosions sounded like thunder, and the huge air wave rolled back like a frenzy, and even those prisoners and jailers who could not escape in time were swept away in an instant. The heavy rock floor was even more overwhelmed and shattered like a cobweb of debris splattered like bullets. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. They never imagined that the moment Long Yu made his move, it would be so powerful. However, more eyes, still subconsciously, fell into the explosion. The second-ranked top-ranking combat force advancing the city grand prison, they don't believe that it will be solved so easily. You bastard, if this is your confidence, then leave me with your head on your neck. An angry roar came out in the endless explosion. The next moment, the sharp and ear-piercing sound of the knife roared like an angry dragon. The fierce vacuum slash, condensed out of thin air, exploded in the sky, was directly torn apart, and rushed towards Long Yu in a rolling posture. Boy, without this group of skeletons that get in the way, I see how you fight with me. Ruins, Shiryu of Rain's figure was revealed. Although he resisted the undead bomb, half of the clothes he just put on and the cigar on his mouth were also blown off. Originally, I planned to take this opportunity to regain its glory. Never imagined that it would end in such a miserable end as soon as it was shot. Thinking of this, Shiryu of the Rain suddenly clenched the thunderstorm with his 5 fingers, the blue veins on the back of his hands were even more prominent, and the moment his face was hideous, he shot again in anger. However, as soon as he moved, Long Yu's deep-set skeleton eye, the swaying soul flame sword, and a more violent magic power exploded like a frenzy. The huge blood-colored magic circle bloomed with the dragon feather as the center, 5 dark mists quickly condensed and condensed. The next moment, before the slash came, a roar of horses suddenly sounded. The figure of 5 paths, 2 meters 4 or 5, was the first to appear in the mist. Huge skeleton warhorse, undead knight in fine armor, holding a huge shield that can block 3/4 of the body, tower shield. Chapter 356, Unparalleled Fireworks. That is nearly 130 centimeters long. Originally, it required both hands to pick it up, but now it was easily lifted by the undead knight. Moreover, this magic sword also has the undead bloodthirsty enchantment ++ attribute. Once it hits the enemy, it will bear the impact of corpse poison. Most importantly, this undead knight also possesses 2 innate skills. The first is that it can completely attract the enemy to attack. The other one is for one time only, no matter what. Whatever attack is received, it can be resisted with a little bit left. It is precisely for this reason that although the undead knight is only level 35, and his real strength is only level 25, in the original book, it is often used by the Bone King as a meat shield. Shiryu, I want to thank you a lot for helping me figure out which chops, otherwise I won't be able to summon these 555 undead knights smoothly. Long Yu smiled warmly, waved his big hand, and the 5 undead knights instantly formed a shield wall. Stop the attack. Roar. The 5 undead knights roared in unison, and at the moment when the huge shield in their hands appeared blood-colored and mysterious patterns, they were lifted up in unison. Boom! The sharp knife gang slashed on the shield in an instant, and the impact formed was like a frenzy that rolled backwards. However, in the face of this fierce slash, the 5 undead knights did not even shake, and they abruptly carried the attack. However, in Long Yu's attribute page, there are 5 more undead knights attribute values. 5,000 points, just a reduction of 200 or 300 points. According to this level, it is enough for Long Yu to cast superposition magic and escape from this ghost place. However, before using such prosperous fireworks-like means, there seems to be a lack of an audience. Skull-shaped Eudemon's devil fruit power user. A gloomy voice sounded suddenly. Soon, behind Shiryu of the Rain, came a figure with purple venom flowing all over his body, and his physique was far beyond ordinary people. Wherever you pass along the way, the rock formations beneath your feet seem to be unable to withstand this venom, making a rust-like corrosive sound. That gloomy face to the extreme, almost gloomy out of water, with cold eyes staring straight at Long Yu. Magellan, you're finally here, I'm still waiting for you. Long Yu smiled warmly. However, with this skeleton-like posture, this warm smile, on the contrary, it looks very scary. You wait for me. Magellan was stunned for a moment, then smiled disdainfully and said, Little devil, are you joking? This is the 4th floor, or you think that you must be able to escape, so you are forced to stay calm here. Having said that, Magellan's eyes fell on the 5 undead knights, and said, You still think that these chops alone can stop me? Poison dragon. The sound of roar sounded one after another, and Magellan shot instantly. Seeing that the 3rd floor began to be impacted, now is not the time for him to talk too much. In his eyes, no matter what. What are these undead riders capable of, and in the face of his poison, only one blow is enough to kill them in seconds. Roar! The sound of the dragon's roar shook the sky, and the purple venom, like a tide, quickly rewinded on Magellan's body, instantly turning into 5 poisonous dragons. Mouth of the blood basin suddenly slammed down and attacked the 5 undead knights. The violent scene changed Shiryu's expression slightly. However, facing Magellan in a rage, he didn't want to be affected by the venom. Chiyu hurriedly withdrew to the side. Eyes turned in vain and locked on Long Yu's body. He wanted to know, in the face of Magellan, who even he was afraid of 3 points and 3 points, what kind of confidence did the skeleton demon in front of him have to escape in the 4th floor? This scene, at the moment when the fire of the soul in Long Yu's eyes skyrocketed, the simple words were uttered like thunder. Charge! 5 undead knights, those rotting cheeks, and the soul flames that danced in their eyes also suddenly soared, and the skeleton warhorses under their crotch made a roar and rushed out without any fear. Magellan was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed uncontrollably and said, Stupid kid, I don't know how you created these monsters, but if you rely on these things to escape from the pushing city prison, that would be contempt for me, Magellan. So let me die. Boom! The poisonous dragon is like a tide, and the moment the speed soars, it is swallowed by the 5 undead knights. However, in the face of all this, in Magellan's eyes, it was still the horrifying genial smile, and the words that fell in his ear shook everyone's nerves. Ignorance is also a sin. They are just my meat shields. I hope you will like it. The fireworks that will be staged next. Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain were startled at first. However, before they could react, Long Yu's black robe was moving without wind, and the moment his hands were slightly raised, the soul flame in his eyes burned violently. Dang! The vibrating sound of the air, like the ringing of Big Ben, sounded one after another. Another blue mysterious magic circle, blooming like a flower, dormant, in Long Yu's body, the only remaining 30,000 points of magic power exploded like a thunder, turned into a pillar of optimism, rushing straight up. Boom! The huge magical power is released, like a hurricane passing through, and the huge spiritual pressure contained in it is like an invisible big hand, which suddenly tightens the heart of people. With slightly weaker strength and weaker wills, foaming at the mouth instantly passed out. Feeling this terrifying aura, when Shiryu the Rain's face changed slightly, Magellan on the side said coldly. It's so strange that the Overlord is domineering, but I don't care how you pretend to be mysterious, but you are still too underestimated. I am. No matter what. What attack did you launch, but now you are full of flaws. Poison Dragon. One trick to use Poison Dragon. It's not Magellan, there is no other stronger means, because in his eyes, Long Yu is only worth making him work hard to this point. However, as soon as this thought appeared, the venom that filled the sky was squirming quickly, intending to turn into a poisonous dragon to attack again. Long Yu's indifferent voice fell into his ears. Magellan, I'm sorry, I didn't underestimate you, but you underestimated me. My meat shield is not that simple. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with a magic sound, hitting the depths of the soul. Woo-hoo! A loud roar like thunder, roared in unison. Under the venom in the sky, the figures of 5 undead knights directly broke through the 5, and came out. The skeleton warhorse under the crotch, stepped on the drum-like horse step, and rushed straight to Magellan. Distance of 20 or 30 meters, under a charge, approached in the blink of an eye. Kill! The hoarse soul voice spit out from the mouths of the 5 undead knights. The giant sword in his hand, like a door, without any fancy, swung it up and smashed it at Magellan. The violent scene, let alone Magellan, even Shiryu the Rain's expression froze. Chapter 357. The prison was penetrated. He had played against Magellan before, and he knew clearly how powerful this venom was. Even without using his arrogance, he was able to make a face-to-face attack that was ignored by these 5 monsters. If you don't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one will believe it. However, this can't blame them for their ignorance. After all, undead magic is not a product of this world. 5 undead knights only rely on special talents and skills, and only one is left, ignoring the attack. However, this is enough to gain enough casting time for Long Yu. Seeing the attack of the 5 undead knights approaching, Magellan's face sank, and he roared in anger. Toxic Giant Hell Judge. His poisonous fruit is only a superhuman type, and cannot use elementalization to ignore the attack in front of him. Roar! The purple venom on Magellan's body rolled like a frenzy, instantly turning into a huge skeleton of dozens of meters, and slammed into the 5 undead knights that were attacking head-on. Bang! The 5 undead knights had 1 blood left, but in the face of this venomous attack, they shattered and turned into a pitch-black mist. Seeing this annoying monster shattering between heaven and earth, Magellan was stunned at first. A murderous intent flashed in his pupils, his eyes turned in vain, and locked on Long Yu's body. Little devil, it seems that your meat shield is still vulnerable. If your fireworks have not arrived yet, then you should die first. Bang! The purple venomous skeleton moved in an instant, swung up a huge hand of more than 10 meters, and shot it head-on towards Long Yu. Along the way, anything that blocked them, like paper paste, was instantly corroded, and even the destination board had already been devastated under the feet, no exception. However, in the face of Magellan's most powerful attack, the fire of the soul in Long Yu's eyes had already burned to the extreme. The voices that came out were like thunder bursting, hitting the depths of the soul. Hopefully, after the fireworks, you are still alive. The super magic sky falls. Dang dang. Like the ringing of a bell, 10 mysterious magic circles bloomed layer by layer above the dragon feathers. The violent magic power that has been released has already reached its peak, and the next moment it is rising rapidly. Before everyone could react, an inexplicable aura of death enveloped the sky and the earth. Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain, who shut out in anger, were also instantly alarmed, and they hurriedly looked up at the sky before they had time to think about it. Boom! Huge beams of light, falling from the sky like comet rays. The venting of endless magical power, with the power of 10,000, it hit the advanced city prison with a slamming gesture like a smashing rot. Bang! The entire sea surface was violently shaken, the huge impact, and even a 12-level tsunami wave, rolled back around. Which was flat on the sea surface, only persisted for half a second, and then it crashed. The second layer, the third layer, and the fourth layer of the sky dome, only after a few breaths, also penetrated instantly. Feeling the breath that is like a god of death, it falls from the sky. Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly took action to defend. Even the poisonous giants who were attacking were quickly recalled. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded like a thunderous explosion. The violent air wave impacted the entire fourth-level prison. Who was also under attack, would also suffer damage, but as a great necromancer, these injuries were minimal to him. Looking up at the superposition that is about to be poured out. Magic! The magic circle under Long Yu's feet is together again, and a door is closed in an instant. Secondary portal. It can reach places that can be seen, or have been to places where magic marks are left. Of course, with the increase of fidelity, the distance limit can instantly appear at a distance of 1,000 nautical miles. However, it was the first time that Long Yu came to the world of Hokage, and for the time being, he was only able to reach as far as he could see. Looking at Magellan and the two who were still under the impact of super magic, Long Yu did not stop for a moment, and stepped into the portal. One Piece's first stop, the journey to advance the city prison is over. Om! The door of light disappeared out of thin air. The huge magic beam of light also exhausted the last trace of strength and collapsed between the heavens and the earth, leaving only the ruins of the advanced city prison. As for the other pirates, whether they can successfully escape from prison or not, this is not a concern for Long Yu at all. It was just a pawn for him to step into the world of One Piece. Maybe it's a character template problem, and even Long Yu's temperament has obviously become colder. The fourth scorching hell. The closer you get to the center of the battlefield, the more mess it becomes. Rocks crumbled, cells collapsed, and many prisoners and guards were buried. In the huge deep pit, the two figures were also covered by sand and gravel. Gulu, I'm warring states, please reply. Magellan, please reply. The voice of the phone bug rang suddenly. A big hand with black gloves turned out from the ruins, and pressed a hand on the phone bug. Magellan's huge body also turned over. With the help of the poisonous giant, after enduring the impact of most of the super magic, Magellan's clothes that were not covered by the domineering of the armed color also became a mess. After looking around quickly, looking up in a hurry, Magellan's pupils shrunk suddenly. The advanced city prison has been penetrated. Magellan, please reply quickly. Has the fifth floor of the riots been suppressed not long ago? Do we need to send troops from the Navy headquarters? The voice of the warring states sounded again, and there was a hint of urgency between the words. Faced with this questioning, Magellan couldn't help clenching the phone bug in his hand, and then he gritted his teeth and said, Marshal of the warring states period, it was I who neglected my duty. Not long ago, Uchiha Longyu, the prisoner of the fifth floor of the extreme cold hell that caused the riot, hid the identity of the devil fruit ability. Propulsion City has fallen. This man planned the prisoner's escape on the fifth floor, and even displayed a powerful attack method. One strike will penetrate the city's large prison. Shiryu of Rain and I let him run away because we underestimated the enemy. At the end, Magellan clenched the golden phone bug in his hand in shame. He knew very well that if it was a single-floor riot, as long as he suppressed it, it would be an internal matter. But at the moment, advancing into the city university prison, and being penetrated by Long Yu's superposition magic, that is no longer an internal matter. That's completely piercing the sky. Compared with 15 years ago, the legendary big pirate Golden Lion caused more commotion and destruction. What? The shocked voice of the warring states came out from the phone bug. You pass on everything about Uchiha Ryu to me as soon as possible, and I will ask Kizaru to rush as soon as possible. Meanwhile, you immediately go to the 6th floor of the Infinite Hell to check 1 or 2, absolutely must not let those prisoners escaped, otherwise this sea is afraid that there will be another storm. Chapter 358, Fire. The 6th floor. Magellan's expression suddenly changed drastically. Looking at the huge deep pit in front of him, he didn't have time to think about it. The venom on his body flipped over, quickly covering the deep pit, and at the same time he fell into it. Shiliu, leave the matter here to you, I'll go to the 6th floor to take a look. Abandoning these words, Magellan disappeared completely. As for the one that had just been dug out from the ruins, Shiliu of the Rain, who came out, with a livid face, took a bite of the newly taken cigar, and without stopping, he rushed to the upper floor. The Navy headquarters. In addition to the war, there are 3 generals who are regarded as the most powerful in the Navy, and General Staff Crane in the huge marshal's office. And Garp, who was eating donuts and looked unconcerned, was waiting here. However, when he heard the phone bug and the words coming, his face changed without exception. You have also heard that the Advanced City Prison was once again lost, and the guy who even Magellan couldn't stop escaped. I don't know if the guys on the 6th floor are involved. Warring States put down the golden phone bug in his hand and rubbed his temples with a headache. Eyes turned abruptly and fell on the other people. I want to know, who of you has an impression of Uchiha Ryayu? In the presence of Uchiha Ryayu frowned, showing a contemplative expression, as if they were trying their best to search the memory in their minds. But, in the end, everyone's face was confused. Witnessing this scene, the Warring States sighed helplessly and said, I don't know why this guy who suddenly appeared is pushing the Chinda prison. But Uchiha, this strange surname, seems to be only available in Wano country. Do you need to look for some eyeliner? For this secluded kingdom of samurai, the real entry into their eyes is because of the fierce name that Kazuki Oden broke into more than 10 years ago. Not only did he stay on Whitebeard's ship, but even as Roger, the Pirate King, he also personally poached and finally completed the voyage of the Great Channel. These points alone are enough for them to be treated seriously by the Navy headquarters. Let them pay attention a little. Crane, as the General Staff Officer, took the lead and said, however, we can only investigate secretly, otherwise, if we expose our hard-earned eyeliner in Wano for someone who has not yet figured out the origin, it will not be worth the loss. The Crane is right. Karp also rarely spoke, saying, as for the aftermath. Having said that, Garp looked at Kizaru. At present, the Advanced City Prison has fallen, and by the time they rush past, the people have already run away. However, among the 3 generals, the yellow ape has a shining fruit, and it is known as the world's best in terms of speed. Warring States instantly understood and said, at the moment, our large army has no way to rush to support the first time. You have the shining fruit of the yellow monkey, you can clean up the mess, no matter what. How many people escaped? Try to catch as many as you can, especially the guy on the 6th floor. Once you encounter it, don't give the old man soy sauce. Although in Magellan's report, it is not known whether the first is affected, but it is necessary to take precautions before it happens. Hee, Marshal, it's scary to be serious when you're serious. Huang Yuanzui said with a wretched smile. However, don't worry, Huang Yuan still know the importance and set off right away. Leaving these words, the moment the light spot on Kayabashi disintegrated, it turned into a beam of light and rushed directly from the floor-to-ceiling glass window. Bang! The huge glass was smashed, and the debris splashed and scattered all over the floor. An instant, Kizaru had already disappeared in place. Watching this scene of warring states, his cheeks couldn't help twitching. He rubbed his head with a headache and said, this is the first time this month, and every time I let him perform a task, I have smashed the glass window for Lao Su, and then I just smashed the window. Can't you go through the door? Go through the door. Karp took a bite of the donut in his hand and said, that's not handsome. If I'm as young as him, there's more than that. Listening to Feng Liang's words, Warring States suddenly felt that it was too difficult. However, when he thought of Uchiha Ryayu, this mysterious existence still called Wu Laoxing's phone bug. He knew very well that this time, the fall of Chinda prison would definitely not be able to contain the fire, once it spreads in the sea. This mysterious person will enter the eyes of all forces, and at that time, Uchiha Ryayu's reward will become the most important evaluation. In the face of this kind of action, the existence of the sea will be shocked. How much reward is needed? It still needs the highest controller of the world government, and the 5 old stars will evaluate it first. Boom. Pushing out of the city, the super magic sky falls, and the impact of the waves is more than 10 meters high. With a rolling stance, he charged towards the high wall that pushed the city's periphery. Such a grand scene had already alarmed the warships stationed outside the wall. Dozens of battleships were lined up, and the lineup was even bigger than the demon slaughtering order. However, at this moment, everyone's eyes were attracted by the figure of the skeleton giant floating in the air. To survive such a violent attack. Moreover, it is still unfamiliar people, there is only one possibility. The enemy is in front of you. Fire! An awe-inspiring roar was heard from the battleships. The artillery that was originally aligned to the outside world, with the sound of gears, turned to the sky in the direction of the advancing city. Ever since they were stationed outside the advancing city, they never imagined that such a day would come. However, in order to avoid accidentally injuring the colleagues who rushed into the city, they obviously maintained restraint. Looking at this scene, Long Yu couldn't help but have a headache. The superposition magic just now had consumed the magic power of his Bone King template. Advanced City is in the windless zone, and there are only 3 ways to get out of here. First, rely on flying to cross. Second, take a freestyle swim all the way. Third, snatch naval battleships. The first 2 choices were obviously ignored by Long Yu. With the only magic he has now, let alone flying for a long time, even if he really can. But in the world of One Piece, to go from one island to another, the most basic equipment is to record the hour hand. If there is no such thing, I am afraid that it will fly for 10 days, and there will be no way to find a foothold. With Long Yu's current magic power, it is not bad to be able to last for a long time. Moreover, this is under the premise of not having to fight. Once they really fight, I am afraid that within 10 minutes, they will return to a situation where they are helpless. As for swimming in the windless zone, that's something to think about. Mention how far it is. Just in the windless zone, those sea kings who have perverted longer than ordinary sea areas are no longer the masters that can be easily provoked. Right now in front of Long Yu, the only way out is to grab a boat. Chapter 359. Escape. We are not his opponents at all. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for making a fuss about advancing the city prison and getting 00 turbulence points. Is it immediately? Do random unlocks. The ethereal reminder sound of the system sounded like timely rain. Long Yu raised his brows, and immediately showed a hint of joy. This character template looks very good. But it was never as easy as Long Yu's own strength. The only thing that made Long Yu feel unhappy was that he almost razed the city prison to the ground, and only got 200 turbulence points. However, the current situation is that others are stronger, and the only thing Long Yu can do is to do it. Immediately. Randomly unlocked. Ding dang, please wait a moment. The host, the system is using the turbulence value to lift the world's resistance to the host. Ding dang, after deducting 200 turbulence value, the host's current balance is 3 points. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the 3-Go Jade Writing Wheel Eye. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking Medical Ninjutsu. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the Lei Dun Chakra mode. A series of system prompts came, and Long Yu was still a little disappointed when he looked at the ordinary 3-hook Jade Writing Wheel Eye and Medical Ninjutsu. However, when I saw the Lei Dun Chakra mode, I couldn't help laughing. Now Long Yu's physical strength, speed and power are not comparable to those in Naruto world. However, once the Lei Dun Chakra mode is turned on, the combat power of the dragon feather body can at least be improved by several levels. Case the character template's magic power is exhausted, Long Yu can also splicing his own Lei Dun Chakra mode, and he can also deal with it 1 or 2 times. Major General Kuduru, why didn't the skeleton demon make a move? Is he looking down on us? On the leading battleship, an adjutant was the first to lose his breath. In their eyes, being able to escape from the advanced city prison is at least like a golden lion. And in the Navy they are stationed here, the strongest is only a rear admiral. Once the fight is really down, I'm afraid it's a bit of a hangover. HMPH, why are you panicking? Don't forget, we are a Navy that has gone through thousands of trials. Kodoru was about 40 or 50 years old, his skin was slightly dry and black, and he clenched a big sword in his hand. When he saw Long Yu's skeleton-like form, a gleam of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. If he is just an ordinary pirate powerhouse, we may not have a chance of winning, but as long as he is a devil fruit person, the result is another matter. Speaking of this, Kodoru turned his eyes in vain, locked on Long Yu's body, and shouted sharply, "Since he doesn't come down, then we will knock him down. When the time comes, leave everything to me. Fire!" The cold shouts sounded like thunder. Fire! The adjutant behind him gave the order without the slightest hesitation. Dozens of cannonball tracks, locked on Long Yu's body instantly, detonated. Bang bang bang. The sky-filled gunpowder lead bullets pierced through the sky, and the awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air directly pulled Long Yu's thoughts back. In the face of the crushing attack, the soul flame in the depths of Long Yu's eyes suddenly condensed. A huge magic circle bloomed under my feet. A pitch-black vortex door of light appeared out of thin air, and immediately stepped forward in front of everyone's eyes. Boom! As soon as the hind foot stepped on the door of light, dozens of flame-lead bullets slammed together in an instant. The next moment, without any fancy, it exploded like thunder. When the violent flames surged into the sky, a huge shock wave was formed, and it rolled back around. The violent scene changed the expression of Kodoru, who was leading the attack, and before he could react, the exclamation from behind instantly tightened his nerves. "Major General Kodoru, he's behind you." The expression of the high-speed moving Kodoru suddenly changed, and the domineering detonation quickly detonated and spread around. Standing 3 or 4 meters behind, the huge figure outside was directly locked by his domineering look. However, in the face of this sudden enemy, Kodoru not only did not get angry, but a trace of ecstasy flashed in the depths of his eyes. Without any bells and whistles, he poked his right hand into his sleeve, and the next moment his 5 fingers clenched into fists. Turned around like a spiral, and appeared in front of Long Yu first. The cold light of the right fist flowed down, bringing a stern sound of breaking the air, and smashed it towards Long Yu's chest. "You bastard, I don't care what your origins are or what means you have, but don't underestimate our Navy, the devil fruit capable people in the area. I can knock you down with one punch from Kodoru." The awe-inspiring voice reverberated in the sky in all directions as if filled with magical sounds, and it did not dissipate for a long time. The violent scene made the expressions of the naval soldiers stationed around suddenly change. When he saw clearly the fist guard in Kodoru's hand, his face showed ecstasy. As a Navy, their strength may not be outstanding. But I know clearly that, as a devil fruit person, the most feared thing, in addition to sea water, is the sea floor stone. In order to deal with it, the pirates with devil fruit ability will sometimes be equipped with some sea stone weapons. For example, Smoker's 10 hands, Zephyr's Halo stone machine gun, etc. Right now, the fist in Kodoru's hand is obviously the nemesis of the devil fruit person, the sea stone weapon. Bang! A thunderous crashing sound resounded suddenly. Kodaruna, who was wearing Halushi's fist, smashed Long Yu's ferocious rib on his chest with a stern sound of breaking through the air. However, the tower-like, motionless posture and the usual face made the smiles on the faces of all the Navy soldiers and even Kodoru stiff. "Hee, if this is your trump card, I'm sorry." Long Yu sneered and said, "It's not that I'm looking down on you, it's you who look down on you, the supreme being of the great Naxalasa necropolis, Ains Ergong." Second-level magic electric dragon. The crackling electric light emerged on Long Yu's shoulders. The power of the second-level magic was not very great, but it was not difficult to knock down an enemy and paralyze an enemy at the same time. A short distance, at the moment when the thunder and lightning splash, there is no way to hide. When Kobo reacted, he was instantly swallowed by lightning. Boom! The sound of thunder bursting suddenly echoed. Kobo was knocked out, turned over and landed on the sea. Looking at the confident Major General, he was instantly knocked into the air, and the faces of the Navy soldiers present turned ashen. Escape, we are not his opponents at all. I don't know who exclaimed. The Navy soldier, whose muscles were all tense, jumped into the sea without any warning. Looking at this decisive and brave gesture, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. This step on the horse is to use courage in the wrong place. Chapter 360. Try to see how strong the general can be. Advance to City Grand Prison, but it is located in the windless zone. At the same time, in order to strengthen the natural defense belt of the advancing city, a lot of Sea Kings were deliberately gathered. This jump, I am afraid it is a 9-death life. However, the biggest problem that is bothering Long Yu now is that there is no one on the boat, let's not say whether there is. Record the hour hand, I am afraid that Long Yu will not even know how to drive the boat and the magic power of the Bone King is exhausted. Feather returned to its original form. Whoosh! The awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. The golden light, like a horse, traversed and arrived in a posture like tearing the world. The speed was so fast that it was a sight to behold, and an unexpected figure appeared on the mast of the battleship. The sudden scene made the Navy soldiers in the distance froze at first, and then exclaimed in exclamation the next moment. It's General Yellow Monkey, he's finally here. As the three most important gateways of the world government, they are all located in the windless zone. In order to be able to deal with emergencies, the distance between the three is not very far. At the speed of the golden monkey flashing fruit, it is only a matter of 7 or 8 minutes. Are you the main culprit who destroyed the advanced city prison, Uchiha Ryu? Kizaru was wearing a white gold-striped suit, a justice cloak, brown glasses, squinting triangular eyes, looking up and down. Long Yu. However, it seems that you are a little distressed, you can't even drive a boat, right? If that's the case, why didn't we just take a step back, go back to the prison obediently, you don't have to drive the boat, and I don't need to waste time shooting, this is the best of both worlds. At the time of his arrival, Kizaru had already received information from the warring states through the telephone bug about the destruction of the main prisoner of the advanced city prison. However, in information, there is only one useful thing. The young man in front of him is suspected to be an animal-type phantom beast, a fruit-capable person in the form of a human fruit skeleton. It has the means of summoning strange creatures and launching super strong beams of light. However, all this is for the yellow ape. Just knocking him down in an instant is enough. Best of both worlds. Long Yu looked at it. In this legend, the salary is in place, the soy sauce king that the 4 emperors can choose, smiled and said, this should be your wishful thinking. Although, I can't drive a boat, but someone will always be a boatman for me. Speaking of this, Long Yu's eyes suddenly condensed, and when the scarlet blood filled the tide like a tide, the 3-hooked jade riding wheel eyes quickly emerged, and finally looked at the sea below. Shiryu, aren't you cold? I just need a boatman. I'll take care of this guy. Haliu advances the former guard of the city university prison, Shiryu of the Long Reign. The smile on Huang Yuan's face couldn't help but linger, and he hurriedly followed Long Yu's line of sight. Soon I saw bubbles in the water, a wet figure burst out of the water, and finally turned over and landed on the deck. Just that Shiryu's gloomy cheeks. When looking at Long Yu, there was a little more surprise. Originally, he planned to hide at the bottom of the battleship and escape from the prison first. I never thought that it would be easily seen through by Long Yu. Can you stop him? Yu suddenly opened his mouth, causing Kizaru's face to turn gloomy. Surprised by Shiryu's release. Instead of staying in the pushing city university prison and seeing the sun for a lifetime, it is better to give it a go and try to escape from this ghost place. You can try it. Met Kizaru's gaze, and said. I also want to know how strong the general can be. The sudden cooperation surprised Kizaru. However, his expression quickly returned to normal. He curled his lips, and said slyly, "No wonder the advanced city will be broken. It turns out that there is still Shiryu to help, although I don't know how you can do it, but the thing I am in charge of is to take you all out. Take it back. I have to say, you are young and courageous. But, I want to ask you, have you tried getting kicked by the light?" The yellow monkey standing on the mast, with a playful smile on his face, disappeared like a ghost in the next moment, out of thin air. Again, countless golden lights condensed on Long Yu's side, and his right foot made an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air, kicking straight towards Long Yu's head. So fast. Shiryu's expression changed, and he suddenly clenched the thunderstorm in his hand. He agreed to cooperate with Long Yu, but that was just verbal trust. In the face of General Kizaru's personal shot, he did not dare to underestimate the enemy in the slightest. In case the boy in front of him, after disabling the Devil Fruit ability, just bluffed and was defeated by Kyabu face to face. Then he didn't mind, and in an instant, he killed both of them at the same time. PFF'd. The endless golden light gathered, and as soon as Kizaru appeared, the awe-inspiring sonic boom from his right foot was simply incessant. The speed is so fast that it makes people feel that in the blink of an eye, the attack has already landed in front of Long Yu. However, in the face of this violent blow, the warm smile on Long Yu's face became even brighter. In the outside world, the attack that seemed to be as fast as a thunderbolt was reflected on the 3-column jade writing wheel, but it was slowed down several times. Feeling the rushing wind, the crackling thunder arc sounded on Long Yu's body suddenly. Thunderbolt Chakra Mode. The thunder light was like a tide, and at the moment of skyrocketing, Long Yu, like a ghost, preemptively disappeared in place. The speed is so fast that it is no slower than the attack of the yellow monkey. Regardless of was the surrounding navy soldiers, or Shiryu of the rain, even Kizaru's pupils shrank suddenly. It was too late to take back the attack of the right leg that the force split out. However, before he could react, an unexpected and playful voice fell in their ears. "I said Kyabu, have you ever tried to be struck by lightning?" Lightning strike, but just now he was relying on the unparalleled speed of the glitter fruit, intending to hit the dragon feather heavily or knock it flying, in order to cut his sharpness. So, I didn't think of it at all, to turn on the domineering. Right now, Long Yu is using it, and it is not inferior to him at all, and it is even more like a thunder. This undoubtedly made Kizaru's nerves tense to the extreme. And he have time to think about it. I quickly pushed the domineering look to the extreme, and instantly captured the location of Long Yu. However, before Kizaru could react, at the moment when Long Yu's pair of 3-hooked jade writing wheel eyes turned frantically, the thunder light all over his body poured into his right hand like a raging wave. Without any bells and whistles, the 5 fingers suddenly merged, and the instant they turned into hand knives, they slashed down towards the Kiraru below. Lei Dunlei abuses thousands of advections. PFF'd. Attacked together, as fast as lightning. Hand knife slashed down suddenly, and the speed was so fast that even the air couldn't react, and it was torn out like a wave in ripples. It's so close at hand that it's impossible to hide. The violent scene made Kasaragi's pupils shrunk, but as a natural devil fruit person, he still had the means of pressing the bottom of the box.